So what happens when you transmigrate and suddenly have a super handsome face that attracts all the junior sisters? Plus a gorgeous top-tier beauty as your master. Is it just soaring upwards? Soaring higher and higher? The story kicks off at the Invincible Immortal Sect. Right now, inside a building, a loud voice booms. Silence. The speaker is a beautiful young stewardess with willow leaf eyebrows, ample bosom, a slender waist, and an unbelievably round butt. Now, those whose names are called, step forward to receive your spirit stones. Next, Lin Xuan. Just as she finished handing out this month's spirit stones, right after the stewardess's words, a voice piped up. Lin Xuan, disciple Chuan Kai-feng, greets the stewardess. Seeing him, the stewardess gave a slight nod, handed him a pouch, and said, "This is your spirit stones for this month. Many thanks, stewardess." Down below, after getting an eyeful of Lin Xuan's looks, countless female disciples went full-on fangirl mode, churning out simping like they were producing baskets of goods. Ooh, a hottie. Who is that? So handsome. Where? Which one? It's him. Wow, since when did our sect have such a good-looking guy? I think his name is Lin Xuan, right? Even his name is so cool, I want to go up and strike up a conversation. What should I say? The young man named Lin Xuan heard these words, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upwards, but he kept a cold look on his face. But in his heart he was thinking, heh, of course. Transmigrating with such a handsome body, it's just too perfect, heh, soaring up, soaring higher. Just as Lin Xuan was basking in all the attention from the junior sisters and senior sisters, well, at that moment, an impolite voice cut through. What's the use of being popular? He's just a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. The one who spoke was Zhao Mu, a late-nascent soul-stage cultivator, and also an inner disciple of the Invincible Immortal Sect. Seeing the female disciples fawning over Lin Xuan like that, he was green with envy. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed. Ugh, ruining my good mood. After coming down, the two brushed shoulders, and Lin Xuan growled, "Get out of the way, you're blocking my path. A good dog shouldn't block the path." Before Zhao Mu could even react, Lin Xuan's figure flashed, and he sidestepped past him. He hadn't even figured out what was going on when he tripped and fell flat on his face. This left Zhao Mu completely dumbfounded. The spiritual power that little punk just released, how could it be so terrifying? Refusing to accept it, he turned his head and shouted, "You're just a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. How dare you act so arrogantly? You took advantage of my distraction and used force. If you don't want to die without a burial place, quickly come over and apologize to me." Originally, Lin Xuan didn't even want to bother with this guy, just wanted to teach him a lesson. But hearing the cursing, Lin Xuan couldn't help but crack his knuckles. TCH, how unlucky. Wasting my time flirting with girls. Zhao Mu saw Lin Xuan walking straight outside, ignoring him, and flew into a rage. A spear appeared in his hand, radiating an extremely powerful spiritual force. "If you don't know how to respect your senior brother, then I'll teach you how to be respectful." Male disciples next to him softly tried to dissuade him. "Zhao Mu, he's just a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. It's just a small squabble, let it go." However, Zhao Mu had already taken to the sky, staring at Lin Xuan. "Rest assured, I won't kill him, but I'll definitely make sure he can't take care of himself for half a year." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan charged forward, aiming straight for the spear that Zhao Mu was brandishing towards him. "Don't you like to act cool? Then I'll let you see the gap in our strength." Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The purple spear in Zhao Mu's hand unleashed an extremely powerful spear aura, pressing straight towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't seem to sense the impending danger at all, and only slowly turned his head when the spear aura was about to hit him. Boom! The spear aura slammed into Lin Xuan, creating a huge explosion, and the smoke instantly engulfed the area. But when the smoke cleared, Zhao Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed. What is this? How did he suddenly disappear? Since when? But just as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan suddenly appeared behind Zhao Mu, and the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. This is the strength of a late-nascent soul-stage cultivator. Zhao Mu's face changed drastically. He turned his head to look, and his eyes constricted. Crap! Not giving him time to react, Lin Xuan struck out with a palm. Boom! The palm, carrying an extremely powerful spiritual force, slammed into Zhao Mu's chest. Zhao Mu, hit by the blow, couldn't help but fly backwards for 5 meters, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, and then he managed to stand up. He looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. What's going on? That's not right. How could he have the cultivation of a god transformation stage cultivator? Lin Xuan exhaled softly, then said nonchalantly, "Many thanks to senior brother Zhao for helping me loosen up my muscles and bones." At the same time, countless male disciples were shocked.
How is that possible? Half a month ago, when the elders were choosing disciples, he was clearly only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. How could he break through 2 levels in just half a month? The female disciples, on the other hand, were excitedly squealing. Ooh, Lin Xuan Shixiang is so handsome.
Leisurely walking out from the place where this month's spirit stones were distributed to the disciples, Lin Xuan thought to himself, looks like the reason they thought I was trash before wasn't because of my aptitude, but because I didn't have enough cultivation resources.
He ran straight back to his master's residence and pushed the door open. He still vividly remembered a conversation he had with his master 10 days ago.
Shifu, this disciple, feels that this Taoist title really isn't suitable, and the Taoist title Shizun gave him was actually Lin Xuan. His master, who was also given a Taoist title, was an extremely beautiful woman.
You could say she was off the charts, with sulfur monosulfide cup breasts, and her name was Youqing. Hearing her disciple ask, she nonchalantly said, "So, is there a problem?" Lin Xuan scratched his head.
The problem isn't too big, it's just, Lin Xuan hadn't finished speaking. Youqing had already stepped in front of him and lifted his chin. You dared to defy your teacher on your first day of joining the sect.
Lin Xuan's eyes dropped, staring intently at those 2 extremely massive weapons.
This disciple wouldn't dare.
Now that I think about it, this Shifu is way too developed.
Whack! A miserable cry rang out as Youqing knocked Lin Xuan on the head and said nonchalantly, "You don't know your place, do you?
How dare you stare at my assets like that?" She tossed a sword next to Lin Xuan and continued, "Since that's the case, this matter is settled. Here, take this."
Looking at the sword, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Ooh, Shizun, what grade is this magic treasure? It looks so awesome. Haha, you mean this? It's just a little short of being heavenly grade. Youqing glared at Lin Xuan angrily and snapped, "If you don't want it, give it back, hee. How could this disciple dare refuse what Shizun has bestowed?" Hearing this, Youqing's anger flared up. "You don't want it, give it back."
Shifu, calm down. This disciple wants it.
Youqing was both helpless and resigned. You little rascal, you can really run fast. Oh right, what's your cultivation level now? Lin Xuan honestly replied.
This disciple is already in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. That low, Akash, how embarrassing. When I was your age, I was almost ascending already, ha. Hearing this, Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. If you're so amazing, how did you end up becoming the weakest elder in the Immortal Sect? This made Youqing, who was originally laughing, suddenly freeze.
Seeing that his Shifu couldn't say anything, Lin Xuan waved his hand. Akiya, I was just joking. Shifu, don't take it so seriously. I haven't even asked. How old is Shifu today?
Whack! Another punch landed squarely on Lin Xuan's face. Do you even know how to respect your Shifu?
Lin Xuan immediately admitted his fear and hurriedly knelt down. Then may I ask, how old is Shifu this year? Youqing waved her hand. Don't ask. Let's just say I'm 18 plus.
This left Lin Xuan a little dazed, his face blank. What the hell? How old is she exactly?
My Shifu definitely has a problem, Youqing continued. Since you're my only disciple, then I'm entrusting the task of restoring Chuanhai Peak to you. Lin Xuan's eyes widened. Was our Chuanhai Peak ever glorious?
Oh, that's right. From now on, besides my Zhu Feng, all the graded areas on the peak are open to you. I have some things to take care of, and will be leaving for a while, roughly half a year before I return. If you can't get first place in the great sect competition by then, you'll be in trouble.
Lin Xuan asked casually.
What happens if I don't get it?
But when he saw his Shifu's expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but take a step back, only to see her eyes burning with fire, taking out a whip and staring at Lin Xuan. What do you mean, what happens? I'll make you suffer, that's what. Remember to not be lazy and clean up, and feed my spirit beast too. Okay, Shifu, have a safe trip. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. No guidance, no divine arts imparted. How am I supposed to win first place in the great sect competition? And who told me to become a disciple of the Immortal Sect's weakest elder, who's so unreliable? Screw it all, no matter what, cultivation is king.
But the moment Lin Xuan stepped into his master's residence, he was stunned. What is this? The spiritual energy concentration here is so high. Could it be that Master has been in this place all these years, just lazing around in such a great cultivation spot? Master's cultivation is still so weak. What a waste of heaven's gifts. If it were me cultivating in this little world, I wouldn't dare to say tribulation, transcendence, and ascension, but I'd at least reach the spirit transformation stage, maybe even a combination realm powerhouse. But Maester actually has such an amazing treasure. Could her real identity be the illegitimate daughter of some peerless powerhouse?
Thinking of when he didn't get first place and was pinned down by his master. Although my strength isn't great, this background of mine, as long as you serve me comfortably, then... Heh. Thinking of this, saliva uncontrollably dripped from Lin Xuan's mouth.
Wouldn't that mean I could skip thousands of years of struggle and directly reach the peak of life, haha.
But just at this moment, a voice rang out behind him.
Finally, someone's here. Lin Xuan turned his head in shock. There's actually someone here.
Speaking was a little girl, who narrowed her eyes upon seeing Lin Xuan.
Ooh, it's a handsome guy. Seeing the little girl, Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and gaped. Heavens, could this be my master's illegitimate daughter? I'm done for. My dream of latching onto a sugar mommy just shattered. My entire inner world is collapsing.
He couldn't help but shed tears.
Alas, master already has a child. Looks like I don't have a chance. But at this moment, the girl trotted up to Lin Xuan and whispered, "Are you the Great One's newest disciple?
Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Youqing.
That willow tree is my true form. I've been here since I gained consciousness."
Lin Xuan asked suspiciously,
"You're the only one here." Youqing shook her head. "No, besides me, there's also Big Sis Tianran."
Hearing Big Sis, Lin Xuan immediately imagined a figure whose chest wasn't quite as big as his master's, but definitely at least a DD cup, right? With that in mind, he elegantly cupped his fist.
"In that case, I hope the two of you will take care of me in the future."
Youqing immediately waved her hands.
No. You're the Great One's disciple. I'm just a spiritual tree that the Great One casually planted back then.
With that said,
Youqing stepped forward and grabbed Lin Xuan's hand. "Let's go. Come with me. I'll introduce you to Big Sis Tianran."
Running to the base of an ancient tree,
Youqing whispered, "We're here. Right here, Big Sis Tianran. Wake up."
Hearing the strange sound,
a slightly sleepy voice rang out.
"So noisy. Has another 50 years passed?" Appearing was a little lolly, whose physique was no different from Youqing's, except for her white hair, which gave her a more docile appearance.
Youqing, seeing the person who had just appeared, immediately rushed over. "It's not that. The Great One has accepted a disciple."
"Hey, you good-for-nothing Tianran, haven't you heard?" Tianran couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Is there a need to welcome them?" Youqing pointed at Lin Xuan and introduced.
"There he is. No need to go anywhere. The Great One's disciple has already arrived."
Seeing Lin Xuan, the white-haired little girl immediately lowered her head.
"Spirit Tree Tianran greets Milord." After a period of chatting, Lin Xuan asked in surprise, "You're saying that eating a fruit you bear is comparable to 100 million years of my cultivation?" Tianran nodded lightly, holding a pear in her hand.
"That's right. For your current level of cultivation, as long as you're not blown apart by the spiritual energy within the fruit, and you successfully refine it, you'll gain at least 100 years of spiritual power contained within the fruit. It's a world apart from the spiritual pills used to enhance cultivation that the sect previously distributed to disciples."
"So, when can I eat this stuff here?"
"I don't know.
But wait till Big Sis comes back. With her protecting you, you can eat as much as you want and your head won't explode."
Hearing that,
Lin Xuan, whose saliva was dripping down his cheeks, blushed. "Ah, that's awesome. Oh yeah, there are other treasures and medicinal herbs in here that can improve my cultivation, right?"
Youqing, hearing the question, pondered for a moment before replying,
"I don't know about that, but you can drink the water in here.
It can help you cultivate faster." Lin Xuan, seeing her little feet splashing in the water, broke out in a cold sweat. This looks like your foot washing water, doesn't it?" Youqing covered her mouth and giggled, then explained. "But Big Sis said it's called some kind of spirit elixir. I don't really know the details."
Lin Xuan's head spun.
"Holy crap, spirit elixir.
This is too extravagant," he calculated in his head.
"1 drop of spirit elixir is worth 30 high-grade spirit stones.
And an inner sect disciple's monthly stipend is only 100 high-grade spirit stones. No matter how I look at it, I'm making bank."
He immediately ripped off his cloak and tossed it aside. "I can't not drink this water." With that, before the two little girls could react, he jumped headfirst into the lake.
"Gotta take a bath first, hee. So refreshing. You girls want to join?"
Seeing Lin Xuan's behavior, Xuan muttered softly, "It feels like Big Sis's disciple has never seen the world."
"That's right, Xuan Garage. Why do you think Big Sis suddenly took in a disciple? I didn't even notice it until you said it.
Big Sis has been alone for so many years.
Why would she suddenly want to take in a disciple?"
"Do you think Big Sis might have been moved by worldly desires? At the same time, in the Abyss King realm,
in the endless void, a light flashed, and Li Yanqing appeared in the teleportation formation.
But she had changed into different clothes.
The moment they saw her appear in the Great Hall, countless people bowed their heads to the ground, shouting in unison, "Welcome, Sovereign."
Li Yanqing, looking at the people in here as if they were nothing, sat on the throne and asked casually, "What exactly did you call me here for?"
An old man stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, you finally arrived. Youqing waved her hand. "No need for formalities. Just tell me what's going on," the old man immediately replied.
The Emperor Pass has been restless these past few years, and Liu Dijun went to inspect it, even delving deep into the abyss of the Great Breath, and hasn't returned since. There's no other way but to refine the godstone you left behind that year. Hearing this, Youqing angrily slammed her hand on the armrest of the throne. What a bunch of useless trash.
Is that a place people can just go? Why didn't anyone stop him? Seeing Youqing so angry, the old man hurriedly prostrated himself, trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, what kind of person is Liu Dijun? How could we stop him?" Youqing said in a deep voice.
"You don't expect me to go deep into the abyss of the Great Breath to find him, do you?" the old man stammered, with Liu Dijun's life or death uncertain this time.
"We only hope that your Majesty can guard this place to prevent other realms from invading." Youqing stood up. "Doesn't matter," she snorted lightly. "I don't have time to guard this desolate place forever."
The old man wanted to say something but was cut off by Lin Xuan. "But since I'm already here, just tell me, who's been taking advantage of Lu Yu's absence to mess with me?
I'll go chop him up now." At the same time, Lin Xuan was still happily cultivating in the spirit elixir. As soon as he started cultivating, he felt the qi within him gradually rising. Spiritual energy, like a massive dragon, incessantly poured into his body. Man, it felt so refreshing, like endless energy was surging into me. It was 3 days before Lin Xuan woke up from his cultivation. The little girl Youqing was sitting on the bank, staring intently below. "What's up with that? Already 3 days. Not a peep. Did he drown or something?" Just then, a surge of water startled her, revealing the handsome, well-endowed, six-packed Lin Xuan. Hey, haven't seen me for a few days, already miss me?" The carefree Youqing blurted out. "I thought with senior brother's talent, you'd have drowned ages ago." These words were like a sharp knife piercing Lin Xuan's heart. "Damn it, why don't you believe in me? Oh yeah, there's also this such precious spiritual liquid, and you're using it for foot baths. Such a waste." Youqing covered her mouth and giggled. "What's the big deal? I've been doing this for years." Lin Xuan was stunned. "For years? Could this be the legendary endless spiritual liquid?" Youqing added casually. "Master said we can use the water in this pond as we please. It's not like it'll ever run out."
Stepping onto the bank, Lin Xuan mused, "If the spiritual liquid in this pond is this amazing, and you girls know how to enjoy it so much,
if I eat the fruit here, could it directly turn someone into an immortal?"
At that thought, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched, his eyes narrowed like a sneaky thief,
and he quickly asked, "Say, if I pick a fruit here, will she wake up?"
Youqing shook her head.
"Nah, these fruits aren't worth much. Although Xianranjiji loves to sleep, she's not stingy." Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. "That's great. If that's the case, picking 2 shouldn't be a problem. Right? I might as well check just how much power this spiritual liquid has boosted me."
With that, Lin Xuan jumped onto the tree without hesitation,
while Xianran was still fast asleep, lost in her beautiful dreams. Landing, he already had an extra pear in his hand. Easy peasy. Turns out the spiritual liquid's effect on my cultivation is pretty significant. If I eat the fruit now, I might actually get an absolute boost, an instant ascension. But the downside is, if it doesn't work, I'll probably explode, haha. Nah, never mind, I'll save it as a trump card for later. If I ever face a deadly tribulation, I'll eat it, and look for a glimmer of hope.
Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't eat the fruit but put it away, Youqing clapped and cheered. "Good, so good, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I knew you wouldn't eat the fruit here just to improve your cultivation a little."
3 days have passed. In the depraved Emperor's land, danger and crises abound.
"Please reconsider, Your Majesty." Youqing heard these words and said indifferently, "You guys can wait here for me." Saying this, she slowly walked inside. Daring to charge in alone, she seems to have some skill. Perhaps she can break our barrier. A faint voice rang out. At the end of the road, a middle-aged man sat on the throne, looking at Youqing indifferently. "Seems like we underestimated you, little girl." Youqing stared at the middle-aged man and said with gritted teeth, "Where is Liu Yu?" The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." But he snapped his fingers, and 2 young men appeared beside him. The middle-aged man continued, "It's rare to have someone visit our depraved Emperor's land. We can't let you leave empty-handed. We have to give you a welcome gift. How about sparring with our emperors?" The corner of Youqing's mouth turned up. "If I can find out Liu Yu's whereabouts this way, then come at me." The middle-aged man walked straight down and pointed at Youqing and shouted, "What big words! Let this old man see what your cultivation is." Then, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. Seeing them attack, Youqing did not hesitate, and waved her hand,
releasing countless Taoist seals, forming a defensive barrier that blocked those attacks.
Easily blocking the attack, Youqing said nonchalantly,
"Is this all the strength the people of the Fallen Emperor region have? Well then, it's this junior's turn to show off my shortcomings." At the same time, Lin Xuan was still cultivating in his master's space. Feeling the spiritual energy constantly increasing, he laughed heartily.
"It's increased quite a bit again, huh?" Youqing beside him asked confusedly.
"Huh, is what? Yikes," Lin Xuan chuckled. Nothing, haha. Although the cultivation speed this time is faster than before, the breakthrough to the next realm is much slower,"
Youqing explained. "Senior sister Xuan Ran said it's because of the amount of spiritual liquid clearing the blocked meridians in your body, so the spiritual energy accumulated in your body suddenly burst out before.
But she also said your meridians were very strange before, even having 2 broken points. So being able to cultivate it all is already a great talent, huh?" Lin Xuan sighed. "Really? Looks like I'll have to wait for Master to come back and ask her thoroughly to know the specific situation. But having said that, where did she go anyway?" And his master at this time was slowly walking in front of the #1 expert of the Fallen Emperor region. That guy was already lying in a heap, barely breathing, with one eye gouged out by her.
Pointing her sword directly at his head, Youqing said, "So it seems the immortal sovereigns of the Fallen Emperor region are only so-so." Right at this moment,
a girl ran over from outside. Father, are you all right?"
Seeing her arrive, the middle-aged man shouted in fear, "Anger, run!" The girl who had just arrived saw Youqing beat her father into this state and couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Damn witch!
You audacious witch, daring to injure my father. Today I must kill you. Today either you die or I perish."
Lin Xuan glanced at the girl and couldn't help but exclaim, "Quite the big talk." In a flash, the girl charged straight at Youqing with her sword, but she casually reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist. "Not bad. Still has speed, still quite fast. Just the accuracy is a bit lacking."
Lightly exerting force, spiritual energy flowed into the girl's arm.
The girl couldn't help but scream miserably.
Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel like his eyes were about to burst.
Wu Ang.
In less than 2 breaths, the girl fainted at Youqing's feet. At this time, Youqing glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man and said,
"Seems like your daughter inherited your ignorance, huh?"
"Oh well. I'll return her to you when you're willing to tell me the whereabouts of Lin Yu."
After speaking, Youqing pointed out a ball of light that enveloped the girl,
and in an instant, the two disappeared from this place, under the middle-aged man's helplessness.
After waiting for a long time without seeing his master return, Lin Xuan once again left his cultivation place and went to Refining Heaven Peak.
Seeing him appear, the people here began to discuss animatedly. "Oh, it's him. Look, it's that senior brother Lin who defeated Zhao Mu at the sect last time. I didn't expect him to hide his strength all along, a wolf in sheep's clothing. I thought he could become an inner disciple, just because he had a handsome face. How could that be? Elder Lai is one of the 3 peak masters. How could she accept such a shallow disciple?"
Hearing the whispers, Lin Xuan tilted his head towards the sky even more, his face radiating smugness. Lin Xuan strode straight into the grand hall of Refining Heaven Peak. The place was already packed, and an elder was giving a lecture from the high platform. The moment Lin Xuan stepped in, several disciples sitting there looked up, noticing him. The old geezer said in a deep voice, "What are you staring at? What's so interesting to look at? Have you all mastered the chi refining methods I just taught?" Just arriving, Lin Xuan couldn't help scratching his head. Whoa, talk about serious vibes. Just then, the simple and honest-looking old man asked in a low voice, "Young man, are you here to learn chi refining methods? Go register first. And by the way, tell me about your family background." As for why Lin Xuan came here, he had to remember what Youqing said. "That's right, master. These past few days your cultivation buddy has been looking for you, saying he wanted you to come learn chi refining methods." Lin Xuan swallowed hard. So this is the place Youqing was talking about. Thinking this, Lin Xuan cupped his hands. "Disciple Lin Xuan, my family is from the Nanyang dynasty in the secular world, and our family owns about 1,000 mu of land." The elder was speechless. Okay, no need to talk about farming, chi refining, alchemy, what do you want to learn?" Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. "I want to learn everything." But these words caused an uproar in the entire room. The disciples couldn't help but burst out laughing. A mere early-stage transformation god wants to learn both chi refining and alchemy at the same time. Does he really think he's some kind of unrivaled prodigy? The elder slowly walked over to assess Lin Xuan, nodding slightly. Not bad aptitude. Maybe he can master both paths. Show me your attributes." Strong fire attribute, not bad. Whoa, wait, he also has a wood attribute. It's not too late to choose alchemy now. If you specialize in the art of alchemy, one day,
I can ask the Peak Lord of Refining Heaven Peak to pass on knowledge to you. It's not impossible. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Hold on. He also has a gold attribute spirit root, and it's not weak. Could it be that you really can master both paths?
Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Sixth Elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? People with 3 attribute spirit roots are all unrivaled prodigies. How could he only be in the early stage of transformation god after entering the sect for more than 10 years?
And on top of that, he's freaking handsome and has 3 attribute spirit roots at the same time? Does he even leave any room for others to live?
Sixth Elder glared at the disciples. Are you questioning my judgment? Disciple wouldn't dare.
Disciple is just afraid that you're mistaken, Elder, and that Lin Shidi will waste time learning 2 paths, delaying his cultivation.
The elder squinted at the disciples. Stop doing useless things. These things you're using are all leftovers. We played with. I scammed my fellow disciples before you were even born.
Lin Xuan's eyes flickered. It seems this path is truly a bit confusing. Only to hear the elder speak again. You have this aptitude. If you stay at Xuan High Peak forever, I'm afraid your talent will be wasted. Lin Xuan was stunned. Before he could ask, the elder spoke again. I'll report to the sect leader now, and ask for you to become my personal disciple, joining my sect at the same time. In that case, the sect will provide all the resources you need. What do you think?
The disciples under him were struck by lightning, and the master's face turned gloomy.
Isn't master going to use that move?
Sure enough, Sixth Elder stared at Lin Xuan, then winked, emitting an electric current, and acting all cute. So, kid, are you interested?
His disciples were sweating buckets, filled with question marks. Hello, is master going to poach someone else's talent again? As for Lin Xuan, his face was also extremely colorful. Damn it, why is there such an old man? To emit electric current to a man, doesn't he have some weird fetish? Thinking of this, he immediately waved his hands. No, master has the grace of meeting me. Disciple cannot abandon him and leave. Thank you for Sixth Elder's kindness. Lin Xuan's words angered the disciples. This kid rejected the elder, he's so ungrateful. Sixth Elder said in a deep voice. Kid, do you even know your master is the weakest elder in the whole sect? Lin Xuan nodded firmly. I know. Knowing that, you should also know, with her cultivation level, she can't possibly unleash your talent to its fullest potential. In the end, she'll only bury you. It's been so many years. It's rare to encounter a genius like you. I don't want to see you wasted. Lin Xuan still shook his head. Sixth Elder, my mind is made up. Please don't make things difficult for me. The Sixth Elder closed his eyes and sighed deeply. All right, if that's the case, I won't force you. But don't say I didn't warn you when you regret it later. Oh, right. Almost forgot the main thing. Here. This is the chi furnace and pill furnace I used 50 years ago. The grade isn't high, but it's good enough for you. Handing the items to Lin Xuan, the Sixth Elder patted his shoulder lightly. Take good care of them. Take these artifact refining manuals and have a look. I have things to do. Think about becoming my personal disciple. With that, the Sixth Elder disappeared in an instant, leaving Lin Xuan alone. No, wait, and those other disciples staring at him like hungry wolves. TCH. Lin Xuan's lips curled up. What? Do my esteemed senior brothers want to snatch my pill furnace? Though furious, the disciples still forced a smile. Haha, you're thinking too much, junior brother. We're all disciples of the Immortal Sect. We're happy for you. How could we possibly steal your stuff? But what Lin Xuan did next made them grit their teeth in anger. Do you even know how to respect your elders? We're talking here. What are you doing? And where did you get that raggedy bag? Lin Xuan shamelessly put the items into the bag and slung it over his shoulder. Senior brothers, you flatter me. Then I wish you all a bright future, and may you quickly obtain a 3-attribute spiritual root. I have some things to take care of, so I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Bye-bye. At the same time, in the main hall of the Invincible Sect, a quarrel was breaking out. How could we let Youqing take a genius disciple like Lin Xuan? Isn't that delaying his potential? Don't you all agree? Hearing the Sixth Elder's dissatisfied voice, the sect leader took a sip of his tea and tried to appease him. Old Sixth, no need to be like this. I've heard about his situation too. Isn't it just hiding 2 levels of cultivation at the early stage of the transformation god realm? There aren't many disciples like that, but we're not lacking either. The Sixth Elder waved his hand. What are you saying? He's a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. When Lin Xuan came to Refining Heaven Peak earlier, I checked his spiritual root. He has fire, wood, and metal attributes, and the fire attribute is extremely strong. Plus, think about his cultivation speed. He's born to be an outstanding alchemist. These words made the sect leader's expression change. Is that true? If Old Sixth's words are true, then Lin Xuan is truly the most outstanding, peerless genius of the Invincible Immortal Sect, in the last 1,000 years. This kid hasn't made any major mistakes in recent years and has outstanding talent. If I take him as my personal disciple, I might be able to convince the others. The sixth elder didn't hesitate to knock him on the head. Dream on. If it were that easy for you, do you think I'd let you have him? That kid said Elder Lai has shown him kindness and guidance, and he would never join another master. Then let's go. We'll go to Chihuahai Peak and talk to Elder Lai.
Lin Xuan had just returned to Chihuahai Peak when the sixth elder and the sect leader caught up. Lin Xuan stopped.
Lin Xuan turned around and was surprised to see the sixth elder. They chased me all the way here.
But he still cupped his fist respectfully. Disciple greets sect leader, sixth elder.
Lin Xuan, right? Where's your master? I want to talk to her about letting you join my lineage, Lin Xuan replied respectfully.
Sect leader, if you're here for that, please go back. I've already joined Chihuahai Peak. I'll be a member of Chihuahai Peak for life.
If I joined the sect leader's faction just for a bit of petty gain, I reckon my achievements in this life wouldn't be much higher than they are now.
That's what he said, all righteous and proper, but in his head, Lin Xuan was secretly thinking, whether it's for the beautiful master or the resources, I ain't leaving Chihuahai Peak in this life. Endless spiritual fluids every day, how awesome is that? Hearing this, the sect leader couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. If you were chasing after fame and fortune, even with your talent, I wouldn't have made you my personal disciple, but now it seems I've taken a liking to you.
Lin Xuan was stunned. Sect leader, I think you've misunderstood. What I said wasn't some test answer. It was the honest truth. My mind's made up. Please don't force it, sect leader.
Lin Xuan said that.
And the sect leader sighed softly. Oh well, fine. But the sixth elder chimed in. I told you. You wouldn't believe me. This kid's as stubborn as a mule. Ugh, sect leader sighed. Who knew he'd be so impervious to persuasion?
Going inside, Lin Xuan began to try his hand at alchemy. Looks like this alchemy thing isn't too hard after all.
As he said this, he picked up a handful of grass nearby, then tossed it all into the furnace. Followed the mental cultivation technique. Success rate should be 100%. But as he said those words, boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, blowing up the furnace.
Lin Xuan was knocked out on the spot. Youqing, who was nearby, got caught in the blast and couldn't help but cough violently.
Lin Xuan reluctantly got up again and couldn't help but say, I guess I need a proper recipe, otherwise I might actually be able to refine a finished elixir.
Who knew the random weeds he grabbed had such potent medicinal properties? Youqing warned. If you don't want to die, don't use that broken furnace to refine herbs here.
The loud explosion woke Xuan Miao up. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, ha ha. The master has had only one disciple like him for so many years. Don't want him to get blown up by the furnace.
Do you know that every blade of grass here is a treasure of heaven and earth, far surpassing those outside?
If you really want to use that furnace to refine elixirs, you'll have to go elsewhere to find herbs.
Lin Xuan coughed a few times.
Ahem. So it's the furnace's quality that doesn't match the herbs.
A few days later, at the main hall of Refinement Heaven Peak,
Lin Xuan came again. As soon as he saw him, the sixth elder smiled and said, with your talent, I assume you've successfully refined the Meridian Protection Pill, right? Bring it over, let me see the finished product.
Lin Xuan respectfully handed over a jade bottle, saying,
Yes, sixth elder. Disciple is foolish, and wasted a lot of precious medicinal materials. The sixth elder poured out a pill to examine it, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Only one pill.
Hearing this, Lin Xuan sighed inwardly.
Sigh. I just wanted to keep a low profile. But before he could say anything, an impolite voice rang out from outside. Don't tell me that's the only pill you managed to refine.
Hearing the voice, the sixth elder said in a low voice,
Cheng Qing, don't be rude. But the young man named Cheng Qing still refused to listen to his master and said casually,
It's all right. Perhaps the difficulty of refining elixirs is still too high for you right now. Junior brother should do what he's capable of.
Lin Xuan turned his head to look at him, puzzled. When did I say I only refined one pill?
With a wave of his hand, nearly 10 pills appeared in his palm. This made Cheng Qing's expression change drastically. How is this possible?
You must be cheating. Just spending spirit stones in the sect market to buy elixirs. Anyone can do that.
Sixth elder said in a deep voice. Don't make a fool of yourself. But Zhang Qing still wanted to say something. The sixth elder continued.
This vein-protecting pill contains 3 types of attributes. Tell me, in the entire Invincible Immortal Sect, besides Lin Xuan, who else has 3 spiritual root attributes? These words silenced the other disciples.
But Cheng Qing was still unconvinced. Even so, this disciple still hopes the elder will investigate thoroughly. Because how could this color come from Lin Xuan's hands? He's only been cultivating the Tao pill for a month.
The sixth elder's face darkened as he said, Are you done? Anything else you want to add?
Do I need to crush a vein-protecting pill to show everyone? Lin Xuan said with a smile.
The medicinal materials for refining the vein-protecting pill were originally given by the elder, so of course there's no problem. Hearing this, the sixth elder waved his hand. A pill appeared in his hand, and then he crushed it forcefully.
Instantly, essence burst forth from within.
The sixth elder stared intently at the essence, saying nothing, while the disciples below were wide-eyed and speechless. How is this possible? Only then did the sixth elder say in a low voice, Changqing, do you believe it now? Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to Refining Heaven Peak anymore.
Changqing panicked immediately because his jealousy had cost him the opportunity to come to this place.
His face changed and he pleaded, This disciple knows his mistake. Please have mercy, elder. Please have mercy. The sixth elder was indifferent, a narrow mind, unable to tolerate others. This kind of mentality will at best encounter obstacles. At worst, it will be life-threatening.
Hearing these words, Changqing knew what he had to do. He immediately went in front of Lin Xuan, knelt down and begged, Junior brother, please plead with the elder for me. I will definitely listen to you in the future.
Lin Xuan waved his hand. Sorry, I don't need someone like you. Lin Xuan's words made Changqing's face darken a bit, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Xuan didn't care. He put the pills away and spoke again, Elder, then this disciple will take his leave first. As soon as he returned to his master's place, he heard her voice. You wrong, Xuan Ran, I'm back.
Seeing that his master had brought back a beautiful young woman, Lin Xuan quickly stepped forward and said softly,
Master, didn't you say you wouldn't be back for another half year? Why are you back so soon? Liangqing smiled faintly.
Originally, I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect the other party to be so weak. Of course, I came back early after finishing the job early, the young woman behind her said unconvinced. If you hadn't taken advantage of my father's distraction to ambush him, even if you were an immortal. Before she could finish speaking, an invisible hand grabbed her throat, preventing her from speaking any further. Lin Yangqing's voice echoed in her mind. I have not only sealed all your cultivation, but also set up a restriction. Everything that happens here cannot be said outside. If you don't believe me, you can continue to try.
Lin Xuan saw her stop halfway and stared at her in confusion. Hey, are you okay?
Hearing the words, the girl turned her head and glared at Lin Xuan.
I didn't expect someone of your status to be in this place, and to even accept such a useless disciple. Her words made Lin Xuan furious, and he rolled up his sleeves, wanting to rush forward. Damn it! Although your cultivation is stronger than mine, it's too much to say that. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a kitty cat?
Seeing that the two were about to clash, Liangqing said in a deep voice, All right, you two, stop arguing.
Let me formally introduce her. Her name is Wu Ang. From now on, she will be a menial worker on Xuankai Peak. She will be in charge of cleaning, trimming flowers and plants.
Although she is just a servant, you can't just beat, scold, or humiliate her for no reason. And you definitely can't sneak into her room in the middle of the night to do beastly things.
I don't want to have to raise a child for you next year.
Hearing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel speechless. Why do I feel like Shifu is being sarcastic? But what exactly did this girl do to provoke Shifu, making her, who is usually gentle and demure, resort to such underhanded tactics?
Lin Xuan's words surprised Wu Ang. She's gentle and demure. Are you sure? But you, what exactly do you want to do?
If you humiliate me like this, my father will not let you get away with it.
Lai Youqing snorted softly upon hearing this, her eyes gleaming,
secretly winking at Lin Xuan, who was next to her, having been with his Shifu for so long.
Lin Xuan immediately understood, his hand reaching out, forming an OK sign. Alright, if Shifu says next year is no good, then how about the year after?
Li Yongqing
patted her disciple's shoulder lightly, nodding. Good, you're teachable. The Chu Kaifeng sect is small now. The responsibility of revival rests on your shoulders.
And so, under Wu Ang's gaze, Lin Xuan looked like a lecherous old villain. Shifu can rest assured at home and leave everything to her disciple, he.
Very good. Prepare yourself, we'll deal with her tonight. Okay, Shifu. These words from the two of them frightened Wu Ang so much that her whole body trembled.
Lin Xuan saw her like that, and stepped forward gently. Shifu, she seems about to cry. Or should we stop teasing her?
Am I the kind of person who jokes, damn, is she serious? Wu Ang couldn't hold it in anymore. She knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness.
I know my mistake. I will definitely not have any disloyal thoughts during this time, nor will I actively contact my father.
Only then was Li Yangqing a little satisfied. You're sure you won't let her strengthen your family's bloodline and conveniently continue the family line? Lin Xuan scratched his head.
Let's just forget about it. The most important thing now is to cultivate well.
Otherwise, I'll be letting down the resources Shifu gave me. Li Yanqing nodded slightly. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, I've prepared something good for you. But halfway through speaking, Li Yanqing's expression darkened. Oh no. Seeing her Shifu's bad expression, Lin Xuan hurried forward. Shifu, what's wrong? Li Yanqing's whole body was trembling. But she still took out a bracelet and handed it to Lin Xuan. I'm fine. This is for you. This thing will help your cultivation. After saying that, she turned her head and left. Lin Xuan was stunned. That Shifu, you didn't tell me how to use this, Li Yanqing said softly. Let her tell you.
Looking at his Shifu disappear in a flash, Lin Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. If you don't want to tell me, you don't want to tell me, why get angry? And Lin Yanqing, after returning to her room, she couldn't help but cough a few times. Looking at the blood on her hand, she felt helpless in her heart. It seems that I was still a little careless during the battle last time. At the same time, outside, Lin Xuan brought the jade bracelet to Wu Ang and asked, Hey, take a look at this for me, what exactly is it? But Wu Ang's expression had changed at this time. She shouted in a deep voice. You insignificant ant, how dare you disrespect me? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. As long as that enchantress isn't here, killing you is easy. But before she could make a move, she suddenly felt something strange in her body. The palm that she slapped on Lin Xuan's chest was just a normal person's pat, without the slightest bit of cultivation. After being hit, Lin Xuan was first stunned, then laughed loudly. What are you doing? Even if you want to curry favor with me, you shouldn't be patting my back. What do you mean by patting my chest? Moreover, it's like you haven't eaten? Don't you know you have to use a little strength when patting someone's back? Wu Ang was trembling. No, she was trembling with fear, and quickly knelt down on the ground, kowtowing. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. These words stunned Lin Xuan. Huh. What do you mean, are you okay? Wu Ang stared at Lin Xuan and asked, Who exactly are you? To her. She actually gave you this treasure. Lin Xuan asked suspiciously. Are you stupid? Didn't you see me calling her Shifu earlier? Speak. Are you mute? You're the one who's mute. Do you think I don't want to talk? If it weren't for that damn restriction, I would have killed you 1,000 times already. Watching Lin Xuan fumbling with the ring on his hand, Wu Ang was speechless. This idiot doesn't even know how to use such a treasure. I wonder what Qiankun space Li Youqing left in this ring. Let me use my inner energy to transform into a spirit and see what's inside. With that, she made a hand seal and channeled her spiritual power into the ring. In an instant, her consciousness appeared in a different space. Looking at the surroundings, Wu Ang couldn't help but be stunned. There's such a dense power of the extreme Tao here. If it's used to break through to the immortal emperor realm, this is truly the best place for secluded cultivation. But as her divine sense sank into the space, the ring on the outside, Lin Xuan only saw her suddenly faint in front of him. He rushed over and shouted, Hey, wake up, wake up! Why are your eyes suddenly so lifeless? You have to hang in there. Hey, why isn't she awake yet? Is my touch too gentle to be effective? Without being tormented like that, Wu Ang finally woke up. Gentle? Are you kidding me? A little more, and I would have ascended to heaven. Don't you— Hey, me, I have a name. What's your name? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. Me? My name is Wu Ang. Preft. Ha, crabwalk. What a weird name. Lin Xuan couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Hearing this, Wu Ang was a little angry. You were pretending to be stupid all along. If you recognize this queen, why haven't you kneeled down for me yet? Lin Xuan was speechless. I just accidentally thought of the pinyin from my past life. How did I get to know you? This is a misunderstanding, okay? Right, about the ring from before, you still haven't told me what it does. Wu Ang reluctantly explained. Simply put, cultivating inside it is equivalent to having twice as much time as others. Hearing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but look at the ring in amazement. Is it really that scary? If this effect is real, then wouldn't I be going against the heavens? The corner of Wu Ang's mouth twitched as she looked at his naive, clueless face. Why did Li Yanqing even take you in? So what if some people have seen the world? Aren't you just staying in Chihuahai Peak as a handyman now? But, I see that your knowledge isn't bad, so this great one will reward you. Tell me the names and medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs here. Wu Ang was trembling with anger. What kind of reward is this? Lin Xuan was completely unaware of her inner turmoil. At this moment he was indulging in self-admiration. Anyway, Shifu is so weak it's not suitable for her to teach me these things for too long. Wu Ang's face darkened. Weak? She's weak, my ass. Ignoring her, Lin Xuan called Yu Rong over and patted the little girl's head. I'll be going into secluded cultivation for a while. Please tell your master for me. At the same time, in the main hall, Emperor Luo, Wu Ang's parents, were filled with heartache. Your Majesty, are we really going to just abandon anger? The middle-aged man said helplessly.
Anger being captured is heartbreaking for us too. But that witch alone dominates 3 immortal emperors, and even forcefully drove us back. If I had resisted back then, I would have died at the hands of that witch. If I die, the Holy Crow clan will surely fail, and might even be wiped out by others like the Dragon clan in ancient times. Then Wuang's mother cried, "My poor Anger." The middle-aged man comforted, "Don't worry, when the time comes, we will definitely rescue Anger." Time flies like a dog running in the fields. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan had been in secluded cultivation for a month, inside the ring space. Now he finally came out. As soon as he came out, he was overjoyed. It seems that girl didn't lie to me. After cultivating inside, my strength has really improved quite a bit. But when he saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? When did Shifu come back? This disciple greets Shifu, Youqing said calmly. You just came out of seclusion and happened to run into us grilling meat. Consider yourself lucky.
Lin Xuan excitedly ran over, shouting, "Shifu, you actually have such a big piece of meat. If you cut it up, then I'll take over next."
Hurry up and grill this.
Lin Xuan immediately accepted the order. The meat that Shifu took out is definitely top quality. Then he performed the salt sprinkling technique he learned in his previous life, making Youqing's eyes light up. "Ah, the meat smells so good. Are you done, Da Ren? Can we eat it yet?" Lin Xuan lifted a large skewer of meat and put it in his mouth. Let me taste if the meat is cooked. This made Youqing next to him dissatisfied. "Ah, Da Ren, you're so mean. Youqing wants to eat too." But as soon as he put the meat in his mouth, Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly contracted because he felt an extremely dense spiritual energy in this meat, making his whole body tremble. What exactly is this meat? Lin Xuan couldn't bear the spiritual energy inside the piece of meat, and fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling. Youqing immediately shouted, "Lin Xuan brother, are you okay? Da Ren, come over here quickly." Li Yunqing slowly walked over, extended 2 fingers, and pointed them at the top of Lin Xuan's head, pouring her spiritual energy into unblocking his meridians. After a while, he slowly woke up. Lin Xuan was still terrified. Luckily, Shifu took action in time, otherwise I would have really been blown to death by this spiritual energy. "Shifu, what exactly is this meat? Why did I, just now?"
Lin Yuqing smiled faintly, then walked to the grill and picked up a skewer of meat. This is the flesh and blood of a true dragon.
The true dragon carries the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and each true dragon is a strong person who is famous in the heavens, with extremely strong strength.
Lin Xuan was a little confused. Then every true dragon is a strong person who is famous in the heavens, so how could it be so easy to be eaten? Although I only ate a bite just now, I feel like my body is indeed much stronger. Just then, Xuanxue woke up, and as soon as she woke up, she ran over and hugged Liang Yunqing tightly. "Da Ren, you're back. I missed you so much during this time," Liang Yunqing carefully. "I bet you were awakened by the smell of the meat." Xuanxue stuck out her tongue cutely and said, "Absolutely not. Xuanxue's respect for Da Ren is witnessed by heaven and earth. I woke up because I sensed Da Ren's aura." However, Li Yunqing shook her head. "You are a spirit body. Eating this is useless." Seeing the 2 people laughing and playing, Lin Xuan was very happy. This kind of atmosphere is not bad at all. "Shifu, let them eat a little bit. We can't finish so much anyway." Li Yunqing nodded nonchalantly. "As you wish. I'm full. I'm leaving." "Okay, bye-bye. Shifu, thank you." As soon as the 2 little girls heard that they could eat, they immediately ran to the grill. And Lin Xuan also understood. Although it is said that spirit bodies do not need food, Shifu clearly deliberately left it for me to eat. "Shifu, when I grow up I will let you eat me to make up for it, okay?" "Oh, the grilled meat is ready. I'll take it first, Lin Xuan snatched the grilled skewer from Youqing's hand, which made the little girl burst into tears. "Wah, Da Ren, you're so bad, you only know how to bully me." After gorging himself on dragon meat, feeling the changes in his body, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Although there is no change in cultivation, the spiritual energy has obviously increased. Am I feeling wrong? Then I'll try my magic power and see how it goes. Casually strike out a palm forward, rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied. Physically, strength and flexibility have increased at least 100-fold, but, Da Ren. I'm sorry, I used too much strength just now, and cracked a hole. With my current strength, would participating in the sect's great competition be bullying people too much? Right at this moment, Youqing and Lin Xuan heard a melodious music in their ears. Even the tree spirits who were cleaning and pruning could hear it. Just this sound of the zither can shake the 4 directions. It can be seen that her strength is really not ordinary. And Lin Xuan followed the music. Saw his beautiful Shifu sitting there playing the zither he remembered 2 months ago at the Invincible Sect's main hall. He was annoyed by himself. Damn it, Not a single elder is willing to take in a genius like me. One day I will make them regret it." Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave the Invincible Sect, he heard his master's voice in his ear. "Lin Xuan, follow me." Lin Xuan pointed at himself. "Me? Are you talking to me? Are you sure it's me? Is there anyone else named Lin Xuan here?" Li Yongqing replied calmly.
Seeing that he was finally being acknowledged, Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Elder Chu Haifeng actually chose an unknown guy like me from tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. Could it be that I'm finally about to turn my life around? Yes, yes.
Thinking that, he walked over to his master. Li Yongqing stopped what he was doing and said casually,
"You can consider this as the war drum before the sect's grand competition starts tomorrow. If you lose, you'll be sorry." He. Lin Xuan patted his chest confidently and said, "Disciple will definitely not fail master's expectations, and let Chuai Haifeng become the top among the 360 peak masters." "Good. Then this teacher will wait for your good news here, master. Won't you come to the scene to cheer for me?" Lin Yunqing slowly walked to his disciple's side and whispered, "What? Is that all the confidence you have?" Lin Xuan's face suddenly turned red. His master's orchid-like breath came close to his ear, making him stammer and unable to say a word. Seeing his appearance, Li Yunqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Ha ha! Why are you so easily teased?" Lin Xuan was speechless. "Perhaps the hardships of the first 2 lives were all so that I could meet master."
The next morning, on the square of the Invincible Immortal Sect, the grand competition began. "Welcome all the Immortal Sect's elders."
More than a dozen figures descended from the sky, and the inner sect disciples below were all gathered. Lin Xuan stood in the crowd of disciples, looking up at the sky. In a flash, the sect leader descended with more than a dozen people. 100 years have passed, and the inner sect has welcomed many new faces. Everyone here is part of the sect, and will surely become the pillars of the sect in the future, witnessing or even building the sect to become more and more powerful. The content and rules of the grand competition, I think the peak elders have already informed you, so I won't say more, but all the disciples here understand the rules, except for one person who doesn't, and that's Lin Xuan. His head was full of question marks. What is it? Looking at their expressions, it seems like they all know. My master didn't tell me anything before leaving. Sigh, forget it. As a player with a cheat, I'll just give them a head start. The sect leader spoke again. We only have one sentence. Mutual slaughter is strictly prohibited. After that, the elders began to jointly set up a formation. This is the entrance screen to another world. The competition can be entered through the screen. This time's grand competition is in the Changping secret realm. Disciples participating in the grand competition, please come here to collect your jade tokens. Soon it was Lin Xuan's turn to receive the order. The sect leader looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't participate, kid. Just directly become my personal disciple." Wouldn't it be better than fighting to the death here? The sect leader's words made the other disciples feel extremely dissatisfied. How lucky he is. I also want to be personally invited by the sect leader. Humph, isn't he just a little handsome? And has 3 spiritual root attributes? But the sect leader was shouting in his heart, "After Lin Xuan sees my strength, he will definitely be conquered by me, and then agree to become my personal disciple, ha ha." However, Lin Xuan's words were, "I appreciate the sect leader's kindness, but I'll pass. After all, my master is very good to me. Even if I die, I will die in my master's heart." These words made the sect leader's cheerful face turn to stone, and the other disciples were furious. Damn it, annoying. He can't feel comfortable without pulling some hatred every day, right? He's really too much. Doesn't know what's good for him. Seeing Lin Xuan say that, the sect leader sighed helplessly. "Sigh, one day you will understand my good intentions." "Alright. You have obtained the jade token. Please enter the Changping secret realm to participate in the competition." Stepping into the secret realm, Lin Xuan felt around for a moment and whispered, "The concentration of spiritual energy here is much richer, not only twice as high as outside, but still far from my master's small world." But what exactly are the rules of the grand competition? There's no information on this jade token at all. While wandering around, Lin Xuan suddenly met someone. "Oh, there's someone here. I'll ask this person. Wouldn't I know then?" The young man heard it, and suddenly heard a voice while he was cultivating. He turned his head to look. "Who's there?" Lin Xuan stepped forward and shouted loudly, "HMPH, you have been surrounded by me alone." These words made the young man's face as stiff as a duck's butt. This person seems to be sick. You ain't even bothering to adjust the spiritual energy fluctuations in your body, and instead you're just running around here willy-nilly? You trying to off yourself or something? Lin Xuan scoffed. Heh, tell me everything you know about Big Sis, and maybe I'll consider letting you off the hook for now. Otherwise, the youth got so mad he jumped to his feet. Don't think just 'cause old Qing here likes you, you can disrespect everyone. Even if being transported here messes with your spiritual energy for an hour at most, or 2 or 3 hours at worst, you think I'd be scared of you?"
Lin Xuan's lip curled up. "Guess you're not planning on talking, huh?" The youth chuckled, not hiding anything. "I've trained my body like crazy. You're too green if you think you can handle me." "Enough talk," Lin Xuan said, his voice low. Under the youth's horrified gaze, Lin Xuan threw a punch straight into his face.
Bam! The youth flew backwards dozens of meters, slamming hard into the base of a tree.
He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body covered in wounds. Cough, cough. How is this possible? You can use your spiritual energy." Lin Xuan walked up to him, arms crossed. "Stop mumbling to yourself. I'm giving you one last chance.
Tell me everything you know." Meanwhile, back at the Zhao Mu arena, the Invincible Sect saw this scene through the recorded images, and the disciples started buzzing. "Sect leader. Lin Xuan's cheating. He's definitely using some kind of item to suppress the fluctuations of spiritual energy in his body, otherwise how could his body be completely unharmed?"
The sect leader said gravely. "The independent secret realm, besides the teleportation from the Yuanyang realm, will indeed cause fluctuations in the spiritual energy within the body. But what I haven't told you is that if the body is strong enough, it can withstand the spatial distortion during teleportation.
Furthermore, there isn't currently any magic treasure that can block these fluctuations."
The disciples who heard this were drenched in cold sweat, their whole bodies trembling. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean Lin Xuan's body is stronger than all of us here?" The Invincible Sect leader chuckled. "Keep watching. It's been so many years since the boundless immortal sect had a disciple with such incredible talent."
Inside the secret realm, seeing that the disciple was still hesitating, Lin Xuan said again, his voice low, "You done thinking, bro? Quit stalling." The disciple, though furious, still gritted his teeth and said, "As time goes on, the secret realm will shrink more and more. After 10 days the secret realm will close, and whoever has the most jade tokens in their hands at that time will win."
Lin Xuan stroked his chin, as if suddenly understanding. "So that means you have to rely on your own strength to snatch them from others, right?" "Right, but the jade tokens have special runes. Even if you snatch them, you can only keep them on your person, and you can't put them in your storage pouch.
Once a jade token leaves your body, it will be teleported out immediately, even if you accidentally drop it on the ground because your hand is shaking."
Lin Xuan listened, took out his own token to examine it, and nodded slightly. "I see. But I still need to test it to see if you're lying to me, so I'll use you as a test subject." As he finished speaking, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the token on the other disciple's body was snatched away. This made the disciple furious. "Didn't you say you'd let me off the hook?" Seeing the disciple being teleported away, Lin Xuan grinned. "You didn't agree to the terms when I offered them. It's too late to say it now, heh." "So if that's the rule, wouldn't it be less effort to just wait for others to collect a certain number of tokens, and then directly snatch them from them instead of snatching them from each person one by one?" And so, Lin Xuan casually sat on a tree, taking a break. An hour later, he suddenly heard some movement below. "Someone's coming." I don't really want to bully people too much, but if someone is offering themselves up, there's no reason not to eat, right?
Thinking this, he jumped down from the tree, startling the person in front.
Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "Heh, scared yet? I'm advising you." But before I could even finish, a clear voice rang out next to his ear. "Is that you?" Lin Xuan paused, looking at the person in front of him. "You're Feng Bai?" A beautiful young woman with a full chest, platinum blonde hair, and eyes as sparkling as a lake appeared before Lin Xuan. As soon as Feng Bai saw him, she happily said, "You must be that Lin Xuan." Immediately, she came up and rubbed her big boobs all over his arm. "Wow! I've finally met someone I know."
Lin Xuan's heart raced, his face flushed as he was treated so aggressively by this girl. Seeing Lin Xuan's embarrassment, Feng Bai asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong, Lin Xuan?"
Lin Xuan quickly pushed Feng Bai away, saying, "That won't do. That won't do. Men and women shouldn't touch."
But who is Feng Bai? Big boobs and never starving is her motto.
Hey, forget about that stuff. There are a lot of people aiming for the top this time. Why don't we team up? Otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage on your own. His nose was already bleeding from being hit in the face by those two massive weapons. Your changes are so great after these years that I almost can't handle it. What am I supposed to do about this?
Feng Bai looked at Lin Xuan with pitiful eyes, saying,
"I don't need the jade token, we win. While we're fighting for the jade token, you just need to protect me from being sent back. Wait for me to find the main force of our Feng team. If it's inconvenient for you to take the jade token, I can hold it for you, okay?"
Having her assets right in front of him, Lin Xuan naturally nodded in agreement.
Okay, of course, it's okay, hey. Lin Xuan-Gege is still the best.
The two were talking when they suddenly heard a loud noise in the distance, and they both looked over. That's so loud, something must have happened. Looks like someone has already started robbing. Tiptoeing to where the conflict was, Lin Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath as he watched the figures ahead, punching and kicking each other. They're fighting so fiercely, it looks like there are quite a few people in these two teams. Next to him, that girl Feng Bai looked at him pitifully and said, I'm telling you, Lin Xuan, let's just go. No matter which of these two groups, we're no match for them.
Lin Xuan, looked down, and his eyes were immediately assaulted by those two massive boobs, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin Xuan hurriedly turned his head away, only to hear Feng Bai continue. Moreover, there are nascent soul stage cultivators in both groups. Their team's strength is very high, and we can't possibly get their jade tokens even if we wanted to.
You're worrying me. Lin Xuan helplessly coughed a few times.
Your clothes slipped. Only then did Bai Feng realize that too much of her chest was exposed, and she quickly covered it up. Ah, I didn't notice. Looking at the two groups wrestling in front of them, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I never do anything without being sure. We'll start once the time is right. Until an hour later, one side had been defeated by the other. The leader of the victors was a fat young man who was extremely smug. Haha, everyone collect the spoils. Yes, boss, this harvest is quite good. Two junior brothers in the group came out, happily collecting the tokens. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. When the two people looked over, they asked suspiciously, What's that sound? Are you Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan said cheekily, That's right, I'm here to snatch the jade tokens. Hand over all the jade tokens you've won, and I might spare you. One of the disciples, upon hearing this, said disdainfully, Such big words, although these 2 jade tokens are a bit too few, but since you have actively offered it to us. Before he could finish, a loud smack was heard. A fist like the sky lovingly touched his face. This disciple couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, slamming into the ground with a crash,
shocking the people around him. The fat leader couldn't help but change his expression.
Why is there such a big commotion over there? When he turned his head to look, he saw that his 2 underlings were already lying in a heap there. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this kid a disciple of the weakest elder Chu Haifeng? And that girl Feng Bai looked at Lin Xuan with a face full of adoration. Wow, Lin Xuan-Gege, you're so amazing. I didn't expect you could take on 2 people without any pressure. Just as the 2 were collecting the spoils, the fat man's voice rang out. You're Lin Xuan from Chu Haifeng, right? I didn't expect a disciple from the weakest peak to have some skill. I wonder if you can still hold on when facing so many people. Brothers, all of you, go get him.
Receiving the order, his underlings rushed straight towards Lin Xuan. Seeing the fierce momentum of their attack, Feng Bai was a little scared. Hiding behind Lin Xuan, she said softly, So many people are attacking together, can you handle it? The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth lifted. With this level of strength, I could take on any number of them. Little Feng Bai, hide well and watch the show. This is a good chance to test how much my cultivation has improved thanks to the spiritual liquid. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan took a deep breath, channeled almost all of his power, and slammed his fist into the ground. Spiritual energy surged from his hand into the earth, then shot straight towards the group of people. The fatty struggled to resist, his face changing as he felt the approaching spiritual force. This kid. But before he could finish his sentence, the sword in his hand was shattered by the power from Lin Xuan's fist. With a loud bang, the fatty was sent flying. When the dust settled, Feng Bai cautiously peeked her head out from the bushes, asking with concern, Lin Xuan, are you all right? But when she saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but be amazed. He actually took down a whole group. All by himself. I thought he was like he used to be, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. So handsome, Lin Xuan, having dealt with the group, said calmly, Feng Bai, come collect the jade tokens. Why are you smiling like that? Haha, it's nothing. Coming. You were right. Robbing others is indeed much faster than trying to steal them on our own. Hee. Now that we've got them, let's go. Give me a ride. But on a second thought, shouldn't we rob all the jade tokens from them? Anyway, those eliminated earlier will reduce our opponents. Lin Xuan smiled faintly upon hearing this. That's why I say you're still too young and lack foresight. If they want to rank high, they can only keep robbing others. We just need to take the jade tokens they've stolen, and that's enough. Isn't that much easier than us searching everywhere for people? Feng Bai nodded, understanding somewhat. Can we do it that way too? At the same time, at the Zhao Mu arena of the Invincible Sect, even though she said she wouldn't come to cheer,
Youqing was actually there.
Seeing the scene unfold, a smile crept onto her lips.
You really are just like me. Back to the fatties group.
After being defeated, Lin Xuan didn't take all their jade tokens. They began to gather together, helping their senior brother up while rubbing the bruises on a junior brother's body, saying softly, "Senior brother, all our previous spoils are gone. What should we do next?"
The senior brother rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. What else can we do? We can only continue to rob others. But that Lin Xuan isn't completely evil. At least he left one jade token on each of us, instead of eliminating us directly. Alright, forget it. What's done is done. As long as we're not kicked out of the secret realm, we still have a chance. We just need to work harder next time. Hearing the group's discussion, a buzz of voices rose again in the Zhao Mu arena. Those idiots are being used as tools, and they're still shamelessly grateful. Unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Lin Xuan rested under a tree, looking at Feng Bai and asking, "By the way, you're the adopted sister of a prince. Why aren't you in the royal palace but instead here cultivating?"
Did you make some mistake you didn't dare admit to and secretly run away? Feng Bai was a little angry, pouting her face and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? 5 years ago His Highness cultivated too hastily, causing his spiritual energy to become chaotic and his meridians to be blocked. He has almost no chance of breaking through anymore. Plus, the Southern Yang dynasty is now shaky, so he returned to the mortal world to oversee the overall situation."
Lin Xuan was a little surprised.
"You said the Southern Yang dynasty is shaky? What's going on?"
Feng Bai explained.
"The Liang dynasty sent troops to invade Southern Yang. Plus, there was the betrayal of the spy Zhang Man, who collaborated from within, causing internal strife and external aggression. Your family is considered a powerful clan in the Southern Yang kingdom. Haven't they told you anything?" Lin Xuan shook his head. "No. Ever since I went out to cultivate, I haven't heard any news." Then, after the great secret realm ends, let's go back and see what's going on. Again, he was hit twice by the weapon. Lin Xuan blushed and nodded. Yeah, okay. Well, time flies like a dog running in the fields, and before you know it, it's night." That day, after the fatty and his junior brothers dealt with a group of people, his head was covered in sweat.
Phew. Robbing twice in one day? It's not easy.
But before they could collect their spoils, an evil voice sounded behind them. "Oh, I was planning to rest, but I didn't expect to run into so many people."
Seeing Lin Xuan arrive, the fatty and his junior brothers couldn't help but change their expressions. "Lin Xuan, why are you here again?" Lin Xuan didn't mind, scratching his ear.
"Seriously, is it just me? Or is it crazy hot tonight?" One of the female disciples, unable to contain her anger, yelled, "If you hadn't snatched our jade tokens earlier, we'd probably have over 100 by now. What do you even want?"
Lin Xuan gracefully descended from the tree, casually saying, "Hand over all the jade tokens you've plundered. Don't bother resisting. Out of respect for your masters, I promise not to let any of you get eliminated." This made Fatty and his crew glare. "Seriously, do you think we're chickens laying eggs? You just want to take them as soon as we get them? You're bullying us way too much, Lin Xuan."
"It's cool," he replied. "If you guys don't give them, I'll just have to do this again. So I'll count to 3. If no one speaks, I'm making a move. 3, 2. Seeing Lin Xuan was serious, Fatty immediately shouted, "Wait. Who knew such a big guy would just hand over the bag of jade tokens like that?" One of the junior sisters couldn't help but yell, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Lin Xuan casually grabbed the bag of jade tokens, smiling. "That's the spirit, you know what's up. Well, I'll be taking my leave now, bye-bye." Seeing Lin Xuan leave, the group of disciples couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, senior brother. You just gave it to him like that. Weren't we working for nothing?" The fatty senior brother leading the team slapped his forehead, saying helplessly, "We're no match for Lin Xuan right now. If we fight him, our losses will only be more severe." "Then what do we do now, senior brother?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "What else can we do? We can only avoid Lin Xuan, while trying to snatch jade tokens from others." At the same time, after leaving, Feng Bai was still a little worried, saying, "Although snatching jade tokens is fast, will they be willing to be our tools forever?" Lin Xuan waved his hand. No, you're too naive."
Feng Bai looked at him with those crystal-like eyes. "Don't tell me you have a way to make them willingly help us get jade tokens. Is there anyone that dumb in this world?"
Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "It's not that I have a way, but that they have no choice. If they don't snatch jade tokens, how can they be at the top?" Although Feng Bai heard this, she was still a little uneasy. She said, "Even so, what should we do now? Keep robbing people?" Lin Xuan laughed. "How can you call it robbing? In this secret realm filled with dangers, our actions are to prevent them from being robbed by others for carrying too many jade tokens."
"And facing such great danger, helping them keep their jade tokens. How can you call it robbing? This is a good thing. Although Feng Bai didn't understand anything, she felt that Lin Xuan's words made a lot of sense. I didn't expect us to be so great, of course. Listening to the two of them singing each other's praises, the elders observing at the martial arts field were furious. Elder Wang, you've really raised a good disciple. He hasn't learned any kung fu, but he's learned how to be someone's dog. You don't know what to do, you only know how to be tolerant of that brat Lin Xuan, don't you think it's too much? The sect leader was listening. The crowd suddenly saw a huge weapon appear next to them. He glanced over, frowning. Isn't this Elder Lai? She's always hated this noisy place, but she's here this time. Looks like she really values this disciple Lin Xuan. Youqing observed Lin Xuan for a while, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that in such a short time, he would have collected hundreds of jade tokens without getting injured. It seems that the training these past few days has been very effective, and he has become so powerful, I didn't expect this guy to really take my words to heart. Oh well, there's no point in being here anymore. I was really worried for nothing all night. Nothing happened. And in the blink of an eye, it was early morning the next day, Lin Xuan was sleeping with his legs crossed on a tree. Just then, Feng Bai's loud voice rang out. Lin Xuan Garage, which tool group are we starting with today? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Don't be so impatient. You should understand that these tool people are like ordinary folks. They need time to rest. If there are only a few dozen jade tokens in total, wouldn't we be working for nothing? Let's go for it. Feng Bai nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What you said really makes sense. Thing is, when the elders outside heard this, their faces went dark. Sect leader, did you hear that? Is that even human language? Before long, a group of people arrived where the two were resting. Senior brother, we really hit the jackpot this time. Thanks a bunch for bringing me along, senior brother. Seeing the group arrive, Feng Bai was visibly surprised. Lin Xuan looked over, puzzled. What's wrong? Feng Bai replied. Boss, the group ahead. I'm from the same elders faction as them. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. If you're worried, you don't have to come out later. Don't ruin your relationship with your sect. But Feng Bai shook her head. That's not it. What I mean is, my relationship with them isn't great, but since we're from the same sect, maybe they'll lower their guard. Lin Xuan patted her shoulder, encouraging her. Good job, excellent, you're teachable. And so Feng Bai stepped out from their hiding spot. Senior brothers, hello boss. The disciples looked at Feng Bai, surprised. Isn't that junior sister Feng Bai? Didn't think junior sister Feng Bai would still be in. Looks like you're as strong as master said, Just too slow and can't keep up with the main group. Feng Bai chuckled inwardly. Wasn't that because you guys intentionally ditched me? But what she said was, Senior brothers, don't tease me. I'm here to introduce someone to you all. The guy who seemed to be the leader frowned. Who is it? Let me introduce you all. Senior brothers, this is Lin Xuan from Chuhai Peak. Lin Xuan stepped forward, casually saying, The purpose of Feng Bai and my coming here is to steal your jade tokens. The lead disciple was taken aback. Nice. Going around joining forces with an outer sect dude, then don't blame me for going easy on you, junior sister. With that, he drew the great sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Lin Xuan. Looking at the sword, radiating immense spiritual power before him, his fellow disciples were amazed. Master gave senior brother this magic weapon. So envious. This magic weapon increases your win rate against cultivators of the same realm by 30%. Lin Xuan, you're dead meat this time. Seeing his senior brother charging forward with a fierce aura, Feng Bai also felt a little uneasy. Brother Lin Xuan, be careful. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan vanished from sight. Before the disciple could react, Lin Xuan's fist came swinging. You're too slow. Wham! A crisp sound rang out. The disciple spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, losing several front teeth as he flew backward. Seeing this scene, the disciples who came with him were stunned. What just happened? Senior brother was taken out before even touching Lin Xuan. But we didn't even see Lin Xuan attack. How did senior brother, are you okay? Quick, help senior brother up? The guy was bruised and battered, glaring at Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I can't use any strength right now. Son of a BTCH. If you've got the guts, fight fair and square. What kind of hero attacks like that? Lin Xuan couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Did I sneak attack? I was being openly merciful. Okay. Feng Bai, standing next to Lin Xuan, added fuel to the fire. Senior brothers, don't bother struggling. Just give up. After all, the mystic realm is dangerous all around. If you're all heavily injured, you won't be able to protect your jade tokens. However, the senior brother was now furious, pointing directly at Lin Xuan, yelling,
Even if we die today, we won't hand over our jade tokens to a traitor like you.
Senior brother's right. When we get out of here, I'll report to Master and have her expelled from the sect. Brothers, let's go. Seeing the group's sky-high momentum to attack, Lin Xuan waved his hand. Feng Bai stepped back a little.
I originally didn't want to be rude to you guys, but you're stubborn as mules, insisting on being beaten. Then don't blame me for not holding back. With that, Lin Xuan moved at lightning speed, turning into a streak of white light as he charged towards the group. In less than 3 breaths, it was all over.
2. Done already, told you so, had to be this way, don't know what to do. Seeing Lin Xuan becoming more and more handsome, Feng Bai's eyes sparkled even more.
Lin Xuan chuckled. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and collect the jade tokens. Same old rules, gotta leave one for everyone.
Not long after, the jade tokens were all gathered into a bag. Wow, Lin Xuan GJ, including this time, we've got over 5,000 pieces in the last few days. Not bad, not bad. Just 3,000 more, and we'll firmly secure the number 1 or 2 spot.
As Lin Xuan left, the disciples were absolutely livid, but their injuries were so severe they couldn't even stand up. Damn it, Feng Bai, Lin Xuan, just you wait.
Right at that moment, another group of people appeared, and leading them was none other than that Zhao Mu, who Lin Xuan had previously defeated.
As soon as he arrived, he said in a teasing tone, "Hey, what happened to you guys?" Seeing who it was, the disciples couldn't help but grit their teeth. "People from Yunrong Peak, what do you want?" Zhao Mu chuckled lightly. "Don't be so tense, we don't want anything, just curious what happened." The leader gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it obvious? We got ambushed by that little brat Lin Xuan, and ended up like this."
Thinking about the scene of himself being sent flying by Lin Xuan's palm strike, Zhao Mu gritted his teeth. "Lin Xuan, I won't let that damn brat continue to be smug."
With that thought, he grinned and said, "Little brother, if you have a grudge against Lin Xuan, why don't we discuss a plan together? That despicable Lin Xuan is guilty of heinous crimes. He's running rampant in the secret realm, looting a large number of jade tokens, making many disciples work for nothing. That's why we've decided to join forces to deal with Lin Xuan."
Hearing that, the leader was still a bit hesitant, saying, "But Lin Xuan, Zhao Mu chuckled lightly. Don't worry, we have a total of 6 nascent soul cultivators here, plus a lot of junior brothers to help. Just Lin Xuan alone, I don't even put him in my eyes." That fatty who had been robbed by Lin Xuan several times was also there. He angrily exclaimed, "That's right, the last 2 times, we were just ambushed by Lin Xuan, and that's how he succeeded. Now, as long as we work together with one heart, how could we not defeat a single Lin Xuan?" Two times you guys were robbed by the same person, and both times it was an ambush. That's just too unlucky. Zhao Mu once again enticed. "So, little brother, do you want to join us or not? That guy already had a considerable amount of anger towards Lin Xuan. Moreover, if we successfully joined forces with them and robbed Lin Xuan's tokens, we might have a chance of winning." Thinking of that, he nodded.
"Okay, we'll join." Just like that, 3 teams, led by 6 nascent soul cultivators, reached an agreement. Kill Lin Xuan. Seize the jade tokens. At the same time, Lin Xuan was still unaware of the impending danger. Leisurely strolling around, Feng Bai beside him softly asked,
"Lin Xuan, Gerge, you didn't really injure them, did you? Don't worry, they're all good assistants for us to earn tokens. How could I bear to really hurt them?"
Feng Bai let out a soft sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. After all, they're fellow disciples. It's good if they're not seriously injured." Right at that moment, a voice rang out behind them. "Lin Xuan, stop right there. You arrogantly treat us like pigs and dogs. Today I will definitely make you pay the price."
Seeing the group of people, Lin Xuan smiled lightly. "Oh, it's you guys. Looks like some people want to escape their role as tools. What do you think? How should we handle this? What else? Of course, give them a lesson to make them understand their place."
Hearing the 2 of them singing in harmony, the people in front couldn't help but be furious. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you teamed up with Lin Xuan. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of our master, you ungrateful bastard." Lin Xuan waved his hand. "Feng Bai, be careful, we're facing quite a few this time." But right at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A circle of eerie red light appeared behind Lin Xuan. Under Feng Bai's horrified gaze, Lin Xuan was actually ambushed by that hidden weapon. "Lin Xuan Xiang, are you alright?"
The person who ambushed Lin Xuan was none other than Zhao Mu. Having succeeded with one move, he couldn't help but sneer and say, "Didn't expect you to be so unfocused, it was simply too easy."
Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Mu. "So you're only capable of ambushing?" Zhao Mu coldly laughed. "What if I ambushed? As long as I can defeat you, I don't care what method I use.
Moreover, my attack just now sealed your cultivation. This time you won't be able to use any magic power, haha. Don't waste words with him. Take advantage of his weakness and attack. Seeing the layers of attacks coming towards them, Feng Bai flew into a rage.
Her hands formed a mystical hand seal, and a massive energy was released. You guys only know how to take advantage of a bad situation? I will absolutely not let you achieve your goals. Ah! Letting out a loud shout, 2 streams of spiritual energy shot out from her palm,
fiercely clashing with the incoming attacks. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out endlessly.
But as Feng Bai was fighting those people, she turned her head and saw Lin Xuan slowly falling down. This made Feng Bai's expression change. Lin Xuan, big brother Lin Xuan,
wake up. Seeing Feng Bai distracted like that, Zhao Mu smirked.
Still got time to worry about others. Worry about your own situation first. When Feng Bai turned back, she saw Zhao Mu's palm strike coming, and her face couldn't help but change. Too fast. No time to gather ki. I can only create a barrier first. Don't know how long it can hold. Feng Bai stretched out her hands,
forming a protective circle in front of her and Lin Xuan, but because of these barriers she was desperately trying to maintain, she was already reaching her limit.
Only 10 breaths of time had passed.
Feng Bai already felt overwhelmed, with several cracking sounds. Soon the barrier shattered,
and Feng Bai was sent flying backward by Zhao Mu's attack, directly fainting.
Zhao Mu slowly walked to Feng Bai's side, coldly laughing. What? I thought you guys were so tough we haven't even gone all out, and you've already fallen. Trisk, chisk. Such a big bag of jade tokens, I'll take it.
But just as he was getting cocky, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. Lin Xuan had stood up at some point, directly kicking Zhao Mu in the face. The thing I hate the most is people touching my stuff, because I'm afraid they'll get it dirty. After being kicked in the face,
Zhao Mu flew backward, and several other disciples rushed forward to help him up.
He stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief, saying, This, how is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed?
Lin Xuan mocked.
Oh, to cooperate with your acting, I'm trying my best to perform. Otherwise, why would you let your guard down? Damn it, this kid is looking down on us, brothers, let's go together. But before they could reach him, Lin Xuan's figure disappeared from in front of them. In a flash, Lin Xuan appeared above the heads of the group, delivering a blow containing fierce spiritual energy from above, striking straight down at the group.
Taking the brunt of the attack was naturally Zhao Mu, who had just ambushed Lin Xuan. He was struck down by Lin Xuan's palm and then stomped on his chest. Originally, I wanted to keep you guys around a little longer, at least so you could get a ranking. But you wanted to kill me and Feng Bai, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Saying that, Lin Xuan conveniently took the jade token from Zhao Mu's body. Goodbye, Zhao Mu. Say hello to the elders of Yuwen Peak for me. Zhao Mu was filled with anger and roared, Lin Xuan, just you wait.
Not long after, Feng Bai slowly woke up from her daze. As soon as she woke up, she saw Lin Xuan's face, pulling it and sticking her tongue out.
She screamed, Ah! A ghost! Slap!
A moment later, a handprint appeared on Lin Xuan's cheek. Feng Bai, you're really too much. You hit me before you even saw clearly, and I was taking care of you for half a day, and I didn't even get a thank you.
Feng Bai completely ignored Lin Xuan's words and stared at the bag of jade tokens. Wow! Added to these, we have a total of 8,000 jade tokens.
The sect competition is almost over. These jade tokens are enough for us to rank first or second. This time, thanks to you, I have the opportunity to rank so high, hee. Don't say that. You worked hard carrying the jade tokens this whole way, so this is what you deserve. Right? Just carrying the jade tokens so easily can get you second place. Isn't this a way too good a deal? Lin Xuan, bro. Have we been pulling too much aggro these past few days? I'm mostly worried about those elders going after us once we're out, Lin Xuan replied. Don't sweat it. The Sect Grand Tournament is how our undetermined immortal sect chooses its top disciples. It's crucial for resource allocation. If you're going to compete, why worry so much? As they were chatting, a massive suction force suddenly appeared, startling them both. Whoa! What's going on? It feels like we're about to be teleported. The tournament must be ending. At the same time, the deep clang of a large bell echoed across the main hall. The grand tournament officially ended. All disciples, please teleport back and line up. Lin Xuan glanced at the disciples who had teleported with him, somewhat surprised. Looks like there are still quite a few who didn't get eliminated. The sect leader looked at the disciples before him and said with a smile, The official results of the grand tournament are in. The final reckoning is complete. I hereby announce, the first place winner of this sect grand tournament is Lin Xuan. Seeing Lin Xuan, the eliminated disciples were furious. Damn that Lin Xuan. If I get the chance, I won't let him off. Starting from today,
Qiu Haifeng, head of the 360 Elder Peaks, rewarded with 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones and a low-grade spirit equipment armor piece. Murmurs erupted. Qiu Haifeng only has one disciple, Lin Xuan, so all those rewards are going straight to him. Lin Xuan's already strong. Plus those valuable low-grade spirit equipment treasures, isn't that like giving him wings?
Next up are the rewards for second to last place. Lin Xuan received his rewards with a helpless expression. These resource rewards are great, but there isn't a single fitting weapon. Just then, after receiving her reward, Feng Bai pounced over, rubbing her big guns against Lin Xuan's arm. Lin Xuan bro, if it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been valued so highly. Slow down sis, take it easy and tell me what's up. Let me go first.
Feng Bai was overjoyed. I thought I'd get ganged up on after leaving, but after my master spoke to them, they all came to apologize. Turns out, their eyes were blinded by greed, following the wrong crowd, causing us to face so many people. Lin Xuan was also happy. It's good that you're okay. I should head back and pack my things. We'll set off for the Southern Yang Dynasty this afternoon.
Waiting to return to Lin Yuqing's place, Lin Xuan said hesitantly, Master, can I have that low-grade spirit equipment treasure? It just so happens that I'm missing a fitting weapon, Lin Yuqing asked back. Are you sure?
Lin Xuan nodded vigorously.
Yeah. Although there's a lot of spirit fluid here, with my strength, carrying so much spirit fluid outside will definitely make me a target for everyone.
Your master already.
Didn't I give you a treasure before? Lin Xuan smiled. Who complains about having too many treasures?
Youqing didn't hold back. Snapping his fingers, a large cauldron appeared beside Lin Xuan.
This is for you. It's nothing special, but it should last you a long time. Lin Xuan stepped forward to examine the cauldron, thinking to himself, this cauldron seems ordinary, without even the slightest hint of spiritual energy.
As if sensing his thoughts, Youqing smiled faintly.
What's wrong, you don't want it?
Seeing his master's two big guns nearly hit his face, Lin Xuan quickly turned his head away, getting so close so suddenly. Who can handle that?
If you don't take it, I'll take it back. No, master, I want it. I'm just not used to seeing you two like that.
Youqing immediately covered his eyes.
Don't look at what's impolite. These two are being lovey-dovey in front of a child. So incomprehensible.
Oh right, master, I'm planning to return to the mortal realm for a while soon, Lin Xuan said.
Youqing nodded slightly. Go ahead, family matters are more important. Walking this path is defying the heavens. The lifespan of mortals is only 100 years. Make good arrangements for your family, and strive to let them live a few more years. Consider it as leaving some memories.
Hearing his master's words,
Lin Xuan couldn't help but be suspicious. Master, is she? Okay, maybe it's because she was a bastard child and never experienced harmonious parents being together. The two masters are indeed pitiful.
Oh right.
You wrong. I'm entrusting this to you. I won't be able to take care of your master while I'm gone. Take care of her for me so my conscience won't be troubled.
Hearing these words, Youqing's cheeks suddenly turned red.
A serious person saying such things is so cringy. Lin Xuan looked back in confusion. Lin Yuqing spoke up.
Were your words just now serious?
Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Of course. I'm serious. This disciple is sincere towards master. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Although very happy, Youqing glanced at him sideways. This kid just likes to sweet talk. Alright, stop flattering me and go do your work. Remember to take the cauldron with you.
Lin Xuan didn't stand on ceremony and kept the cauldron in his storage space,
then bowed in respect. After this disciple finishes arranging things, I'll immediately return to serve master. Good to know. Leave early and come back early.
After Lin Xuan turned to leave, he deliberately glanced back at his master's silhouette. There's such a huge generational gap between me and my master. Master comes from a prominent family, is beautiful and loaded, but what about me? Besides being handsome, I have nothing else. No talent to speak of, and at most I come from a slightly larger secular family.
Looks like I can only work even harder to have a chance to close the gap with master and stay by her side.
Youqing smirked. Didn't think someone as unparalleled as you would actually fall for a mortal man.
How ridiculous, Youqing scoffed. HMPH, I'm his master?
Youqing didn't believe it.
You even gave him the 9 cauldrons that are hailed as the strongest defense in the heavens, and you're telling me you only see him as a disciple? A sharp glint flashed in Youqing's eyes. Are you done talking? If you are, hurry up and get to work? Yeah, now that you don't have the 9 cauldrons to form the Emperor formation, I'm afraid you're no match for my father anymore, HMPH. Relying on him, is he even worthy? Damn it! Just you wait, I'll show you.
A few days later, in Pingyang town of the Nanyang dynasty, Lin Xuan and Feng Bai had returned.
Wow, Feng Bai, you're so awesome. You even specially made me a new outfit. Looking at the quality of the fabric, You must have spent a lot of money, right?
Feng Bai found Lin Xuan more and more pleasing to the eye. Oh, it's just small change. When father found out I was returning to the mortal realm, he gave me a lot of money. When you were at the great trial, you took such good care of me, so this time, let me treat you in Nanya.
Such words moved Lin Xuan to crocodile tears. Wah, Feng Bai, you're so good to me, Lin Xuan. Gay, you don't need to be so moved that you're crying. It's just a little bit of money.
At the same time, in Liangqing's small world, Yongrong, who was watching this scene through some kind of formation, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Your Grace." Liang Wubai, who was bathing, turned around at the call and asked,
"What's the matter?" Youqing hurriedly snitched. Lin Xuan is out playing in the mortal world with a strange girl, and he seems to be having a lot of fun. A glint flashed in Liangqing's eyes, and she instantly appeared in front of the formation, then tossed Youqing aside. "Get out of the way, let me see."
Dazed from being thrown, the two little maids whispered to each other.
Luckily, Her Grace secretly installed a surveillance device in Lin Xuan's bracelet, otherwise we wouldn't know how much he's been fooling around. Well, she didn't need to throw me though. Wah.
Staring at the image being transmitted through the formation, Lin Yongqing's willow brows furrowed. Lin Xuan, don't let this master down. Lin Xuan still didn't know he was being watched. He was strolling back and forth on the main street of Pingyang town. It was pretty much the same as he remembered. It seems like the war didn't affect the Nanyang dynasty at all. Could it be that the intel I got was fake?
On the surface, they say the dynasty is crumbling and needs someone to take charge, but in reality, it's because of the prince. To trick the prince into coming back to inherit the throne, isn't it? I don't know either. Alright, I won't blame you. You might really not know. If that's the case, let's investigate. Feng Bai nodded lightly. So what do we do now? Of course, we go back to my house and take a look first.
Arriving at his family's residence, Lin Xuan knocked on the door.
An old steward immediately ran out, looking at him in surprise. "Are you young Master Lin Xuan?" Lin Xuan smiled and said, "That's right, Uncle Zhao. Long time no see."
The old steward immediately embraced him. "It really is young Master Hua. This old servant has missed you so much." Lin Xuan was speechless. "Uncle Zhao, don't be so emotional. Has something happened at home?" The old steward nodded slightly, but his eyes looked at Feng Bai beside him, and he immediately ran over.
"Oh my. This young lady is so pretty. Are you young Master Lin Xuan's girlfriend?" Lin Xuan hurriedly pulled the old steward back, whispering, "Uncle Zhao, she's just a friend from my immortal sect. Don't scare her." "Oh, is that so?" "That's right, Uncle Zhao. We've been talking here for half a day. Why haven't I seen my father come out?"
Steward Zhao sweated. "Well, actually, the master. He joined the army a few years ago and hasn't returned to this day." Hearing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but change his expression. "What? But when I came back, I didn't see any traces of war within the borders of the Nanyang dynasty at all."
"So like why the heck did my dad have to join the army?" Old butler explained. 7 years ago, the Liang dynasty's big shots attacked Nanyang, and that traitor Zhang Man led troops from the inside, attacking our 6 frontline armies.
In just half a year, the front line was completely wiped out, and that's when the master joined the military. If it hadn't been for His Majesty returning from the Immortal Sect 5 years ago, leading the army to wipe out all the enemies within the borders, Nanyang dynasty would have been crushed, and we'd all be slaves.
Where's my dad now? The master, I mean. He's probably still fighting bravely on the front lines. He sends a letter every half a year to let us know he's okay, but doesn't say much about his situation. This made Lin Xuan confused. Didn't we clear out all the enemies within the borders already? Why is he still on the front line?
The old butler replied, "Right now, the Liang dynasty is supported by 2 other dynasties. Those 2 big shots sent over 1,000,000 troops and 1,000 cultivators to attack the Nanyang kingdom." Beside him,
Feng Bai gently tugged at his sleeve. Lin Xuan understood, nodded slightly, and said, "When was the last time my dad sent a letter?" "Reporting to young master, 7 days ago. But considering the distance from the front lines, it takes about half a month." Lin Xuan pondered.
If he's still able to send letters back home, then it proves the war situation on the front lines isn't too terrible yet.
"All right, Uncle Zhao, I'm off." Seeing Lin Xuan about to leave, the old butler hurriedly called him back. "Wait, is young master planning to go to the front lines?" Lin Xuan smiled. "Of course. This young master has joined an immortal sect. But the Nanyang dynasty is still my homeland. How can I let it be trampled by foreign enemies?"
The old butler hastily tried to dissuade him. "But the front lines are extremely dangerous. Several Yuanying powerhouses have fallen on the battlefield in recent years. Young master should be careful." Lin Xuan smiled faintly.
"Uncle Zhao, don't worry, I don't even put the tiny Liang dynasty in my eyes. Even if there were 10 Liang dynasties, I could wipe them out in the blink of an eye, haha."
The old butler wanted to say something more, but Feng Bai chimed in.
"It's alright, Uncle Zhao, Lin Xuan's age is super strong now, just trust him." Having said all that, the old butler sighed helplessly. "You two, I remember when the young master left home, he was only at the early Zhuji stage. Now 15 years have passed, and breaking through to Yuanying is already amazing. I just hope you can return safely. If the young master—
If anything happens to him, girl, I'm troubling you to keep the bloodline alive for our family. This made Feng Bai's head fill with question marks, and Lin Xuan was also completely flustered. Uncle Zhao, I told you we're just normal friends, don't talk nonsense. A few days later, 2 streaks of light sped to the border between the Nanyang Kingdom and the Luoyang Kingdom. Lin Xuan used his divine sense to scan the military camp, but just at that moment,
a flying sword shot towards Lin Xuan, and he hurriedly jumped aside to dodge.
2 people appeared in the sky. They just glanced at Lin Xuan, then said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xuan hurriedly bowed. "Seniors, please don't worry, I am Lin Fu's son. I went to the Invincible Immortal Sect 15 years ago, and now I've returned. After becoming skilled, I've especially come here to find my dad."
The 2 were stunned when they heard this. Invincible Immortal Sect. Then you're His Majesty's fellow disciple. Lin Xuan nodded. That's right. I'm now an inner disciple. I can call His Majesty my Shidi. If you're His Majesty's Shixiong, then why not come with this old one to the camp, and I'll have someone find your father for you. Not long after, inside a tent, a handsome man in a long robe looked at Lin Xuan and clasped his hands, saying,
"So you're Lin Xixiong. I've admired you for a long time. My adopted sister has received your care." The speaker was none other than the emperor of the Nanyang dynasty, Zhao Mu. He continued, "Earlier, General Ding Yuan led troops to guard the army's supplies. I just sent someone to invite him. He should be here soon." Hearing this, Lin Xuan was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that gambling addict dad of mine could become a general after joining the army. Did he bribe someone?"
Just at that moment, someone stepped forward to report,
"This old minister greets your majesty." The person who entered was none other than General Ding Yuan, Lin Fu, Lin Xuan's father. Seeing him, Lin Xuan's eyes welled up with tears, and he shouted, "Dad." But before the father and son could get sentimental,
he heard Lin Fu yell, "So you brat, you're back." He sighed. "I told you not to go. Now look, you've been kicked out, haven't you? What a disgrace."
Lin Xuan said smugly, "Aren't you the same, Dad? No wonder Uncle Zhao said the family's land was reduced by half, so it was all used to increase your military rank. Sold it all off." These words made Ding Fu furious. He said, "Nonsense, what are you talking about? Would I do something like that?"
"Spit it out, kiddo. What brings you to this dump? He. Obviously I'm here to help you guys deal with that Liang dude."
Hearing this, Lin Fu's face instantly changed. "Don't be ridiculous. Is this a place for you to come messing around? If you die on the battlefield, who's gonna burn spirit money for me later?"
Lin Xuan chuckled nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I'm already in the late stage of Transformation God Realm now. HMPH. I knew I couldn't trust you, brat. You've been out for so long, and you're only at the late stage of Transformation God Realm." But saying that,
suddenly, Lin Fu shouted loudly, "What did you say?"
His eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xuan was super smug. "Dad, don't get so worked up, you're embarrassing me." Zhao Shuo jumped up upon hearing this, asking in surprise, "Lin Xuan Shixiong, is what you're saying true? If we have a late-stage Transformation God Realm powerhouse on our side, we don't need to worry about their million-strong army at all." Lin Xuan's lips curled into a smirk. "Of course it's true." With that, he released the aura of his cultivation base.
Lin Fu finally spoke up. "While it's true your talent is far better than most in the Nanyang dynasty, 15 years is too short. Without a massive amount of resources, reaching this level of cultivation is definitely impossible."
"Confess honestly, did you pull some shady moves? Did some multi-thousand-year-old female elder take a liking to you?" Lin Xuan threw his hands up. No wonder you're my dad, you guessed it spot on." Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Lin Fu sighed softly. "I knew it." Lin Xuan felt a headache coming on. What did you know again, Dad?" Lin Fu smirked. "But you can't sacrifice yourself to serve a bunch of sugar mamas for resources, right? Besides, your body just wouldn't be able to handle it." Lin Xuan couldn't hold back anymore and coughed a few times.
Cough, do you think your son is that kind of guy?" Lin Fu gave his son a scrutinizing look. Softly, "I think you're pretty much that." Ignoring his father, Lin Xuan turned to Zhao Shuo and said, "Your Majesty, you know of Elder Li's great name, right?" Zhao Shuo nodded. "Of course, Elder Li is comparable to the #1 beauty under heaven. She's the idol of countless male disciples."
"Could it be that? You, Shixiong?" Lin Xuan nodded. That's right. I'm now the only disciple of Zhao Haifeng. Resources are pouring down like a waterfall, and in just half a year, I've gone from the middle stage of nascent soul realm to the late stage of Transformation God Realm." Zhao Shuo was filled with emotion. I've been in the Invincible Immortal Sect for so many years, my only regret is that I haven't been able to personally witness Elder Lin's beauty. Sing, what a pity. Lin Fu was also very helpless. It was originally just casually talking nonsense. Unexpectedly it came true.
Lin Xuan stepped forward and patted his father's shoulder. It's not the kind of sugar daddy situation you're thinking of. Your son has ambition, okay?
Shizun. Master treats me very well, and she's both beautiful and kind. She's really good to me, so I definitely won't let her down. Through the image formation,
hearing these words, and seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Lin Yuqing's cheeks turned red. Lin Xuan, I didn't misjudge you after all.
Next to her, the two little Lolas clapped their hands. So touching. Master is finally smiling. Looks like this is over. Master didn't misjudge him after all.
At the same time, on this side, Zhao Shuo spoke up. Good. To celebrate Shixiong's return, let's throw a banquet tonight and drink our fill. Okay, I'll go prepare.
Feng Bai, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up. It's better if I go. You guys finally have a chance to meet. Just stay here and catch up. Lin Xuan gave her a thumbs up. Feng Bai, you're the best. Hee hee. Get it done? That's right, go. And tell the other soldiers that they can drink their fill tonight.
But as the information was spread, a dark shadow left the Nanyang Empire camp.
Not long after, at the Liang Kingdom army camp. Say that again. What's the situation over there? The speaker was none other than Emperor Liang, and the dark shadow was the spy Liang had sent into the Nanyang Kingdom, who said,
reporting to your majesty that Zhao Shuo doesn't know what's wrong. Suddenly he's throwing a banquet for the army to drink their fill.
Liang was also very puzzled, turning his head to ask his strategist, could this be a conspiracy? The strategist gently waved the fan in his hand, pondering. Before absolute strength, any conspiracy is fleeting. The Nanyang dynasty has been able to hold on until now, only based on its remaining foundations.
Now that we have 2 million armored cavalry, an assault, and 20 transformation god realm cultivators, flattening the Nanyang dynasty is just an order from your majesty. Liang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then, according to the strategist, when is the best time to attack?
Of course it's tonight. Your majesty's iron cavalry will definitely flatten the entire Nanyang dynasty.
Seeing the imperial preceptor speak like that, Lin Yang drew his azure treasure sword and shouted,
all cultivators, hear my order. Today, follow me to the southern Yang camp and kill all the enemy cultivators first.
As for the imperial preceptor, lead the main army and provide support from behind. Today, we will conquer the entire southern Yang kingdom. At the same time, within the southern Yang kingdom's camp, the atmosphere was still cheerful. Drink some more? No, I can't drink anymore. Why are you saying no as a man?
Come on, keep drinking, keep drinking. While drinking and having fun, Lin Xuan's divine sense spread out, sensing cultivators approaching their camp. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch up. HMPH. They've finally arrived.
Meanwhile, the cultivators of the southern Yang kingdom were raising their cups together when they heard the sound and looked over with their drunken eyes. What was that sound just now?
Not good. Emperor Liang is leading the transformation stage cultivators here.
Seeing the crowd panicking, Lin Xuan stepped forward, smiling faintly.
Everyone, relax. Just keep drinking. Why stop for such a small matter?
Seeing Lin Xuan wanting to leave,
Zhao Shuo stood up, hesitatingly saying, but they have more than 2 transformation stage cultivators. You alone might. Lin Xuan waved his hand. Don't worry. Dealing with these nobodies, I can wipe them all out with one hand.
Just then, a transformation stage cultivator stepped forward.
This old man is willing to go with young Master Lin to the border for a duel. For decades, the Liang dynasty has repeatedly plundered our lands, disturbing our people. And now they dare to launch a full-scale attack, invading our country.
This old man wouldn't dare boast about loyalty, but I'm willing to risk my life to kill the enemy and establish prestige for our nation. Your Majesty, don't be discouraged. We will definitely find a way to win this battle. Yes, this old minister is also willing to go.
Seeing the morale of his side like this, Zhao Shuo slammed the table and shouted, good. Since you all have said so, I won't refuse. He drew a small knife, cut his hand, and dripped a few drops of blood into the wine, then raised it up, shouting, I wish you all a triumphant return.
Feng Bai tugged at his sleeve, asking, what about me? What should I do? Lin Xuan chuckled. You stay here and protect the emperor, in case they try to ambush us.
And so, Lin Xuan led 4 transformation stage cultivators to meet the enemy. Although he didn't need them to do anything, having 4 people was just right. At this moment, one of the transformation stage cultivators spoke up. Young master, the 4 of us are willing to risk our lives, and can temporarily hold back 10 of them for you.
That's the most we can do, Lin Xuan smiled. No need. Dealing with these people, there's no need for you elders to take action.
The old man looked at Lin Xuan puzzled, asking, "Then what do we need to do?" Lin Xuan raised a finger. He. Just find a safe place and wait to shout 666 for me."
The transformation stage cultivators were even more confused. What is 666?
Not long after, the two sides met. As soon as he arrived, Lin Yang sneered. "Is the southern Yang kingdom out of people, sending 5 old, young, sick, and crippled to their deaths?" Lin Xuan didn't reply, just snorted coldly.
Seeing his attitude,
Lin Yang said in a deep voice, "Is that all you've got? I advise you not to waste your energy. After all, we have more than 2 transformation stage cultivators. If you don't want to lose miserably, then—" Lin Xuan waved his hand to interrupt. "You're overthinking it. They're just here to watch the show. Dealing with scum like you, I alone am enough."
These words infuriated Li Yang. He took out a magic treasure and said coldly, "HMPH, big words."
The magic treasure transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight at Lin Xuan. "Let's see how arrogant you can be."
Lin Xuan was a little surprised by the power of this attack,
and the transformation stage cultivators from the southern Yang kingdom shouted, "Young master, be careful."
Xuan took out the small cauldron his master gave him, blocking the attack. Seeing that his cauldron could easily block it, he started showing off. "What's this? Such a big show, and that's all the power you've got."
Seeing Lin Xuan able to block his trump card, Lin Yang's forehead was covered in sweat. "What? How can he block all of my attacks? What kind of magical artifact is that?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "You don't even know this magical artifact. Seems like the Liang dynasty is nothing special, yet you were talking so big just now."
Li Yang became increasingly frightened as he saw the 2 treasures Lin Xuan took out. Who exactly are you?" Lin Xuan took out the Empress 9 cauldrons and the Azure Divine Sword given by his master, and shouted, "Oops, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. This humble one is an inner disciple of Chu Hai, named Lin Xuan."
Chuai Hai Thing. An inner disciple. Could it be that you're a disciple of—
Before he could finish, Lin Xuan drew his sword and shouted, 7 killing sword formation." As soon as he said that, countless lightning bolts from the sky struck down on the cultivators behind Li Yang. The ruler turned his head back, and Lin Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. 5 years of continuous war, only 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators from both sides had died in total. Now 6 have died in just a moment. Seeing him like this, Lin Xuan became even more smug. Is that a little too weak? I've only used the first form. So this is the full strength of the Lin Yang dynasty's cultivators. Seriously. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and drew his green treasure sword. "Humph, we were just underestimating you earlier. You're celebrating too soon."
As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword straight at Lin Xuan. "Let me personally guide you." Seeing Lin Yang take action himself, the nascent soul cultivators of the Nanyang dynasty couldn't help but change their expressions. "It's a spirit-grade magic treasure, young master. Be careful." Lin Yang slashed down with his sword. Seeing the power of his sword, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched up. "A spirit-grade magic treasure. Good stuff. But it belongs to me now." But just at this moment, an anomaly occurred. The cauldron actually moved on its own, which stunned Lin Xuan. What's going on? Only to see the cauldron fly straight towards Li Yang and slammed into his incoming sword. Clang. A shattering sound rang out. Lin Yang was struck hard in the chest by a force like 1,000 pounds, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. How could this be? Under the shocked gazes of the Liang Empire's cultivators, their revered emperor was heavily injured by this one blow. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan was speechless. Not only is my master a spendthrift, but even her magic treasures are. It's true what they say, the well-fed don't know the hunger of the starving, dying of drought from overwork. If you're gonna kill people, kill them. Why break their magic treasures? Forget it. I still need to quickly collect it, lest it destroy other people's magic treasures. Doesn't matter whether the magic treasures in those guys' hands are usable or not, but as long as I have them, I can at least exchange them for quite a few spirit stones. I don't lack these things, but giving some magic treasure resources to my dad wouldn't be bad." The nascent soul cultivators changed their expressions after checking Li Yang's meridians. "Your Majesty's bones are all broken, and his cultivation has been crippled. You've crippled him." "What are you saying? What are you standing there for? Run!" Seeing that the group wanted to escape, how could Lin Xuan let them get away? In a flash, he appeared above their heads. "Heh, you want to run now? You guys are my mobile spirit stones now. How can I let you run?" With that, he used all his strength to slash his sword down at the group, instantly injuring them all so badly they were in pieces. Cough. This person, he really has some skill. While he's not paying attention, we quickly. But before the guy could finish, a cold, sharp sword pointed straight at his head. HMPH. Already so broken down, and you still want to sneak away. Wouldn't it be better to save some energy? You're gonna die in the end anyway.
The cultivators of the Nanyang dynasty couldn't help but light up when they saw this scene. This young master is truly amazing. Besides amazing, I have no other words to praise him. The cultivator who had been stopped by Lin Xuan turned to begging. I'm not from the Liangyang Empire. If you let me go, the Nanyang dynasty will become the representative immortal sect in the secular world, and my master can give you a large amount of resources.
However, Lin Xuan casually swung his leg up and stomped hard on his face. The hell? Trying to tempt me with your garbage resources? Sorry, my master is a drop-dead gorgeous sugar mommy. I wouldn't even bat an eye at your low-quality stuff. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 4 transformation stage cultivators, Lin Xuan stepped forward and said, now that all the transformation stage cultivators are dead, the task of slaughtering the regular army is up to you guys.
The 4 transformation stage cultivators hurriedly clasped their hands. It is our honor. Before dawn, this old man will personally lead the 10,000 ironclad soldiers to be the first to breach the Liang dynasty's military camp.
Lin Xuan nodded lightly. Although the enemy is like a leaderless pack and doesn't have many high-level combatants to rely on, the enemy has several million soldiers. And I reckon there's a general with a pretty high reputation who's rallying morale and commanding the troops. If you want to win the battle, you gotta mess with the enemy's morale first.
What if we chuck their emperor, along with all the corpses of their strong guys, into their military camp right now? And inside the Liang Empire's military camp at this very moment, the national preceptor of the Liang Empire was leisurely sipping a hot cup of tea,
when suddenly a sound rang out behind him, making him jump out of his skin. The national preceptor stepped out angrily and shouted, "What's going on? What happened outside?" But as soon as he stepped out, the scene before his eyes made his eyes shrink.
The guard beside him said with a trembling voice, National Preceptor, His Majesty is gone. The Liang Empire is done for this time. The next day, the Liang dynasty brothers surrendered. We were able to win this time, all thanks to senior brother Lin. Lin Xuan smiled and clasped his hands. Your Majesty is too kind. Zhao Shuo liked the looks of Lin Xuan and his father more and more. You are all meritorious officials. Lin Fu hurriedly waved his hand. Your Majesty, all the credit belongs to Lin Xuan. This old subject dares not take it. Haha, General Lin. Don't say that. You're senior brother Lin's father, and I'm senior brother Lin's junior. From tomorrow onwards, Uncle will be on par with the king. As long as the Nanyang dynasty exists for one day, the Lin family will never decline. At that moment, the 2 Lin Xuan's father and son finally had time to talk. I never expected that one day I would be able to become the only heteronymous king and marquis of the Nanyang Empire, thanks to my little rascal's son.
That's right, my son is too talented, Lin Xuan said smugly. Oh. You're suddenly being serious with me. I'm really not used to it, humph, you stinky brat. That's right, I have this for you.
These are 2 storage rings from the Liang Empire cultivators, and also the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones I brought out from the sect.
Lin Fu hurriedly waved his hand. No way. You're alone outside, you keep these things for yourself.
Lin Xuan tossed it to his father, saying,
Your son doesn't lack these things, you take them back, to enrich the Lin family treasury, as a filial piety from me. Moreover, I don't know when I'll be back next time. Don't let it be that time. By the time I get back, I won't even be able to find your grave. His words made Lin Fu blow his top. You rotten brat. Give me back that touching moment from just now. He sighed helplessly. I thought you would be favored by some big shot from the Nanyang dynasty in this lifetime, but I didn't expect you to be more talented than I thought, even getting the Immortal Sect elder to like you. Lin Xuan coughed twice before saying, To be honest, I really don't know what my master is thinking. If it was like the other elders who liked my looks, I could still understand. But my master is a beauty who could topple kingdoms and cities, and she's also an infinitely wealthy sugar mommy. What outstanding men hasn't she seen? Moreover, even if my master likes my body, you haven't seen her sneaking into my room in the middle of the night to deal with me. What exactly does my master want when she accepted me as her disciple?
And seeing his appearance, how could Lin Fu not understand as a father this kid is starting to think nonsense again? Not long after, Lin Xuan and Feng Bai finally left under the farewell of all the cultivators of the Nanyang Empire. Farewell, young Master Lin.
Lin Fu was sniffling and sobbing, choked up. Goodbye, my son. Take good care of yourself. Lin Xuan turned back to look, feeling a bit sad himself. He thought he was mentally prepared to leave, but this scene still got to him a little.
Sniff, sniff, Dad. I'm such a bad son. Sniff, sniff.
However, when he returned, he had a bright smile on his face. Master, I'm back. But as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a scene so eye-watering he couldn't help but freeze. Oh, you're back, Wu Ang. Fresh from the bath and not even dried off yet, said when she saw Lin Xuan. You got back fast. Lin Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he coughed twice. Ahem. I've only been gone for a month, and you're already slacking. From now on, clean 5 times a day. Cut your wages in half. Wu Ang angrily threw down the towel in her hand and said in a deep voice, don't just give people random names, okay? My name is Wu Ang, and when are you ever going to pay me? Lin Xuan nonchalantly replied, then hand over 100 spirit stones a month as a fine. This made Wu Ang so angry she trembled all over, and her prominent chest shook non-stop. You're bullying me too much. One day I'll kill you. With that, she swung her little hand out, but Lin Xuan blocked it. This made Wu Ang even more angry. Damn you, Lin Xuan calmly said. You're still too green. I can see right through your moves.
Wu Ang gritted her teeth. Damn it, a scholar will die for honor. Seeing Wu Ang suddenly stop struggling, Lin Xuan was a little suspicious. What's wrong? Wu Ang's eyes were incredibly determined.
Seeing this, Lin Xuan didn't want to tease her anymore and let go of her hand. What do you want to do? Are you trying to seduce me or something?
Wu Ang's cheeks flushed red, and she looked at him with pitiful eyes. I'll give it to you, okay? But I don't have any spirit stones. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth turned up.
Oh. You want to pay with your body? Sorry, I'm not into your type. Do you even know who I am? And you still want to take advantage of me? This left Wu Ang speechless with anger. You little brat, you're going too far. I thought you had a great opportunity. And I was secretly thinking of enlightening you, but you're so stupid I can't teach you.
Wu Ang's eyes were blazing with fire.
When I get out of here, the first person I kill will be you. Just then, a cough sounded in their ears. Ahem. Lin Xuan turned around and looked, overjoyed. Master, you're here. Lin Xuanqing sat on the swing, still looking elegant, and said, Did you come to sever your ties with the mortal world this time? Lin Xuan shook his head. Why should I sever everything from the mortal world? Isn't it good to have some lingering feelings in your heart? Lianqing reminded him. Mortals are fragile. Their lifespans are less than 100 years. If you can't become an immortal, the flowers will wither one day. It's just a matter of time. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. I understand. I just think that one day I won't have to get stronger just to survive. When I want to go back home, I need to know where home is. Home. To me, everywhere is home, but nowhere is home. That's right, Master. I still have one thing I don't understand. There are so many resources here, enough to create an army of immortals. But you only accepted me as an outer disciple, not valued by others like me. And you're so good to me, letting me use resources as I please. What exactly do you want? Li Youqing jumped off the swing, stroked Lin Xuan's cheek, and asked in return, What do you think? Lin Xuan's heart pounded. Do you like my youth and handsome looks?
Seeing his master was about to blow a fuse, Lin Xuan quickly backpedaled. No, I messed up. Let me try that again.
My master treats me so well. A disciple like me could never forget it. I just don't know how I'll ever repay you. Li Youqing leaned in closer, her orchid-like breath tickling his ear as she whispered. You don't need to repay this, master. Sounds so formal. There's just one thing. This master only asks that when you inevitably cause some trouble later, you don't rat me out, alright? Remember to train hard and try to score some sweet loot at the 100 Sects Assembly. Lin Xuan was totally confused. Quote, I know about the 100 Sects Assembly, but what do you mean, score some loot?
Stop standing there looking like a fool. There's something in there you need. Put a little more effort into it for me, my dear disciple.
Now be a good boy, and go train. Lin Xuan waved. Take care, Master. Oh, right, I think I forgot something. Wait, no. Master still hasn't answered my previous question. She made me forget something so important, damn it. So damn annoying. Whatever, I'll just treat it as love at first sight. Meanwhile, Wu Ang, who'd been hiding and watching this whole time, couldn't help but ponder. Man, something's not right. She gives him endless cultivation resources, and even specially plants 2 heavenly spirit trees for him. Isn't that a bit much?
She even gave Lin Xuan one of her own life-bound magic treasures, the 9 Cauldrons Protective Grand Array, for his own safety. As an immortal emperor, what in the world could Li Youqing possibly want from a guy like Lin Xuan? Could it be that this guy was her Tao companion in a past life? Just as Wu Ang's thoughts were running wild, Lin Xuan appeared right behind him, asking quizzically, What are you doing hiding over here? Mumbling to yourself. Wu Ang, still deep in thought, jumped out of his skin at the voice and shrieked, Ah! In a flash, he was gone without a trace. This left Lin Xuan completely dumbfounded. Hey, where'd you go? What the hell? What was that all about? Took off with such a panicked look on his face. You'd think I was going to eat him or something. Wu Ang's mind was racing. If a peerless empress like Li Youqing has her eyes on him, I'd better be careful. I can't afford to clash with him head-on, or I'll definitely be the one to lose out. Not long after, as Lin Xuan was strolling up the steps, a voice suddenly called out to him from Yuhai Peak. He looked up.
The sect master. Why are they here again? The sect master looked at Lin Xuan and said in a deep voice, Lin Xuan, would you be willing to accompany me to Tongtian Peak? Lin Xuan quickly clasped his hands in a salute.
Since the sect master invites, this disciple naturally wouldn't dare to refuse.
Oh right, sect master. May I ask why we're going to Tongtian Peak at this time? The sect master replied softly. Naturally, it's for the 100 sects assembly that will take place in half a year. Soon enough, a large crowd had already gathered in the main hall of Tongtian Peak.
As soon as Lin Xuan arrived, he saw familiar faces and immediately saluted. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. Haha, junior brother. No need to be so formal. Even though you weren't in the sect before, your performance in last month's trial competition has made you famous everywhere. Lin Xuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Senior sister, you're too kind. Am I going to participate in the 100 sects assembly with all of you senior brothers and sisters? Of course, although you're only at the late-stage spirit transformation realm right now.
With your talent, it's good to get some early exposure to these things. In 50 years, you'll surely become a leading figure among the core disciples. Hearing the sect master say this, Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Thank you, sect master, the sect master continued. The 100 sects assembly will begin in half a year. The journey this time is long, taking 3 months, so we must depart. Now I need to stay and guard the immortal sect, so I cannot leave. But 2 grand elders and Elder Liu will go with you, along with 10 other sect elders. You don't need to worry about safety. Just then, a young woman's crisp voice rang out. Sect master uncle, I'm late. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Xuan looked over, and was a little surprised by who he saw. The one who appeared was a beautiful, spunky young woman named Bai Kongling. After greeting the sect master, Bai Kongling turned to look at her fellow disciples and said with a grin, What's with you guys? Not happy to see me back? The sect master chuckled wryly. Linger, to be honest, I hadn't received any news from you before, and I thought you weren't coming back, so there wasn't enough space. Bai Kongling was stunned at first, then sighed helplessly. Is that so? Then she stared at Lin Xuan, and then slowly walked over and said with a chuckle, Little junior brother has already become a core disciple with just the late-stage transformation god realm. Not bad talent. Lin Xuan didn't know why she was here, but out of courtesy he still cupped his hands. Thank you for the praise, senior sister, Bai Kongling continued.
Your cultivation is too low right now, and you'll encounter a lot of danger after entering the forbidden area. Why don't you give up your spot to me? Senior sister promises you, no matter how many magical treasures I get, I'll let you choose one. How about it? Lin Xuan immediately blocked her.
I'm afraid that won't do, he thought to himself. If it weren't for Master's instructions, I might have agreed already. But since Master said there's something I need in there, of course I have to go check it out.
Seeing Lin Xuan refuse, Bai Kongling turned to look at the sect leader, sobbing, Sect leader uncle, look at him. The sect leader was also extremely helpless with this niece of his. Lingzhur, be good, don't be angry. Lin Xuan is still an inner sect disciple, the sect's key talent to nurture. This time, making an exception to let him participate in the 100 sects gathering is also to train him beforehand. Hearing that, Bai Ling turned her head abruptly and stared at the female disciple with white hair. Then, with the same expression, she ran over. Junior sister, how about it? When I get back, I'll definitely let you choose a magical treasure you like, okay? That junior sister was a little flustered. Senior sister, Bai Kongling immediately upped the price. 3 items. No matter how many magical treasures I get, I'll let you choose 3.
If I die in there, I'll ask sect leader uncle to get you 3 items from the treasure vault. How about it? Since she had said this much, that junior sister immediately nodded in agreement. Okay then, thank you, senior sister. Lin Xuan saw this scene, smiled faintly. It seemed that she wasn't bullying others with her status, nor was she being unreasonable. Quite a good personality. Not long after, the people from Invincible Sect were brought to a large ship. Wow, this place is so beautiful. I didn't expect the Abyss realm to be so vast. While marveling, Lin Xuan suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. So you're here.
Seeing Bai Kongling walking over, Lin Xuan hurriedly turned his head to look. Ah ya, little senior sister is here, what an honor. These words made Bai Kongling a little annoyed. Senior sister is senior sister, why add the word little?
Right, little junior brother. Tell me, why does Elder Lai keep looking at you guys? Why don't I know? Why is senior sister asking this? Besides, Master and I probably appreciate me a little more, that's all. Then you go back and tell Elder Lin to let me join Chuhai Peak too. Lin Xuan immediately waved his hands, indicating absolutely not. He gently rubbed his little senior sister's head, saying, How can that be? Senior sister is a core disciple. Joining Chuankai Peak doesn't make any sense.
This made Bai Kongling's cheeks turn a little red. This Lin Xuan is really annoying.
HMPH. Then I'll tell sect leader uncle that you harassed me and have ulterior motives.
Lin Xuan's expression was extremely ugly. This girl's thoughts are too dark. Just touching her head is considered having ulterior motives. Whatever. Senior sister can say whatever she wants. Anyway, I don't care about my reputation. Plus, I'm only at the late-stage transformation god realm, and senior sister is already at the late-stage grand ascension realm. There's a difference of 2 major realms between us. When the time comes, I can counterattack and say that senior sister seduced me. Bai Kongling was also speechless. HMPH. Boring. How are you even more shameless than me? Lin Xuan smiled smugly. He, Master said. To deal with shameless people, you just need to be even more shameless. Do you know how to drink alcohol? Lin Xuan was puzzled by that question, but he still nodded. I know a little. But senior sister, don't think about getting me drunk, and then deliberately seducing me to do something I can't resist, and then threatening me. His words left Bai Kongling speechless. Do I look like that kind of person? Besides, at this speed, it'll take at least a month to get to the forbidden area. Even if I really get drunk, it won't matter. What are you spacing out for? Aren't you coming to my room? Lin Xuan just thought about being trapped by this little senior sister who is slightly lacking up top in her room. He immediately shook his head vigorously. No, don't. If I get drunk, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Kongling pulled him away. If you're a man, come in with me. Don't dawdle there. Stepping into Bai Kongling's room, she casually said, Sit wherever you like. Have a seat, Lin Xuan. Seeing the entire room filled with jars of wine, was speechless. Sit wherever I like. This place is so minimalistic, I don't even know where to park my butt. Before he could even sit, Bai Kongling had already grabbed a jar of wine, tilted her head back, and chugged it down, then wiped her mouth. That's the stuff. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan could only facepalm. I bet this 100 sex tournament is secretly a test of our manly fortitude. A while later, the wine had gone through 3 rounds. Alright, tonight we're not going home sober. Lin Xuan's head was spinning a bit, and around them, wine jars lay scattered everywhere. Senior sister, this little disciple has a low tolerance. Can't drink anymore. Bai Kongling burped, and said disdainfully. Oh, is that all you can handle? Today you either drink or you drink. Come on, senior sister will feed you. However, as she just walked up, her steps faltered, and she fell, her entire small body landing on top of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan wanted to say something, but Bai Kongling said in a low voice, Don't make a fuss, I'm comfortable. Seeing that his little bro was getting a bit excited, Lin Xuan couldn't help but blush. Hey, senior sister, don't test me, I'm a very normal guy. Senior sister is drunk. Let's stop drinking. Before he could help Bai Kongling up, she glared, What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me while I'm drunk and unaware to molest me. When it comes to drinking, even the sect leader Shishu isn't my match. How could I possibly get drunk? Lin Xuan was speechless. What the heck, she couldn't stand straight and fell on me, and now she's accusing me of molesting her. Ignoring Lin Xuan, Bai Kongling casually picked up a jar of wine, tilted her head back, and drank, the wine spilling all over her body, giving her a unique, charming air. Lin Xuan was exasperated. This woman is really something. Why is she drinking again? He had no other choice but to push her down. Sorry, senior sister. Next time, I'm not drinking with her. Otherwise, in the end, I'm the only one who suffers. But this senior sister's pose is really, just as Lin Xuan pulled her down, Bai Kongling even stuck her butt out invitingly. This gave Lin Xuan a massive headache. Why am I bothering so much? Just to avoid her saying that I took advantage of her lack of awareness to do something bad to her. I'm really creating my own karma. I can't live like this. Right at this moment, a voice sounded outside the room. Senior sister Linger. Are you in there? Lin Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Crap. If someone sees me and her in the same room, and she's passed out drunk, if they misunderstand. After calling out a few times with no response, the little shimei outside pushed the door open and came in. Senior sister Linger. Seeing Linger and a drunken man, the female disciple sighed helplessly. Looks like senior sister Linger's drinking addiction has flared up again. These 2 little sheeties are so pitiful, they probably won't wake up for another 10 days to half a month. After she left, Lin Xuan slowly woke up. This little girl is both silly and playful. Does everyone know about this? Made me tense up and lie down on the floor pretending to be asleep just now. But why does a girl love wine like it's her life? 3 days later, Bai Kongling finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, she went to find Lin Xuan. Looks like your alcohol tolerance isn't bad. You woke up even earlier than me, Lin Xuan smiled. Senior sister is too kind when it comes to alcohol tolerance. I'm far behind senior sister, Bai Kongling said triumphantly. Of course,
I'm the Wine King, haha. Lin Xuan was exasperated. Now she's not just silly and playful, but also silly, playful, and super confident. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Bai Kongling's head was full of question marks. What bad things is this kid thinking about? Right, why did the ship suddenly stop? Didn't they say it would be another 20-something days before we reached the forbidden area? Right at this moment, Lu Elder's voice rang in their ears. We have entered the territory of the Duankong Immortal Sect, and the forbidden area is within the territory of the Duankong Immortal Sect. Most of the territory of the Duankong Immortal Sect is ocean, where mortals cannot live. Back then, when the demon race was defeated, 9/10 retreated to the oceans to rest and recuperate. So next, this ship might be prioritized for attack by the demon race. Everyone, remember, don't get distracted, be on the defensive, danger could strike at any moment.
Hearing Elder Lucan's instructions, the people on the ship shouted in unison, "Yes, Elder!" Just then, a few earth-shaking rumbles echoed, and those who couldn't stand firm were swayed. Bai Kongling was no exception, but luckily Lin Xuan was quick to catch her.
When the disciples looked up, their foreheads were covered in sweat. Demon immortal. It's a demon immortal. All they saw was a giant, three-eyed snake appearing.
"Quick, everyone prepare for battle," Elder Luke shouted, weapon in hand.
Don't panic, everyone. Rest for now, and recover your immortal power. This time, this old man will take care of these beasts. Having said that, Elder Lu went straight for the demon snake, launching an attack. A sword pierced directly between the giant serpent's brows, and then he slashed down.
Seeing this, one of the elders couldn't help but exclaim, "An immortal-grade magic weapon." Elder Lu even brought out the Qian Yuan sword, the sect's treasure. With Elder Lua, a late-stage human immortal, plus the immortal-grade Qian Kun sword, we probably won't encounter any obstacles along the way. Lin Xuan was also extremely astonished. The power of an immortal-grade magic weapon is so terrifying. If only I could get my hands on such a supreme treasure one day. No way. After I get back this time, I must demand a heaven-grade magic weapon from my master. After dealing with the demon snake, the Grand Elder descended, and the disciples immediately rushed over. "Elder, you're back. Elder, you've worked hard."
Elder Lu casually handed the sword to another elder, saying, "Take it. I don't have many chances left to make a move. This time, I'm mainly here to deter. In the future, you'll have to rely on the two of you when facing danger." "Don't say that, Elder Lu. Your luck is immense, and you can live for 10,000 years, coexisting with the heavens."
Hearing what the others said, Elder Lu helplessly shook his head. "Difficult. If we can't continue to break through, 10,000 years is already the limit for us." Lin Xuan stepped forward and said softly,
"Elder Lu, don't give up. Everything in the world has a chance to live, let alone you, who have extraordinary talent."
"All right, Lin Xuan, no need to say more. What I lack isn't talent but the shackles that exist in heaven and earth, not allowing living beings to break through."
"Elder Lu, Lin Xuan wanted to say something, but Elder Lu interrupted him. "It's fine, it's the law of nature. Besides, I'm not really about to die."
"If I don't make a move, I can definitely live for another 30 to 50 years, Lin Xuan asked in confusion.
"Don't you have any way to break through the shackles?" Elder Lu turned his head, his words carrying great weight. "Do you know about crossing tribulation and ascending?" A long time ago, crossing tribulation and ascending meant two things. Withstanding the lightning tribulation without dying was considered breaking through to human immortal, which was also ascending to immortality. But now, it usually refers to the breakthrough in cultivation after the human immortal crosses the tribulation and leaves the Yuanyang realm, which is ascension, starting 200 years ago.
No one knows what happened, but all the cultivators in the Yuanyang realm, regardless of their talent, were unable to break through the shackles and leave this place. Therefore, the term ascension gradually disappeared, Lin Xuan asked in surprise.
"Does that mean that no matter how talented one is, in the Yuanyang realm, the highest level is only the late stage of human immortal?" Elder Luca nodded slightly. "Generally speaking, that's correct." Lin Xuan was puzzled, recalling what he saw in his master's small world. "But the resources in my master's small world are clearly enough for people to ascend and cross the tribulation. As long as little Xuan isn't bragging, then the fruit that her main body creates, when eaten, will directly make people become immortals."
"In that case, what exactly is my master's strength?" Thinking of this, he asked,
"By the way, Elder, are there any powerhouses who have surpassed the human immortal realm to come to the Yuanyang realm and rule this place?"
Elder Lu shook his head.
"The Yuanyang realm, as a complete dimension, naturally has complete laws of heaven and earth. Exceeding the limitations of the laws of the earth will be killed by the power of the laws." In his heart, he added a sentence. "But if the strength of this outsider is enough to kill the laws of heaven and earth, then it's a different story."
Lin Xuan didn't know what he was thinking. Does that mean that my master's strength will be the late stage of human immortal? Seeing Lin Xuan lost in thought, Bai Kongling glanced at him. What is this kid thinking about? So focused.
Not long after, the ship arrived at a dense fog, which couldn't help but surprise everyone. This is where. Why is there only fog, and nothing else can be seen? Elder Lute explained. This place is a forbidden area. In the next 3 months, you will close your eyes and rest, putting your spirits in the best possible state. Before the 100 Sects tournament begins, I will wake you up.
The group accepted the order and immediately sat cross-legged in place, entering meditation to rest. Until 3 months later,
a sudden change occurred. Another violent tremor woke everyone from their cultivation. What's going on? What the heck happened? Looking around, they immediately exclaimed, "We're being squeezed by 2 other ships."
Seeing the Invincible Sect disciples so flustered, a middle-aged man on one of the approaching ships shouted, "Hey, fellow Taoists, don't panic so much.
My treasure ship hasn't been repaired in ages. It's a bit disobedient. Please don't blame us, fellow Taoists." "What nonsense are you spouting with them, senior brother?"
Facing them, a group of people raised their weapons. "We are the Zhenwu Immortal Sect. When do we need to explain ourselves to the weak? Ha ha." That senior brother chuckled.
"Junior brother, you're out of line. They came all this way. Even if their strength is a bit lacking, we can't bully them, right? Quickly apologize." Hearing them playing good cop/bad cop, the Invincible Immortal Sect disciples' eyes were blazing with anger. How annoying. But just then, Lu Elder's voice echoed in their ears. "Who do we have here? Aren't you the 2 stray dogs from back then?" Seeing Luke Elder emerge, the disciples and other elders were overjoyed. "Luke Elder?" That guy nearby raised his voice. "Old geezer. My brother and I are now late-stage human immortals. Are we supposed to be scared of you? Even if we're at the same level, our battle strength isn't the same. 2 against 1, we might not lose to him." As soon as he said that, he felt a chill down his spine.
Turning around, Lu Elder was already beside him. A flick of the finger and a few thousand years pass. Trash is still trash.
Luke Elder raised his hand and grabbed the guy's throat, causing his expression to change. Even after entering the late-stage human immortal realm, he couldn't withstand a single palm strike from the old man.
Seeing this, the senior brother's face immediately turned into a smile. Old Lu? Just kidding. Isn't it because we haven't seen each other in years? We wanted to lighten the mood. Why take it so seriously?" Luke and Elder casually waved his hand, sending the junior brother flying backwards. "A bunch of good-for-nothings, showing off just because you're piloting 2 treasure ships."
"You better not force me to act. Get your butts over to that treasure ship, and this ship will be considered an apology for crashing into us." The great elder's words infuriated the Zhenwu Immortal Sect disciples. Based on what? Just because that old geezer wants to seize our treasure ship? The disciples had barely finished speaking when they suddenly felt like their entire body was unable to move. His expression changed. Suddenly there's a huge force pressing down on me."
He immediately started rolling around on the ground, causing his fellow disciples to be stunned. "Senior brother, what's wrong?"
That old geezer knocked senior brother down without even moving. That's too OP. The leader immediately chickened out and cupped his hands. "Lu Elder, this junior didn't know you were personally here this time. I apologize for any offense caused. So, this ship will be considered an apology. This junior apologizes here." Seeing this scene, even Lin Xuan was very surprised. This is too cool. He effortlessly suppressed 2 human immortals, both of whom are late-stage human immortals, and the opponents don't even dare to do anything. Ha! Old Lu is so cool. Just store that huge ship in your spatial ring." Old Lu smiled. "Is this all there is to it? With your talent, sooner or later you'll be killing this trash like chickens and ducks. Moreover, you have the potential to break through the shackles." Praised like this, Lin Xuan was a little embarrassed, scratching his head. Not at all. Old Lu is too kind. Then I need someone to continue guarding the Dharma. I'll go back to continue meditating." Old Lu glared. "Meditate my ass. Tomorrow is the day the Forbidden Land opens." These words made Lin Xuan and the disciples stunned. "What? It starts tomorrow?" Luke Elder nodded slightly. "Yes, at dawn tomorrow, when the first ray of sunlight shines on the Forbidden Land, is the best time for you to enter the Forbidden Land. After the Forbidden Land opens, there is danger everywhere inside, other than the people who enter the Forbidden Land. People in the outside world cannot sense any fluctuations inside, nor can they interfere. Therefore, after you enter the Forbidden Land, the first thing to do is find your teammates. Because inside the Forbidden Land, there are some demonic beasts and strange spirits who, after killing cultivators, will transform into their appearance to lure fellow disciples. Other sect disciples will also disguise themselves as disciples of our sect and secretly attack, so everyone must be careful." With that said, Old Lu took out several maps. This is a rough map. Inside the Forbidden Land, each of you take one. The disciples received the maps and immediately opened them to look at them. The red dot is the cursed land, the green area is the safe place, and the yellow dot represents the ruins of secret realms, etc., which are the places where you can get opportunities.
If you don't win the secret realm treasure this time, you can go to the yellow dot to find spirit elixir.
Remember, in the Forbidden Land there are many natural treasures that can upgrade your cultivation. Remember, you can't use them on the spot.
Once the secret realm loosens, you will be quickly annihilated by the laws in the Forbidden Land during the tribulation. You must be careful, the disciples shouted in unison. We respectfully obey Lu Elder's instructions.
Not long after, at the entrance to the Forbidden Area, Elder Lu reminded them again, you guys need to be extra careful once you're on your own turf. As soon as he stepped into the Forbidden Area, Lin Xuan pulled out the map, pondering. What Master mentioned is probably in this yellow zone, right? But Master said it'd be useful to me. What the heck is it? Just then, a familiar voice chimed in Lin Xuan's ear. Junior brother. Didn't expect I'd run into you first. Elder Lu Sha told me to link up with you ASAP. Once we're in the Forbidden Area to keep you safe, I was just wondering how to find you. Lin Xuan immediately raised his hand to stop her. Hold on, the password? Bai Kongling looked a bit embarrassed, tapping her fingers together, and said, I forgot. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. The password wasn't some specific phrase at all, it was just a pre-agreed token, using the Invincible Heavenly Gates badge to prove your identity.
If they just blurted out a random sentence or pretended, they'd be treated as an enemy. With that thought, Lin Xuan already drew his weapon. Seeing him like that, Bai Kongling got a little annoyed. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing so far away? Whatever, let's not talk about that now. Want a drink together?
Lin Xuan was stunned. Drink? If you want to drug me, it'd be effortless to kill me.
Seeing him still standing there dumbfounded, Bai Kongling said in a deep voice, What are you spacing out for? Aren't you going to come have a drink with me? If you're not coming, I'll just drink it myself.
Watching her chug the booze like that, Lin Xuan pondered. That drinking posture is familiar. Could this really be Senior Sister?
Thinking of this, he hurriedly spoke up. Senior Sister, hold up. The Forbidden Area is full of dangers. If you get drunk and run into other Immortal Sect disciples, that'd be a huge pain.
Bai Kongling got a little angry. Get drunk? There's no way I can get drunk in this life. Has Junior brother forgotten how you were taken down by me last time?
I remember. Except for this silly and playful senior apprentice sister, who could have such an expression. Just as Bai Kongling was about to take another sip, she saw her wine jar disappear into thin air. Senior apprentice sister really can't drink anymore. No way, give it back to me, Lin Xuan. You're so annoying.
Then she got closer to Lin Xuan,
pressing her little chest against his shoulder with pitiful eyes.
Hey, let me drink. Please let me.
Lin Xuan hurriedly let go, and the wine jar fell to the ground.
Senior sister, the beauty trap doesn't work on me. For my safety, sorry, Humph. You are such a bad guy. Not letting me drink, how annoying.
Watch me deal with you. Just as she was about to rush up and fight Lin Xuan to the death, Bai Kongling suddenly slipped and fell flat on her face. Seeing this, Lin Xuan shouted, Senior sister, be careful.
Oh, what's wrong again? Bai Kongling said shyly. Why is the ground so soft? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes.
Senior apprentice sister, if you are still stubborn, don't blame me for doing something to you when the time comes. Then do it.
Anyway, I heard that you and Ling Elder have already slept together, so wouldn't sleeping with you be equivalent to sleeping with Ling Elder? Lin Xuan was full of question marks. Why don't I know there is such a good thing? Wait, stop talking about that. Oh my god, what's going on with this girl? This exchange rule is also excellent.
Hey, senior apprentice sister. Didn't you fall asleep again? Lin Xuan cried out.
I'm doomed. I met such an ancestor as soon as I came in. It's almost like babysitting.
If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have hugged this thick thigh. I should have run away immediately when I saw her appear.
At the same time, not far from Lin Xuan, two disciples of the true martial immortal sect were paying attention to him.
The female disciple said, Senior brother, there is a Mahayana cultivator in front, and the spiritual power is fluctuating. He must be injured.
Yes, you are right. I seem to feel the same way. If we take action now, we will definitely be able to take care of them. Is that right? It's unlucky for them to meet the two of us today. Lin Xuan was helping Bai Kongling up when he suddenly felt a breath aiming at him.
Two intense breaths that were not like those of fellow disciples. And also, the cultivation of these two people was above his. This time, it won't be easy to solve it. When the two saw that Bai Kongling seemed to be injured, they went down without any scruples. Oh, senior brother, we were discovered by this kid first, haha. So what, how can a late-stage transformation god disciple leave here alive in front of our two late-stage Mahayana cultivators? Why did your Mahayana friend leave you alone here?
Lin Xuan stared intently at the two people before him, frowning slightly. Looking at their fierce appearances, he thought, good thing I hid my martial sister beforehand. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I wouldn't be able to worry about her. With that thought, he nonchalantly said, you guys are thinking too much. Get past me first before you even mention anyone else. Hey Lin Xuan, aren't you scared of me? The male disciple yelled. Weren't you guys so arrogant before? You even dared to rob our treasure ship? Well, today I'll use you as the first sacrifice. But before he could even make a move, the female disciple beside him stopped him. Senior brother, wait a moment, don't act yet. Let me have some fun with this late-stage transformation realm kid first.
Seeing the two preparing to attack, Lin Xuan immediately took out the cauldron his master gave him for defense.
The female disciple saw this and said casually, Little junior brother, don't resist anymore. If you serve this big sister comfortably, maybe I'll spare you, Lin Xuan smirked. Too bad your looks aren't my type. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the female disciple angrily shouted, You really want to die? As soon as she finished speaking, a huge palm print slammed directly towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was no pushover either, swinging his sword to block it. Seeing her technique blocked solid, the female disciple couldn't help but change her expression. What kind of technique is this? It's so fast. That's not right. This attack is on par with a Great Ascension Realm expert at the peak, and he can barely defend.
With the power of a Transformation Realm Cultivator, could it be? No way, it's probably not that strong. Boom. Another loud explosion rang out. Lin Xuan felt like he had missed the strike. He was a little annoyed. Didn't hit. Great Ascension Cultivators are too strong. At such close range, facing a sudden attack like that, they can instantly dodge. But when he looked closely again, he was shocked. She was cut in half. But why didn't I feel anything when I chopped her? Is this Great Ascension Cultivator too weak, or is my treasure too strong? But if it can kill a Great Ascension Cultivator without a drop of blood, then it's probably just too strong. The male disciple saw his martial sister instantly cut in half, and felt like the world was spinning. You dare kill my martial sister. Today I will tear you into 100 pieces to avenge my martial sister. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff in his hand shot towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan hurriedly leaned to dodge. The huge tree behind him was shattered into pieces by this attack. The guy pressed his advantage relentlessly, attacking again. You can run on the first day, but can you run on the 15th? Die? Lin Xuan turned his head and glanced back at him. Who said I wanted to run? You think I'm scared of you? Dude, I just saw about 80% of your power. With your current strength, wanting to kill me is still a bit short. With that, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and a burst of spiritual energy shot straight to meet the other guy's attack. Seeing Lin Xuan no longer running, the male disciple laughed loudly. Then you can try it. You're just a late-stage transformation realm kid. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided, and a huge explosion instantly appeared. The male disciple stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Why? Why is this happening? My attack was shattered by his defense. Lin Xuan landed lightly, without a scratch. HMPH. It seems that the Great Ascension Cultivators of your Immortal Sect are only so-so. Picking fights with other Immortal Sects, without knowing your own strength, you're really embarrassing your Immortal Sect. That guy got blasted with a palm strike and coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he wasn't quite dead yet, still trying to get up. Lin Xuan, sword in hand, slowly approached. Don't bother struggling. If you beg me for forgiveness, I might consider sparing your life. That male disciple roared angrily. You're telling me to kneel before the Invincible Immortal Sect? Are you lowlifes even worthy of my begging? Keep dreaming, haha. But right at this moment, the cauldron above Lin Xuan's head suddenly flew out, which stunned Lin Xuan. Why is that cauldron suddenly flying like that? The cauldron flew to the top of that male disciple's head, and then it descended. The disciple screamed in agony. Under Lin Xuan's astonished gaze, that male disciple was actually smashed into fine sand by the cauldron. Lin Xuan's expression changed. Just how powerful is this thing? The first time, it was mid-stage Divine Transformation Cultivators. The second time, even late-stage Great Ascension Cultivators were killed in a few short seconds after the fight ended. I definitely need to get old Lu to take a look at this treasure. I also want to test just how strong this cauldron really is. But Master can casually give me a treasure like this? Then what exactly is this thing that he said would benefit me? Oh well, whatever. Guess I'll just have to wait until then to find out what it is. Speaking of which, it feels like I'm forgetting something. Something pretty important. Right, it seems like Senior Sister Bai still hasn't sobered up yet. Almost forgot about her. Thinking of this, he immediately walked towards the bush where he'd hidden Bai Kongling earlier, smiling and saying, Senior Sister, wake up. But when he saw her appearance, Lin Xuan's cheeks suddenly flushed red. He saw Bai Kongling lying there without a stitch of clothing on. Lin Xuan quickly covered his eyes. What is this? Where are her clothes? Could it be that when that cauldron activated its skill, it conveniently blasted her clothes to smithereens? The important thing is that it's just her and me here right now. If someone sees this scene, I'm afraid I couldn't wash away the guilt even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, there aren't any clothes around here for her either. I can only use my clothes to cover her up for now. Damn it, I originally wanted to latch onto my senior sister's thighs. How did it turn into me protecting her instead? This entire journey has been about cleaning up after her. Ugh. Hearing her groaning sound, Lin Xuan roared, Ugh, what? Ugh. Who knew you'd be this heavy? Even if you're not that tall, I can't even flip you over. After a while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whew. Finally done. He saw Bai Kongling tied up like a dumpling lying there. Right at this moment, a voice rang in Lin Xuan's ear. Boss, what are you doing here? Isn't this Lin Xuan, junior brother? What are you doing here all alone? Two beautiful girls appeared, also disciples of the Invincible Immortal Sect, one named Gi Mao, late-stage body fusion, the other Feng Shui, early-stage Great Ascension. Seeing the two of them approach, Lin Xuan immediately raised his hand to stop them. Wait, senior sisters. Password. Immediately, 2 jade pendants were thrown out. Disciples of the Invincible Immortal Sect, named Gi Mao Feng Shu. Lin Xuan gave a thumbs up. Senior sisters, you guys finally arrived. Yeah, there were intense spiritual energy fluctuations coming from ahead. We originally didn't want to interfere, but after sensing your and senior sister's aura, we immediately rushed over here. What just happened? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Let's not talk about that first. Senior sisters, do you guys have any spare clothes? With that, Lin Xuan pushed the dumpling Bai Kongling out. If you do, then please help her put on the clothes. Immediately, the 2 beautiful girls backed away 3 meters, looking at Lin Xuan with scrutinizing eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly waved his hands. Don't misunderstand, I didn't do anything. Ahem, senior sister drank too much, and we just happened to encounter 2 Great Ascension stage disciples from the true martial immortal sect. So I used the life-saving treasure that Master gave me, instantly killing those 2. But halfway through I made a mistake, and accidentally tore senior sister's clothes. Hearing this, the 2 female disciples couldn't help but change their expressions. Great Ascension stage disciples. And 2 Great Ascension stage disciples at that. Since when were they so easy to kill? Lin Xuan smiled bitterly. Relying on me would be a bit of a stretch, obviously, but relying on the magic weapon my master gave me, I could totally take care of those 2 on their side in a flash. The 2 female disciples nodded after hearing that. So that's how it is, let's get her changed. About 2 hours later, Bai Kongling slowly woke up, still feeling dizzy. What happened to me? Feng Shui saw Bai Kongling wake up and excitedly said, Senior sister, you're finally awake, that's great. Lin Xuan slowly walked over and said in a low voice, Listen, senior sister Bai, I think we need to have a serious talk about your drinking problem. Even though your cultivation is strong, if you keep going like this, you'll become a burden. Bai Kongling slowly walked over and put her hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Hey, sorry, I just can't control myself when I drink. I promise it won't happen again next time. Wait a sec. Why have my clothes been changed? Feng Shui explained. Earlier, junior brother used a supreme treasure to fight against the 2 Mahayana stage disciples of the Zhenwu Immortal Sect and accidentally tore your clothes, senior sister. Bai Kongling's expression changed. Her face flushed red, and her eyes stared straight at Lin Xuan. This made him tremble like a leaf. Why do I feel so cold? Even though I'm completely innocent and have nothing to fear, given senior sister's personality, she probably won't listen to reason. If she attacks, I'd better just close my eyes and play dead. The 2 female disciples were also in a panic. We're doomed. The head senior sister is angry. Junior brother is in deep trouble. Thwack. A dull sound rang out. Lin Xuan thought he'd have a handprint on his cheek, but he didn't feel any pain, so he cautiously opened his eyes. Why is there only a sound? Where's the pain? He saw Bai Kongling cupping her hands together, her tone somewhat embarrassed as she said, This time, I was in the wrong, forcing you to face 2 Mahayana cultivators alone. I promise that during this great assembly, I will try my best to control myself and not drink. So let's just leave it at that. Don't tell anyone else. Got it. Now we're heading straight to the Invincible Immortal Sect's gathering point, and after finding the main group, we'll go with everyone to the area where the important treasure is appearing. The road ahead is dangerous and full of peril, so everyone needs to be absolutely vigilant at all times and not act alone. 7 days after reuniting with the main group, the group arrived at a desert area. A month later, after experiencing countless dangers and killing over a dozen demonic beasts, after another month, the group finally reached the ruins. Just then, the ring on Lin Xuan's hand suddenly acted strangely, making him stunned. Why is the ringmaster gave me suddenly glowing? At that moment, a voice rang in Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan, what are you daydreaming about? Go in immediately. Seeing her illusory image, Lin Xuan was stunned, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Yanqing interrupted him. Shh, Don't make a loud noise and attract everyone's attention, no one else can see me. Bai Kongling heard Lin Xuan make a noise, and turned her head in confusion. Junior brother, what's wrong? Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand. No, nothing, haha, phew. I almost got caught, that was dangerous.
Isn't that because you shouted too loud just now? By the way, didn't Master Lao Liu say that even late-stage human immortals can't use their immortal sense to enter the forbidden area? Ling Yuqing smiled. That's a secret. There's something you need in here, so I came here. It turns out Master can not only transmit sound to me from thousands of miles away, but even hear my thoughts. But Master, the ruins haven't been activated yet. How can I enter? Liang King slowly said. Just go straight in. The thing inside is very interesting. Okay, this disciple obeys. If Master has said so, then I have to try going in and seeing. Under Bai Kongling's astonished gaze, Lin Xuan just went straight inside. She quickly yelled out, Junior brother Lin, stop. Lin Xuan was still super confident. If even Master doesn't trust me, then who else can I believe?
Seeing Lin Xuan go in, the disciples of the Invincible Immortal Sect couldn't help but look shocked. This kid's seriously asking for it. Yeah, the ruins aren't even open and the Grand Array hasn't disappeared, but he dared to just charge right in. He must be tired of living, seriously. Ignoring those comments, Lin Xuan just scoffed softly, then waved his hand, slowly reaching out to touch the array. Seeing this, it wasn't just the other disciples, even Bai Kongling was utterly astonished. What? He could just waltz into that barrier without a single problem? Could it be that the ruins opened early? This Lin Xuan, what's his deal? Seriously, what's his real power?
Alright everyone, let's go in too. We can't let that punk hog all the good stuff by himself. But before anyone else could even get in, a massive beam of light burst from the forbidden area, and at the same time, a phantom of an old man holding a staff appeared. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Taoist Xuan Dan. The ruins aren't open just yet, so please, young friends, don't rush. This made the other disciples furious. How come that little late-stage spirit transformation punk could get in, but we can't? The crowd started murmuring. Whoa, chill out, guys. Turns out he's just some old geezer spouting nonsense. Asking him anything is pointless. Bai Kongling glared. Hey, don't you dare be so rude to the Taoist master. Alright, senior sister Bai, Lin Xuan probably just used his body cultivation to brute force his way in. If even a puny late-stage spirit transformation guy like him can get in, then for a late-stage Mahayana like me, it'll be a piece of cake, right? Let me try to go in and see. Watch me go in first, haha. Seeing that male disciple actually dare to step into the array, the crowd's expressions drastically changed. Senior brother, you're seriously being way too impulsive. That disciple sneered, Taoist Xuan Dan or whatever. If that stinky brat Lin Xuan can do it, I can do it too. But the moment he stepped inside the array's range, countless flying swords suddenly shot straight at him. Bai Kongling's expression changed, and she shouted frantically, You fool, get back here now! But it was too late. That male disciple was instantly pierced by 1,000 swords and died. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This, what is this? That old Taoist explained.
Before the ruins open, the sword array I left behind will instantly kill anyone who tries to sneak in. So please, young friends, just chill out and wait patiently, okay? Someone couldn't help but shout loudly. Are you saying a late-stage Mahayana is worse than a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator? How come that array didn't kill him but instead killed my senior brother? The old Taoist chuckled faintly. Back then, when I roamed the world, I found a girl who was naturally a supreme Luo Ding. Thanks to a crazy stroke of luck, I managed to break through my own bottleneck and step into the Earth Immortal realm. I then preserved her, so she could help future cultivators who were destined to find this place. The ruins will open in 3 days. At that time, the sword array will vanish. Whether you guys can get this lucky chance or not will totally depend on your own skills. This tomb reopens today, but its occupant cannot return, haha. Meanwhile, inside the ruins, Lin Xuan, who had just stepped inside, appeared on a massive Bagua map. Where is this? Forget priceless treasures. I don't even see a single spirit stone or a measly spiritual artifact. Hello, Master. You? Looks like Master's voice transmission is probably getting blocked by that grand array outside. Whatever, I'll just keep looking by myself. After all, Master went through all that trouble to get me into the ruins first. He couldn't possibly be messing with me. Just then, Lin Xuan saw a cluster of light in the distance. Huh, what's that? Is that something shining up there? Is this the treasure Master was talking about? Lin Xuan lifted his feet and shot towards that cluster of light. I'll just fly over and see, right? But when he looked inside, he was utterly astonished. Inside here is... His eyes bugged out like saucers. And get this, inside that sphere of light, there's actually a faded girl. And she's completely naked.
Whoa, 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 what in the actual FCK? Don't tell me this is what Master said would be useful for me, right? Right at that moment, that girl opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Lin Xuan, she whispered, "Master! Are you my master?" Lin Xuan immediately waved his hands. "I'm not your master. I'm just a grave robber." The young lady shook her head. "The first person this servant sees upon opening my eyes is my master." Master, seeing this girl, actually hugged me tight like that. Lin Xuan was also extremely flustered. Holy crap, this isn't good at all. The girl's breath was like orchids, her tone bashful. "Does master want me to serve you?" What? What the actual freak? So aggressive right off the bat, Lin Xuan couldn't help but spurt out a nosebleed, but still tried to push the young lady away. "Serving isn't necessary yet. Let me find you some clothes to wear for now." The young lady was stunned upon hearing these words, and didn't move. Lin Xuan was sweating. "Hey, not saying anything. Is she trying to make me guess what she's thinking? This can't be. Is little sister angry? Don't be mad. It's not that I don't want to be your master. It's just that you're not wearing any clothes, so it's not very convenient." After the last incident, Lin Xuan had already prepared several sets of clothes in his spatial storage bag. He immediately took them out and draped them over the girl. "Alright, we should still put on some clothes properly to avoid to avoid catching a cold, okay?" But when he draped the clothes over her, the half-covered figure felt even more alluring. Lin Xuan was helpless. "It seems even more seductive now." "Forget it, let me dress you." After a flurry of activity, Lin Xuan finally managed to successfully dress the girl. So pretty, so pretty." "Right, how should I address you, miss?" Replying to Master, "I am Ye Wei Yang. Wei Yang, is it?" "Why are you here?" Wei Yang shook her head. "This servant has lost all my previous memories." Hearing this, Lin Xuan put his arm around Wei Yang's waist, then hugged her and jumped down. "In that case, just follow me for now, I'll take you outside." Just as he stepped down, suddenly, Lin Xuan felt like it was suddenly too bright. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Holy crap, what the hell? Another barrier path has been broken open, up ahead. Bai Kongling shouted loudly from below. "Lin Xuan, junior brother. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, senior sister, but I found this person inside the ruins." When they saw Wei Yang, the male disciples couldn't help but sigh. A treasure, truly a treasure. Such a top-quality furnace ding has been snatched away by a mere late-stage transformation god. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. "This girl, he's a bad guy. You should come over here." A disciple from the true martial immortal sect stepped forward and shouted loudly. Hearing that guy's words, Bai Kongling said in a deep voice, "Hey, what are you guys from other immortal sects doing, barging up to the front? Get the hell out of here." She kicked out a leg, and the true martial immortal sect disciple was immediately sent flying. His fellow disciples immediately yelled, "Hey, why is the person from the Invincible Immortal Sect attacking so hard? Didn't we agree to cooperate to find treasures? Why are you injuring people from our sect?" Bai Kongling turned her head and said in a deep voice, "Lin Xuan is a member of our Invincible Immortal Sect, and furthermore, he has already obtained the treasure. On the contrary, it's you guys who want to snatch the treasure from his hands. I think you're the ones starting the internal strife first." Those disciples immediately drew their swords. "Your treasure, haha. Don't spout nonsense anymore. Hand over the treasure and we'll give your immortal sect a way out." Bai Kongling not only wasn't afraid, but also sneered. "See, the cat's out of the bag. Don't think we're afraid of anyone." Then she took out her weapon, which was a kite with a very beautiful design. "Come on, daddy's got this." Seeing her so fierce, the other immortal sect disciples laughed loudly. "Ha! Does Bai Zhaoji really think your Invincible Immortal Sect can single-handedly defeat so many other sects here? Don't start crying when you get your butts kicked." Bai Ling frowned slightly. "Damn it, can't scare them. But we can't lose in terms of momentum," she shouted loudly. "Now that all the sects are rushing to snatch this supreme-grade cauldron, Shiji, you must hold on tight." This made Lin Xuan stunned. "She's a cauldron, Shiji, what the heck is going on?" Bai Ling turned her head back, asking in confusion. "Don't you know what's been happening outside?" Lin Xuan shook his head. "After I entered the ruins, I couldn't hear anything outside anymore," Bai Kongling explained. "This woman is the only key for the late-stage immortal seniors to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. She's the supreme-grade cauldron they've all been talking about." At this moment, the other sect disciples began to shout, "Let's kill this little brat and everyone in his sect first. We'll discuss who gets the supreme-grade cauldron later." Seeing the crowd preparing to make a move, Bai Kongling said gravely, "Shifandi, we'll hold them back for you. Quickly take this woman away, and find Elder Lu. As long as you find Elder Lu, you'll still have a chance to live." Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Shiji, after thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Shiji,
I've only reached the late stage of transformation divinity. Do you think I can escape the encirclement of so many late-stage Great Ascension cultivators? Moreover, they haven't attacked yet because whoever snatches this girl from me will become the next target.
That's why they don't dare to act rashly. Didn't Shiji say this cauldron can help people break through to the Earth Immortal realm? If it's that effective, why not let Shidi give it a try?
Don't even mention skyrocketing. Consecutive breakthroughs are definitely possible. If we have another late-stage Great Ascension expert, it would be very beneficial for us. Gi Mao and Feng Shuexu came up with this idea. Lin Xuan couldn't help but be stunned, realizing something. Even a cultivator with a bit of taste would know that cauldrons require dual cultivation.
Are you freaking kidding me? You want me to put on that show in front of all these people? Just at this moment, a fellow disciple of the Invincible Immortal Sect spoke up. Shidi, what time is it already? Are you still trying to save face?
For the glory of our Invincible Immortal Sect, what's wrong with sacrificing a little? The speaker was Chu Ruhei, a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator.
Lin Xuan waved his hand. Shixiang, this won't do.
Really, Chu Ruhei said with a smile.
Looks like Shinetti's skin is still very thin. Fine. In order to help my fellow disciples escape this predicament, I, Chu, am willing to sacrifice myself.
After all, my cultivation level is higher than Lin Shidi's. But as soon as Chu Ruhei touched Ye Weiyang, he was sent flying back by a burst of power. This made everyone present change their expressions. Just her defensive state is enough to blow people away. Too strong.
Lin Xuan was unexpectedly happy. After looking at Ye Weiyang like that, you've already reached the immortal realm. Awesome. Truly strong, Shiji. Did you see that? Just based on these shrimps and crabs you think you can snatch her. Wanting to snatch her is no different than looking for death. The disciples of the other sects finally changed their expressions. An immortal can easily kill tens or hundreds of tribulation transcension cultivators at the same time. Not to mention there isn't even a single tribulation transcension cultivator here.
Ye Weiyang said softly.
Master, although I have the cultivation of an immortal, I haven't learned any divine abilities. I only have this immortal power, and no attack methods at all. Lin Xuan was immediately stunned upon hearing this. Oh my god, big sister. Who asked you to say that? Everything I set up before has gone down the drain with just one sentence.
Sure enough, Lin Xuan heard the voices of the crowd. So that little brat was just scaring us.
Brothers, rush up, kill them and snatch the cauldron. Afterwards, everyone rushed forward together. Seeing the crowd attacking fiercely, Lin Xuan shouted loudly. Senior brothers and sisters, quickly stand over here by me. A true martial Immortal Sect disciple rushed forward, aiming his spear straight at Lin Xuan and shouted, You good-for-nothing who doesn't know his own limits, get lost. Since you want to be a hero, then I'll help you.
Seeing him attack, Lin Xuan didn't flinch at all. He waved his hand, and the 9 cauldrons within his body shot out. Lin Xuan was being careful, Bai Kongling hurriedly exclaimed in fear.
Clang! A sound like steel colliding rang out, and the tip of the spear was actually blocked by Lin Xuan's purple cauldron. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the purple cauldron actually blocked that attack. Bai Kongling's eyes lit up. Shidi, where did you get this cauldron? It's so powerful, can I borrow it to play with sometime? Lin Xuan smiled. Shiji, this is a one-time use defensive magic item that Shifu gave me. He instructed me that it can only be used twice in total. Bai Kongling's face changed drastically. Are you stupid? Such an important thing? How can you just say it out loud? Ah, right, you forgot they were eavesdropping on us. A female disciple from another sect shouted. Fellow cultivators, look at his cauldron, it's completely lost its light. It's no different from a low-grade spiritual treasure now. Now's our chance. Let's hurry up and kill this guy, and snatch the cauldron.
As the crowd prepared to rush forward, Lin Xuan said slowly and deliberately. Ah, wait, I think I remembered wrong. Shifu seemed to say it could be used 3 times.
These words caused the faces of those disciples rushing towards him to turn as black as the bottom of a pot, but it was too late. The purple cauldron had already smashed straight into them.
The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. I originally had no grudges against these people, but who knew they'd want to kill us for the cauldron? If it weren't for Shifu's great cauldron, we'd probably be dead.
Well, I can't pretend anymore. I have to reveal my hand. Actually, this is a defensive magic treasure. It's not limited to just a few uses. Lin Xuan's words enraged the disciples of the other sects. Son of a bitch. So you were playing us the whole time.
Lin Xuan didn't mind at all and said, Otherwise, if I didn't lure you close to the great cauldron, how could I catch you all?
HMPH, I don't believe there's such a powerful defensive magic treasure in this world. This kid must be lying to us again. Take another hit from me. But as soon as he swung his weapon to strike the cauldron, it emitted a beam of light that enveloped Lin Xuan's group. The disciple's face was incredibly colorful. What the hell? A barrier? He can even create barriers. Boom! A loud noise rang out. The disciple attacked, but he couldn't even shake the protective barrier. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. Sigh, all these years, no one believes me when I tell the truth. Is this the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa all over again? You just have to come up, one by one, to offer your lives. Bai Kongling whispered in his ear. Can this magic treasure really be used infinitely? With such destructive power, it would be understandable if it had a limited number of uses. But if it can be used forever, wouldn't that be a bit too overpowered? Lin Xuan shook his head. I don't think so. After all, there's no such thing as a magic treasure that can be used forever in this world, right? Then Shidi. Could those late-stage Great Ascension cultivators break it? Lin Xuan sneered. Just them. At least you'd need the strength of an immortal. Like Elder Lu, in the late-stage human immortal realm. Oh right, Ye Wei Yang, come over here. I won't hide it from you all, even though I entered the ruins and obtained the best treasure. But am I, Lin Xuan, someone who only cares about myself and not others? I only obtained her in the ruins. Everyone, why not enter the ruins and personally seek the opportunities that belong to you? Lin Xuan's words puzzled Bai Kongling. Shidi, why should we share the treasures inside with those who want to send us to our deaths? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Shiji, you're wrong, fellow cultivators. You're all here because you want to obtain great treasures, and you've expended so much effort. If I don't give you some compensation, I'll really feel bad. Bai Kongling nodded slightly, somewhat understanding. It seems like there's some truth to that. Then, senior brothers and sisters, let's go in. Haha, I didn't expect Shidi to be so generous. No way. I can be generous with others, but others might not be generous with me. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Shiji, I know that. Bai Kongling sighed helplessly. AI, there's no other way. If we don't quickly think of a way to retreat, and the cauldron in your hand can't hold on any longer, then the situation will be unfavorable for us. Hee hee. I didn't expect Shiji's brain to be quite sharp, but Shiji doesn't need to feel unfairly. Because besides Ye Wei Yang, there's nothing else left in the ruins. Bai Kongling was first stunned. Then she frantically dragged her junior sisters and brothers away. Let's go, let's go, let's go! If they find out later, they'll definitely chase after us again. Meanwhile, inside the Mountain Valley ruins, what a load of crap. Where's the treasure trove? It must have been snatched clean by that late-stage transformation realm thief. Damn it, that kid got one over on us again. Damn it, just wait till we catch you. After running a good distance, Bai Kongling finally asked, Right, junior brother, how did you get in back then? That sword formation was so fearsome, yet you went in without a scratch. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Sword formation? What sword formation? It's the sword formation at the entrance of the ruins, Lin Xuan thought to himself. So that's what it was. It's like I felt the existence of some kind of barrier back then. It's just that I didn't feel anything when I got closer, Guillemot chimed in. Moreover, did you know? After you went in, many mid and late-stage Great Ascension cultivators also wanted to enter, but they were all instantly obliterated by that sword formation. But still, how did you do it? Besides, even with a strong body, I really didn't see any sword formation appear at all. Lin Xuan chuckled. Perhaps it was destiny. Master, thank you so much. Inside Li Youqing's small world, Yurong was excitedly shouting, Your face is so red, sir. Are you sick? No. Li Youqing shook his head. That's not it. The urgent situation is that after finding the treasure with them, we must quickly leave this place, otherwise they will hear this voice. Immediately, Li Youqing reminded him. Don't be in a hurry to leave. There's still something useful to you inside, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan heard the reminder and nodded slightly. Yes, master. At the side, Bai Kongling said loudly. We've been dawdling for so long. Luckily, we have plenty of advantages now. It's time for everyone to start exploring the ruins. We should do what we need to do, take what we need to take. But absolutely do not act alone, understood. Now that junior brother has obtained the Invincible Immortal Sect's treasure, he will definitely be targeted by countless people. If they were to encounter an Invincible Immortal Sect disciple acting alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not long after, the Invincible Immortal Sect group once again entered the mountain cave. Fu, inside the ruins, seem to have already entered the depths of the ruins. Next, each team of 2 will search around on their own. Whatever you can find depends on your luck. Let's move out. Lin Xuan and Ye Wei Yang stepped into a room. He smiled and said, This room is the brightest. There must be good stuff inside. As soon as he saw the object inside, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Wow, it's a mid-grade battle armor. Too bad. It's for women. I can't wear it. If that's the case, I'll give it to Master. That's right, Wei Yang. You've been with me for a long time. Go find somewhere to rest inside the room first. Hearing this, Ye Wei Yang hugged Lin Xuan even tighter. No, Nujia doesn't want to. You were the first to see Nujia's entire body, and you are also Nujia's master. So no matter what, Nujia will not leave you for even half a step. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. But if you stick to me all the time, if we encounter danger, it won't be convenient for me to fight, right?
Ye Weiyang wanted to say something, but Lin Xuan stroked her head and comforted her. Don't worry, during this period, I promise to always be by your side, never leaving you for even half a step.
After that, he conveniently took the battle armor into his storage space. Right at this moment, a sound from outside attracted his attention. Heh, see that? I also found a treasure. The absolute best. No one can compare to this. Lin Xuan pulled Ye Weiyang out. What's all the commotion about? Let's go out and see what's happening. Outside was Chu Ruhei, and 2 disciples were fawning over him. Wow, senior brother's so lucky. No, after we get out, you must treat me to a meal at Tianyuan Institute. That's right. I suddenly feel like the low-grade spirit tier magic tool in my hand isn't so great anymore. Lin Xuan saw this scene and couldn't help but smile faintly. Great. Gathering so many people here, this Chu Ruhei is really good at showing off. Only to hear Chu Ruhei laugh lightly. That's a given. This thing is on par with someone's treasure, he said as he glanced sideways at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was filled with question marks. Where's this unparalleled treasure? I've strained my eyes looking, but I can't see anything. Seeing Lin Xuan's disbelieving look, he pulled aside the screen. You don't believe me, I'll show you. I found the treasure behind this screen.
So much spirit liquid. Exchanging it for spirit stones would get you at least a few million, right? Seeing a pool full of spirit liquid, the disciples were immediately astonished. If senior brother has this much spirit liquid, he'll definitely be able to challenge the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal within 10 years. That's for sure.
Lin Xuan, seeing these guys acting like country bumpkins, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It's just a little bit of spirit liquid, and it's even got impurities.
What's so amazing about it? Besides, you're all at the Great Ascension stage, acting like you've never seen it before, too. He still didn't understand Lin Xuan's thoughts, he said smugly. There's quite a lot of spirit liquid here. I probably can't even use it all myself. After I save enough spirit liquid to challenge the heavenly tribulation, you guys can share the leftovers.
Senior brother. That's not right. Exactly. This was discovered by senior brother, so it's your personal property. What does it have to do with us?
Chu.
He chuckled. We're all fellow disciples. Good things should be shared, not hoarded like someone wants to monopolize them. Lin Xuan frowned slightly when he heard this. This little punk is really something, waiting for me here. He's aiming for me.
Whatever, we're all fellow disciples, no need to argue with him. Just at this moment, Guillemot shouted loudly. Wait a minute. If junior brother is so enthusiastic, then this senior sister can only shamelessly accept your kindness. Chu He's face still smiled and nodded, but in his heart he was cursing. I was just saying it casually, pretending a little. I didn't expect this woman to have the nerve to actually ask me for it. And so the other disciples followed Guillemot and lined up to receive spirit liquid, which made Chu He furious, but he didn't dare say anything. After all, he already said it.
He glanced sideways at Lin Xuan. That stinky brat? Isn't he going to directly take the spirit liquid and leave? Immediately, he spoke up. Don't go, junior brother, you have a share too. Lin Xuan said indifferently, I thank senior brother for your good intentions, but this spirit liquid doesn't have much use for me. Let others take it.
Chu He still pretended to be kind.
Junior brother, what you're saying is wrong. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't use spirit liquid? This is the spirit liquid I've stored in my storage ring. If you don't take it, you're looking down on this senior brother.
Lin Xuan stared at the guy.
What's with this guy? He's even using the persuasion tactics from 21st century drinking parties.
He thought for a moment, then reached out his hand.
All right then, forget it. We're all fellow disciples. No need to make things so tense. But just as Lin Xuan was about to take Chu He's hand, he withdrew his hand, then smiled coldly. Oh, do you really think I'm running a charity here? You can take it if you want. You don't have to if you don't want to.
The disciples, who were originally lined up to receive spirit liquid, saw the commotion over there and immediately whispered,
It seems like something happened over there. Let's go see what's going on. It's Chu He and Lin Xuan. It seems like they're arguing over the spirit liquid. Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold. So after all this guy wanted to make me look bad in front of everyone. I originally wanted everyone to get along harmoniously, but he just had to cause trouble.
Thinking of this, Lin Xuan laughed coldly. So senior brother's good intentions were all fake. Everyone clearly heard senior brother say earlier that if I didn't take it, I would be looking down on him, but as soon as I was about to take it, he changed his mind so quickly.
The disciples began to whisper and discuss noisily.
Chu,
he shouted loudly. What nonsense are you talking about?
Ye Weiyang pointed directly at Chu He and said in a deep voice, I can testify. What my master just said is the truth. He clearly wanted to humiliate my master.
Guillemot chimed in. I think you're just jealous that Lin Shidi got a top-grade pill furnace. I didn't expect senior brother Chu He to be such a petty person. Should we return the spirit liquid to him? I don't want to be hated by this kind of petty person.
Lin Xuan waved his hand at this point. It's okay, don't assume senior brother Chu is doing it on purpose. After all, we're all fellow disciples. Don't hurt the harmony.
Chu He looked at Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth, as if he had swallowed 100 flies. You deserve to die. With that, he threw a punch straight at Lin Xuan.
Gimao hurriedly reminded
Lin Xuan, be careful.
However, Lin Xuan casually waved his hand and blocked the attack. Moreover, Chu He was sent flying by the force of the rebound.
Ouch, I just gave him a little tap, and senior brother Chu went flying.
He was sent flying by Lin Xuan's casual blow, and the surrounding disciples rushed over. Senior brother, are you all right?
Chu He, covered in injuries, struggled to his feet. Lin Xuan, you actually dare to hit me for real. Today, I won't be called Chu if I don't kill you. Before he could even charge forward, a sword blocked his neck.
The one who acted was none other than Bai Kongling.
What do you guys think you're doing? We're all from the same immortal sect. Why are you using your powers?
He hurriedly made a flimsy excuse. Senior sister, I just wanted to spar with junior brother Lin Xuan, who knew he'd actually hit me. Before he could finish, Bai Kongling cut him off.
Oh, is that so? Lin Xuan spoke up.
Senior brother, don't slander me, okay? I'm standing here, not even moving. Everyone saw who attacked first, I believe.
You, Chu? He was trembling with anger. Bai Kongling sighed softly and said calmly, All right, everyone quieted down. We're not here at the forbidden area for you two to argue. You're supposed to be the senior brother. Don't bully him just because your junior brother has a treasure.
Senior sister, Chu He's eyes welled up with tears, and he wanted to say something, but Bai Kongling became irritated. Ugh, enough, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough today?
The previous strategy for finding treasures was first come, first served, based on luck. Some disciples just had bad luck and ended up with nothing. I've been thinking, to avoid future conflicts arising from the wealth gap like what happened today, let's change our strategy a bit. To be fair, from now on, we'll gather all the newly discovered treasures and divide them equally. Even if your luck isn't great initially, after the unified distribution, you'll at least get a spirit rank magic item.
Bai Kongling's words received the support of countless disciples.
I think senior sister's suggestion is great. Senior sister is wise. At the same time, at the entrance of the forbidden area, an elder approached Elder Lu and asked, Elder Lu, what's going on? Why are hundreds of people rushing out of the forbidden area?
A true martial Immortal Sect disciple who had just run out shouted, Elder, a great treasure has appeared.
It's a relic left behind by the mystic pill Taoist, and inside is a supreme pill cauldron that can help people break through to the earth immortal realm. But the pill cauldron was taken by a late-stage transformation god disciple from the Invincible Immortal Sect, and he used his strength to kill thousands of people from other immortal sects.
Hearing this, an elder anxiously said, Elder Lu, what should we do now? Elder Lu said in a deep voice. Don't panic. I've already used a secret technique to send a message to the sect leader.
I believe he will make the right decision.
At that moment, the sect leader arrived at Qiu Hai Peak to meet Youqing.
Elder Lie, Lin Xuan has obtained a great opportunity this time. Why didn't his teacher come to the forbidden area with him? Youqing smiled. The sect leader previously said that all human immortals and human elders should go to Tongtian Peak, but I'm only at the late stage of the tribulation realm. It's better for me not to go and cause trouble. The sect leader laughed. If that's the case, Elder Lin can wait here for my good news. Lin Xuan's talent defies the heavens. I won't let anything happen to him this time, Lin Xuan said softly. Thank you, sect leader. Farewell, sect leader.
After he left, Wu Wang stepped forward and smiled, saying, These people are really interesting. They're making such a big commotion over a pill cauldron that can help them break through to the earth immortal realm.
Youqing turned her head. Instead of eavesdropping here, why don't you go cut the grass in the 100 Flowers small world?
Wu Wang said softly.
Hey, Lin Xuan got the pill cauldron and is now the enemy of the world, and you're still calm. Seeing Youqing's silence, Wu Wang continued. Seriously, aren't you even a little worried about that little boy toy of yours?
Hearing this,
Youqing's eyes turned icy. She glanced sideways at the speaker and then casually said, With the flesh of a true dragon immortal king protecting him, his body's strength can already rival a celestial immortal. This made Wu Wang green with envy, tears welling up. Giving him the strongest protective treasure is one thing. You even killed a true dragon at the Immortal King level to temper his body. Comparing people like this is just infuriating. 1 month later, inside the Forbidden Zone, seeing her disciple sleeping, Youqing transmitted a message. Wake up, Yangzhu is not far ahead. It has what you need. Lin Xuan groggily woke up. Master? Oh, Master. Are you there, Master? What are you talking about? Can you give me a hint?
Damn it, hiss.
Why is there no sound? Is the signal bad?
So he pouted around. Master, are you there? Give me a kiss.
Get lost, Youqing shouted. Lin Xuan helplessly said, Master, what's wrong? Why don't you listen to the good stuff? Just the bad. Then, he opened the map and looked. Sure enough, there was a red mark ahead. Yangzhou up ahead is extremely dangerous. We should still try our best to take a detour.
Hearing Bai Kongling say this, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. If it wasn't dangerous, how could there be good stuff?
Thinking of this, he said, but I just feel like there's something in the bamboo forest attracting me. How about we go in and try it out? Who knows? Maybe there are even better treasures inside.
Seeing Bai Kongling silent, Lin Xuan shook his head. Forget it, I'll still respect everyone's opinions. Can't force people.
However, under Lin Xuan's astonished gaze, Bai Kongling stood up. Then let's go. Where there are good treasures, there's bound to be a certain degree of danger. Since we're here, let's go in together and see if it's true.
Dear senior brothers and sisters,
receiving everyone's love, after entering the bamboo forest, no matter what happens, this junior brother will definitely do my best to protect everyone's safety.
Chu Ruhei, hearing this, sneered. Knowing it's dangerous and still wanting to lead everyone inside, HMPH. Who knows if you have ulterior motives, you want to drag people down with you even when you die.
Bai Kongling, hearing these words, got angry. Junior brother Chu, stop talking.
Chu Ruhei waved his hand. Fine, fine, if you want to go die, go follow him, I'm not going anyway.
Bai Kongling said in a low voice. If you're going to be alone here now then, Chu Ruhei gritted his teeth.
Don't say any more. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go. Don't waste your breath on me, I'll bear all the consequences myself.
Lin Xuan walked over and patted Bai Kongling's shoulder lightly.
Alright, if senior brother doesn't want to go, then we won't force him. Take care.
And with that, the group left. After the group disappeared from sight, Chu Ruhei shouted loudly. Lin Xuan, just you wait. After I refine the spiritual liquid to transcend the tribulation, I'll deal with you. Right at this moment, a voice rang in his ear. After following for so long, finally someone's on their own. Chu Ruhei's expression changed, and he turned his head to look. Who is it? Before he could finish speaking. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. And in an instant, Chu Xuan turned into ashes. The storage ring on his hand fell to the ground. Another person came forward and picked it up, with a few drops of blood still on the ring. Approaching was a group of people, led by a bald man. What a pity. Can't kill Lin Xuan, so I will deal with the disciple of Invincible Immortal Sect first. But, compared to that, this guy compared to Lin Xuan is really too weak.
Little did they know Chu Ruhei was already dead. The gang had arrived at the bamboo forest and spotted the cave entrance.
Bai Kongling exclaimed excitedly, Woohoo! This must be it! Look at that, there's a ton of magical artifacts outside. Looks like this trip ain't gonna be a waste. These broken spiritual artifacts were all spirit-tier magic treasures back in the day. There's gotta be some better stuff inside. Alright, let's head in and check it out. But as they stepped inside, darkness enveloped them, making them a bit spooked.
It's so dark, Lin Xuan chuckled. Snap! Instantly, the candles on the cave walls flickered to life. Before the group stretched, a treasure trove filled with countless rare and exotic treasures. This made their eyes light up like Christmas trees.
Awesome! This adventure is totally worth it. Lin Xuan, however, frowned slightly. Just some middle-grade spirit-tier magical artifacts? Is this really worth the master's special mention? Li Youqing whispered in his ear. There's a long spear to the left of the cave entrance. It's got your name on it. Didn't you say you didn't have any offensive magic treasures? This is a legit, upper-grade heaven-tier treasure. Whoa! An upper-grade heaven-tier magic treasure. For reference, the known grades in the Abyss world are mortal, spirit, immortal, and heaven. Gotta know that even an immortal tier treasure is a treasure of a great immortal sect, and a sect only has one or two. Lin Xuan walked over, staring intently at the unremarkable black spear.
That's the one. He picked it up and examined it, immediately deflating.
This looks like junk. But as soon as he held the spear, the ground around them began to tremble violently. Bai Kongling's face changed as she looked up. Oh no, we must have accidentally triggered some kind of mechanism. The demonic beasts in the cave are waking up. Everyone, let's get out of here. Before they could get far, roar, roar, hiss, a massive great serpent appeared, instantly terrifying the group. Run, let's go. Help, help. Lin Xuan quickly stashed the spear away and said in a deep voice, Senior sisters, you guys take Ye Wei Yang and get out of here first. Gima was shocked. What? You're not planning? To run? Master, I don't want to leave you, Lin Xuan said softly. Be good. I'll find you. After I'm done with my business here, I really can't fight properly with you here.
Bai Kongling was already fiercely battling the great serpent to buy time for everyone. Lin Xuan stepped forward and whispered, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Seeing him return, Bai Kongling said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, you should get out too. Let me cut it in half." Seeing the horned snake, it seemed like it was about to transform into a flood dragon. Right now it was standing in front of them, and several legs had already grown on its body. Lin Xuan gave a wry smile. "I'm afraid it's too late." The great serpent opened its massive maw and lunged at them. Bai Kongling's forehead was covered in sweat. "Damn it, the battle earlier has already depleted most of my magic power. I don't know if I can stop it again." Then she saw the serpent open its maw and fire a beam of green light towards Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the purple cauldron appeared.
Usually in this kind of situation the main character would start looking through stuff, Lin Xuan thought smugly. Boom, boom, boom. The green beam slammed into the cauldron, and the great serpent was instantly pushed back by the force.
Lin Xuan was overjoyed. "As expected of me, too handsome," Bai Kongling reminded him. "Stop showing off. Take this chance to leave." Lin Xuan's expression changed drastically. "What? It's not dead?" Seeing the snake attacking Bai Kongling, Lin Xuan couldn't help but shout, "Senior sister! Watch out! Damn it, she's not listening."
Too late to warn her. In a flash, he rushed behind the beautiful Bai Kongling and took the full brunt of the attack. Only then did Bai Kongling react, and she yelled,
"Lin Xuan, junior brother." At that moment, the people of the Invincible Immortal Sect had also run outside. "Phew! Finally escaped. I was so scared just now I thought I was gonna die." "Escape from that monster? But senior sister and Lin Xuan haven't come out yet." Just then, Ye Weiyang spoke up. "The cave entrance seems to have movement," only to see Lin Xuan pulling Bai Kongling out, shouting, "Everyone be careful, that monster is coming out." These words made the disciples of the Invincible Immortal Sect change color. "What? Lin Xuan, hurry over here, watch out behind you," Bai Kongling shouted loudly. "Everyone don't turn around, get out of the way." That snake opened its wide mouth and spat out a ball of blue light.
Prompted, the disciples immediately turned tail and ran for their lives.
Lin Xuan shouted, "Everyone hide behind me."
Just as he used the cauldron to protect everyone, suddenly, in the ring on his hand, the spear he had collected earlier reappeared,
and it was emitting a brilliant light.
Seeing this scene, the eyes of the female disciples couldn't help but light up.
"Wow, that weapon is so cool, junior brother, go for it. You got a divine spear." Lin Xuan charged forward. "If that's the case, then I'll use you to test it out." A single spear strike, and a loud explosion resounded inside the barrier.
Gi Mao and Feng Yu shouted, "Lin Xuan, junior brother, are you all right?" Bai Kongye Meixiang pointed to the side and said,
"Master is over there." When the smoke cleared, Lin Xuan was standing on the snake's corpse, grinning at everyone. "It's over." This made the disciples stunned, who knew that the unimpressive black flame stick from before was actually a top-grade heaven-tier magic treasure. Is being handsome the mark of a chosen one? Damn it, wah! Lin Xixiong is so mighty, our family's teacher is so awesome, haha. Just so. Bai Kongling walked over softly. "Lin Xuan, junior brother. Is your injury okay?" Only then did Lin Xuan notice. "It seems like I was hit by it just now, but I guess my strong body healed it on its own."
Feng Shui, with a face full of admiration, stepped to his side. "Junior brother, you were so awesome just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid everyone would have had a hard time escaping today." Lin Xuan laughed. "Don't say that, it's just thanks to everyone diverting the beast's attention that Bai Shiji and I were able to successfully escape. Moreover, I just had good luck in finding this top-grade, heaven-tier magic treasure." Ye Weiyang then stepped forward and hugged his arm tightly. "Master, you're finally back." Bai Changling sighed softly. Sigh, now even casually picking up a scrap of iron can turn out to be a heaven-tier magic treasure. Is this even fair? Lin Xuan walked over with a smile. "I can't believe senior sister is still hung up on that. Everyone gets lucky sometimes, right?" "Humph. But your luck is just too good. I'm so jealous and envious." Lin Xuan looked up at the sky like a lonely master. "That's true, but I feel like everything, whether it's Ye Weiyang or those top-grade heaven-tier magical artifacts, is all thanks to Master. Me, I can even say no. Without her, I wouldn't even dream of getting these things." Bai Kongling snorted. "Look at you showing off. Having a beautiful master, how can I not brag a little?" Bai Ling was about to say something, but Feng Shui stepped forward and said softly, "Senior sister, which ruins are we going to next?" Bai Kongling opened the map to check, and replied, "Let me see." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Xuan interrupted. "Senior sister, I suggest we stop looking for ruins. It takes too much time to travel around. How about we just directly rob people? There are a total of 10,000 cultivators entering and exiting the forbidden area this time. We only need to rob 2 or 3 times. and the gains will far exceed what we get from finding ruins ourselves.
Bai Kongning frowned slightly. But they're afraid of your cauldron. Now they'll run away as soon as they see you, so it might be difficult to rob them. Lin Xuan. It's okay, senior sister, it's okay. Since I made this suggestion, I naturally have a way to make sure they can't escape my grasp. This kid is showing off again. A month later. Now all the major sects are fighting for the cauldron, and all the late-stage immortal experts of the sects have come to the Forbidden Zone. Even the Invincible Immortal Sect's leader has appeared here.
As soon as he arrived, looking at everyone present, he felt a little uneasy. It seems the situation here is even more dire than I imagined. If it weren't for Elder Lu holding down the fort with his prestige, I'm afraid my arrival here would have gone from reinforcements to body collection.
An elder stepped forward and said softly, "The 100 Sects gathering is about to end. Other Immortal Sect disciples have come out during this time, but our sect's disciples haven't shown up. Do you think something might have happened to them?"
The Invincible Immortal Sect leader didn't know what to do. I just hope Lin Xuan can anticipate the dangers outside the Forbidden Zone. Leaving the cauldron inside the Forbidden Zone like that, it would be a complete success if we could just bring him back this time. If he can even find an opportunity to break through his cultivation using the cauldron inside the Forbidden Zone, then that would be too amazing. At the same time, inside the Forbidden Zone, Lin Xuan flew straight into the sky, forming mystical hand seals. His top-grade heaven-tier spear instantly split into 7, then pointed towards the distance, launching an attack. At the same time, a team of cultivators was near Lin Xuan. They heard the sound of wind tearing and looked up. What is that glowing in the sky? Holy crap, the sky is full of magical artifacts. Run! But it was too late. How could Lin Xuan let them escape? Immediately, this group of people were all knocked down. Not long after, the people from the Invincible Immortal Sect came to take inventory of the spoils. 17 Great Ascension stage cultivators, all killed by his one magical power. Junior brother is too strong, Lin Xuan smiled. Actually, this has nothing to do with my strength. It's mainly the power of the magical artifacts themselves, and I only crippled their cultivation, I didn't take their lives. Hearing this, Bai Kongling and the other disciples couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. Crippling a Great Ascension stage cultivator's cultivation is worse than killing them. Alright everyone, let's sort out the treasures a bit, then we'll divide them up. That's right. Judging by the time, the 100 Sects gathering is about to end. Just then, suddenly, the ground beneath their feet started doing the cha-cha slide. A major tremor kicking off. This sent Ji Mao and Feng Shui into a panic. What the heck? An earthquake out of nowhere? And this ain't no small tremor, Lin Xuan. All serious, muttered. Damn, that's intense. Could it be some hardcore cultivators from another sect coming for revenge or something? Oh crap, I'm seeing stars, this sucks. But when Lin Xuan blinked his eyes open, he looked around, totally confused. Wait a sec, is this where we started? When we first entered the forbidden area? Did we just get teleported back here? Turns out, the Forbidden Zone was a goner. Poof, vanished. Lin Xuan saw a bunch of Xianren stage cultivators chilling in the sky and start sweating bullets. Holy moly, there's a whole squad of late-stage Xianren elders rolling up. Whoa. What in the world is going on? No sooner had the crowd arrived than they were all eyeballing Yi Wei Yang. So this is the legendary supreme furnace body, Yi Wei Yang. Seeing those peeps giving her the stink eye, she just scoffed. With the other sects ready to pounce like hungry wolves, Sixth Elder's voice boomed. Anything the Invincible Immortal Sect found is property of the Invincible Immortal Sect. I want to see who's got the guts to make a move. One of those Ren Xian late-stage dudes points his sword right at Sixth Elder. Sixth Elder just scoffs. Old fart. Others might be scared of you, but I ain't. The rest of you can buzz off, but these guys are staying right here. Cut the crap, old man. Today the Invincible Immortal Sect is getting wiped off the map. Sixth Elder, overhearing that, sneered. Bunch of losers. Can't even train up decent disciples, so you gotta gang up and steal treasure after someone else already snagged it. Lin Xuan, you think these guys are even worth our time? Waiting for an answer, but hearing nothing. Sixth Elder gave Lin Xuan a confused look, only to find Lin Xuan sitting cross-legged meditating. Now that they were out of the Forbidden Zone, the spiritual energy of the world was crashing over Lin Xuan like a tidal wave, the perfect time for a breakthrough. Lin Xuan, though, straight up ignores everyone and starts cultivating. The other sect's elders were furious. Damn it, this kid's trying to break through right here? Oh no you don't. One sword came swinging, but Sixth Elder blocked it. Seeing this, one of them shouted, I'll keep this old geezer busy, you guys go grab the furnace body. In a heartbeat, a million figures shot towards Lin Xuan. Spotting the chaos, Bai Kongling yells out, Crap, we're doomed. All the late-stage Xianren powerhouses are attacking the Invincible Immortal Sect. What are we gonna do, everyone? Don't panic. The Immortal Sect's elders will come up with something. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around her. Bai Kongling, totally surprised, blinked.
A protective barrier. The one who casts it was none other than the sect leader. He yelled, "Disciples, get on the boats! It's the sect leader, we're saved!" Lin Xuan was still stuck in meditation land. When the sect leader tried to throw up a barrier around Lin Xuan, it straight up didn't work, leaving him stumped.
What the? My magic can't form a protective barrier around Lin Xuan.
A late-stage Dijian charged over, laughing his head off. "Ha ha ha! A cheap furnace! Can't even unleash some spiritual energy to defend yourself. What a joke!" As that late-stage Dijian was about to strike, a beam of golden light shot out of the furnace, instantly slamming into the guy. Watching that dude turn into dust in a blink, the other attackers bailed faster than you can say, "Nope, run." Sixth Elder, seeing this, couldn't help but snicker. Sweet. Now they're scared of the runaway furnace, and not worrying about anything else. This is the perfect time for ME to make my move. As soon as he finished talking, Sixth Elder pulled out his heaven-rank magic weapon. Before those guys could even react, Elder Lu was already hacking at them with his sword. Seeing their buddy go down, the others immediately perked up. "Quick, let's grab him!" But before they could even move, bam! A super blinding light burst out from Lin Xuan's direction. What the heck? Damn it, this light is blinding. No way he broke through his cultivation that fast, right? At the same time, on the treasure ship, Feng Ling was all teary-eyed. "Are we all gonna die here today?" Yi Mu wasn't much better, I feel like. "Yeah, probably." Bai Kongling glared. "Knock it off, you two. What are you saying? With the sect leader and Shishu here, we'll definitely make it back safe. But seriously, what the heck is going on outside?" Outside, after Lin Xuan's breakthrough, he stared down those guys with a steely gaze. "Awesome. 2 whole levels up. And this cauldron is so strong it can squash a late-stage immortal. Master, what kind of crazy powerful treasure did you give me?" The late-stage immortal elders surrounding him didn't dare to attack first. They were wary of his cauldron. Ye Wei Yang whispered from behind Lin Xuan, "Master, these guys are seriously making me want to puke." Lin Xuan chuckled, a top-grade heaven-tier spear appearing in his hand. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone take you, even if I die." He gripped the spear tightly, and in a flash, it split into dozens of spearheads, launching straight towards those guys, with Lin Xuan as the center. The late-stage human immortal elders didn't expect Lin Xuan's treasure to be so terrifying. One of them shouted, "Quick! Form a defensive formation. Everyone be careful, this guy is weird, his combat power is unfathomable, he has 2 top-quality treasures now. Preliminary judgment is that this spear is the legendary heaven-tier treasure. Don't confront him head-on. Everyone, use your divine abilities to kill him." As soon as that guy finished speaking, everyone there joined forces, unleashing their individual techniques at Lin Xuan. But all those attacks were blocked by his cauldron. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smirk. "So this is all immortals are good for. Then let me show you the power of a late-stage integration cultivator." Knocking those guys back, Lin Xuan saw Elder Lu was still struggling against 3 human immortals, and yelled, "Elder Lu, I'm coming to help you." One of the guys fighting Elder Lu, holding a gourd, saw Lin Xuan coming and grinned. Well, kid, you're just handing yourself over to be killed. Perfect timing for me to have a little chat." Hearing this guy turn his attention to Lin Xuan, Elder Lu shouted, "Lin Xuan, get out of here." That guy casually said, "Hold him, don't let him run." As soon as he spoke, Elder Luca felt the space around him freeze, unable to move. "Heh, I might not be able to beat you in a straight fight, but with our combined power holding you down as a piece of cake, Elder Lu, I advise you to give up." TCH. Looks like I'm being underestimated by a junior. Elder Lu's fist clenched, struggling to break free, and with one punch, the other 2 felt their heads spin, instantly getting knocked away. And after that move, even 6th Elder couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. The other 2 weren't doing much better. After finally regaining their footing, they were visibly shaken. This guy actually didn't hesitate to hurt himself, to break free from us. Looks like we underestimated him. What the heck? He still has the strength to chase after someone. The guy with the gourd, who was originally going straight for Lin Xuan, didn't notice 6th Elder had appeared behind him, stabbing him straight through the shoulder into his chest with a sword. But the vitality of a late-stage human immortal is insane. He didn't die from that sword strike, he retreated, rejoining the other 2. "Damn, he's a maniac, he doesn't care about his life, let's get out of here." Seeing that 6th Elder was also seriously injured, Lin Xuan quickly went to support him. "6th Elder, 6th Elder," 6th Elder coughed. "Lin Xuan, this old man might not be able to get you back safely." Ugh, 6th Elder, what are you doing?" "Actually, it's not hard for us to leave here. After all, we have the Great Cauldron protecting us." "Don't even mention a late-stage human immortal. Even if all the late-stage human immortal powerhouses here came at me, I'd be fine." 6th Elder chuckled. "It's okay, I'm going to die today anyway, so I might as well do something meaningful before I go." Lin Xuan hesitated, asking, 6th Elder, if you entered the Earth Immortal realm, Could you defeat those guys? Sixth Elder sighed. Ah, if heaven had any sense, how would I be stuck at late-stage human immortal like this? You're the new hope of the Invincible Immortal Sect. The cauldron can only be used once, so you should keep it.
Anyway, I'm old. Even if I could break through, it wouldn't mean much.
Lin Xuan smiled and said, if we exclude the cauldron, I actually have another method, Sixth Elder. Do you want to give it a try?
Before Sixth Elder could say anything,
the surrounding late-stage human immortals said in a deep voice, Kid, if you really have another method to break through to Earth Immortal, tell us quickly, and I might spare you. But if you don't talk, then we'll kill you right here. Lin Xuan looked down on them a little. You guys sure talk a lot. If you could kill me, why would you bother making deals with me?
He pointed to his cauldron and said,
if you have the guts, fight this cauldron first, before you say those words,
making the one who just spoke furious,
but unable to refute it. At that moment, Lin Xuan shouted in his heart, Master, are you there? Will the fruit that little Xuan hair made have any effect on Sixth Elder?
But after waiting for a while, he still didn't receive any voice transmission from his master.
He shouted again,
Master, are you there?
If you are, say something.
But after a while, there was still no response.
The late-stage human immortal elders of the other sects looked at Lin Xuan standing there with his arms crossed, smiling, and couldn't help but wonder, doesn't this guy have something wrong with him? He just keeps smiling. Why isn't Master answering? Lin Xuan thought to himself. If little Xuan Shuer's words are true, then breaking through definitely won't be a problem.
The only problem is if Sixth Elder explodes and dies on the spot after eating the golden fruit, then that would be awkward.
Oh well, forget it. Then I can only use my last resort.
He took out a large loudspeaker from his storage bag and shouted,
Master, are you there? Give me a child. Bang! A lightning bolt struck directly at Lin Xuan. Fortunately, he was quick and dodged it, but his loudspeaker was unlucky and got all soft. Damn it, what kind of terrifying power is that? Could it be that Master is angry? No, it definitely wasn't Master. Could Master be that strong?
Youqing appeared at this time, glaring at him. If you dare to talk nonsense again in the future, I will expel you from the sect.
He. Hello, Master. That's right, you still haven't answered my question.
Forget it.
Master probably won't stand by and watch Sixth Elder die. After all, the Invincible Immortal Sect is still a place for you to stay. Plus, the Invincible Immortal Sect has already lost more than 100 human immortals. The Invincible Immortal Sect's decline from here on out wouldn't be a good thing for you either, right?
Thinking of this,
without hesitation, Lin Xuan took out the pear and gave it to Sixth Elder, saying, Sixth Elder, you should try eating this. Though they didn't understand what was happening, but Sixth Elder still reached out and grabbed the pear, then swallowed the whole pear in one gulp. As soon as it entered his mouth, Sixth Elder immediately felt the difference in his body. My hands. So fast, I can use my magic power now. This fruit is indeed magical. Seeing that Sixth Elder didn't explode and die, Lin Xuan was extremely happy. That's great. It wasn't over yet. After a while, Sixth Elder opened his eyes again. Wow! I never thought this old man would be able to directly break through from late-stage human immortal and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Seeing this, Lin Xuan was utterly stunned. Zhao Xuan's fruits are that awesome. What the heck, this girl seems to have lost her mojo instantly. After breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm, Lu Lao bowed his head to Lin Xuan. Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. From now on, if anyone dares to harm even a single hair on your head, I'll wipe out their entire clan. Lin Xuan waved his hand. Lu Lao, you're too kind. You almost sacrificed yourself for me just now. As a junior, this is what I should do.
Shouldn't we take care of these guys first before anything else, right?
Lu Lao, reminded, immediately grabbed his high-grade immortal sword. Perfect timing for me to test just how strong I've become after breaking free from 7,000 years of Earth Immortal restriction.
Down in the ship's cabin, after seeing this scene, the disciples couldn't help but be bewildered. That's Elder Lu and Lin Xuan. So, junior brother Lin Xuan can fight alongside Elder Lu now. Amazing. Bai Kongling shouted loudly in encouragement. Lu Lao, Lin Xuan, kill them all. Feng Ling beside her whispered, Senior sister, be careful, your wounds haven't healed yet. Up in the sky,
just as Elder Lu was about to rush over and deal with those people, suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky,
shining directly on him, holding him in place, preventing him from advancing.
This made Lu Lao frown. Heaven's Tao clearly only restrains late-stage human immortals. Why is it interfering with my slaughter now? Seeing this scene, the late-stage immortals from other sects couldn't help but change their expressions. It's the Heaven's Tao restriction again. Lu Xie actually reached this level. Run.
Restricted by Heaven's Tao, Lu Lao couldn't unleash his full power. He glared at the fleeing people, gritting his teeth. I'll let you off for today.
After the people left, Lu Lao and Lin Xuan descended back to the treasure ship. The sect leader immediately led the disciples to welcome them, congratulating Lu Lao on his continuous breakthroughs. Stepping into the late-stage Earth Immortal realm, Lu Lao descended into the cabin, smiling. This time, I was also forced into it. Although I intended to protect everyone, I ended up taking Lin Xuan's opportunity. I'm truly ashamed. Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand. Lu Lao, don't blame yourself. And there's naturally no problem with me entering the Earth Immortal realm. Anyway, my backyard still has many of this heaven-defying golden fruit. Elder Lu looked at the sky, sighing softly. I can actually feel this world rejecting me. If it weren't for the heaven-defying immortal fruit, when I was about to break through to Earth Immortal Peak, I would have been killed by the great Tao of heaven and earth.
It seems, the era of breaking through to Earth Immortal doesn't exist. The restriction of Earth Immortals, and ascension leaving this world isn't without reason.
All disciples, listen up. Find all the corpses grass, the elders, the war sons buried in the ancestral land, so that the disciples of the immortal sect can pay their respects.
Speaking of which, what's the origin of this great cauldron of yours?
It's my teacher. What about the golden fruit? I got it from a forbidden area in the ruins. Elder Lu, can you please stop asking about this? This is the treasure I prepared to use to break through to the Great Ascension stage. Elder Lu was a little annoyed. Isn't this old man breaking through to the late-stage Earth Immortal more important than you breaking through to the Great Ascension stage? Oops, I didn't mean that. After examining Lin Xuan's great cauldron, Elder Lu became more and more confused. Unable to see through it, he really couldn't see through it. Lin Xuan smiled. Lu Lao, for now, I'm not too clear about the grade of this great cauldron, or its defensive limit. From the beginning,
it easily defended against attacks from nascent soul-stage cultivators, then shocked and killed late-stage Great Ascension cultivators, and finally even killed immortal experts. If there's anyone in the world today who can break through the Great Cauldron's defense, then it must be you. How about we try it now? Lu Lao frowned slightly. HMPH, very well. Why do I have a bad feeling? Isn't this kid tricking me? Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, took out his magical artifact, and said, I'm starting. As soon as the words fell, Lu Lao soared into the sky, aiming directly at the great cauldron, and slashing down. Seeing this, the disciples below started buzzing, as expected of the late-stage Earth Immortal Lu Lao, the number one in the Yuanyang realm. With this battle power, wiping us out would probably just take one move. I wonder if Lin Xuan's cauldron can withstand this terrifying blow. Even if he can block it, he'll probably be completely drained. After all, even the heavenly Tao would be wary of Lu Lao's strength. Just as they were saying that, Lu Lao chopped down on the great cauldron. But the moment Lu Lao's magic weapon touched the great cauldron, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately after, Lu Lao was sent flying backwards by the great cauldron's counterforce, soaring up into the sky, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Where did Lu Lao go? Why can't even Lu Lao stand against that golden great cauldron? This junior brother is way too OP. Lin Xuan looked at Lu Lao's disappearing figure, thinking to himself, although this outcome was within my expectations, I can clearly sense that this great cauldron didn't kill Lu Lao like it did with enemies before. It seems to have its own consciousness, able to automatically distinguish between friend and foe. Looks like, to understand the situation with this great cauldron, the only way is to go back and ask my master about it. Looking at Lu Lao way up in the sky, Bai Kongling shouted loudly, Lu Lao, are you okay? Oh no, you're not coming back, are you?
It wasn't until a month later that Lin Xuan finally returned to the Invincible Immortal Sect. And Lu Elder had only just gotten back himself. As soon as Lin Xuan saw him, he asked, what realm do you think my master's cultivation is at? But upon hearing the answer, he couldn't help but be stunned.
Are you saying my master's cultivation is only at the late tribulation transcendence stage? Looper Elder nodded slightly.
Yeah, that's what the sect leader said, so I was curious. How could she have such a powerful magic weapon with such a low cultivation? Lin Xuan pondered a bit. Someone with so many heaven-defying resources, who still can't break through the restrictions of the forbidden area, transmitting a cultivation base to me that's only at the late tribulation transcendence stage. Who would believe that? As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of Chu Hai Feng. Wu Ang was sweeping, and saw the group returning. Seeing Lu Elder, she was quite surprised. Chu Hai Feng, is there anyone else besides you? Lin Xuan smiled and introduced. She doesn't have any cultivation. Master thought she was pitiful, so she brought her back. Hearing this, Wu Ang got a little angry. Who are you calling pitiful? Lu Elder sighed softly. I see that this woman doesn't seem ordinary, but I didn't expect she wouldn't have any cultivation. Anyone thinking highly of her is probably one whose cultivation has been crippled. That's right. Let's not pay attention to her anymore. Let's go inside. These words made Wuang so angry that she became flushed. That hateful Lin Xuan. I will destroy you sooner or later.
Soon after, the group arrived at the grand gate of the small world.
Lin Xuan stood before the gate and respectfully said, Master, your disciple has returned. But after waiting a while, no one came out, which didn't faze Lin Xuan at all. Lu Elder thought for a moment and finally spoke. Li Elder, would you come out and talk? Wu Ang slowly walked over. HMPHING. Lin Xuan, you're done for. I don't know exactly what happened, but since a month ago your master's expression has looked very angry. I even eavesdropped from behind, and she said, Lin Xuan, you little brat, you're finished this time. HMPH. You just wait.
You'll be kicked out right away. Lin Xuan didn't care, waving his hand.
Don't think everyone is petty like you. My kind master wouldn't be like that. These words made Wuang pout her face.
Where does this stinky brat get so much confidence? Seeing that his master still wasn't coming out, Lin Xuan quickly clasped his hands.
Lu Elder, please wait here for a moment. I will go back right away. But just as Lin Xuan was about to push the door open and step inside,
he saw his master walking out from within. Today she was wearing a red outfit, making her look even more alluring.
Just as she came out, Lin Youqing said with a smile, I wonder what Elder Lu wants with me. Elder Lu chuckled. This old one shouldn't pry too much, but I'm truly curious. What exactly is that cauldron that Elder Li gave to Lin Xuan? The quality of that cauldron seems a bit too ridiculously high, Li Youqing chuckled. Oh, I just happened to come across that cauldron. I had no use for it, so I casually gave it away. Is there a problem? Elder, Lin Xuan, who was eavesdropping nearby, was utterly stunned. That's it. I was quite curious about the origins of the Great Cauldron, but I didn't expect my master's explanation to be so ordinary. Elder Lu didn't know what to do, and said with a smile, But how can such a precious treasure be given away so easily, Youqing? It's fine. He's my only disciple anyway. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to give him everything on Qiwankai Peak. Besides, even Elder Lu can't see the origins of this cauldron, and I'm just a small Tribulation Realm cultivator. How could I possibly see through it? I was actually going to ask you how you knew it was a precious treasure.
Seeing his master's outstanding acting skills, Lin Xuan was also speechless. Well done, master. You're a true movie queen. If I hadn't seen too many of your irregularities, I might have actually believed your words.
Elder Lula, not knowing the inside story, stroked his beard slightly. So that's how it is. It seems I've been overthinking things. I've disturbed you today. This old one will take his leave first.
Lin Xuan, if you have time in the future, come visit Refining Heaven Peak often. I feel like I'll be leaving this world soon.
Yes, Elder. After Elder Lu left, Lin Xuan said softly, Master is still powerful. Tricking Elder Lu Ge with just a few words, the Youqing turned around and left, saying casually, Did I trick him? Lin Xuan broke out in a sweat. No. Whatever Master says is what it is. Pleasing Master is the key step to reaching the pinnacle of life. So, are you satisfied with the precious treasure I arranged for you? Lin Xuan, hearing these words, turned to look at Ye Wei Yang. When I knew that she can help me break through the imprisonment of heaven and earth, and enter the earth immortal realm, I was naturally happy. But seeing the effect of the fruit made by little Xuanran is so heaven-defying, I felt a little tasteless, Li Youqing said in a deep voice.
The benefits of the Xuanran's original fruit are more than that. At least for you, you can't eat it too early.
Let this precious treasure rest for a few days first. Then you will know what her use is.
Furthermore, Xuanran and Yurong are two sisters. They will also be of great help to you in the future. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes.
Great help? What great help can these two little girls be? Leading Lin Xuan to the pear tree, Li Youqing said softly, This treasure of heaven and earth is only effective the first time it's used. Even if you eat the second fruit, the effect will be almost zero. Disciple understands. Although I really want to become an immortal on the spot, given my current situation, I'm afraid I still have to wait a while.
Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Li Youqing said with a smile, Of course, if you simply want to eat it, your master can remove the medicinal effects and let you taste it.
Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand to thank his master for her kindness. Disciple doesn't need it. A fruit that can make someone an immortal on the spot can also be used to taste it. Master is really too extravagant. Oh, right, Master. Actually, disciple has always been very curious about your identity. Li Youqing turned her head to look at her disciple and said with a smile, Tell me, what do you think? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Saying it might not be very good, right? Such a illegitimate child identity must be a pain in master's heart. Youqing encouraged. Just say it, it's okay. Receiving his master's permission, Lin Xuan spoke up. Disciple always thought that master might, perhaps, probably be the illegitimate child of some great power from beyond the heavens. Puffed, ha. These words made Youqing laugh. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh loudly. Seeing his master's smile as beautiful as a celestial being, Lin Xuan's cheeks flushed red, and his heart also thumped wildly. He only heard Youqing ask in return, "Why would you guess that?" Lin Xuan scratched his head, cough. The heaven-defying resources in this small world can already prove it. After all, even if you collect all the resources of the Yuanyang realm, I'm afraid it can't compare to this place. Oh. Are things here very precious? Seeing Shifu closing in on him like that, Lin Xuan got even more flustered and immediately backed away. Shifu, stop right there. He grabbed a random clump of grass from the ground and said, "This Qi Yun Wu Yi, and also that Shui Yun something or other, can actually bring people back from the dead if eaten directly, and if refined into a pill, it can strengthen and improve one's aptitude." Seeing the random grass Lin Xuan picked from the herb garden, Youqing looked down on it a bit but just said, "You just think it's precious? Look, this ordinary Wu Yi grows everywhere. Have you ever seen me use it for alchemy? Wait, something's not right here." Shifu, you still haven't answered my question. Youqing coughed lightly. Actually your Shifu's identity isn't that mysterious. You'll know once you leave this little world. Knowing too early isn't good for you, oh my guava. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? That's right, All right. There will be a day when this whole world takes off its veil in front of you. Even your Shifu will too. Watching Youqing's graceful figure disappear, Lin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "One day I'll definitely bring Shifu back to her family. To acknowledge her ancestors, I'll make all those who look down on her identity eat their words." And these thoughts of Lin Xuan were overheard by Youqing. Rarely probing what was on his mind, she didn't expect to hear such grand ambitions from him. And to achieve his goal, Lin Xuan must train hard. He entered the space within his ring, knowing that to gain the approval of his Shifu's powerful father, he must have great strength. Only diligent cultivation can fulfill his ideals. 2 hours later, Wu Ang arrived at this place, looking up at the sky. Lin Xuan, isn't that witch here? So much time has passed, but still no sign of them inside or outside of Chu Haifeng. Thinking about the scene of those two running away together, all lovey-dovey, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. They were clearly all lovey-dovey here this afternoon. Could it be that they got so deep in love that they did that? Time flies when you're having fun, and a month passed in a blink. Lin Xuan stepped out of his ring space, feeling a slight change in his body. He thought to himself, "This time cultivation didn't break through my cultivation stage, but I'm only a little bit away from the late-stage integration realm. Now the spiritual energy in my body has increased greatly. It seems like it will only take a few more days to break through easily." Just at that moment, Lin Xuan heard a voice in his ear. "Hey Lin Xuan, are you there?" Seeing that the person who came was Wu Ang, Lin Xuan asked with a hint of suspicion, "What's the rush? Don't you know how to knock?" Before entering, Wu Ang glared, "I did knock, you just didn't hear it." Get to the point. Someone just summoned you to the Immortal Sect's ancestral grounds. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, I know, I'm going now. Lin Xuan was about to leave when he suddenly heard Ye Weiyang's voice. Master, can Nujia go with you?" Seeing that she had arrived, Wu Ang mocked. "Oh my. Is this the little sister you just tricked into coming here? You even brought her to your small world? You're really bold?" Lin Xuan got angry. "What do you mean by tricked?" Cough. "You should still stay here and wait for me," Ye Weiyang said pitifully. "Master, do you not want Nujia anymore?" Wu Ang became the crowd to get the gossipy melons. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ye Weiyang continued in a pitiful tone. "Nujia will definitely not cause trouble for Master. Please don't abandon Nujia." Lin Xuan was helpless. This girl's a bit clingy, isn't she? I have an idea." Lin Xuan stepped forward and pulled the crowd eating melons beside him in front of him. "I only like obedient girls, such as this Lao Wang, who's being used as a meat shield." Wu Ang angrily. "Who are you calling old man?" Ye Weiyang's eyes glistened. "If I were as obedient as her, could I stay by Master's side?" Lin Xuan nodded firmly. "Of course. Then I'll be a good girl. And listen, okay." Lin Xuan stepped forward and patted her head, smiling. "Then you be a good girl and stay home, don't go anywhere, okay?" Ye Weiyang, though a bit slow, eventually realized something was off. Wu Ang immediately added fuel to the fire. "It's because he's tricking you. He's playing you. Forget it. Let's ignore him. Look at what rags you're wearing now. I'll find you some new clothes." Lin Xuan scoffed. "You're one to talk. You should change your clothes too. They probably stink already." Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and go to the Immortal Sect ancestral grounds. Lin Xuan walked outside, little annoyed. Geez, can't take a joke, huh?
But just as he reached the door, Li Youqing's voice rang out.
Wait, don't go yet. Let's go together.
Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Yes. Finally. A chance to go out with Shifu. Awesome. It's like your hot girlfriend at home finally agrees to go to a party with you. Haha. Just thinking about it is exciting. Strolling along, seeing Lin Xuan grinning from ear to ear, Lin Youqing couldn't help but ask, "What are you smiling about?"
Behind them, watching their backs, Wu Ang and Ye Weiyang peeked out.
"Look at Lin Xuan. That little punk is so happy. Trisk, tisk, trisk. So embarrassing."
Soon, they arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Invincible Immortal Sect, where many people had already gathered. Everyone there was solemn and reverently worshipping.
After the worship ended, the sect leader spoke. "I have an important matter to announce." He took a deep breath and continued. "From today onwards, Chu Haifeng, Lin Xuan, Taoist name Bai Ji, will be the reserve sect leaders of our Invincible Immortal Sect.
The specific term of office is tentatively set as the day I die, or when he wants to ascend to the throne."
These words stunned all the disciples present. Regardless of their faction, they were so surprised they almost fell over.
What the heck? Lin Xuan, who hasn't even been an inner disciple for 3 years, can become the next sect leader of our Invincible Immortal Sect in one step.
I think this Lin Xuan is no ordinary person.
Just 2 years ago, he alone suppressed 10,000 new inner disciples, winning the #1 spot in the grand tournament, which made a deep impression on people. Now he's even directly become a reserve sect leader, able to ascend the throne whenever he wants. Does he want to leave any chance for others to live?
Bai Kongling and her 2 little tails were also happy. Shibuti's outstanding performance and excellence at the 100 Sects Grand Assembly, relying on his own strength to kill many late-stage immortal elders. He truly lives up to the name of Shibuti. That's right, that's right. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan was initially happy, but then he felt something was wrong.
That's not good. If I really become the sect leader, how can I diligently visit Chu Qifeng every day? How can I stay by Shifu's side all day? What if someone says I'm using my sect leader status to have a secret relationship with a female inner elder? What do I do then?
Staring at his beautiful Shifu, Lin Xuan finally made up his mind and spoke. "Sect leader, wait a moment, I have something to say."
But before Lin Xuan could finish speaking, an angry voice rang out. "I don't agree. He hasn't been an inner disciple for 3 years. What qualifications does he have to become the sect leader?"
Hearing this voice, Lin Xuan smiled slightly.
Aha, I was wondering what excuse to use to decline, and the next second, a reason presented itself at my door. Let me see who's so kind as to help me out.
Turning his head to look, the speaker was none other than that Zhao Mu from before.
Lin Xuan's expression was extremely interesting. Oh, isn't that little kid Zhao Mu? I didn't expect this guy's resentment towards me to be so deep that he would even dare to question the sect leader's decision in front of the entire sect. HMPH, HMPH, looking at him makes me itchy.
Zhao Mu righteously said. He has not been a formal disciple for 3 years. What will he use to convince the public? Don't even mention the elders. Who among our senior brothers and sisters would be convinced? Right, master?
But the moment he stood before his master, he was immediately scolded. You unfilial disciple, kneel.
Zhao Mu felt like he was struck by lightning, exclaiming in disbelief.
Master, what did I say wrong? Are you really willing to let a kid become the next sect leader just because of the headmaster's orders? Smack. His master raised his hand and slapped him. Are you trying to rebel already? When I tell you to kneel, you kneel. Awakened by the slap, Zhao Mu looked at his master in disbelief. You've always been the elder who loved me the most, never even scolded me once. Why are you acting like this today? Zhao Mu Carey's master slowly walked to the headmaster's side, bowing his head. Headmaster, please forgive me. I haven't taught my disciple well. I hope the future headmaster can also forgive him, and not hold it against him. Lin Xuan then spoke up. Headmaster, I also think this order is a bit inappropriate, you see.
With my current strength and aptitude, if I were to become the next headmaster, the senior brothers and sisters, as well as the elders, would naturally not be convinced. Therefore, I hope the headmaster will withdraw the order. Lin Xuan's words made the 6th elder beside him a bit angry.
Well, this old man wants to see who dares to be unconvinced today. Another elder chimed in. That's right. With Lin Xuan's aptitude and contributions to the Immortal Sect, who would dare to be unconvinced? If he isn't the next headmaster, I won't be convinced either. Among all the Immortal Sect disciples, who is more qualified to become the next headmaster than him? If he becomes the headmaster, this old fogey will be completely convinced. Lin Xuan smiled wryly upon hearing these words. Oh dear. Although I'm touched by the elders' support, I really don't want to do it. What should I do? What should I do?
The disciples, seeing all the elders speaking up for Lin Xuan, were filled with question marks. What kind of sorcery did this Lin Xuan kid use to get the elders to praise him so much?
Lin Xuan was getting more and more anxious. He absolutely didn't want the job. If there was really no way to push it away, he could only speak his mind. But, silent until now, Youqing finally spoke. Had enough. Hearing the voice, Lin Xuan was stunned.
Turning his head, he saw that it was his master who spoke.
Lin Xuan was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. His master was the best, saving him in his time of need.
Only to hear Youqing say domineeringly, "If you're done talking, then let's go home. Let's go, Lin Xuan. We're going back to Chukai Peak."
Lin Xuan's face lit up. Yes, as you command, master. Seeing Lin Xuan leave without a word of farewell, the headmaster sighed inwardly. Alas. Although I could roughly guess that Lin Xuan wasn't willing to accept the position of headmaster.
No matter what, in this situation, in front of all the sect disciples, announcing Lin Xuan, he definitely wouldn't refuse on the spot.
Damn it. Who knew this guy would suddenly jump out and ruin it? Noticing the headmaster's gaze on him, Zhao Mu's forehead was already covered in sweat.
Sure enough, the headmaster was thinking about how to deal with him. If it weren't for this guy, maybe I could have persuaded Lin Xuan, and who knows, he might have agreed. Thinking of this, the headmaster said in a low voice, "Has he always been so impulsive?"
Zhao Mu's master nodded slightly. Yes, it's just that he was really too reckless this time. The headmaster shook his head slightly and walked away. Perhaps this is fate.
"Everyone, you are dismissed." Zhao Mu sensed that something unlucky was about to happen to him, so he tried to beg his master, but before he could finish speaking, his master said indifferently, "You should leave on your own. Yunrong Peak is too shallow to hold a large Buddha like you."
These words were like a thunderbolt to Zhao Mu. Master, if an inner disciple is expelled from the peak, it's the same as being expelled from the sect. His master was also out of options, sighing. Good luck to you then, master. Don't abandon your disciple.
In contrast to Zhao Mu's tragic ending, Lin Xuan, following his beautiful master, was thrilled beyond words. Hey. If it hadn't been for my master helping me out earlier, I might not have escaped. Suddenly, Youqing turned her head and asked, "Why did you refuse to become the sect leader? Wouldn't that be great?"
Lin Xuan chuckled. Oh, does master want me to become the sect leader? Then should I go back and immediately agree to be the sect leader? Youqing got a bit annoyed hearing this. Stop with your sweet talk. But as soon as he stepped into Chihuahai Peak, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up when he saw what was in front of him. Whoa, Chihuahai Peak actually has such a huge peach blossom forest. Master brought me here. She doesn't actually want to, do something with me, does she? Slowly entering the peach blossom forest, Youqing finally spoke. I quite like your personality. Hee. How can any sect leader position compare to master? Youqing's cheeks flushed even redder. What nonsense are you spouting again? Lin Xuan said clearly. Disciple is speaking from the heart. Besides, if even disciple leaves Chihuahai Peak, then the entire peak will be left with just you. As he spoke, Lin Xuan reached out to stroke his master's hair. The two just stared at each other deeply in the peach blossom forest. Youqing looked at that handsome face, her heart racing. Softly, Lin Xuan leaned down, bringing his lips closer, wanting to kiss those cherry lips. Master? But there are always those who get in the way. Just as the two were about to do something good, suddenly old Lu's coughing sound rang out. Ahem. Lin Xuan jumped. The emotions that had reached the door were suddenly blocked. Old Lu said with a smile. Did I come at the wrong time? Lin Xuan embarrassedly turned his head to look back. Old Lu, what brings you here? Old Lu smiled and said, I was wondering if you had some time to take a walk with me. If Old Lu has come for the matter of the sect leader, then please return. This disciple really has no interest in this matter. Old Lu quickly waved his hand. It's not related to that matter. This old man will naturally not force you. It's just that I have a few things I want to entrust to you. If it's this matter, then master, I'll be back in a bit. Pulling Lin Xuan to the cliff, Old Lu finally spoke. The restrictions of the heavenly Dao law are getting stronger and stronger. I think the time for me to leave this world isn't far off anymore. Lin Xuan frowned slightly upon hearing these words. In his previous life, he had also researched Honghuang novels. The heavenly Dao in Honghuang was equal to the ceiling, and no one could surpass it. But the immortal Dao of the Yuanyang realm shouldn't be that strong in theory. Otherwise, the power of the law wouldn't have dissipated completely after Old Lu broke through to the late Earth Immortal stage. Seeing Lin Xuan deep in thought, Old Lu turned to ask suspiciously, Why are you looking so gloomy? The old coot had his chances. Wanted to change the laws of heaven and earth. Too bad it was all pie in the sky. No trace to even follow. Guess I'm stuck. Late stage immortal is the end-all be-all rule of this world, huh? Lin Xuan, hearing this, quietly asked. So, you want me to off the heavenly Tao, return a pure land to the cultivators of this world? Old Lu lightly nodded. You probably haven't been through it, so you don't get how this old man feels. If it weren't for this damn heavenly Dacio, would I need that immortal fruit just to break through? Lin Xuan bitterly smiled. Your late-stage Earth Immortal cultivation couldn't find the heavenly Daio here. Even if I reach the Earth Immortal realm, what could I possibly do? Who knows? The moment I break through to early-stage Earth Immortal, I might get suppressed by the heavenly Davio with its heavenly Earth laws. Old Lu chuckled. I've lived for 10,000 years. Never seen a harmony cultivator who could slaughter human immortals like livestock. Being overly humble is just showing off. Lin Xuan scratched his head, forcing a smile. Actually, I'm not that strong, just a little lucky. Met a gorgeous, rich lady as my master, that's all. Oh, right. When are you planning to ascend from this realm? Old Lu said earnestly. Probably not long now. Lin Xuan was puzzled. If you're not staying for long, how about you kill a few hundred late-stage immortals from other sects as a send-off gift before you leave?
This made Old Lu so angry. Send off my ass, I'm not some bloodthirsty demon head.
Isn't this disciple worried that after Old Lu ascends, others will come knocking on my door? Old Lu's eyes narrowed. Based on your current battle strength, what's so scary about a bunch of late-stage immortals?
Lin Xuan waved his hand. Even though my heart is bursting with joy, this disciple is just at the mid-stage of Harmony Realm. It's not that I'm afraid of getting robbed, it's the thought of being targeted. If I get bothered every couple of days, won't that affect my cultivation?
He. This is simple. In that case, this old man will leave the sect tomorrow, clear the obstacles on your path to immortality before leaving this place. Then, disciple congratulates you in advance for dominating one side after ascension, becoming a great powerhouse. Receiving the well wishes, Old Luke raised his fist to the sky and shouted, Okay. That's right. Then this old man will wait for you up there. Hurry up and come up to drink with this old man. Haha, sure. Oh right, give me your hand. I have a big treasure to give you. Lin Xuan was covered in question marks. A big treasure. Not the kind of big treasure I'm thinking of, right? Old Lu took out a sachet and gave it to Lin Xuan. Looking at the sachet, Lin Xuan was puzzled. What's this? Old Lu winked at him. When you feel lost about your future, or when you encounter danger you can't solve, open this guide. There will naturally be a solution inside.
Waiting for Old Lu to leave, Lin Xuan stared at the sachet, silent. Although Old Lu told him to open it when he was in danger before he left, what exactly is inside? Can't see anything from the outside at all.
Oh well, might as well open it first. With the Xuan Huang cauldron protecting me, what danger could I possibly encounter? But as soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes widened. What the actual F? It actually has a piece of paper with 2 words written on it. Keep it up, Destiny. If I really encountered danger and wanted to rely on this, wouldn't I be a goner for sure? He immediately stuffed it back into the sachet. Good thing this Lao Chuzu is smart. Didn't wait until I was in danger to open it, Sing. Although the stuff inside messes with one's mentality a bit, it's good as a souvenir. Afterwards, he returned to the small world. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Youqing soaking her feet in the spiritual liquid lake. Seeing Lin Xuan, Youqing happily said, Master, you're back. Lin Xuan looked around, then asked, Youqing, where's my master? Oh. After master returned, she didn't stay, directly went to cultivate. Alright, master's gone into seclusion, so I can't slack off either. Breaking through my cultivation realm is still the most important thing right now. Then, he went into the ring space again. What Old Lu said earlier made me even more curious about the world beyond the heavens. Plus, Master also said that I can find out who I really am once I go out there.
Seeing Lin Xuan disappear, Youqing got a bit annoyed. Humph, another one gone. Sigh, does no one want to play with me? The more she thought about it, the putier her face became. Wah, annoying, I'm so bored. At the same time, Old Lu had also gone to other immortal sects, relentlessly slaughtering late-stage immortals there. Those immortal sects that had grudges with the Invincible Immortal Sect, or had been suppressing the Invincible Immortal Sect recently, all faced Old Lu's mad revenge. Half a year later, outside the Heaven Gate, Old Lu was finally undergoing his ascension tribulation. Lu Zie, late-stage Earth Immortal, lived for 10,000 years. Finally ascended. Congratulations. From inside the Heaven Gate, someone slowly walked out. It was an immortal guide. Let me see which region this world belongs to. The Mandarin Duck Realm. If it's the Mandarin Duck Realm, seems like no one has ascended in many years. Which immortal domain does it belong to?
Wait a minute, the Mandarin Duck Realm? As if remembering something, that guy immediately turned his head around. Quick, close the heaven gate, let's go back. After hearing these words, old Luke's head was full of question marks. What the heck? Just leaving like that? What about me? HMPH? Anyway, the heaven gate isn't closed yet. Today I have to go in and see what you guys are up to. With that, he just ran straight in. At the same time, after seeing the whole scene of old Lu's ascension, Lin Xuan sighed in amazement. Old Lu's entrance was awesome. Even the immortal guide was in a hurry to take him back. I wonder if my entrance will be better than old Lu's when I ascend.
Hearing these words, Crow Crooked behind him looked down on him a little. 2 middle-stage Earth Immortals and 1 initial-stage Heaven Immortal is what you call an awesome entrance. You really haven't seen the world. Lin Xuan heard these words and turned to look at her. Seeing his expression, Crow Crooked glared. Damn it, this guy isn't thinking of snitching to Lin Xuan again, is he? Thinking of this, she immediately changed her face. Putting on a coquettish look, Lin Xuan, big brother, I was wrong. Seeing this, Lin Xuan smiled. That's more like it, old crow. You have to pay attention to your identity, all right? All right. Do your job well outside. I'm going to cultivate now. Seeing Lin Xuan leave, Crow Crooked cursed in her heart. Damn it! If it weren't for the peerless empress backing you, holding the supreme emperor weapon that suppresses the heavens, you would have died in my hands long ago. Another half a year of seclusion. After Lin Xuan came out, he couldn't find his master and felt a little down. More than half a year has passed, and I haven't seen master once. Seeing Lin Xuan just standing there silently, Youqing asked, My lord, what's wrong? Lin Xuan bent down and said softly, Next time, as soon as master comes out of the small courtyard, tell me right away. Okay, that's right. You've been by master's side for longer than I have, so you must know how lonely master is, right? In order to fill master's world with love, even if I have to give up some cultivation time, I'm willing. Okay, I understand. As soon as the wooden door opens, I'll call you, big brother, okay? Lin Xuan gave a thumbs up, his tone assertive. Alright, that's great. But I've been at Chihuai Peak for a few years now, although little Xuan is mostly sleeping, so I don't see her often, but Youqing is always in front of me. Why haven't you grown taller? Just then, Youqing shouted, Big brother, there's movement over there. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed like lightning towards that side. Seeing his master, he immediately patted Youqing's head and smiled. Oh, go play by yourself. Your disciple greets master. Lin Xuan, how about a stroll with your master? Since master has extended an invitation, how dare this disciple not obey? Hee, you're getting smoother with your words. The two walked to the garden in the small world, and Lin Xuan smiled. Master, regarding your only disciple, don't you have any thoughts about it? Look, your disciple is already at the mid-Mahayana stage, yet I'm still using a common intersect disciple cultivation method from the soul transformation stage. If word of this gets out, how embarrassing would that be? Lin Xuan turned her head to look at him, and softly asked, Oh, what do you want to learn? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Whatever, really. Something like a heaven-grade immortal cultivation method, anything's good. As long as master teaches it, I'll learn it. Behind them, secretly listening to their conversation, Wu Nang couldn't help but glare. You want to learn a cultivation method? It's obvious you're just lusting after your master's body. Even though Youqing knew Wu Nang was eavesdropping, she didn't care. She smiled and said, I, your master, have a very powerful cultivation method. Do you want to learn it? Lin Xuan quickly replied. Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I? Alright then. Today I will officially transmit to you the primordial chaos immortal law, innate freedom decree. But there's a condition. If you learn this, in this lifetime, you must not pledge allegiance to any other sect or master. Are you willing? Lin Xuan looked at his master with a serious expression, and Wu Nang, after hearing these words, felt like she'd been struck by lightning. That's an emperor-grade cultivation method, a genuine emperor-grade cultivation method, the strongest empress's cultivation method in all the heavens and myriad worlds, and she's letting him learn it. She originally thought it was already too much that she gave him the Xuanhuang cauldron, a protective treasure, but she never expected there was something even more important. After a moment of silence, Lin Xuan also spoke up. If master transmits it, even if it's the lowest grade mortal realm cultivation method, how could this disciple possibly refuse to learn? But master's words, aren't they a bit too distrustful of your disciple? Everything your disciple has today is because of master's single question, are you willing to join my sect? Even if there wasn't endless spirit liquid, has this disciple ever thought of leaving master? If that's the case, even if this cultivation method is stronger, this disciple will not learn it. Lianqing was stunned upon hearing these words, and even Wu Nang was dumbfounded. Hey, this is an emperor-grade cultivation method, alright? Once you learn it, you'll become the successor of an immortal emperor. You're just gonna let such a fortuitous encounter slip by, and even pretend to be cool about it. You stinky brat. You're blessed but don't know it. You're talking back to my master like that. The emperor-grade cultivation method is mine too. You'll just envy it, hee hee. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth. Stinky brat, all you do all day is show off.
Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment, then spoke up. It was I, your master, who overthought things. I shouldn't have doubted your character, I apologize.
Wu Nang was dumbfounded. What the heck?
A peerless empress who can casually kill countless immortal kings and whose battle power rivals 3 immortal emperors is apologizing to her disciple. I'm gonna faint. Liang Qing winked at Lin Xuan.
Isn't this just part of the process? Do you need to be so mad at me?
Wu Nang's face was full of disdain. What, is she really this gentle in daily life? It wasn't like this before when she suppressed my head and sealed my cultivation. Li Yangqing took a deep breath and slowly spoke. If you can comprehend this cultivation method, killing her kind casually would be no problem.
Lin Xuan saw his master pointing towards Wu Nang.
He slightly frowned. Point at what, master? What do you mean? She's immortal. If I just wave my hand now, she'll be gone.
Wu Nang saw his arrogant posture and furiously yelled,
If you're not gonna learn it, I will.
Hearing this, Lin Xuan whispered,
Master, there's an outsider here. Do we need to kick her out before you transmit the cultivation method to your disciple?
His words made Wu Wang's face utterly priceless.
I might not be human, but you're definitely a dog. Li Yangqing shook her head.
It's fine. Wu Wang's eyes were practically sparkling. Awesome. There's a good show to watch, and we might even get an immortal emperor's legacy. Forget being stuck here for a few years. I'd be willing to stay for tens of thousands more. But, under Wu Wang's astonished gaze, Li Yangqing reached out a finger and touched Lin Xuan's glabella. And just like that, everything about the emperor-tier cultivation technique got totally imprinted into Lin Xuan's mind.
When Lin Xuan opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, he couldn't help but wonder,
Is this the primordial chaos innate freedom Artmaster told me about?
That glowing light over there, could it be the cultivation technique itself?
Lin Xuan immediately rushed towards that orb of light,
but the closer he tried to get, the further it felt. Damn it, I clearly feel like it's right in front of me, but why does it feel so far away?
I can't catch it no matter how hard I chase.
He was slightly out of breath. So tired. If only I had a mount, that would be great.
But just as he thought that,
a divine dragon actually appeared right under his feet.
This made Lin Xuan completely stunned.
Whoa! Could it be that in this world, whatever I want to do, I can just do it? I'm so lonely. If only Master was by my side.
Sure enough, the moment he thought that, his master appeared right before his eyes, looking unbelievably stunning and utterly captivating.
Lin Xuan's heart started pounding. Oh God, I overdid it. Disappear, vanish. It's awesome for Master to appear suddenly, but this is way too distracting. If I want to see a scene like this again, can't I just create it myself later when I have the power?
Heaven didn't give birth to me. The myriad eons are like a long night. Let there be light. Lin Xuan roared loudly, then lunged towards that orb of light to grab it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, under Wu Ang's watchful eye, Lin Xuan and Li Yangqing were still sitting cross-legged in mid-air. Wu Ang muttered, I've never seen any immortal emperor pass on their Tao tradition to a mere mortal like him.
But this is an emperor-tier cultivation technique? Can he really comprehend it? They might as well give it to me instead. However, just as he said that, his eyes suddenly narrowed, only to see a spiritual energy vortex appear from Lin Xuan's body. It furiously absorbed all the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even the spiritual liquid in the lake was being sucked dry by Lin Xuan.
Holy moly! Now even the spiritual liquid was instantly refined by Lin Xuan, turning into the purest spiritual energy and rushing into his body. His cultivation realm's aura was continuously rising. Beside him, Lin Yangqing was also incredibly happy. Lin Xuan truly is something. He learned so fast. Wu Ang's eyes were wide and his mouth agape. No way! He comprehended an emperor-tier cultivation technique in less than 4 hours. What kind of monster is this?
A moment later, Li Yangqing finally withdrew her hand, and she looked at her disciple with a smile. With this level of comprehension, no wonder he can comprehend the ultimate Tao even in this era.
Wu Ang was still terrified. Covering his mouth, could he really become another immortal emperor? From ancient times until now,
the heavenly phenomena are still ongoing, and Lin Xuan's cultivation is still continuously rising, showing no signs of stopping.
6 hours later, Li Yangqing then smiled and said, It seems the time has come.
Once again, she reached out her hand and touched Lin Xuan's glabella. Only then did he slowly open his eyes.
Seeing his master and Wu Ang in front of him, he scratched his head in confusion.
Huh, why are you two looking at me like that?
Li Yangqing said with a smile.
Feel your cultivation level.
Lin Xuan was confused. Isn't it great ascension?
But he froze halfway through speaking. Holy crap! How did I advance to the late stage of tribulation transcendence? Youqing stepped forward, smiling. Congratulations, you've now officially become my direct disciple. Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. Huh? Was this a test, Master? If the disciple couldn't comprehend this cultivation method, would Master kick me out? Lianqing shook her head. That won't be necessary. But if that's the case, you can only be...
Halfway through hearing that, Lin Xuan's saliva was already drooling. If I can't be a disciple, I can be a husband, hubby, spouse, and so on and so forth.
Doesn't this mean I have more options now? Seeing his perverted face, Wu Ang asked confusedly, what weird stuff is this kid thinking about again? Lin Xuan hastily coughed twice. Cough, cough. Master, just now, in the chaotic space, I saw many things, like not letting it... Before he could finish, Lianqing spoke up.
What you remember, what you think, is all true. True. So, cough, cough.
Imagining his master's body as a gorgeous painting, Lin Xuan couldn't help but cough a few times. Seeing him like that, Lianqing asked with concern, are you all right? Lin Xuan's nose was already bleeding. I'm fine. Probably my body can't handle the high pressure yet, Wu Wang coldly snorted from the side. Yeah right, like anyone believes you. Hearing him say that, Lianqing casually replied. If that's the case, go back and rest. I'm going back to my room too. Then this disciple respectfully sees Master off.
Strolling back alone, Lin Xuan pondered. As a true man who stands tall between heaven and earth, do I really want to leech off someone for life?
Oh man, what the Master gave is too much, and she's a peerless beauty. Even if she's not a sugar mommy, she's still attractive enough to draw a lot of attention. So I've come to the conclusion that there's no shame in being a kept man. After all, she's my master. Looking at the road beneath his feet, Lin Xuan was quite satisfied. This road seems pretty clean. Can't deny that old Wang's work ethic is getting stronger and stronger. Looks like even if I ascend and leave the abyss boundaries in the future, old Wang won't have to worry about starving to death with his skills. But wait, I feel like I forgot something, I remember. Before coming to the mountain, Master told me,
normally, all I need to do is sweep the ground, clear weeds, and feed the spiritual beasts.
I remember now, counting the days. I've been at Qiwan High Peak for several years. I haven't fed any spiritual beasts even once. He was a little nervous. The spiritual beasts probably didn't starve to death, did they? That's right. What kind of spiritual beast would it be? Kinda curious.
Driven by curiosity, he went to the clearing behind Qiu High Peak.
With Master's status, she definitely wouldn't raise ordinary spiritual beasts, so when Lin Xuan entered, the sight before him stunned him. It was a panda with bright red eyes, known in this world as the divine beast Gungun. But as soon as it saw Lin Xuan, its bright red eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Master, you're finally back! Lin Xuan was stunned. It's a national treasure spiritual beast. Master raises a panda. Who knew there'd be pandas in the Yuanyang realm? Panda, all teary-eyed. Master, you never come to visit me, wah. Seeing him like that, Lin Xuan actually retorted. Who told you not to come find me? You're a divine beast, and you let these wooden fences keep you in. Panda, confused. But Master said I wasn't allowed to go outside these wooden fences. Lin Xuan ruffled his fur. Alright, what do you want to eat? I'll go find it for you. Alright, I want a noom on bamboo. Lin Xuan laughed. Alright, finally I get a chance to spoil this furball out in the open.
3 days later, outside the main hall of the Invincible Immortal Sect,
an elder found Lin Xuan and handed him a storage ring. This is what 6th Elder entrusted me to give you. It contains all his insights on alchemy and artifact forging, along with some resources and wealth he's accumulated over 10,000 years. The one who spoke was the newly appointed Elder of Refining Heaven Peak. He continued, 6th Elder also instructed me to personally deliver this to you. Lin Xuan clasped his hands. Many thanks, Elder. Looking at the storage ring before him, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Given the precedent of the handbook from before, this one's probably not going to be. Before Lin Xuan could even open the ring to check, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Junior brother. Seeing that it was Bai Kongling, he immediately clasped his hands. Greetings, senior sister.
Bai Kongling walked up to Lin Xuan, smiling. With your talent now, you're probably close to the early stage of the Great Ascension realm, right?
If you don't understand anything later, you can always ask me. Looking at Bai Kongling's demeanor, Lin Xuan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. This doesn't seem like her usual style.
Her usual style should be begging him to quickly tell Elder Li that she also wants to join Qiwan High Peak.
Or maybe she fell somewhere and got seriously injured. That must be it. Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Seeing his expression, how could Bai Kongling not understand what he was thinking? She coughed a few times, then continued. After a few days of diligent cultivation, plus the spirit stones that sect leader Shishu gave me, I'm already in the mid-tribulation transcendence stage, haha.
Now I'm qualified to join Xuan High Peak. Right? Lin Xuan's eyes flashed. As expected, this is the real her. With my mid-tribulation transcendence cultivation, giving Xuan High Peak some face, there definitely won't be a problem this time, right? Lin Xuan made an excuse to leave, I told Master. But he doesn't seem to be interested in you.
Helpless, Bai Kongling pleaded. Then how about you take me as a disciple? As long as I can join Xuan High Peak, I'll do anything you say.
Lin Xuan stopped in his tracks. Turning back, it's been a year, and she still wants to enter Chu High Peak. It seems I underestimated her determination.
Thinking of this, Lin Xuan opened his mouth. Hold on, let's not talk about this, senior sister. If you're already in the mid-tribulation transcendence stage, why not try to seclude yourself and weather the heavenly tribulation? After going through the heavenly tribulation, you might have hope.
Bai Kongling thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. But I was planning to take a stroll in the mortal realm first.
The heavenly tribulation is the biggest calamity for cultivators in the cultivation process, and a little carelessness will cost you your life during the tribulation. Your daddy-o heart must be complete, leaving no regrets, otherwise the success rate of the tribulation will be very low.
Lin Xuan was stunned when he heard this. Oh, so there's such a saying. Oh right, Lin Xuan. What's your cultivation level now? Lin Xuan casually replied. Late stage of tribulation transcendence.
Bai Kongling looked down on him.
Only the late stage of tribulation transcendence. Weren't you already in the mid-stage when you came out of the forbidden area? Why are you only like this now?
Saying that, she realized something. Her eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and she exclaimed in disbelief, What? Say it again, You're in the late stage of tribulation transcendence?
Lin Xuan nodded confidently. Yeah, that's right, the late stage of tribulation transcendence. Bai Kongling was drenched in sweat. In just one short year he had. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. That's not right. She was a bit displeased and said in a low voice, Lin Xuan, are you being fair to Elder Ling by doing this? Lin Xuan was shocked to hear this. How am I letting Master down?
Bai Kongling continued. Your cultivation level has increased so rapidly. Isn't it because you've been dual cultivating day and night with that peerless furnace cauldron?
Dual cultivating? Lin Xuan was stunned, but he imagined himself dual cultivating with his master,
which made his cheeks flush red. He immediately shouted, This is all the result of my hard work in cultivation. Got it.
It's just my diligent cultivation, but in your mouth, it has become dual cultivating day and night. Bai Kongling didn't believe it. How long has it been since you left the Forbidden Ground? Just over a year. Who can break through from the middle stage of integration realm to the late stage of tribulation transcendence realm in one go? Moreover, that middle stage of integration realm was the result of continuous breakthroughs.
If breakthroughs were that easy, Invincible Immortal Sect, even the Yuanyang realm, wouldn't have countless cultivators stuck in the integration or great ascension realm.
Lin Xuan's eyes flashed, and he said, A furnace cauldron can only be used once. You should know that, right? That's something important I'm saving to break through to Earth Immortal. I'm not stupid enough to use it now, am I?
Bai Kongling nodded slightly.
Seems to make some sense. So, what's the deal with your cultivation level? Lin Xuan said smugly. It's just talent. My aptitude is just that good. It's hard not to break through. All right, senior sister. Why did you suddenly want to come to the secular world? Lin Xuan responded. Bai Kongling replied. Didn't you just tell me to diligently cultivate and aim for the tribulation? Ah, that's right. Because I suddenly remembered that 100 years ago, there was a senior sister who treated me very well, but when she tried to transcend the heavenly tribulation, she developed a mental demon because of some unfinished business and was eventually swallowed by the inner fire. Oh, so what are you planning to do? Bai Kongling said softly. I want to experience the life of a mortal, then go into seclusion to break through to the late stage of tribulation transcendence realm, before attempting the heavenly tribulation.
Lin Xuan smiled and said, Then I wish senior sister success in transcending the tribulation. Before, Bai Kongling winked.
What kind of relationship do we have? Saying such formal words, it's too distant.
Lin Xuan laughed and said,
You're right, haha. After she left, Lin Xuan pondered. Hearing senior sister talk about mental demons, maybe I should also go back to the secular world for a trip. Time-wise, I should go back and take a look. After dealing with everything in the secular world, I'll then attempt the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if I manage to latch on to Master's strong thigh but die under the heavenly tribulation, that would be too unfair. I'll go tell Master now.
The crow beside him laughed and said, What kind of heavenly tribulation can you even have in this world?
Lin Xuan glared, pouted, and scolded. You don't worry about doing your job all day, just spouting nonsense. Go sweep the house. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from above. Lin Xuan Gej. Seeing the person who came, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Feng Bai Shimei, why are you here?
Feng Bai landed on the ground, still with those two voluptuous assets, she said. Thanks to Lin Xuan Gege's blessings, I've become a core disciple, so I've come especially to thank you today.
Lin Xuan smiled and said, yeah, not bad, not bad.
Seeing those two giggling and chatting away, that pain-in-the-butt Wu Wang stopped slacking off and stood there, sizing up Feng Bai with his judging eyes.
Feng Bai said, every time I came looking for you before, you were never around. Today, after returning from the mortal realm, I just thought I'd swing by and see if you were here.
Turns out I got lucky and bumped into you right away. Lin Xuan scratched his head. Wasn't I always in closed-door cultivation before?
So when did you become a core disciple?
Feng Bai pondered for a moment before replying. Well, when the master saw me coming back with you from the southern Yang dynasty, he called me over and asked about our relationship. So I told him the truth,
and he was really pleased when he heard it. That's how I became a core disciple. But at that time, I was only in the late nascent soul stage and became a core disciple of the Invincible Immortal Sect, which is pretty much unheard of. This is what you get for clinging to a powerful backer. Lin Xuan seemed to remember something. Oh right, you said you came back from the mortal realm. What were you doing down there?
Feng Bai replied.
The master, following the sect leader's instructions, told me to go take care of the trading company you opened in town, and also exchange some spirit stones.
Lin Xuan pondered.
Right, outside the Invincible Immortal Sect, there's a street where a lot of rogue cultivators and mortals gather. It's pretty bustling, with all sorts of trades. The Immortal Sect's daily necessities are all bought from there.
Wait a minute, when did I open a trading company outside? Feng Bai waved her hand. Lin Xuan Ge, I'm going back to the master first. I'll come find you to play again when I'm free.
Okay, take care.
After Feng Bai left,
Wu Wang started with his weird, sarcastic voice, chattering on and on all day. Not cultivating, only thinking about how to hook up with girls.
Lin Xuan got annoyed, pointed into the distance, and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Go do your job.
After that, Lin Xuan headed straight for the shops outside the Invincible Immortal Sect.
After arriving at the place Feng Bai mentioned,
Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Yeah, this must be it.
He immediately walked into a shop with a sign that read, Bai Ji Trading Company, which was also his Taoist name.
As soon as he entered, a lackey stopped him. Hold on, do you have the Bai Ji Trading Company Jade token?
Lin Xuan slapped his forehead.
Damn, using my own title and not even recognizing the owner, isn't that a bit much?
Thinking this, he said, I don't know, how do you get the Jade token?
The lackey replied, alchemists, weapon refiners above the 3rd rank, or cultivators above the transformation spirit stage are all eligible.
Lin Xuan's mouth twitched.
That's it. Is that the standard? Isn't that a bit too low? Under the lackey's terrified gaze, Lin Xuan released his tribulation transcending stage aura and then said in a deep voice, is that enough? The two lackeys were so scared they collapsed to the ground, shouting, Tribulation transcending stage.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan was a little confused. They're supposed to be in the nascent soul stage, how can they be so easily frightened? The commotion outside caught the attention of a steward inside. As soon as he came out, he respectfully said, so it's a distinguished guest. Forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. Senior has such powerful strength. Please don't take those servants to heart. Please come in. After respectfully inviting Lin Xuan inside, the steward's eyes turned cold. He pointed at the two errand boys, his voice sinking. Well done. You almost offended a big boss. You guys better be more alert in the future. Immediately he turned on a dime, trying to suck up to Lin Xuan. May I ask what brings Senior here this time?
Lin Xuan smiled and said, I'm a disciple of the Invincible Immortal Sect. Out here experiencing the world, I heard that my junior brother opened a new business association here, so I came specifically to check it out. The manager immediately clasped his hands together.
So you're family. How rude of us, how rude, Lin Xuan said slowly.
No need for formalities. I came to buy some things. Consider it supporting my junior brother's business. Yes, please come this way, Senior. Following behind that manager, Lin Xuan sighed softly.
Sigh.
I opened a business association using my name, but no one recognizes me at all. He only heard the manager say, the Bai Ji Business Association, because of its relationship with our president, has received a lot of help from the Invincible Immortal Sect, and its scale is much larger than other business associations.
So Senior, basically everything you want can be found here. Lin Xuan pretended to smile and said,
I've heard about the illustrious achievements of your president. I wonder if the president is inside. I want to meet him, the old manager said softly, without concealing anything. Our president is usually busy, mostly cultivating in the inner sect, so the vice president takes care of everything in the business association.
Of course, everything is, according to our president's wishes. Lin Xuan almost wanted to spit blood. If it weren't for the fact that I never gave any instructions, I would have really believed your bullshit. Thinking of this, he said,
"Alright, take me to meet your vice president." Immediately after, the manager led Lin Xuan into a room. Stepping inside, he introduced, "Vice President, this senior is your senior brother. A core disciple of the Invincible Immortal Sect. It's no exaggeration to say that. Lin Xuan is thriving in the Invincible Immortal Sect, but the person he cares about most is this vice president of ours." Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched up. Oh, is that so? Only then did the vice president open his eyes, but when he saw the person who appeared before him, he stood up abruptly in a fluster, his voice trembling as he said, Lin senior brother, Lin Xuan senior brother my ass." These words were like a bolt of lightning to the manager. He's Lin Xuan. That means I was in front of the man himself just now. Lin Xuan, hearing these words, glared. "Are we acquainted?"
Sweat was already pouring down the disciple's face. Junior brother greatly admired Lin Xuan's senior brother in the outer sect before, but realizing that his cultivation could not improve further, he left the immortal sect and returned to the mortal world to open this business association.
But unfortunately it never gained any fame, so I could only borrow senior brother's name. Please forgive me, senior brother. Hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled slightly. "I heard that this business association has grown to such a scale in less than a year. Your ability is not bad."
Senior brother is too kind. Mainly my family has money, so I was able to snatch such a piece of land in this neighborhood. Damn, this guy is flaunting his wealth in front of me. Doesn't he know that I rely on Bai Fumei, the richest woman in the Mandarin duck world?
Out of consideration for our past as fellow disciples, I won't pursue the matter of you using my name to deceive people everywhere, but this situation must never happen again in the future.
That guy immediately said softly.
"It was my recklessness. Please forgive me. Senior brother, junior brother, is willing to offer 50% of the previous profits of the Baiji Business Association as a commission for borrowing senior brother's name.
In addition, junior brother offers you 1 million spiritual stones as an apology for our momentary failure to recognize you." Senior brother, Lin Xuan, hearing these words, nodded slightly.
"Considering your sincerity, I won't pursue this matter this time," that guy respectfully replied. "Thank you, senior brother." Then he glared at the manager. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get the spiritual stones."
Lin Xuan inwardly sighed. If so, the spiritual stones earned this time could just be brought back to support the Lin family. After settling everything in the mortal world, he can completely devote all his efforts to overcome the heavenly tribulation. More than 10 days later, in the Nanyang dynasty, Pingchang town, Lin Xuan returned here once again.
Although this Pingchang town has long changed, the familiar feeling is still deeply engraved in his bones, still making people. But before Lin Xuan could finish reminiscing, suddenly the sound of rumbling hooves came, along with a loud shout, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!"
This is a gift from His Majesty to the general's residence. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way, otherwise you'll all be executed as bandits, no exceptions. Hearing this, the crowd scattered instantly, leaving Lin Xuan standing like a wooden statue in the middle of the road.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan frowned slightly and said, "Am I really just going to laze around and then head back? Is my father already acting like a playboy himself?"
The horseman had already galloped in front of Lin Xuan, who still didn't move.
He yelled, "Hey kid, you got a death wish or something? If you want to die that badly, don't blame me." With that, he yanked the reins, and the horse's hooves lifted, aiming to stomp down. Only then did Lin Xuan finally look up, followed by a casual palm strike that sent both man and horse flying backward.
Lin Xuan knew these guys were just low-level cultivators, so he hadn't even used 1% of his cultivation. The guy scrambled to his feet, snarling, "Kid, you've got guts, daring to cause trouble in General Wang's territory. Don't you know even His Majesty has to show him respect?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Judging by the looks of you, you must be from General Wang's clan, huh?" The guy sneered smugly. "I won't lie, I once saw General Wang from afar during the Wangchao-Liyang War. You could say I've had the honor of meeting him."
Lin Xuan was speechless. Seriously, now even a glimpse counts as meeting.
Seeing that Lin Xuan wasn't scared in the slightest, the guy got a little angry. "Kid, you've been unusually calm this whole time. Could it be you're a golden core cultivator?"
He immediately told someone to report to their superior about the trouble. Lin Xuan ignored them, just harumphing softly.
Before long, a group of people arrived, led by a middle-aged man in armor, majestic and valiant, slowly riding up on horseback, daring to cause trouble in General Wang's territory. "You, tired of living?" The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth quirked up. "I certainly wouldn't dare offend General Wang, but do you know who I am?" The general gritted his teeth. I don't care who you are. Once you're in Pingchang City, you better curl up like a dragon or lie flat like a tiger.
Men, seize him. Lock him in the dungeon. Let the young master decide his fate.
Seeing the crowd rush forward, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes,
followed by another palm strike, sending the attackers flying.
The remaining people were terrified and didn't dare to advance, immediately retreating.
Lin Xuan sneered. Looks like the Lin family really does need to be punished.
The middle-aged general was also terrified. You. Just then, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Young Master Lin Tian has returned. Everyone else, get out of the way. Seeing that it was young Master Lin Tian returning, the guy laughed loudly. Kid, you're done for. Young Master Lin Tian always has 3 Golden Core experts guarding him. He'll definitely capture you today. Sure enough, a group of horse-drawn carriages returned from outside the city. The carriage stopped, and a young man's voice came from inside.
What's going on? Why did we stop? The coachman whispered. Young master, there's someone causing trouble up ahead.
Hearing this, a hand reached out from inside the carriage, followed by a handsome young man stepping out. I want to see just who dares to cause trouble in this young master's territory.
You all, get out of my way. When he saw who it was, Lin Xuan just snorted coldly. Seeing Lin Xuan, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly contracted, and his whole body began to tremble.
You,
the middle-aged general, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, said coldly, Kid, do you know who you're standing in front of?
He's General Wang's nephew.
Hearing this, Lin Tian roared, Shut your mouth. But that guy still wanted to say something.
Lin Xuan
slowly walked in front of Lin Tian. Aya, my good little brother, Lin Tian, it's been so long.
These words made the middle-aged general's expression change drastically, involuntarily taking a step back. Then he heard Lin Xuan continue. Heard you're quite the big shot in the Southern Yang dynasty. Wonder if you could hook me up with some of that influence. Lin Tian hurriedly waved his hands. What are you saying, Xuan Ji? Whatever the Lin family has today, it's all thanks to you. Hearing these words,
the middle-aged general trembled. Everything the Lin family has is thanks to him. Then doesn't that mean? Immediately, the general knelt down. This lowly one has been blind. This lowly one offended young Master Lin. Please forgive me, Lin Xuan sneered. How long has it been? And you've already turned into a playboy bully.
Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Actually, these are all orders from King Xiang.
Orders from my father. Old man's playing it colorful now, so. Alright, manage your subordinates well. Don't disgrace the Ling family's reputation. After speaking, Lin Xuan directly disappeared in front of the group. Lin Tian wanted to stop him, but couldn't. Seeing Lin Xuan leave, the general whispered.
Young master, he really is.
Lin Tian nodded slightly. He's the real deal. Young master. The man wanted to say something else, but Lin Tian shook his head and left. I won't punish you. After returning to the royal mansion, go and apologize yourself. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan appeared in the Lin family's study. Seeing his father reading a book, he scoffed. Does he even know how to read? Pretending to be all studious here. Lin Fu scratched his head. Don't know how to read, but aren't I learning? But after saying half of it,
he suddenly felt something was wrong, turned his head to look, and was stunned.
Holy crap, you! Who the heck are you? Don't you know how to knock? Before entering, Lin Xuan waved his hand. Ha ha ha.
Nope. Right, old man, is all the awful behavior of the Lin family ordered by you?
Lin Fu sighed. More or less. A little. Suddenly having this status, they're a little arrogant. Plus, I didn't manage them, so they naturally became like this. Lin Xuan was stunned. What are you afraid of? Lin Fu nodded slightly. AI, you're a disciple of the Immortal Sect. You don't understand the power struggles of the mortal world.
The Lin family's glory is mostly thanks to your contributions, but this is still the Southern Yang Zhao family.
If my virtue is high and my authority respected, holding military power, how can I not be feared by the Zhao family? AI, after all, no one wants to see a subject whose merits outweigh the master, right? Lin Xuan laughed. So you're worried about this little thing, and then willingly let people point fingers at you.
Father, you have to know,
it shouldn't be us thanking the Zhao family for their great mercy in giving the Lin family today's status, but they should be thanking me for letting the Zhao family still be the Southern Yang dynasty. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying pressure radiated from Lin Xuan's body.
Feeling the pressure
and hearing these words, Lin Fu was a little stunned. Then with tears in his eyes, he grabbed his son's hand. Heaven has eyes. Our old Lin family finally has a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Xuan quickly pulled his hand away. Hey Dad, that's enough. Alright, what's your cultivation level? Now Lin Xuan was a little smug. If you can't even see my cultivation level, then what are you getting so excited about? It's just you and me here, son. Don't just say, not even an immortal yet, give me the specifics. Lin Xuan chuckled. Looks like your years as a king weren't wasted. You've learned how to interrupt, and now you're already at the late stage of the tribulation realm. Lin Fu's eyes lit up. Seriously? Of course it's true. Becoming an immortal is just around the corner. The reason I'm back this time is to temper myself in the mortal world, settle some worldly affairs, and then face the heavenly tribulation. These words were like a bolt out of the blue for Lin Fu. Holy crap, you're for real. Of course my talent wasn't bad to begin with, plus my master gave me tons of resources. Breaking through to the late tribulation realm is easy peasy. Lin Fu's eyes flashed, as if he had a mischievous idea. He immediately stepped forward, happily massaging Lin Xuan's shoulders while grinning. Does your master, have any other wealthy junior sisters? I don't want to work hard anymore. Lin Xuan was covered in question marks. The heck are you on about? Lin Fu continued. If sticking to someone's coattails can lead to such fast cultivation, who would be willing to be a small-time king in a tiny mortal dynasty? Lin Xuan facepalmed. Stop joking around. Here, just be a good king. I'll give you this. He handed Lin Fu a storage pouch. Lin Xuan said, there are 1,000,000 spirit stones in here. As long as your talent isn't too trash, it's enough for you to cultivate to the fusion realm. Lin Fu swallowed hard. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The entire Nanyang dynasty doesn't have that many resources. He hastily took the storage pouch, then cleared his throat. Ahem, it hasn't been that long. And 1,000,000 spirit stones are just a small matter to you. Lin Xuan said sternly, 1,000,000 spirit stones are not a small matter. Saying that makes you sound arrogant. Oh, then what should I say? Right, I'll say it's average. Haha. Alright, whatever you say. But now that you're back, we should have a few drinks, right? Hee. No problem. Tonight, that day, in the usually quiet bamboo grove not far away, several figures covered in black were moving with extreme speed. There were roughly 10 of them. The pressure they emitted was all at the transformation realm or higher, one of them said. According to the intel, the emperor of the Nanyang dynasty and a certain king must be eliminated. Zhao Jun of the royal family and Lin Xuan of the Lin family are both disciples of the Invincible Immortal Sect, but now that old Lu has ascended, we don't need to fear the Invincible Immortals anymore. The scene of old Lu overwhelming the intersect immortals is still fresh in our minds. So this time, we must settle all the old scores and new grudges. Unaware of the approaching danger, the sound of father and son chatting still echoed in the Lin family home. Lin Xuan, come on, keep drinking. Lin Fu. That's right, Xuanware. Find some time to come with me to the palace to see His Majesty. He misses you a lot. Lin Xuan chuckled. Aya, if you can't drink, don't force yourself. Lin Fu glared. What nonsense are you talking about? Come on, keep drinking. Just then, Lin Xuan seemed to sense something. He frowned slightly, then slowly walked out of the room. This aura. They're fusion realm cultivators. But why are there so many fusion realm cultivators appearing in the mortal dynasty at the same time? And their auras are getting closer and closer. Immediately, Lin Xuan rushed inside and slammed his hand on the table. Dad, wake up! Someone's here to cause trouble. Still a bit tipsy, dozing off, Lin Fu startled awake by the sound, frantically looking around. What? They're here to cause trouble? Where? Lin Xuan chuckled. Nah, they're probably on their way. I just sensed someone heading towards our manor. Lin Fu. In that case, gather the guards outside the gate for me. Relay my orders, guards. Surround the manor and prepare to slay the invaders. After instructing the servants, Lin Fu turned around, smugly saying, Son, now I'll show you how strong the guards I've personally trained these past 2 years are. So what if you're at the Tribulation Transcendent stage now? Your old man ain't no pushover. Lin Xuan replied with a straight face. Dad, you might want to hold back a bit. This time, I sense a total of 5 cultivators coming, and their cultivation levels are all at the early stage of the integration realm or higher. Hearing this, Lin Fu was first startled, then couldn't help but cough a few times. Almost falling backward, Lin Xuan quickly rushed over to support him. Dad, are you okay? Sit down for a bit. Seeing his father's appearance, Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. Knew I shouldn't have said anything, just to avoid shocking the old man. After sitting down on a chair, Lin Fu finally said, What's so great about the early stage of the integration realm? My good son is at the late stage of tribulation transcendence, and luckily you came back this time. Or else the next time you return, you'd really have to burn paper money for your old man. Lin Xuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, what are you talking about, Dad? Just then, after sensing the aura of the 5 people approaching, Lin Fu suddenly changed his expression. This spiritual pressure, I can sense their spiritual power. You little rascal, it's just in time for me to broaden my horizons today. Let me see your heaven-defying abilities as a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. I wouldn't go so far as to call them heaven-defying abilities, but dealing with integration realm folks like these is more than enough. About 3 minutes later, 5 people in black cloaks appeared in front of the Lin family's courtyard. The leader said in a deep voice, Brothers, annihilate the Lin family members in the manor. Leave no one alive. But as soon as he finished speaking,
The 4 people behind him suddenly saw a black figure appear in front of them. The person who appeared was none other than Lin Xuan. You brothers must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you rest for a bit first? The person in front still hadn't seen Lin Xuan. He waved his hand. Tired? What's a little tiredness? For the sake of the Immortal Sect's grand plan. But then, he felt something was off, turned his head to look, and was a little surprised. What? Who are you? Lin Xuan still had a bright smile on his face. Who sent you guys here? Coming here in the middle of the night, you're not here to ask for a free meal and a stroll, are you? Seeing the token hanging on his waist, Lin Xuan remembered that the token of the Liang dynasty cultivator at the border that he killed was exactly the same. Lin Xuan? Well, don't worry. As long as you tell me who sent you here, or tell me which immortal sect you're from, I guarantee you won't have to experience any pain. The leader's forehead was already covered in sweat. He had used his spiritual power to scout the way, but he hadn't sensed any danger at all. Yet now, this guy had silently come behind him, and he hadn't noticed it. Although he was a little scared, he still forcefully pushed Lin Xuan's hand away, making a show of force. Brothers, let's form the formation. Seeing the 5 people simultaneously surround him, forming a large formation, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth lifted. I want to see what a bunch of integration realm cultivators can create in front of me. In an instant, the 5 people surrounded Lin Xuan, forming the 5 elements grand formation: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Looking down at his feet, Lin Xuan sneered. Is that all you've got? Seeing Lin Xuan slowly moving, the cultivators couldn't help but change their expressions. This guy is probably bound by the formation. How can he still look around, not showing the slightest sign of being affected? This is way too unbelievable. This guy can move around in the formation without any burden. I wonder what his actual strength is. Lin Xuan calmly walked up to the leader and tapped a finger on his crown. He then just flicked his finger lightly, and the guy flew backward. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 immediately paled, and as that guy flew out, the formation collapsed. Lin Xuan. It's nothing, all that bluster, scaring people, but turns out it's just rubbish. All day, just doing useless stuff, so flashy. As Lin Xuan turned around, the leader was trembling all over. Who are you? How can the tiny southern Yang kingdom have such an expert? Lin Xuan didn't answer but casually asked, what's the scheme behind instigating the surrounding kingdoms into great wars? Before Lin Xuan could finish asking, the 5 immediately scattered and fled in 5 directions. Something's up, scatter and run. Inform senior brother Feng and the others to retreat quickly. Seeing them trying to leave, Lin Xuan sneered and waved his hand above his head. You want to leave? Not so easy. Taking him as the center, spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, dividing in all directions to surround the group. If you already see my cultivation, then why bother doing these useless things? As Lin Xuan's hand came down, instantly, a cage made of spiritual energy formed, covering the entire group, making escape impossible. The group screamed in fear. When did we fall into this cage? Damn it, can't break through. Lin Xuan then said calmly, whatever it is, come back here and talk. Finishing speaking, Lin Xuan retracted his hand, and the cage gradually shrunk, pulling the group back to in front of him. I'll give you one last chance, if you don't talk. Then before Lin Xuan could finish, the leader turned back, pointed straight at his face, and shouted loudly, even if I die, don't think you'll get any information from me. Oh, really? Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and spiritual energy bound the leader, then sucked him back. Then let me soul search you. Placing his hand on the leader's crown, after checking for a bit, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth turned up. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, the others were trembling all over, so scared that they couldn't even stand. When Lin Xuan released his hand, the guy had slumped down. So these people only know how to provoke the great dynasties to start a great war, but they don't even know why they're doing it. Looks like they're just pawns. Good to have, but not essential. Who would have thought? Only worthy of sacrificing yourself for the cause. Huh. I thought your big plan was related to you guys. As Lin Xuan finished speaking, the others saw that the barrier Lin Xuan created had disappeared. Instantly they yelled, what are you still standing there for? Run! But could they run? Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. Although I don't want to kill people, but based on you guys alone, wanting to kill everyone in my manner, I definitely won't let you survive. As the words fell, 4 finger intents shot out from his hand, piercing straight through the group's bodies. Seeing that everything was resolved, from behind the tree, Lin Fu poked his head out and asked, son, are you okay, Lin Xuan? His face radiating awesomeness. It's nothing. Just a flick of the wrist. And it's all solved. Too easy, right? Lin Fu was speechless. Clearly, in my perception, 5 integration realm assassins joining forces is almost synonymous with invincibility. But my own son here, dealing with them, is as simple as crushing an ant. Seeing his father's expression, Lin Xuan helplessly said, "Dad, if there are no surprises, the royal palace is probably already destroyed." Lin Fu was stunned.
There's another team of assassins? Then let's go take a look right away. Seeing his father looking so anxious, Lin Xuan nodded lightly. Yeah, let's go, Lin Fu shouted.
Then let's summon 100,000 troops. Right now, Lin Xuan was speechless. So he was just anxious because he wanted to show off, so he waved his hand. Forget it, there's no use for 100,000 mortals to go. Lin Fu scratched his head.
Oh, that makes sense, doesn't it? I just wanted to flex a little bit. Oh, right. How are we going to get to the royal palace? We're not going to ride horses, are we? Seems a bit slow. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. With that, Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and a circle of light enveloped the two of them, lifting them into the air. Lin Fu was shocked to see this. Whoa, what is this? Looks super awesome, Lin Xuan explained. Just think of it as a transportation tool. Super fast. Lin Fu's eyes sparkled. My son is so amazing.
Lin Xuan coughed, then said, "It's more than 300 miles from here to the capital. Those guys came from the northwest earlier, passing through the capital before arriving at Pingshang City. I reckon when I killed those assassins, they hadn't even reached the Prime Minister's mansion yet. The remaining 5 must have already made their move at the royal palace. So with the royal palace's current defenses, we'll probably only be able to clean up their corpses when we get there."
As the two were speeding towards the royal palace, 2 figures suddenly flew out of the forest, with a dark shadow chasing closely behind them. Lin Xuan and Lin Fu stopped when they saw this. Looking down, he was a bit surprised. It was the little princess. Leading the little princess in her escape was an old elder from inside the royal palace. Damn it, he's still clinging on behind us. We can't shake him off no matter what, Your Highness. This old servant is useless, unable to fully protect His Majesty. Nor can I continue to accompany you, princess.
The little princess of the Southern Yang dynasty,
Zhao Yuyan, paled upon hearing these words. Immediately after, the old man waved his hand and forcefully pushed the princess away, turning around to face the man in black alone.
"Even if I die, this old servant will not let the enemy harm the princess." Thrown far away, Zhao Yuyan shouted, "No, don't!" The old man turned back, delivering a full-force palm strike towards the man in black.
"You bandit, die!" The man sneered, drawing his sword. "Old fool, overestimating yourself." Immediately following was a sword strike, shattering the old man's attack.
Never thought there'd be an integration realm cultivator guarding such a small Southern Yang dynasty.
It's just a pity you're also a piece of trash. With that, he charged forward again, wanting to send the old cultivator to his ancestors in one move.
Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Appearing before his eyes was a young man, effortlessly blocking his sword with his bare hand. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Xuan. Since when could an integration realm cultivator be so arrogant? Stopped with one move, the man was somewhat stunned. "Who are you, brat? Stop getting in the way," Lin Xuan indifferently replied. "Sigh. I just like to help out when I see injustice."
The man was still oblivious to his danger, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Whatever. If you want to be a hero, then you can die together with her. This sword of mine isn't just any ordinary sword. It has magical power. You better scram, you mortal." Hearing the man say that, Lin Xuan looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha!" This infuriated the man in black. "Brat, what are you laughing at?" Lin Xuan's lips curled up. "Looks like your nascent soul realm's precious sword isn't all that."
No sooner had Lin Xuan spoken than cracking sounds echoed. Under the black-clad man's terrified gaze, the sword he'd thought was his prized possession shattered into pieces. "No, how could this be, my sword?" Bang! With a loud crash. Not only did the sword break, but the guy was also sent flying backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay there nearly unconscious, teetering between life and death. Just then, Lin Xuan heard the old geezer's voice in his ear. "It's you, Lin Xuan." Wang Lin Xuan was like, "Huh, what's this? What the heck is a Xuan King?" The old man landed gently and explained, "Half a month ago, His Majesty planned to bestow upon you the title of Xuan King, but, just as he finished writing it, before it could be announced, the imperial palace was attacked." Lin Xuan softly asked, "What about the imperial palace?" The old man sadly replied, "His Majesty was assassinated early on." These words brought tears to Zhao Yuyan's eyes. "You mean father? Father? Is gone? How could this be?" "Wah wah wah," Lin Fu comforted the princess. "Are you all right? Please, be consoled." The old man, with tears welling up, recounted. In that critical moment, this old servant was ordered by His Majesty to lead people out of the palace first. I remember His Majesty wanting to fight those guys to the death. "Quickly, take Yancher away." "But Your Majesty, what about you if this old servant leaves?" "Rest assured, I can handle these guys. Even if I die, I'll hold them back. This is an order, go now." Reaching this point, the old man couldn't help but kneel. After that, His Majesty fought bravely and ultimately died at their hands. This old servant is truly useless."
Zhao Yuyan's tears were like pear blossoms in the rain. How? How could this happen? Lin Fu comforted the princess. "Rest assured, my son Lin Xuan will definitely avenge His Majesty."
Zhao Yuyan looked up at Lin Xuan, as if saying a life-saving straw. Really, Lin Xuan's tone was reliable and firm.
"Princess, please rest assured, I will avenge the emperor."
At the same time, within the imperial palace of the Southern Yang dynasty, except for the old geezer and the little princess who escaped not long ago, the remaining royalty of Southern Yang have all been killed, wiped out.
The leader nodded slightly upon hearing this. Very good, but as he looked up at the sky, he saw a light flying towards them at an extreme speed, and he wondered, what's that in the sky? Perhaps it's eldest brother and martial brother Ma returning. But when the leader saw the person about to descend, his expression changed. That's not martial brother Ma. There's no way martial brother Ma could be this strong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Xuan descended with burning rage. His mere aura blew away the weaklings, leaving only a few of the strongest alive. But even they were seriously injured. As soon as he landed, Lin Xuan flicked his finger,
instantly sealing off the entire imperial palace with a barrier. Seeing this scene, the leader's face changed.
"You can do this. Could you be a late-stage tribulation transcension expert?"
Who exactly are you?" Lin Xuan looked at the group of black-clad people and coldly replied, "Killing so many innocent people, and now you're afraid.
What are you guys spacing out for, Run? This guy is a late-stage tribulation transcension expert. We're no match for him." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. "Wanna run?" As soon as the words left his mouth, those who had just started running exploded into pieces in mid-air.
Seeing the scene of the barrier enveloping the imperial palace from afar, Zhao Yuyan prayed silently.
"You must be safe and sound, young master Lin Xuan." After a while, seeing the barrier had disappeared,
the old man brought the princess and Lin Fu over.
"Young Master Lin, are all the black-clothed people dead?" "Young Master Lin, are you all right?"
Lin Xuan was a bit embarrassed, turning to look at the princess. "I was a step late. No one in the royal palace survived." Seeing Lin Xuan so saddened, Lin Fu comforted his son. "You did your best. Don't blame yourself."
The little princess lowered her head softly. "Yuyan, thanks the young master for saving my life." Lin Xuan helped her up.
"Princess,
no need to be so polite. This is what I should do," Lin Fu chimed in.
"That's right, Your Highness Princess.
Now you're the only one left of the Southern Yang royal family. You are the royal family, so you must be strong and not let these lands be stolen by thieves."
Zhao Yuyan, hearing these words, perked up. "Yes, General Wang, Uncle Wang. Rest assured, I will definitely not let anyone taint the Southern Yang Empire's lands."
Lin Fu was quite satisfied with her reaction. "Good. The Lin family will forever be a solid support for the Yu royal family."
Zhao Yuyan suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed, whispering, That. Lin Xuan saw her expression and laughed, saying,
"Princess, you can speak your mind." The princess's eyes and cheeks flushed red as she looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Young master saved Yuyan and avenged my father's death for me. Yuyan has nothing to repay you with. I can only offer myself." Holy crap, offer herself, but it's a bit of a pity. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Yuyan whispered, "Is it that Yuyan isn't pretty enough for the young master?" Lin Xuan had a bit of a headache.
"There's still a master waiting for me at home. How can I marry someone else?"
Thinking of this, he smiled and said,
"What a pity, you're a daughter. Otherwise, we could become sworn brothers."
Lin Fu was covered in question marks. The hell, sworn brothers? Is that really something you should say? Lin Xuan suddenly remembered his beautiful master, then whispered, "My heart is set on seeking the Dao. How could I indulge in worldly love?"
Zhao Yuyan sighed in her heart upon hearing these words. Right, he's dedicated to seeking the Dao. How could I tie him down? But Lin Xuan's tone changed.
But right now, the Southern Yang dynasty is without a leader. Someone needs to stand up and stabilize the situation.
According to the information I gleaned from the souls of the cultivators I killed,
these black-clothed people were planning to separately support the great aristocratic families of the Southern Yang dynasty, and then spark a civil war within the Southern Yang dynasty. Although these people have been dealt with,
the emperor's death is enough to make the clans and commoners who were already restless raise armies to seize the Southern Yang dynasty's lands.
If you want to talk about someone who can step forward to take charge of the overall situation right now, only the princess's identity can do it.
Hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan was first stunned, then a little flustered. But before she could finish, the old cultivator and Lin Fu knelt down. "This old servant will definitely do my best to assist Your Highness Princess. The Wang general's manor will naturally fully support the princess."
Zhao Yuyan, hearing these words, pursed her lips, as if making a decision, then said firmly, "All right. With you all supporting me, I will definitely shoulder this responsibility and strive to protect the lands of my southern Yang kingdom." Lin Xuan frowned slightly, pondering. The leader this time is the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, but we are in the open now, and the immortals of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect are in the dark. However, if I don't get rid of them this time, I'm afraid it will make my Dako heart unstable. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth. The mastermind behind this whole thing is the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect for my dad's safety, and for everyone else, I gotta go take him out now. Lin Fu nodded slightly upon hearing this. If that's the case, then you should go back to the Invincible Immortal Sect and ask for reinforcements first. We're enough here. Lin Xuan shook his head. It's fine, it's just the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, they're not worth a thing. Anyway, I haven't been sitting idle for so many years. Even if I don't use the Xuanwang Cauldron, it's still gonna be hard for some Immortal Realm dude to kill me. Oh yeah, Dad asked someone to give you this charm. If you're in danger, crush this thing, and I'll sense it right away. After that, Lin Xuan bolted, following the memories of those cultivators all the way to a mountain range. This place ain't nowhere else but the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect. Just as he landed, Lin Xuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the two guards, holy crap, immortals guarding the door. The Blood Spirit Immortal Sect is really going all out. Sensing the aura radiating from Lin Xuan, an old geezer came out from inside the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect. He looked at Lin Xuan and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Lin Xuan sneered. "Don't you recognize me?" After taking a closer look at Lin Xuan, the old man's expression changed. Lin Xuan, because of you and the Loading Immortal Sect, we lost more than a dozen immortals, and then we were bloodied by that late-stage Earth Immortal of the 6 Words Wildlands. He's coming uninvited today. He must be carrying some powerful artifacts. But god damn it, am I scared? Today, I must avenge the lost elders. With that, he immediately turned around and went inside. This left Lin Xuan petrified. What the heck, what kind of move is that, talking smack and then running? But before Lin Xuan could react, the guy had already entered a room where there was a formation. He poured spiritual energy into it. After doing all that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally made it. The Blood Spirit Immortal Sect can't withstand any more destruction. If it gets wrecked again, it might actually be wiped out. Seeing that the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect was surrounded by a barrier array, Lin Xuan's lips curled up. Child's play. Then, he took out the heaven-rank supreme-grade magic weapon, the spear, and aimed another strike straight at the protective array mountain. But when the smoke cleared, the array was unscathed, which surprised Lin Xuan a lot. The voice of the old man came from inside the array. "It's useless. This formation is a formation from the ancient era, created by the Earth Immortal ancestors of the Blood Spirit Sect, with half a lifetime of effort. Even that Lu Zie only managed to enter the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect when the Grand Formation was opened. As soon as the Grand Formation was activated, the remaining elders of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect awakened from their cultivation." "Senior brother, what's going on?" the elder asked in a deep voice. "The fiend from the Invincible Immortal Sect has come knocking on our door." This is the crucial moment for the ancestor to break through. He must not be disturbed. Seeing that these guys had set up such a tough grand formation, Lin Xuan planted his spear into the ground and took out the purple cauldron. With a few clicks and clacks, Lin Xuan started to warm up. Seeing this scene, the elders of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect paled. "What we feared has come. Youqing, how can we not be finished off by this thing here? Impossible. No matter how strong this thing is, it can't break through the sect protecting Grand Formation. He's just a late-stage tribulation transcendent cultivator. How could he be that powerful?" But, under the terrified gaze of the group, the purple cauldron descended from the sky with a strike. The ground shook violently, and the elders of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect fell left and right. How is this possible? It was the ancient era sect protecting Grand Formation created by our Earth Immortal ancestor. How could it not withstand a strike from this Xuanhuang cauldron? This is impossible. It's completely absurd. Lin Xuan effortlessly landed after breaking the Grand Formation, saying nonchalantly, "Originally, what you guys did was none of my business. It's just a pity you wanted to mess with the only thing I care about in the mortal realm. Since that's the case, I can't let you live." Seeing the Grand Formation destroyed, the elders inside immediately scattered and ran. "Damn it, everyone! Run!" But could they escape? Lin Xuan waved his hand, and his giant cauldron flew into the sky, sealing off the space in this area. "You guys better tell me the big plan, and I might consider letting you go." Hearing this, one elder retorted defiantly, "Kid, you're just a late-stage tribulation realm mortal, yet you dare threaten us immortals. Since we can't escape with any divine power anyway, we might as well fight to the death. Once again, Lin Xuan drew his heaven-rank top-grade spear, still the same old move, splitting into dozens of spear shadows. Seeing this, the immortal's expression changed. Not good. Everyone, defend. But before he could finish his sentence, he was pierced through the crown of his head by a spear, dying on the spot. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but be stunned. Not good. This thing specializes in attacking the soul. It's an evil artifact. Everyone, quickly protect your souls with all your might. But as the spear shadows drew closer, those elders panicked. Wait, I'll talk. Everything we did was for the old ancestor. But before he could finish his sentence, some kind of restriction seemed to explode in his head, and the guy couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, dying instantly on the spot. Lin Xuan frowned slightly at this sight. It seems the souls of these immortal elders have probably been set up with restrictions by someone, to keep his secrets at all costs. If anyone reveals anything, they'll trigger the restriction, and their soul will be devoured immediately. Haha, that's interesting, so you all know but can't say it, huh? What to do then? In that case, go die. But just as Lin Xuan was about to make a move, a figure shot up into the sky from behind the mountain, accompanied by a hoarse voice.
Junior, this isn't a place where you can run wild. Hearing this voice, the other elders turned their heads and were overjoyed. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has come out of seclusion. Great, we're saved.
Lin Xuan looked up. This aura isn't weak, but it's still far from Elder Lu at his peak. Since you're already old, then just die. In the high sky, an old man with white hair and beard sneered upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. I am the old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, now 1,000 years old. Today I'm transcending my tribulation to enter the Earth Immortal Realm.
As soon as his words fell, a bolt of lightning struck him directly from the sky,
immediately followed by countless other lightning strikes.
Lin Xuan was quite surprised.
Is this old geezer trying to use the countless lives of mortal beings to resist the heavenly Tao laws and break through the shackles? But why does this heavenly lightning seem a bit weak? So I came to the mortal realm for my own immortal tribulation? Was that a bit of an overreaction? When one wave of heavenly tribulation passed, the group of immortal elders below were a little puzzled. Why is there another cloud? Didn't the old ancestor's heavenly tribulation already pass? No, not the Earth Immortal Heavenly Tribulation. This is this kid's heavenly tribulation. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky and thought to himself, if I can withstand this lightning tribulation, then I can become an immortal. If that's really the case, not bad. If I had known that transcending the tribulation to become an immortal meant I could ascend and leave this world sooner, then I would be able to understand everything from my master sooner.
Seeing the thick dark clouds, the faces of those elders gradually turned pale. It seems an even bigger heavenly lightning is about to descend. Everyone, run!
This kid actually dares to transcend the tribulation? At this time? He's probably asking for death. Yeah, it's best if he dies. But is this the heavenly tribulation you gotta face to get to Earth Immortal? That old geezer Lu Xie last time didn't even have to deal with one, did he? You dummy! Last time that old fart ate an immortal fruit, and that kid Lin Xuan juiced up his cultivation in a flash? Before the heavenly tribulation could even drop, it was already a hit of the power of heaven and earth laws.
Didn't you feel it? Back then, that old coot Lu Xie just broke through 3 levels straight, scaring off the power of the laws.
Otherwise, if it was just him breaking the restrictions with tricks, the heavenly Daka would be the first to say, no way. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded above Chuazhong. Lin Xuan and the old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect were going through their tribulations together. The power of thunder tribulations isn't just 1 + 1 = 2, but when 2 thunder tribulations collide, it's exponential. The old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect couldn't help but let out a miserable scream.
Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, still in the open mystery realm, was just standing there calmly, dealing with his tribulation.
The thundering tribulation struck down more and more crazily, but Lin Xuan, protected by the violet cauldron, wasn't even scratched, which couldn't help but make Lin Xuan a little surprised. Is this violet cauldron a little too strong? You don't know pain until you have something to compare it to. And that old guy barely weathered 8 purple lightning strikes and he's already struggling like crazy, while the Xuanhuang cauldron has taken over 1,000. But if I just rely on the magic weapon Master gave me, how am I different from a mama's boy? If I keep hiding behind the magic weapon Master gave me, how am I ever going to get the approval of the big shot behind Master?
Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to recall the Xuanhuang cauldron into his body, bravely choosing to tank the first purple lightning strike. Seeing this scene, the elders of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect widened their eyes. This kid really wants to die. You just had to act tough and now you're gonna die and you can't blame anyone else, haha, exactly.
It's already ridiculous that he provoked the lightning tribulation with his arrogant words, but because the cauldron is indeed strong, but he continues to show off, having such a divine artifact, and not using it, instead using his own body to face the lightning tribulation, I'm afraid this guy has problems. Up above, after taking a purple lightning strike head-on, Lin Xuan was stunned.
This lightning, besides being a bit dazzling and giving a slight tingling sensation, doesn't seem that special.
Haha, this lightning is too weak. As soon as Lin Xuan said those words, the thundering tribulation in the sky seemed to be enraged, and all struck his body at once.
However, Lin Xuan's body wasn't some pushover at this point. Having withstood a second wave of lightning, when Lin Xuan opened his eyes, forget massive injuries.
Now, not even a single hair on his head was damaged. Not long after, the old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's lightning tribulation finally dissipated. Seeing this scene, all the elders knelt down to congratulate him. Old ancestor has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and entered the early stage of Earth Immortal. That guy, even though he was covered in injuries, was still ecstatic. Haha, 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Finally, I've obtained the Dao fruit and entered the Earth Immortal realm. I'm now only missing a chance to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through Earth Immortal realm. But, just as he said this, he looked up at Lin Xuan and couldn't help but freeze. What the heck? What is happening? What the hell? Why is my heaven and earth spiritual energy running to that kid? Lin Xuan was also extremely stunned. I endured the heavenly tribulation, but my realm is still stuck at the late stage of tribulation transcendence, and my body hasn't been strengthened.
Feeling the spiritual energy pouring into his body, Lin Xuan was stunned. Could this be immortal power? Below, the elders and disciples of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect looked up at the sky, only knowing to be silent.
Come over here quickly and take a look.
After experiencing the heavenly tribulation, after successfully passing the tribulation, the body will absorb a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and at the same time, the spiritual power in the body will also completely sublimate and become immortal power.
But this kind of scene never happened before. That's right, back then the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect had 5 people simultaneously transcending tribulations to become immortals, but this scene didn't happen.
Look quickly. The old ancestor didn't get any spiritual energy replenishment after transcending the tribulation, and the injuries on his body are flaring up again. If it continues like this, even if the old ancestor passes the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid he'll still die, and his cultivation will be lost.
Quickly, take out all the spirit stones in the sect's treasury and crush them to provide spiritual power to the old ancestor.
The people who received the order didn't hesitate at all. Immediately took out spirit stones and crushed them.
In the high heavens, the old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect was raging. No, damn it! After transcending the tribulation and entering the early Earth Immortal stage, shouldn't I be like that old fart Lu ruling the world? What the hell? Why am I about to die right after transcending the tribulation? But at this moment, he felt a dense spiritual energy rising from below. His body greedily absorbed it.
Great! With this spiritual energy to replenish me, not only will I not die, but I can also smoothly get through the weakening period.
Just like that, the spiritual energy crushed from spirit stones by the crowd gathered around the old ancestor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, and was absorbed by him. Lin Xuan, seeing this scene, didn't say anything. Just the early Earth Immortal stage, not scary. It's even a good opportunity to test my strength. Below, seeing Lin Xuan just standing there dumbfounded, some elders couldn't help but grit their teeth. This kid just transcended the tribulation, and that cauldron has been taken aback by him. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. That's right, if we don't get rid of this person, he'll definitely become a great disaster in the future. Oh no, look at that! Only to see the spiritual energy that those people crushed out, which was originally gathering around their old ancestor, was being sucked towards Lin Xuan.
This made the elders of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect feel confused.
What? How is this possible?
No way. No matter how many spirit stones we crush, no matter how much spiritual energy we release, it's all gathering towards that kid now.
The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curved up, and he closed his eyes again. Very good. Now the power in my body is several times stronger than before. Except for the tribulation transcendence not being completely successful, everything else went exceptionally smoothly. The spiritual power in my body is rising.
The Blood Spirit Immortal Sect elders had nothing to say at this point.
They all flew into the air, channeling spiritual energy directly into their old ancestor's body. Old ancestor, this kid is too wicked, this is all we can do now. The Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor was also extremely helpless. There's no other way? This is all we can do?
After a Shinshin, the hair of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor turned black again, and he had fully recovered to his peak state. Feeling the power in his body, he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha! Finally, it's a great success. I've advanced to the Earth Immortal stage.
The crowd, seeing this, immediately knelt and paid their respects,
congratulating him. Congratulations, old ancestor, on entering the Earth Immortal realm.
The Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Lin Xuan. Before conquering this Yuanyang realm, I must deal with that brat first.
Lin Xuan was not only not afraid, but also sneered.
If that's the case, it's just right to use you as a practice dummy, and by the way, check my results at this time.
Humph, you're just an ignorant fool. I'll see how arrogant you can be. At this moment, the sect master of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect cupped his fist and said in a low voice,
Old ancestor, this person is a bit strange. It's still better not to get involved.
As if he had just finished speaking, his old ancestor casually waved his hand and sent him flying.
That guy couldn't help but fly crashing down to the ground.
His life or death unknown. Useless trash. As the sect master of an immortal sect, you're increasing the morale of others and diminishing your own prestige.
This old man is now the only person in the Yuanyang realm who has broken through the restrictions. An Earth Immortal powerhouse standing on top of the pyramid. Why should I be afraid of a junior brat? Go to hell. Seeing the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor attacking, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but curve up. HMPH, you're just right to be my first experimental subject.
Lin Xuan once again summoned the supreme grade heaven tier spear into his hand.
Seeing Lin Xuan dare to resist, the Blood Spirit Sect elders burst into laughter. This kid actually isn't using his Xuanhuang cauldron to fight. What an ignorant brat, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth.
How could they possibly understand what Lin Xuan was thinking? He finally ran into an early stage Earth Immortal, of course. He couldn't just casually smash him to death with the Great Cauldron, otherwise that would be too wasteful. As if reading Lin Xuan's mind, the Blood Spirit Sect's old ancestor casually threw out a palm strike. Just die already. But contrary to his expectation,
Lin Xuan swung his spear, instantly blocking the attack. Staring at the spear in Lin Xuan's hand, the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor laughed heartily.
Ha ha. A supreme grade heaven tier magic weapon. Could this be a gift from the heavens for me?
Hearing this, Lin Xuan finally spoke.
Well, that depends on whether you have the skill.
The Blood Spirit old ancestor's figure flickered,
instantly charging toward Lin Xuan. Magic weapons are good, but unfortunately it didn't meet a good owner. If that's the case, then let me.
But before he could finish speaking, Lin Xuan directly thrust his spear forward.
Whoosh! Like the sound of wind rushing past. Lin Xuan's speed was even faster than the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect's old ancestor. By the time the guy reacted, he saw a huge hole through his chest. Seeing this scene, all the Blood Spirit Sect elders couldn't help but cover their mouths, their faces. Incredibly unsightly. Old ancestor, he took him out with a single spear. Lin Xuan was, admittedly, a little disappointed with the early stage Earth Immortal. Is that all you've got? I swear to heaven and earth, I really just wanted to exchange a few proper blows with you. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so weak. One of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect elders, seeing this scene, was so angry he couldn't hold back, pointing directly at Lin Xuan and shouting, "You brat! Today we'll cut you into pieces to avenge the old ancestor." But as soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to see that none of his fellow disciples dared to step forward. Moreover, they were all involuntarily retreating. Seeing this, he angrily shouted, "The old ancestor usually treated us like his own children. Now that the old ancestor is in trouble, are you all struck dumb?" Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Lin Xuan applauding incessantly. Commendable courage. Then I'll kill you first later. That guy still tried to persuade his fellow disciples. He must have exhausted a lot of energy when he killed the old ancestor just now. If we work together, we can definitely kill him.
Everyone, don't panic.
Besides, that weird cauldron of his must have lost its power after surviving the heavenly tribulation. It's become a piece of junk. After being told by him, those people started to waver. In that case, I have to avenge the old ancestor. That's right, for the old ancestor. For the honor of the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, today we must tear this guy into 100 pieces.
Hearing these words from above, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. That guy's pretty interesting. After receiving the support of his fellow disciples, he was the first to rush toward Lin Xuan. Everyone from the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, charge. Lin Xuan faintly smiled. If so many of you are bullying me alone, then I can only borrow some external force.
HMPH. Don't pretend. I don't believe there's any magic treasure in this world that can withstand countless heavenly lightning strikes without being destroyed. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Xuan casually thrust out a spear, sending the guy flying back to the ground even faster, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as he fell. Seeing this scene, the crowd below began to panic. The magic power is about to strike. Everyone, run, run, wait, don't panic everyone. Set up a formation to defend.
Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out incessantly. Before long, this place had become a living hell. After a short while, the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect was destroyed, and Lin Xuan gently landed. Since the Wei Lin family didn't suffer any casualties, I don't want to pursue the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect to the very end.
Inside the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect at this moment, there were still 2 female disciples trembling as they looked outside. Senior sister, these senior uncles and senior masters, they've all, what should we do? Oh crap, he's discovered us. Immediately, the 2 disciples knelt on the ground, begging, "Spare us, we're just outer sect disciples."
Lin Xuan cast his eyes on the 2 women and said indifferently, Trisk, can't you guys cultivate properly like I do? Why do you have to take this path, slaughtering billions of living beings to seek breakthrough?
With this free time, you should cultivate more. Who knows, you might have already become Earth Immortals. After saying that, Lin Xuan turned and left. The 2 female disciples then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we obey. At the same time, inside the royal palace of the Southern Yang dynasty, an angry female voice echoed through the grand hall. Loyal Wang, heaven and earth bear witness. What right do you have to doubt him?
If General Wang hadn't arrived in time to save me, I might have died at the hands of the rebels. The speaker was none other than Zhao Mu, who had now changed into royal robes, donned the imperial crown, and sat on the dragon throne. Below her stood the civil and military officials of the court. From within the ranks of civil officials, the Grand Tutor stepped forward, cupping his hands. This old official wouldn't dare doubt General Wang, but when the late emperor encountered assassins and passed away, none of us in the capital received any news.
So why was General Wang, 300 miles away, able to rush to the capital in the nick of time and save your majesty?
Hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan became somewhat angry and scolded. Are you doubting General Wang?
Your majesty, this old official is merely pointing out the inconsistencies. I have my own judgment, and don't need the Grand Tutor to overthink things.
General Wang is indeed loyal, but it's inevitable that someone is backing him. With General Wang's strength, don't even talk about rescuing you. Even for General Wang to travel from his residence to the capital would take time, let alone save your majesty. I am willing to die to advise you, hoping your majesty will listen to these sincere words. Hearing these words, Zhao Yuyan was trembling with anger. You. Just then, Lin Fu stepped forward and said softly,
Your majesty, let this old official speak. I think everyone has misunderstood me. Among them, an official who disliked Lin Fu sneered. Could it be that General Wang has a guilty conscience, so he's pretending to be so calm? But at that moment, boom! A world-shattering sound erupted, and an extremely powerful pressure spread from outside the palace hall. The people inside, feeling this pressure, were bewildered. Such strong pressure, who on earth is it? Lin Xuan, who had just returned, saw this scene. He slowly walked into the palace hall and said calmly, Father, let me speak. Hearing the voice,
Lin Fu happily turned around to look. Zhao Yuyan, sitting on the throne, was also overjoyed. It's him. Seeing the newcomer, the faces of the civil and military officials in the court changed drastically.
You're Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan slowly walked forward. You guys still remember me, I'm happy about that, but the Lin family is famous for being protective. Just now, your behavior of questioning my father made me extremely unhappy. Hearing these words, the Grand Tutor, who had spoken earlier, was trembling all over, pointing at Lin Xuan. You don't come any closer, Lin Xuan smiled. If the Grand Tutor has any questions, you can bring them up. Maybe I won't answer, but the result will definitely satisfy you.
The Grand Tutor felt the pressure radiating from Lin Xuan's body, and couldn't help but take a step back. Several officials immediately stepped forward to support him. Grand Tutor, be careful, don't get angry. The Grand Tutor stared at Lin Xuan and gritted his teeth. HMPH. Although you're a late-stage transformation god, you're indeed very strong, but that's just limited to Southern Yang. You're just strong here. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up.
Oh, is that so? Then he stopped suppressing his cultivation and released all his pressure.
Feeling the aura from Lin Xuan's body, all the officials present immediately changed color. How is this possible? How long has he been gone? How could he become so strong? This strength is definitely not just late-stage integration.
Lin Fu looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief and asked, Son, have you undergone heavenly tribulation? Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Yeah. On this trip to the Blood Spirit Immortal Sect, while killing a few hundred immortals, I conveniently went through a heavenly tribulation. Zhao Yuyan's eyes lit up. Xuan? So Xuan Wang is already in the late stage of tribulation transcendence. He already has this strength. How could he still care about a small Southern Yang dynasty like mine? After hearing these words, the Grand Tutor's head was spinning. I'm done for. A late-stage tribulation transcendence is not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth compared to my tens of thousands of soldiers. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but almost faint. The two officials beside him quickly supported him. Grand Tutor, be careful. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan couldn't help but mock.
Old Grand Tutor, you can't faint now. After all,
the good show has only just begun. As soon as Lin Xuan finished speaking, the entire palace hall trembled non-stop, causing everyone present to panic.
What's that sound? Such a big commotion. It's like thousands of soldiers are coming. The ground is shaking. Just as many people were wondering,
a powerful voice suddenly rang out from outside. Father, I am carrying out your orders, and have specially brought troops to the capital to restore the prestige of our Zhao family.
Your Majesty, I am late to rescue you. Please forgive me. The person who entered was none other than the son of Zhao, the Grand Tutor, named Zhao Chang. Seeing him arrive, how could Zhao Yuyan not understand? The corners of her mouth curled up. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed a great show that Zhao Taiwei must have spent quite a while planning to make me happy, right? Hearing this, Zhao Taiwei immediately knelt down, kowtowing like he was pounding garlic. This old subject deserves to die 10,000 times. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Seeing this scene, his son couldn't help but be confused. What's going on? How is this different from the script we planned? Why is father suddenly admitting guilt? He walked over to his father, confused, and asked, Father, what's going on? Didn't you say that the emperor was blinded by General Wang, and you told me to come? Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Taiwei glared at him. You rebellious son, kneel down. Right now, his heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. Did this brat have to kill his old man to be satisfied? Zhao Yunyan's eyes turned cold. Zhao Taiwei, things have come to this point. It wouldn't be an overstatement if I demoted you to a commoner, right? But, upon hearing this, before Zhao Taiwei could say anything, his son stood up abruptly, pointed directly at Zhao Yuyan's face, and shouted, What do you mean by this? Do you think this Southern Yang Empire is still in your hands? His words silenced the entire hall into an eerie quiet, making everyone feel that something was very wrong. Zhao Jiang turned his head to look at the officials present, glaring, Are you all mute? Say something. The officials were now sweating profusely. Son of a bitch, Grand Preceptor is wrong. That damned old man has really screwed us over. If I knew his son was such an idiot, even if he had boasted to high heaven, I wouldn't have believed his nonsense. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhao Jiang pointed at Lin Xuan and shouted, Boy, come here, kill Lin Fu for me and I'll make you a viscount. Lin Xuan was also dumbfounded, pointing at himself and asking, Meh. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn, causing such a big commotion, and you're only offering me a viscountcy? That's way too stingy. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang trembled with anger, his nascent soul realm cultivation aura radiating outwards. Boy, you want to die? Before he could attack, Zhao Taiwei stopped him. Enough, Zhao Jiang. Before he could say anything else, Zhao Yuyan shouted, Zhao Taiwei, you plotted to usurp the throne, and now the evidence is irrefutable. What else can you say? Zhao Taiwei trembled and lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Zhao Yuyan slammed the dragon throne, shouting, Take them away! Investigate the mastermind behind today's events thoroughly, and regardless of their status, execute them all. Humph, my father left these officials to serve me, and yet they're not worth a damn. How pathetic. Hearing this, the officials immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, this old subject absolutely has no ulterior motives. I swear to follow Your Majesty to the death in this life and the next. Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to give my all to assist Your Majesty. Zhao Yuyan then nodded slightly. Very well. I declare that starting from today, General Wang will be the regent, with full authority over the political affairs of the Southern Yang dynasty. No one dared to object, and they all shouted in unison, Your Majesty is wise. After leaving the imperial hall, Lin Fu pulled Lin Xuan aside, smiling and saying, It's truly a blessing from several lifetimes that I could have a son like you. This time, I can become the regent, all thanks to your good fortune. Lin Xuan smiled. Father, why are you being so formal with your own son? His Majesty sees the loyalty of our Lin family, and appointing father as regent is a sign of trust and agreement with our Lin family. Lin Fu scratched his head. What you say does make sense, huh? But you managed to successfully undergo tribulation without making a sound. Your talent is truly terrifying. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. It's really nothing, just luck. Talent is important. But what's more important is having the appreciation of my master. Without my master, I wouldn't be here today. Lin Fu recalled the past with emotion. Although I'm not as handsome as you, when I was young I was considered a rare handsome man in the Southern Yang dynasty. I captivated the hearts of many young girls back then.
But it's fortunate, I'm so much worse than you. Lin Xuan seemed to remember something, and asked, "Speaking of which, father, what about my mother?" Lin Fu sighed. "Ah, your mother's identity is very mysterious. When she was injured and came to Southern Yang, we fell in love at first sight, and then we had you. But back then, she said she didn't want to drag us, father and son, down. So she secretly left and disappeared without a trace." Lin Xuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Although I've never met my mother, seeing how dad is, all right then."
"Father, leave this matter to me. With my current strength, plus the influence of the Invincible Immortal Sect, I think I can find her very quickly just by sending out a message.
Leaving this time. I don't know when I'll be back next time. Take good care of yourself, Dad."
Half a month later, Lin Xuan finally returned to the small world. As soon as she saw him, Ye Weiyang was overjoyed. "Master, you're finally back." Seeing Ye Weiyang wearing clothes that made her look like a fairy, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. "Ye Weiyang, what's this? Don't get so close."
"Wait a sec, cough. You should be more independent in the future. You can't possibly stay by my side forever, you know." Ye Weiyang shook her head. "But my purpose in life is to serve you, Master. If I'm not by Master's side, what meaning is there to my existence?" Lin Xuan was sweating bullets. Calm down, it's broad daylight, don't be like this." "But Ye Weiyang was about to say something when Lin Xuan pointed towards Youqing. "Go find Youqing to play with first. I have something urgent to discuss with my master."
"Youqing, please take care of her for me. I have to go first."
Yes, Your Excellency." A moment later, Lin Xuan found Li Yongqing by the Spirit Lake. "Master, I have something to ask of you."
Having just finished bathing, Liangqing was still wet. She turned her head and said, "Go on, what is it?" Seeing such a sexy sight, Lin Xuan's face turned red as a beet. "Ah, master, I'm being impudent."
Li Yongqing didn't mind, and chuckled. "It's all right, just tell me," Lin Xuan said softly. "I happened to meet someone from the tribulation transcending Earth immortal realm, but strangely, I also triggered a heavenly tribulation. But after enduring hundreds of heavenly lightning strikes, apart from the spiritual energy in my body sublimating, there were no changes to my body, and my realm remained the same, still at the late stage of tribulation transcending."
Li Yongqing didn't mind,
and chuckled. "I thought it was a big deal. With the strength of your body now, if even a few heavenly tribulations from the heavenly Dao Yuanyang realm could hurt you, wouldn't Aoquan cry himself to death?" Lin Xuan was stunned.
"Aoquan.
Isn't that the dragon? Wait a minute, Master. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I have no hope of becoming a human immortal in this life?" Li Yongqing chuckled. "It's okay, we can ask Wu Gang to take you outside the heavens, to undergo tribulation lightning again. I guarantee you'll be satisfied there." Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. This. Although I'm not afraid anymore, Master's expression makes me feel a bit scared."
Seeing him like that,
Li Yongqing asked excitedly. "When do you want to undergo the heavenly tribulation?" Lin Xuan replied. "The sooner the better. The sooner I raise my realm, the sooner I'll feel safe, right? Plus, I also want to leave this world as soon as possible and go beyond the heavens to find out about my past identity and everything about Master." Immediately afterwards, the two found Wu Gang weeding the yard. "Then you go call Wu Gang," Lin Xuan shouted without hesitation.
"Hey, old man Wu, come over here for a moment."
Wu Gang turned his head and asked, "Huh? You're calling me over? You don't want me to clean up the entire immortal sect, do you?" Lin Xuan said with a righteous face. "What's wrong? Am I such a ruthless boss in your heart?" Li Yongqing said in a deep voice. "All right, stop arguing. Wu Gang, take him out for a trip. Go outside." Wu Ang was stunned, and then Wu Ang fantasized,
"Could it be that after so long,
I finally have a chance to return?" Li Yongqing smiled. "Lin Xuan, you speak." "Yes." Disciple obeys. Cough. "Old Wang, here's the thing." After explaining the situation for a while, Lin Xuan smiled and said, "That's the beginning and end of the story." Wu Wang glared.
"You want me to take him out?
Aren't you afraid that I'll kill him and run away?" Li Yongqing's lips curled up. "You wouldn't dare." The fire of anger in Wu Wang's heart rose 3 zang. "Wouldn't dare. There's nothing this queen wouldn't dare to do in this world." However, she still nodded. "All right then, but I have one condition. After we get out, you have to listen to everything I say." "Okay, stand back a bit. I need to restore your magical power."
Immediately, Li Yongqing pointed a finger straight at Wu Wang.
In an instant, Wu Wang's power returned, and even the clothes on her body were renewed, and there was an imprint on her forehead. Feeling the overflowing power in her body, Wu Wang was extremely excited. "Immortal power, flowing in my body again. This feeling is really too good." Lin Xuan didn't care about Wu Wang's current strength. Wu Ang frowned slightly. "Damn it, I don't dare to kill Lin Xuan. But can't I just run away? Once I leave this abyss ocean realm, the sky's the limit.
Li Yuqing, for all her worth as a peerless female emperor that shook the heavens, wouldn't chase after me, a small immortal king, just because I ran away, would she? Thinking of this, the corners of Wu Wang's mouth curled up in a wicked smile. But Li Yuqing saw this scene, and she said sternly,
"But I have to tell you in advance, if Lin Xuan loses a single hair, I will kill your entire clan."
Wu Wang's forehead was covered in sweat. Got it, but I'll try to do a little extra then, and try to keep him away from the abyss ocean realm a little. Once Lin Xuan successfully transcends his tribulation, I'll run away immediately.
Then this disciple, thanks master, this disciple will take his leave first. Let's go. On the surface, Lin Xuan was nonchalant, but inside he was screaming, "If I had known old Wang was so strong, I should have begged master to let her become my guardian from the beginning. Wouldn't that be better than the Xuanhuang cauldron?" As if sensing that Lin Xuan was having bad ideas, Wu Ang frowned slightly. HMPH, what nonsense is this brat thinking again? Leading Lin Xuan to the top of the mountain,
Wu Ang formed some mysterious hand seals,
and then she shouted loudly, "Open for me!" Under Lin Xuan's shocked gaze, the clouds in this place dissipated. Before he could feel it clearly, he heard Wu Ang say, "Follow me quickly." Lin Xuan was stunned. Holy crap, I never thought I would leave the abyss ocean realm to the outer heavens in this way. After passing through the invisible barrier of the abyss ocean realm, observing the surrounding environment for a moment, Lin Xuan was confused. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao's binding of the abyss ocean realm's myriad living beings is so weak in front of a true powerhouse. The corners of Wu Wang's mouth curled up. HMPH, this little brat is already bewitched. Looks like I can slip away now, EH. But before she could act, a voice rang in her ear. "Stop right there, one more step, and you'll be cleaning Qinhai Peak for the rest of your life." This stunned Wu Wang. This voice was Li Yuqing's. Just listen to Lin Yuqing telepathically telling that old geezer, "Don't even think your dad's gonna come save you. When the time comes, I'll personally go to your little turtle shell world and bring his head back here myself. That way, you can at least fulfill your filial duty as a daughter, you know?" That old geezer's forehead was drenched in sweat. Yes, I understand. With no other choice, that old geezer could only stand there and watch Lin Xuan undergo his tribulation. Boom, 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 thunder roared continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan got kinda hyped up. Holy crap, this world's heavenly decor is seriously hardcore. The heavenly lightning released here is crazy intense, but whatever. Gotta get through this tribulation. Lin Xuan took a step forward, brimming with momentum to face the heavenly tribulation. This world's heavenly Dao is definitely strong enough. Bam! A wave of tribulation lightning targeted Lin Xuan and struck him directly. That old geezer hesitated for a moment, then formed a hand seal. Forget it. I should stay away from him for now. Or, if Li Yuqing finds out, I won't get any benefits, and I'll probably get screwed too. Facing the dense heavenly tribulation in the sky, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. I gotta test and see just how strong the lightning tribulation here can get. Another wave of tribulation lightning descended. Lin Xuan was originally thinking, no way lightning can be that powerful. But under Lin Xuan's horrified gaze, the lightning actually shattered his defenses. Looking up at the sky from below, that old geezer mused, "Better let him handle it himself for now. If he really can't hold on, I can step in and save him." After a wave of lightning tribulation, Lin Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Before, my immortal power and body were completely separate. But after that lightning tribulation, they're now completely integrated. The foundation of my Dakyo is also gradually becoming complete. HMPH, is that all there is? The sublimation of my Dao foundation isn't 100% complete. One lightning tribulation disappeared. But when Lin Xuan looked up at the sky, boom, boom. The sounds kept ringing out non-stop. Dark clouds turned into ghost soldiers and charged straight down to strike Lin Xuan. Seeing this scene, that old geezer immediately reminded him, "This isn't the #1 heavenly tribulation on the legendary Wanma Wei Linglei ranking, is it? Quickly slay these demonic creatures and you'll have successfully passed the tribulation. You can also use that magic treasure then." Hearing the reminder, Lin Xuan immediately charged towards the demonic creatures and attacked. "Damn it, old Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I could only endure it and couldn't fight back? That's infuriating." Bam, 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 Lin Xuan kept throwing punches. The demonic creatures transformed from the heavenly tribulation were beaten to pieces by him. The more demonic creatures he killed, the more Lin Xuan's body was strengthened. Down below, that old geezer was dumbfounded. Seems like it won't be long before he passes. Soon after, Lin Xuan descended once again, feeling the power within his body. The corner of his mouth lifted up. "Very good. I've now successfully stepped into the early stage of human immortal, officially becoming an immortal. Let's go, old Wang. Time for us to head back. Just then, Wu Gang chimed in. Lin Xuan? Someone's got bad intentions for you. Want to casually deal with them? Lin Xuan's eyes flashed. Oh, really? Wu Gang replied indifferently.
Earlier, when you underwent your heavenly tribulation, it startled the demon race in this realm.
Now they're here. Sure enough, no sooner had Wu Gang finished speaking, a creature with a human body, a bird's head, and 2 pairs of wings appeared in the sky. The moment he showed up, his voice boomed. I thought our race had birthed a heavenly prodigy, but it turns out to be a human. If that's the case, then just die.
Wu Gang chuckled, looking at the guy. I say, you think you can kill him just by yourself? Dream on. The demon, hearing this, got a little pissed.
What did you say? Wu Gang poured more oil on the fire. If even someone of your caliber can kill him, then I don't need to stay low-key anymore. I've been careful for so many years. That demon couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ha.
He's just a mid-stage immortal who just passed his tribulation. Plus, unless he has a golden immortal protecting him, this guy will definitely turn into dry bones. Wu Gang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Haha, you really are persistently evil, practically begging to hit a brick wall with your head.
That demon couldn't take it anymore, his eyes flashing with killing intent.
Damn it, you damn brat, I think you want to die. But no sooner had he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and fresh blood spurted out. The one who struck was none other than Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Wu Gang was also stunned. When did this kid get next to me? Lin Xuan looked at the demon, his voice low. Old Wang is, in a way, half one of us, so how can we let you, or anyone else, bully him?
Hearing this, Wu Gang was slightly taken aback, while the demon started to chicken out.
Damn it, I gotta think of something. Immediately after, he turned around and transformed into a streak of purple light, fleeing.
This made both Wu Gang and Lin Xuan stare in disbelief.
Holy crap, he's fast as hell.
After fleeing to the vast forest far away, that demon turned his head back and sneered. You want to kill this venerable one? You're not old enough.
This guy absolutely has to be eliminated later, but definitely not today. But before that guy got far, a booming voice echoed from the forest. HMPH, you're just facing 2 humans, that's all. Why bother waiting for another day to deal with them?
Seeing countless demons appear, Wu Gang also slightly frowned.
What are those demons discussing up there? Looks like they're planning something big.
Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly.
Yeah, it's just pointless struggling.
Then he waved his hand, conjuring his purple cauldron,
and very quickly, a heaven and earth sealing barrier from the cauldron enveloped the entire forest.
I want to see if you guys can still escape now. That bird-headed demon returned once more, followed by countless other demons. Earlier, this venerable one was just being careless, that's all.
You think this crappy cauldron can restrain me? Lin Xuan's mouth curled into a smirk, revealing his true form. So, you want to fight to the death? Haha, you think you can just wipe out our demon race whenever you want? How arrogant. Seeing the demons charging, Wu Ang was a bit disdainful. A mere golden immortal dares to challenge my Xuanhuang cauldron, courting death.
Sure enough, just as she thought that, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted before Lin Xuan's astonished eyes.
Holy crap. That was a golden immortal's flesh and blood. This busted cauldron, you just squashed them like that. Wu Ang was speechless. Judging by that guy's skills, he was just a golden immortal.
After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan said with a smile, Right, old codger. Help me out with something.
Kill them, but keep their blood and flesh. I want to take it back. Wu Ang nodded slightly. That's no problem, Lin Xuan pondered. Although I don't know the exact strength of these demons. Their blood and flesh will definitely be stronger than any demon immortal in the Abyss Underworld. Wu Ang began to take action, and Wu Ang agreed, because she appreciated Lin Xuan's earlier help, even though she didn't need it. Seeing Wu Ang's palm strike, the demons immediately defended. Don't panic, everyone, we can block. But the guy didn't even finish his sentence. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting explosions rang out. Lin Xuan's jaw dropped. Damn it, she burned them, reduced them to ashes. Wah. If the Xuanhuang cauldron had just squashed them, I could have collected the blood mist, maybe even used it to temper my body. But this frickin' pile of ash can only be used as fertilizer, Lin Xuan wailed in a barbaric accent. Old codger, you, Wu Ang smugly said. How's that? Am I awesome? Oh yeah, haha, I got too excited and forgot for a second. Sorry. Besides, these demon immortals were too weak. Lin Xuan was speechless. Whatever. Ever since I enjoyed the boost from the dragon meat, whenever I encounter demons with a bit of strength, I really crave their bodies. Wu Ang then gently asked, So where are we going next? In her heart she prayed, Don't go back. Please don't go back so quickly. Sure enough, not letting her hopes down,
Lin Xuan grinned. We rarely get out, let's find some new food before we head back.
And so, the two of them flew away, Wu Ang's heart soaring with joy. Stay away. Stay away. It would be great if we could stay outside the abyss underworld for 100 years. The longer I'm out here, the more my father can sense my aura, and the greater the chance he'll come to save me. Lin Xuan, please, please. Why does he look more and more like a good person right now? Seeing Wu Ang giving him a strange look, Lin Xuan couldn't help but frown. What kind of shenanigans is this old codger up to now?
At the same time, above the realm sea, a beam of light was soaring into the sky at an extreme speed,
and inside was none other than Wu Ang's father. Angshra has been missing for years. Today, I finally have some news about her, and if I just follow this aura, maybe I can find Youqing's hiding place. Although I can't beat Youqing, I can disgust her a little. Maybe I can still manage that. But at this moment, a voice rang in his ear.
Take another half step, and you die. The Holy Crow clan is annihilated.
Wu Ang's father couldn't help but freeze, stopping in his tracks. The voice just now was Li Youqing's. He couldn't help but roar. You wicked woman, don't think I'm afraid of you.
Quickly return anger to me. Otherwise, Li Youqing calmly replied.
Otherwise, what? I borrowed your daughter for a bit. I'll return her. After I'm done, it's not like I'm doing anything to her. Why are you so worked up? Seeing Li Youqing appear before him, Ang's father gritted his teeth and said, a mere clone dares to stand before me.
Seeing that this guy was actually thinking of making a move, Li Youqing snorted coldly.
Quite arrogant, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. Immediately after, she waved her hand, and a phantom of a grand cauldron appeared.
Seeing this scene, Ang's father's eyes narrowed. The great Xuanhuang raising cauldron. But I only see one. Still, I am not to be trifled with.
Golden wheel of wonderful yang, Ang's father attacked. Li Youqing only sneered. Then the great cauldron unleashed a suppression, and she shouted loudly, absorb it for me, instantly.
Countless rays of light shot out from within the great cauldron, quickly devouring the attack. Ang's father was now flustered.
Damn it! My magic power is being sucked away by this cauldron. Under his horrified gaze, he was sent flying backward by the great cauldron. Only then did Li Youqing withdraw her hand, and said casually, looks like your cultivation isn't all that impressive. Dealing with you only needs one cauldron. You better retreat now. Ang's father was now in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Anger's aura was clearly over there, but today I don't have the ability to overcome this great mountain. After thinking for a moment, he slowly stood up. I hope you can keep your promise. He was also extremely helpless. He didn't expect that a single external avatar of hers was enough to crush an immortal emperor like me. This person is extremely terrifying. But before he could leave, Li Youqing spoke. Wait a minute. Just now, Your Excellency was throwing a tantrum, turning countless dimensions into dust. How can such a grand gift not be repaid?
Seeing Li Youqing take out an immortal sword, Ang's father's head was already covered in sweat.
Evil woman, don't. But it was too late. Li Youqing had already slashed a sword at him, but it didn't strike him, instead passing by his body.
Seeing that the sword strike just now directly hit the Holy Crow, Ang's father was furious. Li Youqing casually replied,
that's right. It's the realm governed by the Holy Crow clan, Ang's father said irritably. I hope you can stay so tough forever. Li Youqing didn't care, and casually replied, how strange. I'm just using the method you used to deal with me, to deal with you. I didn't expect you to get angry. After saying that, her figure disappeared before him. At the same time, Lin Xuan, after some time, finally collected almost all the demonic creatures here.
We should go back now. Ang was now crying her eyes out. She seemed to be sulking.
Father doesn't want me anymore. I've been out here for so long and he hasn't even shown up. But on a more serious note, do I actually want to run away on my own? There's no way I'm going back to clean. Even if I, Wu Ang, die out here, I'm not going back to clean. However, just as she resolved to run away, Li Youqing's voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Self-seal your cultivation after returning. Hearing Li Youqing's voice, Wu Ang burst into tears. Game over. Lin Xuan looked at Wu Ang, confused, and asked, what's wrong, Wu? Regret. I'm regretting so much that I didn't go watch the battle outside earlier, see Li Youqing fight the three immortals, didn't learn anything, and even got myself caught. Seeing her bad mood, Lin Xuan chuckled. I think Master brought you back, probably more to keep you safe. Later, when my cultivation catches up, you won't need to protect me anymore, and I'll suggest to Master that you go home. Hearing these words, Wu Ang's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and then she spoke. Alright, by the time you catch up to me, I might be done for. Seeing her like this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. Even though they always bickered, Old Wang's character wasn't bad no matter what. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Is my master the type of ruthless person? Wu Wang glanced at him sideways. Why not? Didn't you see her beating those 3 immortal emperors? Alright, no more nonsense, let's go back.
Saying that, she once again hugged Wu Wang, her hands forming a mystical hand seal.
In an instant, a passage was opened. We can return to Chihuahai Peak by going through this pillar of light. A moment later, the figures of the two appeared before Li Yongqing's small world. Phew, finally back. As soon as she returned, Wu Ang sealed her own cultivation once more. Feeling her body, she couldn't help but ponder. Self-sealing and being sealed, even though it's just one word different, the gap between them is huge. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Until my father comes to rescue me, it's better to keep being honest here. Unaware of Wu Ang's thoughts, Lin Xuan excitedly ran in. Master, we're back. Hearing the voice, Li Yongqing turned around and smiled. How do you feel?
Lin Xuan chuckled.
Disciple feels that the Yuan-Yang realm is like a grain of sand compared to other dimensions. Li Yongqing nodded slightly. To be able to realize that is not bad. Although you can't see far and wide, you don't need to be too self-deprecating about your talent. You are still very outstanding. Thank you, Master. Master, this time I went out, I brought back some good stuff. Would you like to make some? Alright, get the fire going. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan, come here, I said. Lin Xuan ran over, asking suspiciously, What's wrong, Master? Looking at the charred meat in Li Yongqing's hand, he said helplessly. It seems your teacher isn't very good at cooking, huh? Or how about Master treat it as practice, so that later we can... Seeing Li Yongqing turn her head to look at him doubtfully, Lin Xuan scratched his head. No, I mean, would Master like something to drink? Li Yongqing said with a smile. Your teacher isn't good at drinking alcohol, and besides, after getting drunk, I can't control myself, and forget what I did. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. Then a few cups should be fine. We cultivators live a life going against the heavens. If we only know how to cultivate for countless days, isn't it too hard? Cultivating for a lifetime isn't just for adding a few hundred years of lifespan, don't you agree? A glint flashed in Li Yongqing's eyes. Then she nodded slightly. There's truth to that. Lin Xuan tricked his master into drinking, and couldn't help but sneak a triumphant grin. Heh, awesome, here comes the chance. Not long after, under the tree, Lin Xuan and Li Yongqing had already gone through 3 rounds of wine. Giving his master a once-over, Lin Xuan smiled. Today, getting his master drunk wasn't about taking advantage of her in a drunken stupor, but about subtly digging into some other things. Thinking of this, he poured another drink and respectfully offered it to his master. Li Yongqing accepted the cup and then downed it. Lin Xuan gave a thumbs up. Wow, master's got a great alcohol tolerance. Li Yongqing covered her mouth and giggled. Your teacher is already feeling it. Another drink, and I'll start acting silly. Lin Xuan's forehead was already covered in sweat, his mouth saying no, but his body was pretty honest. Seeing him like this, Li Yongqing asked suspiciously, What are you staring at me for? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Nothing. After a while, at their feet were already 4 empty wine jugs. Lin Xuan was now starting to feel like something was off. Wait a sec, something feels wrong here. Said she couldn't drink, said she wasn't good at it, but this jar is already the 5th one. Only then did Li Yongqing say, While your teacher isn't great at drinking, I can still handle a few more cups. Lin Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Is that so? Just at this moment, suddenly, Li Yongqing moved close to Lin Xuan, staring at him, and whispered, Seeing you haven't drunk much, isn't it that you can't hold your liquor? As a man, how could he be told he couldn't? Lin Xuan immediately raised the wine jar in his hand and chugged it down.
I don't believe it, me. The legendary little white dragon of the bar can't be outdrunk by a girl. Seeing this scene, Li Yongqing's eyes lit up, while Wu Ang beside her cursed inwardly. Drinking with the immortal emperor, and you want to get her drunk? Isn't this just the old man hanging himself, tired of living? Just at this moment, Lin Yongqing suddenly opened her mouth. Didn't you want to know what your teacher does when she's drunk? Lin Xuan's head was also a little dizzy at this point, instinctively answering, Yeah, I want to see. Seeing him like this, Li Yongqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You're so drunk you can't even open your eyes, haha, too bad for you, you can't get me drunk anymore. But if we're already drinking, how can we lack dancing? With that, Li Yongqing began to move to the open space in front, performing a wonderful dance. Seeing this scene, Wu Ang held his head. No way. The peerless female emperor who's unmatched throughout the heavens is willingly dancing for this little human immortal brat. Although drunk, Lin Xuan could still see the dance, and he couldn't help but blurt out, So beautiful. And so there was only one person dancing, one person watching, enthralled. But not long after, suddenly, Li Yongqing, who was happily dancing,
stopped. "Oh, you little rascal. Are you already asleep?"
Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't respond, she sighed helplessly.
Not knowing how long had passed, Lin Xuan suddenly woke up. "Damn, how did I fall asleep?"
Looking around, he didn't see Li Youqing's figure.
Where's Master? But it's probably good that she left. Otherwise, if I was still conscious, I probably would have done something weird with Master. Ugh. Who knew that the mighty little white dragon tavern owner would be taken down by a woman, passing out drunk? I brought this on myself. The next morning, Lin Xuan went to the sect leader's main hall. The moment sect leader Duan saw him, he chuckled. "Why are you working so hard lately? You rejected my position as sect leader before, but just say the word, and I can immediately pass the title to you right now." But, saying that, it was as if he sensed something, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. The sect leader looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief, his voice trembling. Yo, cultivation, what the heck?
Clearly, he was just in the late stage of the tribulation realm yesterday, and now, seriously, after just one night.
Lin Xuan said softly, "I didn't fail the sect leader's expectations. This disciple successfully transcended the tribulation yesterday." The sect leader rubbed his temples, saying helplessly, "Looks like you can't inherit my position after all. Your world is in the celestial realm."
Lin Xuan smiled.
"Sect leader, don't worry about it. From the start, I wasn't the best choice to become sect leader anyway. Plus, you're healthy and strong. Living for tens of thousands of years won't be a problem. You'll definitely find a disciple with even stronger talents than me in the future, so why should you worry about the future of the immortal sect? I might live for thousands of years, but if I can't encounter a lucky chance like old Lu, I'll still only be wheezing in the human immortal realm."
Lin Xuan clasped his fist again, saying solemnly, "Sect leader, I won't hide it from you. Before I leave this realm, I plan to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao."
Even hearing that, sect leader Duan couldn't get excited. He said sadly, "You make it sound so simple. The heavenly Tao is everywhere, but it can't be found."
Old Lu's actions before he left, on the surface, were to clear the path for us. But in reality, he went to search for the heavenly Tao, trying to find where it is.
It's just a pity that before he was completely rejected by the heavens and earth, he still couldn't make any breakthroughs.
Lin Xuan said confidently.
"It's all right, sect leader. Believe in me, I'll definitely find it." Not bad, you're very confident. All right, sect leader. The reason I came this time is still about my mother's whereabouts. What's the progress now?
Sect leader Duan pondered for a moment before replying. "There's news. She's in the Autumn Moon dynasty, tens of thousands of miles away from your southern Yang dynasty,
in a prominent and powerful clan, the Hua family."
At the same time, in the Autumn Moon dynasty, Lin Xuan's mother, Huaying, had just stepped out of her room. This was the umpteenth time she had snuck away from the Hua family, wanting to return to the southern Yang kingdom.
Just at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm.
The person who appeared was none other than Hua Kun, the Hua family's patriarch, who was also Huaying's father. Seeing that she actually wanted to run away, he said in a low voice, "Is that place really that good?
It's been decades already. You still miss that place. Haven't forgotten."
Do you know how angry the old ancestor was when he found out about this back then? You're one of the few people in the Hua family that the old ancestor favored. It's fine if you said you went out to wander around, but you even ruined your pristine body.
Your actions are basically cutting off your own chance to break through to the Great Ascension realm. Do you know that? You were once deeply loved by me too, and were also the pride of our clan.
Hearing these words, Huaying clenched her fists, then she couldn't hold it in anymore, shouting, "Then do you know that in that place you think is so remote, my son was once cherished in my heart?" Hearing these words, Hua Kun was stunned, but when he saw the tears in his daughter's eyes,
thousands upon thousands of words just turned into a sigh. Then the old man turned and left. "As long as you come back with me now, I can pretend everything today never happened." Huaying snorted coldly, but she had no other choice but to follow her father back.
"Fine, I'll go back, but I want to go back on my own."
"I don't believe you never sleep." Hua Kun smacked his forehead. Sigh. "Everything is my fault for spoiling you too much. If I had treated you like your brother, how would you dare to talk to me like this? But I can give you a chance, within 100 years, if that child of yours can break through to the early stage of the fusion realm, and change his surname Lin to Hua, then you and your child can be reunited." Hearing these words, Huaying immediately turned her head, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes.
After leaving the Invincible Immortal Sect, Lin Xuan arrived at the Autumn Moon dynasty in about 20 days.
In a small alley, he was holding a map in his hand. "According to the information provided by the sect leader, my mother's location is probably near here." Just at this moment, a young girl's voice rang out in front. "Get out of the way! Move! If you don't want to be involved, get out of my way!"
The person speaking was none other than Hua Ningrui, late stage of the nascent soul realm, a proud figure in the Hua family. Behind her, 3 people were chasing after her, angrily shouting, "Little thief! You stole our sect's treasures, and you still want to run away!" Lin Xuan was lost in thought and didn't pay attention. When he turned his head, Hua Ningrui was right next to him. "Hey, move! Screech! Screech!" Hua Ningrui hurriedly stopped her steps, trying not to crash into Lin Xuan, but with a thud, she fell flat on her face like a dog eating mud. Then she stood up, glaring angrily at Lin Xuan. "Didn't I tell you to move? Why are you blocking my way?" Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. "The road is so wide. Can't you just go around?" Hua Ningrui's anger rose 3 zang. "What do you mean? Are you trying to shift the blame?" Lin Xuan looked at her like she was an idiot. "Am I responsible?" Just at this moment, the people behind her who were about to catch up saw them. Hua Ningrui had a wicked idea. She stared at Lin Xuan, snorting coldly, and then hugged his arm, crying out, "Senior brother, these are the people bullying me." Lin Xuan was confused. "Hey, enough, what are you doing? Is this a scam?" The corners of Hua Ningrui's mouth turned up. "HMPH. If you make me uncomfortable, then don't blame me for dragging you down with me." Then, she started wailing, "They almost stripped me naked just now." Lin Xuan was speechless. This girl's personality is not cute at all. Hearing these words, the 3 people behind her rushed straight towards Lin Xuan. "HMPH. I was wondering why you didn't run, kid. So you're in cahoots with her. Take that girl back. And to prevent this kid from reporting us, kill him too." Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although these transformation realm cultivators were nothing more than spit to him, but in order to let this girl experience the cruel society a little bit, he decided. He pulled Hua Ningrui's hand away, then said with a smile, "Please, everyone, come and deal with this little girl." The transformation realm cultivator couldn't help but smile. "This kid is quite sensible, but that's not a reason for me not to kill you." With that said, he directly attacked Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan originally wanted to spare these people some face, but unexpectedly, they dared to attack him. The corners of his mouth turned up. "Oh really?" Lin Xuan waved his hand. A palm strike shot out from his hand, instantly sending the person who had rushed forward flying backwards. Seeing this scene, Hua Ningrui was a little stunned. Although in this Autumn Moon dynasty, the transformation realm was not the highest existence, it was definitely considered middle tier among the major forces. Yet that transformation realm guy was directly crippled by this kid with a wave of his hand. Who the hell is he? The remaining 2 transformation realm cultivators, seeing their companion like that, hurriedly knelt down and begged, "We have eyes but couldn't see. We offended you, senior. Please forgive us and spare our lives." Lin Xuan, seeing that these 2 were admitting defeat, said nonchalantly, "Get up. If she really stole your things, then deal with it as you see fit." Hearing these words, Hua Ningrui, who was still somewhat love-struck, suddenly paled and gaped at Lin Xuan. But after hearing what Lin Xuan said, the 2 rubbed their hands. He, little girl, you're gonna listen to us today." Hua Ningrui, seeing their appearance, seemed to realize something and was utterly terrified. She screamed, "No, Wawa, no way!" "Absolutely not." "Oh right, this little brother. Can I make a request?" Lin Xuan asked dubiously. "What request?" Hua Ningrui replied. "How about you save me this once?" Lin Xuan said in a deep voice. "You're unwilling to take responsibility. Are you stalling for time?" Hua Ningrui yelled, "Lin Xuan, you can't help but cover your ears. If you really dare to let them violate me, my grandpa will definitely not forgive you. So please, let me go." Lin Xuan face-palmed. Great, so this little girl was thinking about that. Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't say anything, Hua Ningrui stepped forward and smiled ingratiatingly. Look, we have no grudges with each other, why create animosity?" However, Lin Xuan didn't fall for this trick. He yanked her hand away, then flicked the corner of his clothes where her arm had touched, returned the stolen item, and then replied, "I have a few questions for you, then I'll let you go." Hua Ningrui hesitated a little. I don't want to. As long as you can spare my life, you can have the thing you took." She then produced a crystal ball. "Although this small ball is the treasure of that sect, it's not worth much compared to my little life." Lin Xuan took the crystal ball, then threw it to the 2 transformation realm cultivators. "Here, return it to you guys." Receiving their sect's treasure, the 2 were overjoyed and tearful, hurriedly thanking him profusely. Thank you, senior. We'll leave immediately." After the 2 left, Lin Xuan asked in a deep voice, "Do you know a woman named Hua Chong?" Hearing this, Hua Ningrui was stunned. "Huh, how do you know my aunt's name?" Before Lin Xuan could say anything, Hua Ningrui continued, "So handsome. No wonder my aunt, with her discerning eye, was willing to give birth to your son. With this handsome face, you must have tricked quite a few young ladies, right?"
Lin Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat upon hearing this. What the hell? He hurriedly interrupted. Wait a minute. What did you say? Your aunt is my mom. Hua Ningrui's eyes widened. What? You? You're my cousin? Lin Xuan nodded slightly. That's right. I'm here today to bring my mom home.
Hearing this, Hua Ningrui waved her hand.
Give it a rest. Do you know how much your aunt sacrificed to keep you and your father alive? And now you're back. Aren't you afraid that my grandpa will directly boil you alive? Lin Xuan was stunned. Holy crap, boiled alive. Seriously. Hua Ningrui replied. That's right. I know you're stronger than me, but the Hua family isn't someone you can take on alone. Hearing this, Lin Xuan said with absolute confidence. Alright then. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test them out. I want to see just how strong this Hua family actually is.
Seeing Lin Xuan actually turn around and leave, Hua Ningrui hurriedly chased after him.
Wait. Hey you're really going, aren't you? Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Does it look like I'm joking? Hua Ningrui huffed softly, before saying, Why are you so stubborn? You might really be in danger if you go. Auntie looks towards the distant east every day, her eyes full of longing. If you get dealt with by the Hua family like that, she'll definitely be heartbroken. Hearing this, Lin Xuan stopped in his tracks and re-evaluated Hua Ningrui. This person, although noisy, still thinks of others.
Thinking of this, his tone towards her softened a bit. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me.
Hua Ningrui threw her hands up in the air, sighing inwardly. Sing, this guy is so hard to reason with.
Knowing she couldn't stop him, Hua Ningrui led Lin Xuan to the Hua family. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Lin Xuan shouted, Lin Xuan of the Lin family has come today, just to take someone away. Inside the mansion, the Hua family heard it was Lin Xuan, and Hua Qiong was a little stunned. Lin Xuan? Hua Kun had already stepped out at this time, glaring at Lin Xuan. You want to take my daughter away? You're probably not qualified.
Lin Xuan looked at his maternal grandfather, showing no respect for his elders. He calmly replied, These days, does a son need to ask for qualifications to reunite his parents? What kind of twisted logic is that? Hua Kun was furious. But he also wanted to test this grandson he had just met, so he said in a deep voice,
Alright, if you want to take your mother away, then get past me first. Lin Xuan sized up the old man, a smirk appearing on his lips. Although you're in the late stage of the fusion realm, you're old, don't cause a ruckus anymore. Hua Ningrui heard this and hurriedly tugged on his sleeve, signaling him to stop talking so he wouldn't ruin things.
However, Lin Xuan pushed her hand away and said nonchalantly, Although you don't acknowledge me and my father, if I accidentally hurt you later, my mother will be very sad. Hua Ningrui's forehead was covered in sweat. This kid has quite the big mouth. Hua Kun roared, and the cane in his hand released a stream of spiritual energy straight towards Lin Xuan. Brant, stop talking nonsense and take this. Hua Ningrui wanted to cry when she saw this. I didn't even have time to advise him. It's over. I'm gonna die. Poor her. So young, and she already has to see her son die. But when she opened her eyes, the scene before her made her stunned.
In front of her, her grandfather had been sent flying. She hurriedly ran over. Grandpa, are you all right? Lin Xuan smiled.
It's okay, he just got a shock. He wasn't injured by my magic. Hua Kun was helped up by his granddaughter and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Ningrui, I'm fine.
Then, he re-evaluated Lin Xuan.
This kid, not only did he deflect my magical attack just now, but he also used a barrier to protect me from the rebounding energy. Just what is his strength? Lin Xuan still acted as if nothing had happened, saying, Sai, you should just enjoy your old age. You have no chance of winning against me. Hua Kun angrily stood up, glaring at Lin Xuan. You unfilial wretch, you arrogant fool, Hua Ningrui advised from the side. Grandpa, pay attention to your health. Calm down. Lin Xuan didn't care, replying, I'm just telling the truth. How did it become arrogance?
The other Hua family members had also rushed over by this point, and upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. The family head's cultivation is at the late stage of body fusion. That's right, although he's a bit weaker than the old ancestor, he can still be considered a regional powerhouse within the Autumn Moon dynasty.
Only then did Hua Ningrui realize something was wrong. She looked at Lin Xuan with disbelief in her eyes. Could it be that he's a great ascension cultivator? But how could a small family, like the Nanyang Lin family, provide him with enough resources to cultivate? But if he's this strong, could it be he's being kept by a sugar mommy? Lin Xuan noticed Hua Ningrui's strange expression and was puzzled. Why do I feel like this girl's complexion isn't good? Am I sensing things wrong? Whatever, never mind. Lin Xuan adjusted his clothes and said nonchalantly, I've come today solely for my mother. You guys are my mother's family, and I don't want to cause any unpleasantness with you. After all, we're all family. But right at this moment, A hoarse voice rang out. "Whose family with you?" The person who appeared was an old woman. Seeing her appear, Hua Ningrui hurriedly ran over. "Old ancestor, so you've come out."
Lin Xuan was speechless when he saw this old crone, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. Great, after fighting an old guy, now I get an old lady. Just listen to the Hua family's old ancestor said.
"The Lin family is just a small family. What qualifications do you have to become one of our Hua family?" Lin Xuan didn't care, and waved his hand. "Sorry, I'm a member of the Lin family."
"Shameless," the Hua family's old ancestor shouted loudly, then forcefully pushed Hua Ningrui away.
"Get out of the way, watch me deal with this brat." Seeing that the old crone was actually going to do it, Lin Xuan was flustered. "Looks like this old lady is really preparing to attack me."
Sure enough, the old crone formed a hand seal, and a palm strike aimed straight at Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan hurriedly jumped high into the air, dodging that palm strike, and he frowned slightly. Is this old lady for real? Although her energy gathering is a bit slow, her magic power is extremely fast, huh? Energy gathering is a bit slow. An idea flashed through his mind. When the old crone saw that Lin Xuan was actually able to dodge that attack, she was also extremely shocked. This kid is really fast. Then she once again formed a hand seal, preparing another strike. But before she could even make a move, Lin Xuan's fist appeared in front of her face. However, Lin Xuan's fist stopped right in front of the old woman's nose, and he said calmly, "The important thing about martial arts is knowing when to stop. I think the younger generation has already done that, so you should be satisfied with my abilities, right? So please agree to the request of the younger generation. But if I don't see my mother in 3 minutes, then this Hua family had better be wiped out."
Seeing this scene, Hua Ningrui hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Cousin, just wait a bit. I'll go get auntie for you, hey hey."
"Then I'll have to trouble my cousin."
Hua Ningrui didn't dare to delay, and ran straight into Hua Cheng's room. Opening the door, Auntie, I've finally found you.
I have good news to tell you.
Lin Xuan has arrived, and he even defeated the old ancestor.
He's waiting for you outside." Hearing these words, Hua Cheng covered her mouth. "What?" Tears fell uncontrollably like rain. Hua Ningrui hurriedly urged, "Let's go, auntie. If you don't go, he'll really do it."
Soon, Hua Ningrui returned once again, and with her was none other than Hua Cheng. "Cousin, auntie has arrived."
As soon as she saw Lin Xuan, Hua Cheng couldn't hold back her tears any longer. "Lin Xuan, is that really you?"
Lin Xuan hurriedly ran over and embraced his mother tightly. "Happy, Mom. It's me." Hua Cheng was stunned.
"Son, to see you again, it's so good, Mom. I'm here to take you home, Mom. Rest assured, from now on, no one will dare to give you a hard time."
Hearing these words, Hua Kun and the Hua family's ancestor were so angry they trembled but didn't dare to say anything. "You little brat, what are you implying?" Hua Cheng wiped away her tears, then softly asked.
"Right, I have a few things to ask you. Are you married yet? Do you have children? How old are they?" Lin Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat. This. A real mom is indeed a real mom. Hua Cheng just kept going. "You're so handsome. Surely you're already married, right?" Seeing her son silent, Hua Cheng frowned slightly. "You're not into guys, are you?" Lin Xuan was speechless at his mom's thoughts, like he'd been struck by lightning and frozen in place. After a cough, Lin Xuan finally said in a low voice, "Absolutely not. I already have a girl I like, HMPH. How annoying. I already have a flower-like, beautiful master at home. Why would I like guys, unless I've got water in my brain?" Observing Lin Xuan and hearing these words, Youqing's face suddenly turned red. This kid has quite the inner monologue. Just then Xuan Ran, who hadn't woken up for a long time, vaguely opened her eyes. "Oh, what's all the noise?" Youqing whispered. "Shh, it's Lin Xuan. Master is using the mind-reading mirror to listen to Lin Xuan's thoughts. He. Right, no more talking." Why does it seem like I still haven't heard clearly what's going on? All they heard inside the mirror was Hua Cheng saying, that's good. As long as you have a girl you like, then I can rest assured." Lin Youqing suddenly turned her head to look at the two little girls.
Seeing their mistresses turn to look at them, the two little girls quickly hid to the side.
"We're doomed. We've been discovered. Run!" On the other side, Hua Xuan continued. "Right, how's your father? Is he doing well?"
Lin Xuan replied. "The Lin family today is no longer just a small family in Pingchang town. Before long, the Lin family's name will surely be known in every corner of the Yuanyang realm." Hua Cheng was a little surprised.
"What's your cultivation level now?" Lin Xuan was a little smug. "I just successfully transcended my tribulation a few days ago."
Lin Xuan had just said that when the terrified voices of the Hua family's ancestor and others rang out beside him. What? Successfully transcended his tribulation? No wonder he could take me out in one move just now.
Luckily, I didn't talk back to my cousin earlier, or I'd be a goner. Hua Cheng was overjoyed to hear this. Good, 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 my son is indeed amazing.
She turned her head to look at her father, then bowed deeply.
Father, thank you for granting my wish. How could Hua Kun dare to object at this point? He hurriedly waved his hand. Good, good, granting my ass. If I didn't agree, your son would have taken down my entire Hua family.
Hua Qiang bowed again, tears streaming down. Your unfilial daughter bids farewell here. If the Hua family encounters any unforeseen events in the future, you can come to Nanyang. Hua Kun sighed. Ah, just go.
Lin Xuan helped his mother up, gently saying, Mom, let's go home.
Upon returning to the Lin residence,
without notifying Lin Fu, Lin Xuan quietly entered his study and whispered in his ear, What are you doing, Dad? Lin Xuan's words startled Lin Fu, and he involuntarily tore the paper in his hand in half. Then, he angrily glared at Lin Xuan and scolded, Arg! Mom, you little brat scared the crap out of me. I'm gonna beat you to death. Right, weren't you just talking about the Immortal Sect? How come you're back so fast? Lin Xuan chuckled. Coming back today is naturally to give Dad a surprise. Ta-da! Dad, take a look at who's here. Entering through the door was none other than Hua Qiang. As soon as she saw Hua Fu, she smiled and softly said, My lord, I'm back.
Lin Fu looked at his wife, whom he had missed day and night, in disbelief.
Ah, this, Lin Xuan gently said. Dad, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything? Hua Qiang felt a little sad. Perhaps it's been too long since we've met, and my appearance has aged. Your father no longer remembers me, but then Hua Fu rushed over and grabbed Hua Qiang's hand. This reminded her of the memories of when she first met her husband.
Hua Fu embraced his wife tightly and said, Don't talk nonsense. In my heart, you're always the most beautiful. I almost couldn't see you again.
Lin Xuan blushed when he saw this scene. Why is this different from what I imagined? That night, they drained their cups. Wife, open your mouth and let me feed you. Madame Lin was endlessly shy. Oh my, we're already an old married couple, but I'm still opening my mouth to be fed by my husband.
Chi Tuo wrinkled his nose beside them.
Lin Xuan was a little annoyed. Hey, you two have had enough lovey-dovey stuff, ignoring your son. Madame Lin laughed and said, If you admire and envy us, then quickly bring a daughter-in-law home. That's right. Isn't it great to be lovey-dovey with your wife? Koa Lin blushed with embarrassment. Koa Lin felt embarrassed. Her face flushed red. Oh my, old man, your son is still here. Lin Xuan was stunned. Be lovey-dovey with my wife. In Lin Xuan's imagination, his master was serving tea and pouring water. Husband, please have some tea.
Just thinking about it made him shake his head vigorously.
No way.
In order to have this happy and joyful life sooner, I have to work harder after I get back. 3 days later, Lin Xuan returned to Li Yongqing's small world. As soon as he arrived, he saw the two little girls doing something and couldn't help but ask, What are you guys doing?
Youqing, holding a fruit press in her hand, saw him and said with a smile, My lord, Sister Xuan and I are making juice. Lin Xuan was speechless. Great, these golden fruits that people can't even beg for are being used to make juice? How extravagant. Looking at the pear tree in front of him, Lin Xuan helplessly said, Even though you're making juice, you don't need to pick all the fruit, right? Xuanren casually replied. Don't worry, brother. Immediately afterward, a thought flashed through her mind, and a beam of light shot from her palm towards the pear tree. Instantly, the pear tree was laden with fruit again.
Xuanren couldn't help but fall down. Youqing quickly supported her, Sister Xuan.
She handed a pear to Xuanren.
She unceremoniously ate it right away, and Xuanren immediately recovered.
Ugh. Lin Xuan was stunned when he saw this scene. Little Xuan, this ability is too heaven-defying. This is completely self-sufficient. Youqing handed a glass of juice to Lin Xuan and said with a smile, My lord, would you like to try some? Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand. No need, my master said. This immortal fruit, the first bite's the best. After that, it's kind of useless to keep munching on it. Youqing was like, Oh shoot, you're right, how could I forget? Lin Xuan waved his hand. Alright, you guys chill here, I gotta start cultivating. Right after, without hesitation, Lin Xuan strolled over to the spirit liquid pool, sat down, legs crossed, ready to meditate. If he wants to become a main character alongside his master, of course the stronger he is, the higher the chance of success, right? So cultivating is still the most important thing. So he was cultivating, right? 2 days later, suddenly, black clouds started gathering in the sky above the Invincible Immortal Sect. Lin Xuan woke up from his cultivation, looked up at the sky, and frowned a little. This aura, is that a demon immortal? Could it be that after disappearing for tens of thousands of years, the demon race is finally striking back?
Sure enough, above the Invincible Immortal Sect, before long, The dark clouds got thicker and thicker, and the demon energy spread like crazy.
Lin Xuan immediately dipped out of the little world and bolted straight to the Elder's main hall. What the heck is going on here? Elder Yunfeng looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, I don't know. Why has the demon race's power suddenly increased so much lately? So many demon immortals are popping up.
Lin Xuan looked around, confused.
So why haven't we seen the sect leader yet? Elder Yunfeng said softly. The sect leader went out this time to kill a big demon. So how many elders and disciples are left in the sect now?
The sect leader took 100 immortals with him.
Elder. Now there are only 2 late-stage immortal elder and 100 mid-stage immortal disciples.
Lin Xuan frowned when he heard this.
On the surface, it looks like a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but he always felt that things are not that simple. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xuan raised his head and looked into the distance. A huge demon beast showed up. In a blink, it landed in the Invincible Immortal Sect and started attacking. The elders here were caught off guard, and some couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Elder Yunfeng said in a deep voice. The demon race has been quiet for so many years, and they've hidden such terrifying power. But luckily, there's only one demon beast. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can only open the Immortal Sect Grand Formation. But as soon as Elder Yunfeng finished speaking, suddenly an aura shot straight from afar, which made Elder Yunfeng couldn't help but step back. Lin Xuan quickly supported him. What appeared was a huge wolf. It raised its head and laughed. Oh great, another one. This made Lin Xuan and Elder Yunfeng confused. It seems like your mouth is too effective. Elder Yunfeng was a little embarrassed. As long as we open the Immortal Sect Grand Formation and wait for the sect leader to come back to support us, maybe there won't be any big problems. Unless there's another demon immortal of this level, otherwise, relying on the existing trash, it's absolutely impossible to break through here. As soon as he finished speaking, there were a few swish 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 sounds, which made Elder Yunfeng stunned and turned his head to look.
What's going on again?
I saw beside the giant wolf, a giant python appeared. This made Elder Yunfeng felt helpless. How is this possible? When did the demon race have so many terrifying experts?
Could it be that our Invincible Immortal Sect has to use all the 10,000 years of accumulated heritage?
Lin Xuan quickly covered his mouth. Please stop talking.
Hurry and go rescue the disciples in the sect. Leave these 2 demon immortals to me. Hearing this, the other elders quickly stopped him. How can we let a disciple face these kinds of demon beasts? You're going too far, Elder Yunfeng. That's right. We are seniors. We can't just stand behind the younger generation. We must help him.
With that, the elders immediately rushed forward, aiming straight for the 2 demon beasts. The 2 demon beasts immediately responded. One elder aimed straight for the snake's head, but when he felt himself hitting something incredibly hard, his head was already covered in sweat. How is this possible?
Beside him, the demon wolf opened its mouth wide, and a ball of light shot out from within.
The elder couldn't dodge in time. His face changed drastically. I'm done for. Boom, boom,
boom. Several loud explosions rang out. The energy from the demon wolf's mouth shot out, aimed directly at the elders. Fortunately, at that moment a figure appeared in front of the elders, blocking the attack. The person who appeared was none other than Lin Xuan, holding the magic weapon his master gave him, and said in a deep voice, Elders, leave this place to me. The elders were flustered when they saw Lin Xuan appear so quickly. How? When did you fly to set up the formation? Lin Xuan said in a deep voice. Now is not the time to talk about that, elders. Leave these demon beasts to me. You go to the Immortal Sect's Grand Formation and help the 2 supreme elders. Seeing that Lin Xuan had so much strength, the elders didn't hesitate. Okay, then we'll trouble you with this. Be careful yourself. After saying that, the other elders immediately left. Seeing that only Lin Xuan remained, the white wolf opened its mouth to speak. This guy is strange. He can actually block my attack. The python disdainfully replied. Just a mid-stage human immortal. What's there to talk about? The demon wolf said in a deep voice. But we should still be careful. His danger level is far beyond those guys just now. The python didn't think so. Even if it's a late-stage human immortal here, without immortal-grade treasures, they can't hurt me. With that, the demon snake aimed straight for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan assessed the snake for a moment. Before, I was able to suppress those golden immortal demon beasts, thanks to the Xuan Huang cauldron. But I'm not afraid. With that, he suddenly rushed towards the demon snake, stabbing down with his sword. Caught off guard, the demon snake couldn't help but change its expression. Damn it, didn't pay attention to this kid. But how could Lin Xuan give it time to respond? He stabbed straight into its 7-inch spot, and a sword strike created a long gash on the demon snake's body. You are the most suitable materials for me to practice with. It was slashed by a sword, but the python wasn't afraid.
It opened its mouth and said casually, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." Before Lin Xuan could react, his body was tightly wrapped by the giant python. Just a mid-stage immortal. So what if you hurt me with the magic weapon in your hand? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Seeing that Lin Xuan was tightly wrapped by the python, the other disciples and elders all changed their expressions. Even though Lin Xuan was suppressed by the giant python,
Lin Xuan's body had become extremely tough. He glanced at the python and slowly said, "Is that all you've got? I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me."
The giant python felt that Lin Xuan was about to break free and panicked. "What?" But before it could finish speaking, Lin Xuan shouted loudly, using all the strength in his body to struggle. Boom! With a loud noise, the python was crushed to pieces by Lin Xuan. Seeing this scene, the demon wolf's eyes widened. How is that possible?
Even Elder Yunfeng was very confused.
Lin Xuan, how could he's actually tempered his body to this extent? After dealing with the giant python, Lin Xuan happily thought, "As expected, I'm quickly ascending. Now there's nothing in the primordial mystery realm that can threaten me anymore." But just at that moment, a purple light flashed past Lin Xuan's body. "Brat, don't get cocky."
Boom! Lin Xuan dodged, and that purple palm strike slammed straight into a distant mountain.
When Lin Xuan turned his head to look, he saw that panther demon bypassing the sect's grand formation and flying straight towards him. "You little punk, you're pretty quick on your feet. Looks like you've got some weight to you," Lin Xuan sneered. "If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant you your wish." Then the two of them stared at each other. Preparing their strongest attacks, Lin Xuan took a deep breath, and then his kingly aura exploded forth under the panther demon's horrified gaze. Lin Xuan delivered a single blow. Before the panther demon could react, Lin Xuan punched a hole right through his chest. Lin Xuan looked down on him. "I thought you'd be more capable than that, Snake, but it turns out you're just as weak." "Oh right, I remember a dark cloud coming earlier, so a new group of demonic beasts must have arrived, right? So after I finish off this one, I guess I'll have to deal with the next one." Seeing Lin Xuan slowly approaching, that low-level demonic beast was terrified. How is this possible? Black Panther's defense is the strongest, so how could he die just like that?
Humans, how can there be someone with such a powerful body? Even a body-tempering immortal couldn't break Black Panther's defense with a single punch.
This guy is too damn weird. Let's attack him together, and then break through the Invincible Immortal Sect. Seeing this group preparing to surround him, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. Interesting.
Seeing Lin Xuan fighting a great battle against countless demons in the sky,
a disciple couldn't help but ask the elder, "What should we do?" Elder Yunfeng softly said, "Retreat into the mountains. Activate the Immortal Sect's grand formation, and immediately clear out the demons within the sect." The disciple immediately obeyed, and then the formation was activated.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan thought to himself, "The Immortal Sect's grand formation has been activated. It seems like the sect should be safe now." He looked up at the demonic beasts in front of him and slowly said, "It's been a long fight. Shouldn't your big boss show himself already?"
The demonic beasts were stunned when they heard these words. How did this guy know? Lin Xuan. The weather's cold, and these demon immortals have a very strange aura. Their cultivation fluctuating and unstable. Clearly they haven't been broken through for long, so there must be a bigger existence behind them. The demonic beasts above couldn't help but shout. "You! How did you know we have a boss?" Lin Xuan casually replied. "Oh, I was just saying whatever came to mind." A bear demon glared at Lin Xuan and shouted, "You think I'm stupid? With your strength, knowing these things isn't difficult at all. Quickly tell me, how exactly did you find out about this?" Lin Xuan smiled. These days, no one believes the truth. Seeing Lin Xuan still so indifferent, the bear demon angrily charged forward. "Brat, you're asking for death." The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched. "Still coming one by one, huh? I'm getting tired of this. Let's wipe you all out at once." The bear demon sneered when he heard this. "An ignorant mortal who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. HMPH. You want to destroy the Invincible Immortal Sect based on you bunch of idiots. I'm afraid you're not qualified yet." As Lin Xuan's words fell, from within his body, the Shuanghuang cauldron soared into the sky.
Down below, after the grand cauldron appeared, the disciples started buzzing. "Quick, look! What's that in the sky? The power is insane! Is that junior brother Lin Xuan?"
"Elder, what on earth is that thing?" Elder Yunfeng said in a deep voice. "All of you, shut your traps. The power is so strong, can Lin Xuan handle it? If he can't adapt, our immortal sect is about to face a tough battle." But, after a while, the dark clouds have dispersed. "Elder, look quickly. The black bones in the sky are dissolving." Elder Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like Lin Xuan won. Really, Is junior brother Lin Xuan that awesome?
Meanwhile, up in the high heavens, after Lin Xuan used the Xuanhuang Grand Cauldron to deal with the demon race here, bits of flesh rained down all around. Lin Xuan pondered, I didn't expect the mastermind behind these demon beasts to rather see them die than reveal themselves.
Could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan immediately descended. As soon as he saw him, Elder Yunfeng said elatedly, We're lucky to have you this time. If it were just us, I'm afraid we really wouldn't be able to handle them.
Lin Xuan chuckled.
Elder, you flatter me? The demon race shouldn't have this many top-tier combatants. I reckon today's demon immortals are just a small fraction of their forces. The sect leader's been gone for so long. Could it be that he fell for a lure the tiger from the mountain scheme and got trapped by them? Elder Yunfeng was stunned. You mean, you're saying the sect leader and the other elders might be? Lin Xuan nodded.
The odds are high. Hearing these words, unease washed over Elder Yunfeng.
Then, according to you, what should we do next? Lin Xuan replied slowly. Please, all the elders, stay in the sect and await my return. Elder Yunfeng said helplessly. Now, we can only trust you. In that case, we'll have to trouble you. Lin Xuan cupped his hands in a salute to the elders, then headed straight off. At the same time, in the fiery abyss, which lived up to its name, was a ravine of blazing red lava. In the middle of the fiery abyss was an extremely massive fire dragon, and all around it were countless figures fiercely attacking, but the situation was getting increasingly disadvantageous for the humans. Countless people who were fighting it had been seriously injured. Even the sect leader of the Invincible Immortal Sect wasn't doing much better. His arm was heavily injured. Damn it, this karma beast is truly formidable. Just then, the sect leader heard a sound of rushing wind overhead, and he couldn't help but look up. What was that sound? A female elder next to him couldn't help but speak up. Sect leader, my immortal power is depleted. Rather than implicate you all, I'd rather fight it to the death. Thereupon, the sect leader hurriedly stopped her upon hearing this. Hold on, the female elder asked in confusion. Sect leader, what are you doing? The sect leader said in a deep voice. Look who that is. Reinforcements have arrived. You still want to rush in and die? Could you give me a little less to worry about?
The female elder was overjoyed upon hearing these words. Sect leader, does this mean we're saved now? Seeing Lin Xuan's appearance, the others were also extremely happy. That's right, we're saved. With the Xuanhuang Cauldron in Lin Xuan's hands, even 10 more demon beasts like that wouldn't be scary.
And after seeing Lin Xuan approaching, the fire dragon said with some disdain, HMPH. Another one here to throw away his life? Lin Xuan sneered. Don't speak too soon. The fire dragon said nothing more, unleashing another move. Dragon tail sweep, directly at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently reached out his hand and blocked that move.
Seeing this scene, the elders of the Invincible Immortal Sect gaped. What, Lin Xuan actually blocked it? Unbelievable.
The fire dragon was also extremely surprised. You're not even injured. Just who in the world are you? Lin Xuan sized up the fire dragon for a moment, then replied, Is that all you've got? Then next, it's my turn. Seeing Xuan aim his attack straight at it, the fire dragon laughed coldly. HMPH, relying on a mere mortal like you, don't even think about breaking my armor.
Down below, seeing this scene unfold, the female elder couldn't help but mutter, Sect leader, isn't he being a bit too hasty? Without the Xuanhuang Cauldron, just relying on his body to face a late-stage human immortal great demon? Is he sure about this? Duan's sect leader, brimming with confidence in Lin Xuan, replied, He probably has something up his sleeve. Anyway, Lin Xuan isn't one to act recklessly. Besides, all we can do now is trust him. Lin Xuan charged straight ahead, unleashing a punch aimed directly at the fire dragon's head. The freaking scale armor on top of its head was actually shattered to pieces by this single punch. The fire dragon stared in disbelief. What? My armor? Impossible? Seeing its reaction, Lin Xuan chuckled. Hey, don't just stand there spacing out. My attack isn't over yet. Lin Xuan put all his strength into slamming down on the fire dragon's head. Get back to the freaking dirt where you belong. This punch went straight through the dragon's head. One punch was all it took to explode its head. The fire dragon was thus killed by Lin Xuan with a single punch. Witnessing this scene, Duan's sect leader was utterly and completely shocked. How is his physical strength so powerful? How did he become so incredibly strong in such a short span of just a few years? How on earth did Lin Xuan manage it? Lin Xuan, are you hurt? Lin Xuan turned his head and saw the battered and bruised state of the group, and felt a pang of guilt as he spoke. Disciple is late. I beg sect leader for forgiveness. Looking at the group's injuries, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Although for a human immortal like the sect leader, even if a hand was severed it could grow back, the several fallen elders could not be revived. Duan's sect leader sighed softly. Don't say that. If you hadn't come, we probably wouldn't have survived.
But how did you know we were ambushed here? Lin Xuan replied with a smile. The Immortal Sect was attacked by a large number of demonic beasts. After dealing with them, we came here. Upon hearing this, the elders couldn't help but change their expressions. Damn it! We fell for the demon race's lure the tiger away from the mountain trick, Duan Sect leader said in a deep voice. Then is the Immortal Sect. All right, Lin Xuan shook his head. Sect leader, rest assured. The demon race's invasion of the Invincible Immortal Sect wasn't too strong. Oh right, esteemed elders. Eat this, and your injuries can recover at least a little.
Accepting the storage pouch offered by Lin Xuan, the sect leader chuckled. You have a good heart. He took out the pills from the pouch and distributed them to the group,
then swallowed one himself. But the moment the pill entered his mouth, the sect leader immediately felt something was different. His previously severed arm had actually grown back instantly. When the sect leader turned his head to look, those elders had also instantly recovered from their injuries. And moreover, the aura within their bodies had also risen a few notches. Holy crap! After I took the pill, I went directly from initial stage human immortal straight to middle stage human immortal. My arm has recovered all thanks to you, Lin Xuan. Haha, you overpraise me, sect leader. Thinking of something? The sect leader sighed softly. Elder Lai really got a good disciple.
Being praised like that, Lin Xuan scratched his head a little embarrassed. Nah, it's nothing. But under Lin Xuan's surprised gaze,
Duan Sect leader approached him and whispered, But I still have one thing I want to ask you, Lin Xuan. You, honestly,
do you, like Elder Lai, if you agree to succeed as sect leader after I step down, I'll use my position as sect leader to order Elder Lift to marry you. What do you think?
Lin Xuan was a little tempted but shook his head. That wouldn't be good. Duan Sect leader patted his shoulder lightly. What's not good about it? I mean, I'm still a sect leader, right? A proper sect. If I can't even do this much, what kind of sect leader am I? Don't worry, kid. After I get back, I'll personally deliver your wife to your doorstep. Just chill at home and wait. Lin Xuan cupped his fist without hesitation. All right, then I'll entrust my lifelong happiness to you, sect leader.
He was secretly overjoyed. It was enough that the sect leader had the intention, but having him scout out his master wasn't bad either.
After those demon beasts were dealt with, deep within the Abyss Sea domain, a man was lounging on a dragon-shaped ice chair, caressing a beauty in his arms. He glanced at the subordinate who had just reported and said casually, Just a few minor immortals demons. What's the big deal if they die? So what if they die? A demon clan member was kneeling respectfully below, and hearing those words, he said softly, But a white-robed young man appeared in the Abyss domain. Hearing this, the man frowned slightly. He looked up as the subordinate continued.
Not only did he kill all of our clansmen sent to the Invincible Heaven Gate, but he also killed the fire dragon with his bare hands.
The young man couldn't contain himself and roared, Get out! Don't disturb my cultivation. Seeing the young man so angry, the subordinate trembled all over. Yes, I'll leave immediately.
Seeing the young man about to get handsy with the woman in his arms again, the subordinate was a little annoyed. He thought to himself, Is this cultivation? I want to cultivate like that too. After the guy left, the young man snorted coldly.
A white-robed man, huh? In the insignificant Abyss domain, how could he possibly stop our clan's grand plan? At the same time, after returning to the Invincible Immortal Gate, Lin Xuan felt uneasy seeing the sect leader lead him to Qiuhai Peak. Sect leader, are you sure about this? Maybe we should just forget it.
The sect leader said firmly. Forget what? I'm already here. Is your master going to go against the sect leader's orders? Behind him, Lin Xuan was a little flustered.
Well, you see, I feel like we've been waiting here for so long. But my master still hasn't come out. I'm guessing she's probably out and about.
So today, Duan, the sect leader, coughed twice, then took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, Elder Limik, are you home? Do I really have to personally invite you out here? Lin Xuan flinched at the scene, his head shrinking down. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. Seeing him like that, sect leader Duan glanced at him and chuckled.
Look at you, so scared. This girl is a mid-stage human immortal, and her combat power is comparable to that of old Lu. Lin Xuan was sweating buckets.
Speechless. He only heard sect leader Dubran say with a righteous expression,
We're already here, and she still dares to not even show you some face. But suddenly, Lin Xuan's hair stood on end.
Not good, sect leader Duan. Danger. Sure enough, a voice that could shake mountains and rivers rang out from within Qiuhai Peak.
Ugh, rumble, rumble, rumble.
The entire mountain trembled at the shout, and Lin Xuan was drenched in sweat. So scary.
Right, sect leader. Where's the sect leader? Is he alright? At this moment, sect leader Duan had to create a defensive barrier and turn around to avoid being blown away by the shout. He was also quite surprised. Elder Lin is actually hiding her strength. Lin Xuan ran over and said softly, Sect leader, are you alright? Are you hurt, Sect leader? Duan sighed helplessly.
No wonder you're so strong, yet you couldn't wife her. Are you playing dumb? Lin Xuan feigned ignorance.
I really didn't know about this. I knew my master wasn't simple, but I didn't expect her to be so terrifying. The sect leader glared at Lin Xuan and said in a low voice, You really don't know. Lin Xuan was flustered, but still tried to appear calm. Of course I do. The sect leader rubbed his temples and then said, So the elder is actually this strong. No wonder she nurtured a genius disciple like you. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then said softly, Before, my disciple was indeed blinded by master's beauty. But just now I've thought it through. Matters of the heart should follow the natural course, and absolutely cannot be forced, the sect leader sighed. AI, even if you say that, is there no possibility at all that you'll accept the sect leader position? Lin Xuan lamented.
Your disciple will go out and adventure. If one day I'm tired, I'll naturally come back. At that time I'll bring master back with me, and only then will I take on the position of sect leader in my old age.
Watching the passionate disciples and guiding them in their cultivation. Just as Lin Xuan was reminiscing, the sect leader suddenly spoke up. You said this yourself. I'm not forcing you. Lin Xuan now startled awake. What? Did I get tricked? The sect leader immediately produced a piece of paper and said, Put your fingerprint here. Don't you dare deny it later. And so Lin Xuan was unknowingly sold out by himself.
Seeing the paper with Lin Xuan's fingerprint on it in his hand, the sect leader was endlessly happy. So many years, this kid finally agreed. I definitely can't let him regret it this time. Lin Xuan now scratched his head.
Actually, just now I was possessed by someone else. After fighting the enemy in my consciousness, I barely regained control, so those words just now weren't me. The sect leader glanced at him sideways.
Treesk, you little brat, you can even play this trick.
Seeing that the sect leader didn't say anything, Lin Xuan said softly, Aya, sect leader, don't worry, we'll talk about this kind of thing later. Right now, I definitely still need to improve my cultivation, so I can be worthy of master. The sect leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable, huh? Alright then, if you say so, I have nothing more to say. You decide for yourself. Then this disciple thanks the sect leader in advance. Entering the small world, Lin Xuan quickly saw Wu Ang lazily sitting and sleeping under a tree. He gently went next to her and shouted, Old Wang, Wu Ang, startled awake. Huh, I'm here, Lin Xuan said in a deep voice. Why are you being so lazy here while you're supposed to be working? Hu Ran immediately retorted. No way. People get paid to work. But I'm just doing charity here. Gee, what do you need me for today, kid? Speaking of which, I almost forgot the main thing. I want to ask you, are you stronger or weaker than master?
When Wu Ang heard this, she thought of the time she fought with Youqing. To think that a mediocre immortal king like her would one day be able to compare with an immortal emperor, this was truly a great honor for her.
Thinking about it, Wu Ang said, Actually. But what came out of her mouth was gibberish. Lin Xuan sighed after hearing this. I forgot you've sealed your cultivation.
Wu Ang only then realized, Youqing sealed my mouth. As long as I say the words, immortal emperor, immortal king, or anything like that, I can't say it. How am I supposed to say it?
Youqing is damn, 1,000 times. Wu Ang cursed loudly in her heart. Seeing that she couldn't accurately say his master's cultivation level, Lin Xuan changed his approach. Then I'll ask something, and you just nod. A moment later.
Oh, so that's how it is. I get it now. I can't believe you're so strong and still not as good as my master.
Hearing that, Wu Ang shot Lin Xuan a bullet-like glare, then said, Actually, I feel that because it's related to your master, your chances are still pretty good, because I haven't seen a celestial being in years. Just as she got to the crucial point, Lin Xuan couldn't hear any sound coming out. He glanced over suspiciously, and once again saw Wu Ang flapping her gums over there, blah blah blah.
Internally, Wu Ang screamed, I want to say it, I've never seen an immortal emperor treat their disciples so well. But Youqing secretly sabotaged me, preventing me from saying what I wanted to say. Lin Xuan waved his hand. Alright, never mind. I should still focus on cultivating diligently,
and strive to catch up to master's pace within 1,000 years.
Hearing this, Wu Ang looked down on him a bit. 1,000 years. You're probably dreaming.
Lin Xuan stepped into the ring space, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and popped his head out, saying, Oh yeah, if the Immortal Sect runs into trouble like before, you have to call me in time. Okay, I know, just go cultivate already. While Lin Xuan had been in secluded cultivation in the ring space for the past few months, all the other sects besides the Invincible Immortal Sect had been attacked by the demon beast race. Until 3 months later, when Lin Xuan came out to the headmaster's place. The headmaster was currently gathering with the supreme elders to discuss strategy.
The strength of the demon race has far exceeded our expectations.
I don't know if the human race can continue to defeat the demon race, Elder Yunfeng said softly. Headmaster, I think with a prodigy like Lin Xuan leading the team, how could we let them be arrogant?
Lin Xuan was a little embarrassed by the praise.
Elder, you flatter me, I really don't deserve it. Actually, the most important thing now is probably figuring out how to deal with the demon race. He then breathed a sigh of relief in his head, thinking about his cursed mouth. Whoever I praise dies, I'd better be careful.
With this in mind, he said,
it may still take me 3 to 5 years to ascend, so in the meantime, you elders don't need to worry about your own safety.
Lin Xuan's words left the elders here completely baffled.
Listen to that. Is that something a human would say? Reaching the middle stage of the human immortal realm and about to ascend in 3 to 5 years? How are those of us old fogies who've been cultivating for thousands of years to barely achieve immortality supposed to live? Oblivious to the thoughts of the elders, Lin Xuan continued. But if we don't catch the mastermind behind this and eliminate them, eliminating more demon races will be useless. The headmaster pondered for a moment before saying, Lin Xuan is right. In my opinion, the mastermind of this demon race is very cunning and won't show themselves easily. So we need to lure the fish into the net and then catch them all in one fell swoop.
Returning to the small world, Lin Xuan found Wu Ang and asked, Old King, you're also a demon race, right?
Demon race? Wu Ang looked down on him a bit. My Holy Crow clan has long surpassed the demon race, even from birth. Lin Xuan's lips curled up. Just tell me yes or no. Wu Ang glared at him. Yes? Then can you sense anything in the abyssal underworld? See if you recognize the mastermind directing the demon race? Wu Ang was a little disdainful. HMPH. My Holy Crow clan is the strongest in the myriad realms. How could that kind of small-time mastermind be worthy of associating with us? Lin Xuan frowned slightly. You have a point. HMPH. Is there anything else? If not, I have to go sweep the house.
Lin Xuan didn't call her Old King this time, but said, Wu Ang. Hearing this,
Wu Ang was extremely surprised, turned her head to look back, and only heard Lin Xuan continue. It's a bit chaotic outside right now, and demon beasts can enter the sect at any time. Hearing this,
Wu Ang's cheeks suddenly turned red,
then couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Are you worried about my safety? Not to brag, but no matter how many demon beasts come, I'll kill them all. Seeing Lin Xuan stare blankly at her, Wu Ang was stunned. Could it be that's not what you wanted to say? Lin Xuan smiled. I'm just saying, tell her to read the room next time, okay? If any demon beasts dare to attack the sect, they'll be meeting my blade, guaranteed. And if the stench of blood fills Chihuahua High Peak, you better scrub twice as hard. Got it, I'm off to cultivate. Make sure you clean properly. Wu Ang glared at Lin Xuan with murderous intent. You little brat, just you wait till I get my hands on you. Or else, the regret for what you did 3 years ago will spread throughout the entire Yuanyang realm.
Fueled by excessive anger, the broom in Wu Ang's hand snapped in half. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed, lost in thought. This Yuanyang realm isn't safe these days. Demon beasts could pop up any time. Cultivating in peace is basically a luxury now.
Even if I can't fully concentrate, it wouldn't hurt to keep studying the cultivation methods my master passed down, right? With that thought, Lin Xuan focused his mind and stepped into his spiritual world. The moment he saw what was in front of him, he was taken aback. Isn't that the dragon I saw in the chaos last time? Why is this thing still here? Could this be a self-contained world, and I'm the creator of it all? A thought flashed through his mind, and a towering pagoda appeared before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan lazily strolled inside, plopped himself onto a gold-plated throne, and a smirk crept onto his face. Everything here is under my control, this is awesome. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he waved his hand.
Sure enough, his beautiful master materialized before his eyes.
Wow, did I really just conjure a real master? It's just a dream anyway, might as well dream big. Immediately after, Lin Xuan chanted, Master, appear. Conjure another one. Before long, 3 more masters appeared before him, each with different expressions, outfits, and charms. At the same time, outside, Youqing was still glued to the mirror monitoring Lin Xuan. Just then, Wu Ang approached, softly saying, I don't know what you're thinking, or what your relationship is, but you're being too hasty.
He's just an earth immortal, and you've already passed down this technique. It might not be a good thing for him.
Youqing replied slowly. Everyone has desires in their hearts, which is why countless people are trapped in illusory dreams. Only by relying on one's own will to break free from the illusion can one be said to have truly transcended.
Hearing this, Wu Ang frowned slightly as if pondering something. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, suddenly feeling like being dragged here to sweep floors every day might not be such a bad deal after all.
When she goes out later, she can brag to others.
HMPH?
I've seen an immortal emperor dance, and I've even witnessed an immortal emperor with rosy cheeks and a face full of peach blossoms. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! At the same time,
inside Lin Xuan's dreamscape, his masters were giving him back massages, shoulder rubs, and respectfully pouring him wine.
Here, Your Majesty, please drink. Taking the cup, Lin Xuan downed it in one gulp, then asked, Master, why did you accept me as a disciple?
Why's that?
It's of course because Your Majesty is dashing and unparalleled. This humble servant fell in love with Your Majesty at first sight.
Lin Xuan was a little disappointed hearing such an answer.
Even though this place is within chaos, where you can do whatever you want, things obtained too easily lose their true color.
Thinking of this, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and instantly his masters disappeared. Lin Xuan stood up and sighed.
Illusions are ultimately illusions. They're meaningless. He raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment the dark clouds had dissipated, and light shone down. Results obtained through constant effort are what truly make one feel refreshed. As soon as he thought that, the palace behind him began to vanish. Only by constantly getting stronger can I know the truth of what my masters think of me. Only by being stronger can I truly push them over.
Seeing that Lin Xuan had escaped the illusion, Lin Xuan smiled. That's great, Lin Xuan. In the end, you still relied on yourself to walk out. Wu Hang, seeing this scene, was also a little surprised. HMPH, Lin Xuan, that stinky brat. His mind is so strong I can't underestimate his strength in the future.
I think I said something a little weird just now. Oh well, let it slide, forget about it. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Xuan slowly woke up.
Just as he opened his eyes, he heard Li Youqing's voice ringing in his ears.
I didn't expect you could come out without destroying the illusion.
Seeing that his master's small cheeks were flushed,
as if she had seen everything in his illusion,
countless strange thoughts popped up in Lin Xuan's head.
Is Master always standing behind me? Oh no, doesn't that mean she knows everything I did in the chaotic world? So she knows about me imagining doing this and that with Master in my little world? Oh man, this is too embarrassing. Wu Hang, beside him, chimed in, Hey, why is this guy acting crazy as soon as he gets back?
Lin Xuan was extremely flustered.
What should I do? What should I do? It's one thing to embarrass myself, but the person involved found out. How am I supposed to face Master in the future? Not knowing what Lin Xuan was thinking, Youqing slowly said, The chaotic, innate, free, and unfettered art, visualizing the myriad worlds while strengthening the soul. The benefits to self-cultivation are enormous. The living beings and all things you created, in a certain sense, all exist objectively in the chaotic world. If you have the myriad worlds, it's the same as possessing the myriad worlds, destroying them with a single thought of yours. What a huge loss.
Hearing these words,
Lin Xuan was a little surprised. Master isn't angry.
Lin Youqing walked closer to him and said,
But you being able to come out of it so quickly really surprised me.
Lin Xuan scratched his head embarrassedly.
Disciple was almost tricked, but I thought of the people waiting for me in reality, so of course I had to come out quickly.
Li Youqing's cheeks turned even more rosy.
You brat, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter.
Seeing his master closing in, her high-rising chest getting so close, Lin Xuan couldn't help but nervously take a step back. Master, this disciple, has a slight doubt. Aren't illusions just illusions? Why do you say it helps my cultivation?
That's right, I just personally experienced it in the chaos.
Based on the illusion, I can conjure this world, let people enjoy themselves.
How could that help with cultivation? Could it be that enjoying oneself is also a type of cultivation?
Li Youqing spoke up again.
Think carefully. Why do cultivators fall into bottlenecks?
Lin Xuan replied.
One is that their aptitude is limited. Reaching the midpoint of their path, they naturally can't improve further.
Two is that they don't know the path ahead. They don't know how to take that leap.
And then what? Hearing the question, Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, as if thinking of something. His eyes suddenly flashed.
Right, if I freely deduce my future path in the chaos,
then break through, could it be 100 times easier?
Hearing him say that, Li Youqing didn't answer, only smiled and nodded.
Old Wang beside him was sweating buckets. Heavens! What kind of monstrous comprehension is this?
Unbelievable, he could understand the problem with just a few words. No wonder he was favored by the peerless empress, Bai Kongling, who oversaw the heavens, and accepted as a disciple.
Lin Xuan continued. I should try it next time I encounter one, but it feels like I haven't run into any difficult bottlenecks these past few years. What does that even feel like?
Seeing him starting to get arrogant, Youqing smiled and said, Remember, do everything as your heart desires, but don't be arrogant.
Yes, this disciple remembers Master's teachings. Right, Lin Xuan? Is there anything else you don't understand? Reporting to Master? Not for now. Take care on your way back.
Waiting for Li Youqing to leave, Old Wang spoke up. Hey, What exactly did you do in the illusion just now? Seriously, did you do something bad in the illusion? Otherwise, why would your master's face be so red? Lin Xuan was flustered. His face was red to his ears. Old Wang, you're so nosy. Why don't you go sweep the floor? Hee. I've already finished. Just catching up with some gossip. Lin Xuan coughed twice before saying, maybe Master saw that my comprehension is so high, and my mental state is so firm, so she felt ashamed and blushed. Yeah, only a ghost would believe you, you stinky brat. You're so mischievous. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan woke up from a beautiful dream. He stretched. A good life starts with waking up early. Just then, a voice rang in Lin Xuan's ear, calling, letting your master wait for an hour, waking up early. Lin Xuan was stunned. Holy crap, why didn't you wake me up, master? You've been staring at my body for an hour.
Li Youqing glanced at him askance and said, if you're already late, then go do what you should do.
Lin Xuan was stunned. What should I do? Of course, go take a bath. Lin Xuan's mind suddenly raced. Is this bathing together? Thinking of his master's body appearing before him, Lin Xuan was extremely excited. But life isn't a dream. But a moment later, come out if you're out. Is this what master meant by taking a bath? Only to see Li Youqing scrubbing a panda. And the panda was extremely uncooperative. Hey, be a little gentler, be a little gentler. Li Youqing glared at him. Or what? What are you thinking about? The divine beast Chuang teared up. Help! Someone's abusing this panda. Li Youqing rubbed her temples. Kun is especially disobedient when bathing. I can't handle it alone. Even when it shrinks, I still can't hold it. Oh right, go change the water. Lin Xuan carried the basin of water, but slipped on his feet. Splash, he fell. The water poured all over his head. Even Li Youqing got a lot of it. Seeing the water clinging to his master's body, revealing her curves, Lin Xuan panicked immediately. It's over, master. I didn't do it on purpose. Master, I didn't mean to. It's all Kun's fault. Master, please don't go. I was wrong. At the same time, by the shore of Ningyi Lake, Youqing was bored, playing with the water. Ugh, I'm so bored. Master's been playing alone all morning, not taking me with her. And senior sister Xuan Ran just knows how to sleep. Just as she was feeling down, she suddenly saw something under the lake. Youqing was suspicious and flew to the middle of the lake. What's this? Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from the lake. This scared Youqing so much that her face turned pale. Is this strange insect a demon race? Holy crap, I almost slashed it. Just then, she heard Lin Xuan's exasperated voice in her ear. How dare you! Along with it, a figure darted over, catching Youqing and flying away. The person who appeared was none other than Lin Xuan. Saved. Youqing's eyes lit up. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, she was a little love-struck. Gently landing on the ground, Lin Xuan stared at the monster and said, Youqing, hide to the side first. To be able to enter your master's small world. It's no ordinary bug, huh? But even if it's not ordinary, it's still just a bug. Lin Xuan thrust a spear straight at the bug, but it was actually able to block Lin Xuan's spear. He frowned slightly. This bug can withstand soul-killing power. By the lakeshore, Youqing shouted. This strange insect has no intelligence. Soul-killing force is useless against it. Lin Xuan sneered. Strength is useless. Then I'll stab it to death. As soon as he said that, a heaven-grade, top-quality spear appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. He thrust out. Countless spear shadows shot toward the insect, attacking instantly. The bug was knocked back into the water. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up. Disgusting bug. It's over. It's just that the blood of the insect after it dies seems to pollute the lake water. Simple. Leave it to me. Youqing stretched out her hand. A lotus flower appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it purified the entire spirit pool. Look, isn't the pool all clear now? Wow, Youqing, you have this trick up your sleeve. Nice. But I suspect her egg was stuck on me when I came back, and then it sneaked into the pool and hatched. This demon race has some skills, but they messed with the wrong person. Youqing giggled. You looked pretty handsome just now, you know. TCH. Little Youqing talks even worse than old Wang. Even old Wang at least uses nice adjectives to say I'm handsome. Youqing casually replied, I didn't study. I have no culture. Right at this moment, a deafening boom echoed behind them. Lin Xuan turned his head in doubt. No. Is it those bugs again? Appearing, none other than the big-chested Bai Feng. As soon as she arrived, she hurriedly said, It's bad. Something big happened. Lin Xuan remained calm. When you guys report, you always create suspense first. Always saying, it's bad, something big happened, why can't you just say what it is? Bai Feng took a deep breath before saying, A few days ago, I went to the mortal realm to see your father. Your uncle said it was very urgent. Didn't I rush back so fast I could barely breathe? Lin Xuan, take a look for yourself. This is a big deal. Saying that, Bai Feng handed Lin Xuan a letter. Lin Xuan opened it.
and it had a few lines written on it. Father is in danger, come back quickly. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. I have a feeling the first 4 words are fake, the last 2 are real.
Nevertheless, Lin Xuan didn't delay, and returned to the Nanyang kingdom once more. Seeing that his father was perfectly fine, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Even in a crisis, you're still pretending to seriously read a book. Lin Fu was a little annoyed. You don't know, this father is. Right at this moment, Zhao Yuyan's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's ear. Xuan Wang, you've returned. The demon race is attacking the mortal world. I really didn't know what to do, so I resorted to this. Lin Xuan heard these words, pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Li Youqing's voice rang in his ear. The master in the sect has never heard of this. The demons aren't in a hurry, they're avoiding attention. Now the immortal sects can't react in time, so that's how it is. Thank you for telling me, master. Then Lin Xuan spoke. Father, the Nanyang Imperial Kingdom is being attacked by the surrounding demon races. Instead of wasting the lives of soldiers, I suggest you move to another country to save your lives. Of course, this is only temporary. After I eliminate the demon race, rebuilding a Nanyang kingdom wouldn't be too late. Hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yunyan said softly but with a very firm tone. Xuan Wang's good intentions, Yunyan accepts. But how can we just leave the land our ancestors left behind?
I vow to coexist with the Nanyang Empire. Beside Lin Xuan, Lin Fu also spoke. Is there really no way to protect the Nanyang Empire? Lin Xuan pondered. It's troublesome. What I need to protect is the immortal sects. Without me facing the beast tide, even the invincible immortal sects would be like the other immortal sects, flattened to the ground. Just then, a soldier rushed in with a flustered tone. Your Majesty, it's bad. Lin Xuan and his father immediately shouted, Don't create suspense. Speak directly. The soldier immediately trembled. It's just that. An abnormal celestial phenomenon unseen in 1,000 years. Everyone come and see. Blood and bones are covering the entire sky. This is the first time we and you all have seen it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan made a guess. Master once said, this is a demon immortal, which also means a demon beast, after becoming immortal. In that sky of blood and bones, a giant toad's booming voice echoed throughout Nanyang's capital. Zhao's flesh must be very fresh. It licked its tongue, and then spoke again. There are also countless legs. Finally, I can eat my fill.
Seeing this, Lin Fu immediately stood in front of Zhao Yuyan and snapped, Lin Xuan, what can you do to help Her Majesty? Is there even another way? Lin Xuan immediately summoned his cauldron and other magical artifacts, thinking, how about just straight up butchering it? As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the Xuanhuang cauldron, heading straight for the giant toad. I learned this from little Youqing, Seeing that Lin Xuan actually dared to attack it, the toad sneered, Peak stage human cultivators run away at the sight of this immortal lord, and you, a mere intermediate human immortal, dare to play games with me, Lin Xuan coldly smirked. Games? I'm all about the practical route. The giant toad narrowed its eyes, staring intently at Lin Xuan. Suddenly, the Xuanhuang cauldron enlarged, appearing directly above its head in the blink of an eye. A beam of light blasted straight into the toad, pulling it inside. Seeing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. The old methods still work, haha. Immediately he appeared in the middle of the hill in one step, shouting, Hey you little demons, your vanguard's already dead, are you just gonna sit tight back there? Seeing Lin Xuan deal with an immortal demon in the blink of an eye, the crowd below looked stunned. So, the fight started. We didn't even get a good look. From within the red mist, countless raspy voices echoed. The immortal vanguard commander is dead, what do we do? Ugh, that stinky toad. So green, so naive. That's right, the opponent is a cultivator, a seasoned veteran. Should we all rush up together? Looking up at the sky within the mist, there turned out to be so many demonic beasts. Zhao Yuyan was already sweating bullets. There are so many demonic beasts in the Blood Ridge, hundreds or thousands. Quickly, prepare the catapults and protect the Xuan King with all your might.
Up above, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, chuckling. So the entire demonic army has come out. This must be the most attention our Southern Yang dynasty has ever gotten. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the common people of the Southern Yang Empire. With a whoosh, the magical artifact in Lin Xuan's hand shot towards the black mist, but he missed. Seeing this, the demonic beasts laughed loudly. Haha kid, your aim is off, just like your big talk. Lin Xuan's lips curled up. Oh really? Immediately, the flying swords turned around and surrounded all the demonic beasts. This made them terrified. What? How did it turn back around? In an instant, the place became a scene of carnage.
Lin Xuan's flying swords flew back and forth, tearing apart the bodies of the demonic beasts. Below, seeing the blood rain falling from the sky, the soldiers who had just dragged the catapults to the base of the city wall were utterly stunned. That is, seeing them still slow to fire their arrows, Lin Fu angrily urged them on. Hey, aren't you supposed to be operating the explosive catapults? What are you waiting for, fire? A soldier smiled wryly. Sorry, General Wang. Your son is too handsome. I was mesmerized. Yeah, too handsome. If I were a woman? No, even if I were a man, I'd marry the Xuan king. Lin Fu was speechless. Is this a battlefield or a star-chasing event? But when he turned his head and saw Zhao Yunyan's face, he was even more bewildered. She was staring dreamily at her son. This made Lin Fu sigh. Seriously? Your Majesty, why are you even on the battlefield? At this moment, the demonic race was anxious, seeing more and more of their side die. Continuing like, this isn't the way. How about we find a chance to escape first? But how could Lin Xuan let them escape? He waved his hand, and an invisible barrier enveloped all the demonic beasts. Below, the soldiers and people of the Southern Yang Empire cheered continuously. Go Xuan King! Kill them all! Splatter, splatter! Raindrops fell to the ground. However, when Lin Fu looked at the cup in his hand, he saw that the water inside was stained with blood. Above, Lin Xuan had finished dealing with all the demonic beasts, wiping the blood off his sword, HMPH. I thought they were so powerful, turns out they're just cowards. Seeing his son come down, Lin Fu's eyes shone like headlights. Son, you're amazing, I was so worried for you, Lin Xuan smiled. Dad, you take Mom and the other Lin family relatives to the Invincible Immortal Sect. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fu nodded. My good son, you're right. Then, Lin Xuan walked over to Zhao Yuyan, gently. Your Majesty, I'll quickly eradicate these demonic beasts at the root, to prevent them from coming again later. Then I thank Xuan Wang. I won't go anywhere, I must protect this land. Your Majesty, then please take care, I'll go first. Not long after, the Lin family began moving. Lin Xuan whispered to his master, Master, I'll explain the situation to you first. You and the family will be able to get close to the Immortal Sect in a few days, Liangqing chuckled. This is the good son of the family. Seeing him like this, Lin's mother was a little worried. Is this child all right? Why is he muttering to himself? Lin Fu quickly stopped her. It's okay, Mom. How could anything be wrong with Lin Xuan, inheriting the excellent genes of us two? Nevertheless, Lin's mother was still uneasy, and hurriedly ran over. Son, Mom has something to ask you and your master. Have you two finally become a couple? Lin Xuan froze on the spot upon hearing these words. Mom, what are you saying? This time you're taking us to move near the Immortal Sect. Mom wants to see what your master looks like. This master is in seclusion all year round, and rarely appears. Even I rarely see her. We'll talk about it later. Lin's mother was a little unhappy. But shouldn't masters and disciples share a room? And rarely getting to see each other, what's that supposed to mean? Lin Xuan was helpless with his mother's way of thinking. Come on. Who said masters and disciples have to sleep in the same room? Lin's mother sighed. Then when will I ever get to hold a grandchild? Lin Xuan. Chen Si. Could there really be such a rule? Are we at the Invincible Immortal Sect? Behind, no, not keeping up with the wonderful times of masters and disciples. Understanding what he was thinking, Liangqing couldn't help but cough a few times. Lin Xuan broke out in sweat. Master, you're still here. Liangqing got to the point. Suddenly remembered something, was going to tell you. Turned around and saw you spacing out, like you were thinking about something. It's nothing, Master. Please speak of the main matter. East of Chuhai Peak, there's a hidden mountain valley. You can lead the people of your clan to live there temporarily. Now demonic hordes are running rampant across the land, and quite a few immortal sects in the Yuanyang realm have already been destroyed. You must take good care of yourself. As soon as the words fell, Liangqing disappeared once again. Not long after, below a mountain valley near Chuhai Peak, phew, after traveling for so long, we've finally arrived. Lin Xuan stepped out of the carriage, smiling. Everyone must be tired from rushing on the road these past few days. Let me arrange accommodation first. Then, he stepped down, made a hand seal, and pointed at the sky. Immortal magic in operation. In an instant, the earth and rocks all around, to everyone's surprise, were floating into the air. Before long, a large and towering palace stood tall in this place. The Lin family members, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. Heavens, so amazing. Lin Fu got greedy. Xuan Shurer, build a few more, can we stay here and collect rent? Just then, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Lin Xuan heard these words. Lin Xuan looked up and saw sect leader Duan appear. He immediately respectfully clasped his hands. Disciple Lin Xuan greets sect leader Duan. The head of the Lin family leads his family to pay respects to sect leader Duan. Seeing so many people, sect leader Duan said softly, So you've been busy here.
Have you heard the news about the demonic race? The situation is not very optimistic, Lin Xuan replied. This disciple has already fought with them in the mortal realm. That makes things easier. Now that the demon race is taking action, it not only threatens us, but the survival of all the other immortal sects hangs by a thread. After a moment of thought, Lin Xuan spoke again. Headmaster, this disciple believes that gathering all the major immortal sects to discuss forming an alliance is the best course of action. Headmaster Duan also had this idea. Then, after you've settled things with the Lin family, quickly return to the immortal sect. Elder Lina is also waiting for you.
Hearing that it was Elder Li, a glint flashed in the eyes of the Lin couple, Lin Fu. That Elder Li, could she be our daughter-in-law? Isn't she Lin Xuan's master? It seems she's especially waiting for that little rascal. Hey, these two master and disciple are really. Only to hear Headmaster Duan continue. I also value Elder Liken's opinion greatly. Everyone can discuss things further. Then, this disciple will return immediately. After speaking, Lin Xuan turned to look at his father and mother. I have matters to discuss with Headmaster Duan at the Immortal Sect regarding the extermination of the demon race. Lin Fu smiled. Son, be careful out there. Once you've handled things, remember to let us know you're safe. Don't make your family worry. Lin Xuan was a little annoyed and huffed. What's with that, Dad? You guys have seen my strength before. You don't need to worry about me. Just wait for the news of my victory. But the couple spoke in unison at this moment. Actually, we're more worried about your lifelong happiness. It would be best if you could bring back our daughter-in-law when you return. Lin Xuan was speechless. Sigh, I know that's what you two are waiting for. After Lin Xuan left, Lin's mother began to pick up a chrysanthemum petal, plucking it while muttering, The Empress Master, the Empress Master. Lin Fu, seeing this scene from behind, didn't know what to say. Wife, I also want to hold a grandchild, but forcing it might not lead to happiness. Lin's mother waved her hand, not caring at all. Kids make choices. Our son is already grown up. He wants them all. Duh. What are you saying? That's treason and bigamy. But our son is truly worthy of having both his master and the Empress. At the same time, Lin Fu helplessly rubbed his forehead. I really shouldn't have mentioned how the Empress blushed when she saw our son.
Lin's mother sighed softly. Alas, this old woman will continue to struggle. The Empress Master, the Empress Master. Seeing this, Lin Fu hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Wife, how can you call yourself an old woman? Lin's mother continued to pluck the petals. When Lin Xuan returned to the Invincible Immortal Sect, he saw flowers falling everywhere. He suspiciously reached out and caught a petal. Even his master was like that.
Lin Xuan couldn't help but be stunned seeing this scene. Ah, that petal from master. Seeing Lin Xuan return, Liang Yunqing asked suspiciously,
Lin Xuan, why have you returned so quickly? Master, that just now was me. But he had only spoken half a sentence when he suddenly saw a pile of flower petals stacked next to him, which couldn't help but make him stunned. Heavens! Where did all these petals come from? Even the cleaning worker, Wu Ang, was extremely dissatisfied. Where did so many flower petals come from? This old man doesn't want to clean anymore. Youqing sighed. Demonic energy is flying everywhere, affecting the growth of living things. It's no use complaining now. Wu Ang glared, pointing to a wooden stick with a chicken and an arrow on it, and said in a deep voice, So you had me work to death installing this just now to test for demonic energy. Seeing the demonic energy tester shaking violently, Wu Ang was also a little surprised. I just finished speaking and they've already arrived, Lin Xuan said softly. Hey, old Wang, don't be so excited you'll startle the snake. Seeing that rooster and the arrow pointing in one direction, Lin Xuan and Wu Ang turned to look in that direction at the same time. Is there movement over there? Li Yangqing also turned to look after hearing the words, only to see a forest demon, a wild boar beast, in front of the crowd. Lin Xuan approached slowly, staring at it. Just that. There's a pig. After a while, oh, the pork smells so good. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious grilled food. Those two were happily munching away, while poor old Wu Ang went back to cleaning up their mess. Liangqing said, That move you pulled earlier was pretty good, kid.
Seriously, Lin Xuan, I think your training will not only protect Chuyin Haifeng, but also our Invincible Immortal Sect. Yuhuan couldn't stop praising him, and Lin Xuan was all bashful. Nah, it's all thanks to Master and her alarm clock chicken.
Wu Ang glared daggers at Lin Xuan. As she installed it. Are you kidding me? I was the one who installed it, okay?
Ignoring Wu Ang, Lin Xuan gazed off into the distance and said, Just thinking about all those demon clans out there, I wonder if old Lu's ascension is going to be affected.
Acho. Right then, on the border, Lu Ziji sneezed out of nowhere. Man, this earth immortal body of mine, am I catching a cold or something? Sigh. I thought after ascending I'd be a big shot, But turns out that was just wishful thinking. My clothes are all tattered, I look like a beggar, it's so embarrassing. Wah, I want to go home, I want to go home. Oblivious to Lu Lao's misery, Lin Xuan was still chowing down. So yummy, this is delicious. I wonder if Kun Kun would like this grilled stuff. No sooner had he mentioned Kun Kun than Lin Xuan heard some rustling behind him. Wait, Kun actually showed up. Holy crap, talk about... Speaking of the devil, how long have you been here?
Seeing Kun Kun drooling and about to pounce on the grilled meat, Lin Youqing immediately stopped it. You can't eat that. That stuff is super nutritious. Eating too much will give you a stomachache. Lin Xuan's jaw dropped when he heard that. Super nutritious, top-tier stuff. Why is Master feeding me this?
Could it be that she wants me to become even more energetic in that area? That's right, Lin Xuan said. Just gotta say, remember that dragon blood meat I ate before? Lin Xuan gave a slight nod. Master, I will of course remember your kindness. After eating this big pork meat, this disciple also felt a heat wave, Li Youqing said with a smile. Although this late-stage demon immortal meat can't compare to true dragon blood meat, it's still pretty good. The higher the strength of the demon beast, the stronger the power hidden in its blood and flesh. Damn, seriously. So that's why Kun Kun can't eat it. He's a spirit beast after all. I thought it was for that reason. Gazing at his master, Lin Xuan was a little infatuated. Master, I just want to say, you're really good to me. As she was patting Kun Kun's head.
Feeling Lin Xuan's gaze, Li Youqing turned around and asked, "What are you looking at me for?"
Lin Xuan said softly. As the common saying goes, looking makes you crave it. Just looking at Master and I can be full for 1,000 years. Li Youqing laughed bitterly. I'm impressed. Where did you learn that line? Even I feel embarrassed listening to it, haha. Youqing always says those kinds of lovey-dovey words. Behind the two of them, Wu Ang pondered in his heart. Li Youqing was originally a Zhuxin supreme powerhouse at the Immortal Emperor level, but now she has the appearance of a playful girl. I really don't know what kind of enchantment this Lin Xuan has put on our village.
Suddenly, Li Youqing spoke again. When you have eaten all the demon immortal meat, you can comprehend the essence of demon immortal combat.
Oh, so Master already has a plan. That's right, Master. I wanted to ask today, what should I do if I encounter a great demon at the heavenly immortal level? Li Youqing replied casually. Go ask Youqing and Xuanran. I believe you will immediately learn the key. That's right, you must work hard, continue to work hard, to improve your strength. Don't be lazy. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Okay, bye-bye, Master. Have a safe trip. Not long after, Lin Xuan sought guidance from the two little girls, and a wooden monkey with demon immortal strength was created by the two little girls. However, seeing its appearance, Lin Xuan was also speechless. This is too ugly. Youqing and Xuanran smiled. Next is your performance time. We won't bother you anymore. Lin Xuan was stunned. Performance? Didn't I come here to practice? Forget it, whatever, I'll just fight first. That wooden monkey puppet is way too fast though. Lin Xuan was a bit puzzled that he couldn't catch the wooden fairy monster that the two girls casually made. No way! Why is it so fast? I can't lose either, damn it. It's been a while. Why is my body getting hotter and hotter? While he was lost in thought, Xuan was slapped in the face by the wooden monkey. This made him very angry. You mischievous monkey. Looks like I have to beat you to death before you learn. Thump, thump, were the sounds of continuous pats on the wooden monkey's chest. A purple light radiated from its body. This made Lin Xuan stunned. Purple poison. Purple eyes. The pork I ate earlier was also purple. Wait a minute. What is this hot feeling? Just as Lin Xuan felt that his body was different, the monkey suddenly attacked, and a cluster of purple light brushed past Lin Xuan's face. This startled him awake. Just now, when it got close to me, my heart rate increased, and my body became hotter. What exactly is going on? He only saw the monkey attack again, and furthermore, that uncomfortable feeling came from its heart.
After thinking for a while, Lin Xuan realized,
holy crap. So that's it. Eating the fairy monster's flesh allows me to feel the demonic energy through the heartbeat, and being connected to the demon race also means that its heart and my heart are now beating in unison. If your movements and mine are the same, but too bad, I'm faster than you. Bop. With a sound, Lin Xuan punched the wooden monkey in the face, followed by a flurry of punches that knocked the monkey down. When the monkey was beaten to pieces, a piece of paper appeared inside its body, on which was written, "Keep it up." Lin Xuan gave up. Master, oh master, why are you playing such a trick? Playing the same trick as old Lu. Acho, old Lu, who was already scantily clad, sneezed again for some reason.
When Wu Ang came back and saw Lin Xuan suddenly standing in a stance there,
her head was full of question marks. Hey, where did you learn that stance from? It's so ugly. Lin Xuan turned his head and glared. What are you looking at? This is the movement of eating a fairy monster. You can only comprehend it by learning the fairy monster's moves. Hearing the explanation, Wu Ang laughed. Haha, I know that. How ugly is that wooden ape? HMPH. Speaking of which, aren't you also a demon? If eating the flesh and blood of a fairy monster is stronger, then wouldn't eating you also work? HMPH. I treat you like a brother. But you want to eat me? Lin Xuan reached out and patted Wu Ang's head. Don't worry, old king. With your dog-like human form, if I really ate you, I would be haunted. Enough. Are those words that people say, Lin Xuan? Alright, you guys can chat slowly. I'm gonna find Duan's sect master to practice my kung fu. And then I have to go protect the Yuanyang realm. Not long after, on the stone road to the Immortal Sect's main hall, Lin Xuan had just arrived here when a voice rang out behind him. Senior brother Lin, please stop. Lin Xuan turned his head and looked back, seeing a disciple rushing over in a fluster. He asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" That disciple was a young man with a face full of acne. Seeing his idol, his face flushed slightly. Senior brother Lin, I saw Chuai Haifeng often has a female go out to sweep, so I was thinking, if senior brother could help me set us up. Lin Xuan was stunned. Holy crap, Wu Ang. Someone actually has their eyes on her even though she's as tough as a shrew. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan put on the appearance of a high-level person. This kind of emotional matter requires you to fight for it yourself. The young man lowered his head and said quietly, I have actually confessed already, but she told me. Stewie? Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. That's totally something the old king would do. Thinking that, Lin Xuan still kept a straight face like a lonely master. Love is like sand. It's not that you can't hold it, it's just that you're not wetting it. That acne-faced dude heard that and was just covered in question marks. I don't get it, but it sounds super profound. Senior brother's words are seriously deep. After escaping that disciple, Lin Xuan went to the main hall of the Wudi sect and saw Headmaster Duan. He said, Headmaster Shishu, with the way things are now, we should stock up on food, spirit stones, and resources as much as possible. Headmaster Duan frowned slightly. That's easier said than done. We only produce a little spirit stones ourselves, Lin Xuan asked. Got any brilliant ideas? Lin Xuan didn't answer, and reached out to write something on Headmaster Duan's hand. The old guy looked at his hand, stunned. You're saying, go rob someone, Lin Xuan said softly. It might not be the style of a righteous sect, but to keep such a large sect running, I'm willing to be a sinner for all time. After those immortal sects are destroyed, the demon race will naturally loot all the resources, which will benefit the enemy. But if it falls into the hands of Wudi sect, the human race will benefit. Just then, a disciple came to report. Headmaster, a spy from the secular kingdom, is here with a message. Headmaster Duan took the sealed letter from his hand and frowned slightly. The demon race is invading again. Are they trying to devour the lives of the human race? So that's it. The demon race is likely like the blood spirit immortal sect, trying to condense the human race's blood energy and karma to help some demon immortal break through to earth immortal. A cold light flashed in Headmaster Duan's eyes. Our world allows both humans and demons the chance to ascend. We absolutely can't let the demon race oppress the human race, got it? Lin Xuan said in a deep voice. Fighting a bit isn't scary. Even if it's an earth immortal, the demon race are good at defense, but I can still crush iron with my bare hands. Headmaster Duan was stunned when he heard this. I got too excited. I almost forgot the Invincible Sect has such a terrifying trump card. It's Lin Xuan. Only to hear Lin Xuan continue. To be frank, if I wasn't worried about the Wu Dai sect being attacked by demon beasts a few months ago, I would have gone to find the mastermind behind the demon race already. Headmaster Duan made an O sound. Then what do you need me to do? I will spare no cost to support you wholeheartedly. Lin Xuan gave a thumbs up and said just one word. Wait. Headmaster Duan looked at him, confused. Lin Xuan explained, wait for the alliance over there to fight the demon race first. After talking with Headmaster Duan for a while, Lin Xuan and the old man came to the embankment outside the main hall. A lot of people from other sects were already gathered here. A middle-aged man among them saw Headmaster Duan appear, and said with some disdain, Wu Dai sect, you guys are sitting on the fence. Today, the Immortal Alliance is gathered here for the great justice of heaven. As soon as he said this, the other immortal sects chimed in one after another. Headmaster Hua said, that's right. But in their hearts they knew very well that this guy just wanted to snatch Lin Xuan's top-grade cauldron, and now he's acting all righteous. However, even though they thought so, they still vigorously supported that Headmaster Hua. Sure enough, Headmaster Hua snarled, hand over that top-grade cauldron. You guys are fish on the chopping block now. Can't struggle anymore. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched. All right. No more pretending, huh? But why aren't they following my plan at all? I thought we were going to clash with the demon race first. Why are they pointing their spears at us? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan smiled. Sorry, that top-grade cauldron only belongs to me. If you guys want it, go fight each other first, and whoever wins gets it. The headmaster Hua heard this and laughed coldly. Ha ha! You want to use such a low trick to divide our immortal alliance? Brothers, charge. For the unity of the immortal alliance, for the top-grade cauldron, kill. But only 3 seconds after he spoke, before he could even make another move, he suddenly felt like he was missing some people. He turned his head to look. What the heck, where did they go? I remember they were just here. And then, charge. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers and smiled. Unbreakable immortal alliance, is it? Then, he pointed to the side, where the elders and disciples of the immortal alliance were now lying in a pile. No one knows if they were alive or dead. That headmaster Hua saw this scene, his whole body trembling. Lin Xuan, you're so badass. So freaking badass. Lin Xuan picked his nose and asked with a smirk, What's up? Still can't break it.
Seeing Lin Xuan approaching, that Hua sect leader immediately started trembling.
He hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile to smooth things over. It's not that it can't be broken, it's just, dead people are dead, wasted resources are wasted. Wouldn't it be a bit unsightly? Lin Xuan. It's freezing, and we're all part of the human race. Speak. Why did you gather to attack the Invincible Immortal Sect?
Seeing Lin Xuan's sword in front of him, the Hua sect leader immediately confessed in fear. Because the Invincible Immortal Sect possesses a supreme treasure, and has been repeatedly infiltrated by the demon race, we thought we'd rob you guys first, increase our strength, and then fight the demon race. Lin Xuan's lips curled up.
I like this kind of concise answer. Because after you've said your piece, you're no longer of any use.
Seeing Lin Xuan preparing to deal with him, the Hua sect leader immediately begged for mercy. Please don't kill me, I lied to you just now.
Lin Xuan shouted, Tell me the truth now or I'll tear you to pieces.
Sect leader, okay. The truth is, you coerced and lured us. That's why we made this move.
The Duan sect leader beside him furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yu. He's the leading figure of the Yuan-Yang Realm Immortal Alliance. HMPH, I guessed right again, the Immortal Alliance is just a bunch of nobodies. Alright Lin Xuan. What you and I did today is indeed adding fuel to the fire.
Lin Xuan extended a hand towards the Hua sect leader.
His tone seemingly melancholic. Looks like the waiting I mentioned earlier has come true. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his hand. That Hua sect leader immediately clutched his head and screamed miserably. Immediately after, in less than 2 breaths, his entire body had shattered into a bloody mist. The Dukoyan sect leader beside him calmly asked, I'm only worthy of cleaning up corpses, huh? You didn't even give me a chance to make a move. Lin Xuan chuckled. Sect leader. Sorry, this disciple got angry for a moment and resolved this guy. It's alright, it's fine. He disregarded the ties of the human race and attacked me first, so this situation is what he deserves. Looking at Lin Xuan, the Duan sect leader felt increasingly satisfied. He's becoming more and more like a leader. He just doesn't leave me any opportunity to show off.
Lin Xuan looked up at the sky and transmitted his voice.
Master, how long do you think I'll need to wait before something interesting happens? Youqing responded. Waiting is also an art. Your master suggests you go to the scripture pavilion to cultivate more, because you were just showing off after killing a human immortal elder, Akuya. Master, how would a disciple dare to show off in front of you? I'm heading to the scripture pavilion right away. Lin Xuan lamented inwardly. Who would dare to show off in front of Master, who could appear at any moment? Huff, huff, huff. As soon as he arrived at the scripture pavilion, Lin Xuan saw that pimple-faced dab disciple. At this moment he was sweeping the floor. He immediately approached him.
Junior brother, what are you doing here? The pimple-faced disciple blushed and said, I want to feel her joy, her sorrows, her pain. Feel what she feels, do what she does.
Lin Xuan was speechless. No way, right? Can you pretend to be lovers if you're not lovers? Can you get closer to her by mimicking her habits? Fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. Without fate, even face to face, you'll get slapped. It takes 1,000 years of shared boat rides to earn a shared bed.
The disciple once again had a head full of question marks. Although I don't understand anything, I'm very surprised. Ignoring the pimple-faced disciple, Lin Xuan headed to the scripture pavilion. Master rarely mentions the scripture pavilion. Meeting it today is indeed unexpected. Just as he arrived, he met a short-haired, pink-haired girl named Bo He. Lin Xuan had just walked over and respectfully said, Senior. However, he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Is this really the brain of the scripture pavilion? Why is it a little like you wrong in nature? The girl calmly replied, I am the scripture pavilion manager, Bo He.
I know you want to ask my age, so I'll say it directly. I'm 4,000 years old. I look young because I study a lot. Lin Xuan hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's very impolite to ask a girl her age. This disciple came here to study some techniques. Please lead the way, senior. Leading Lin Xuan inside, Bohe slowly said, out of 10 people who come to the scripture pavilion, 9 are here for the inner strength immortal power, Lin Xuan asked, confused. Inner strength immortal power? What's that? Bohe didn't answer. He glanced around, and couldn't help but be surprised. There are quite a lot of books here, but you still have to choose carefully. So many floors, they're probably divided by level. After a moment, Bohe finally asked, have you chosen yet? Lin Xuan shook his head. This disciple doesn't quite understand some things.
These divine powers aren't bad, and they're all spirit rank too, right? Why are they just casually left on the first floor, Bohe replied. These things really belong on the 9th floor, but I don't know exactly what they are. For so many years, not a single inner sect disciple has grasped them. So can this disciple learn one? Of course you can, but these things have been here for at least 30 to 50,000 years, if not 100,000 years, and no one has ever comprehended them. And no one knows what you'll get after you comprehend them. Just then, the young king sent a voice transmission. Skumon. That's exactly what he likes. Challenging what others can't do, Lin Xuan smiled. Haha, I'm just taking a look. If I can't learn it, then so be it, Master Bo. He saw that Lin Xuan was so persistent. He immediately opened a passage for him directly to the 9th floor. But as soon as the two entered, a pitch-black darkness enveloped them. This made Lin Xuan stunned. This is the 9th floor. Why is it so dark? What am I touching? Why is this so soft? No way. When the light returned, seeing that what he had touched were not Bohe's pair of small mountain peaks, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I almost thought the scripture pavilion was hiding a beauty. But can I eat this steamed bun? Suddenly, the steamed bun in his hand exploded. This made Lin Xuan terrified. What the hell was that? Just then, Bohe appeared behind him again. That's strong. No wonder you're Elder Lion's disciple. The steamed bun you just crushed was the punching bag of the upper level of the scripture pavilion. According to my statistics, you're the only one in the last 4,000 years who's been able to crush that thing.
Don't believe me, look. My fist doesn't even make it budge.
Xuan was speechless at this sight. Is your scripture pavilion serious?
Bo. He explained. Of course, I'm serious. A punching bag doesn't necessarily have to look like a punching bag. The reason why you and I are floating right now is because the cultivation of 99% of the disciples of this sect would be instantly killed by the punching bag. Most disciples can't even get to the 9th floor. Don't underestimate this place, Lin Xuan smiled wryly. This disciple doesn't. It's just that this 9th floor, isn't this a damn kitchen? Why are there so many fruits, steamed buns, and all kinds of vegetables? Alright, enough talk. Let's start practicing.
Seeing Lin Xuan's appearance of reading a book, Bohe frowned slightly. How can you learn anything by flipping through the pages so quickly, really? Not long after, Lin Xuan closed the book.
Cultivation complete. This made Bohe stunned. What happened in those 2 seconds just now? How did he finish already? Lin Xuan ignored her and pointed a finger at the sky, saying, the unpredictable changes of the earth have occurred. In an instant, I've understood everything about the heavens judgment, 9 heavens lightning domain, Vajra divine body. 1 divine skill, 2 techniques, and 2 attacks. I want them all.
Hearing these words, Bohe was a little dazed.
I just thought you were handsome. I didn't expect you were also good at blowing smoke. To be honest, what's written on this thing is completely opposite to what I learned decades ago. If it weren't, I'd have known it in a second. Seriously. Right then, a massive shake rocked the place, making them both jump. Whoa, that was a big one. Something's definitely up outside. Lin Xuan, you might want to step aside for a sec, huh? Where'd you go? Under Bo. He's terrified gaze. Lin Xuan really did cover 1,000 miles in a blink. Just like he said. It totally messed with her head. He learned it in, 2 seconds. Is this guy for real? Meanwhile, outside the Invincible Immortal Sect, they were getting attacked by beasties. Again. This time, it was a huge, gray wolf, and it howled.
Snatching up one of the Invincible Immortal Sect disciples. Heh. Howl all you want. Call up that sect leader of yours so this lord has a big snack. I'll pick my teeth with you first. The disciple, helpless in the demon wolf's grip, screamed,
Help! Help me! Ah! Just then, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the demon wolf, and the disciple was saved. When the disciple looked up, this lightning's huge. But I'm not hurt. It's a miracle. And everyone below stopped what they were doing and stared up at the sky. Is that a heavenly tribulation? Seeing the lightning getting thicker and thicker, the disciples cheered. Heaven's got eyes. Finally, those brutal demon folk are finally getting punished by the heavens. What a lucky day for the humans. Standing in the sky and hearing all this, Lin Xuan chuckled. Heavenly tribulation, huh? Sure. He snapped his fingers, and the lightning bolts started heading straight for the disciples. This freaked them right out. Why is the lightning suddenly targeting us? Bam, crackle, boom. Some of the disciples were totally fried, their hair standing on end, clothes all tattered, and were super confused. What's going on? Isn't that senior brother Lin Xuan in the sky? Could it be the lightning was his doing? Lin Xuan laughed. Little thunder domain. Ever heard of it? You think I'm the heavenly Dao? Did I get their permission first? A female disciple's eyes lit up, staring intently at Lin Xuan. If I'm not wrong, that's the highest level skill in the scripture pavilion, and no one's understood it for 10,000 years. Dark clouds, demonic energy. Are these guys back already? Won't this ever end? Senior bro Lin Xuan, save us. Hearing this, Lin Xuan chuckled wryly. So, I'm a senior bro now, am I? Well then get out of here quick, and stop bothering me while I'm busy killing these demon beasts. But they're just low-level demons, and even more of them won't do anything. Lin Xuan pointed his sword at the sky and shouted, Bring the thunder! Witness the lightning! BOM. High above, Wu Ang cursed under his breath. Show off. But it's been a long time since I've seen a duel of this level, so nostalgic. Back in the day, I was a great lightning immortal, rumbling thunder and raging sea waves. After dealing with a wave of beasts, Lin Xuan's lips curled. Lightning that only does this isn't good. They don't even have time to scream when they die. Just then, Lin Xuan saw a stream of purple light slowly appear in front of him, causing Lin Xuan to startlingly step back. Mom, who's this? Appearing was a young demon with 2 wings on his back, his whole body faintly purple. The young demon had just flown in front of Lin Xuan and said, Not bad. Didn't expect such a backward place to have this kind of combat power. Lin Xuan wasn't intimidated and said in response, That's right, so next is to watch you, bird, get beat till you wet yourself. Got it. The young demon was furious after hearing this and said, What? How did you know I hate being called a bird the most? Haha. I wasn't aiming at you. I just have a habit of insulting demons. Trisk tisk. A celestial immortal level romance already. Lucky me running into this today. Just the right time to give you a little test. My master helped me comprehend this in his own little world. Finally got it working. That last move was just an appetizer from the ancient books in the scripture pavilion. This is the main course. Time to test out a demon extermination technique. Hearing this, the young demon race member angrily charged forward. Damn you! You dare look down on us demons! You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lin Xuan's lips curled up. How laughable. With that, the two simultaneously rushed at each other, each unleashing a palm strike. Sensing that Lin Xuan's spiritual power wasn't any weaker than his own, the young demon's expression changed. Damn it. How can this kid's magic power be so strong? Seeing that the guy was about to give up, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Not attacking anymore. I haven't even used my full strength yet. I originally wanted to play around with you a bit, but now it seems you don't have the strength. Guess I'll just end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan used all his strength and sent the young demon flying with a punch. He was being burned by Lin Xuan's magic power and began to gradually dissipate. This caused the young demon to tremble all over. Why? How could this be? Seeing the young demon turn into bones and blood before him, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. I absorbed the power of those demon immortals before. Dealing with you, a big bird, isn't easy peasy. You guys obviously wouldn't understand how to merge other immortal powers like I do. When Lin Xuan returned to the scripture pavilion, Bowie handed him a cup of tea, saying, You must be tired from fighting. Rest first. Lin Xuan smiled. Elder, I'm afraid this is another punching bag, isn't it, Bo? He glared. You scaredy cat. Are you still traumatized by that exploding steamed bun? Feeling looked down upon, Lin Xuan hurriedly snatched the cup. All right, give it here, Elder. Don't you dare underestimate me. He then raised the cup and drank it all. Seeing Lin Xuan like this, Bo, he laughed loudly. Haha, not bad. But I wasn't underestimating you. I saw you fighting with those demon immortals just now. You Elder Lies guys really are something else, raising such a powerful disciple. Lin Xuan gently stroked his chin. The elder's attitude changed so quickly. Are they keeping an eye on us? Hearing this, Bo, he immediately reached out. Spit out everything you just drank. Lin Xuan hurriedly put on a friendly smile. Ayo, I was wrong. Just joking. Don't take it seriously. Then I'll be going. Remember to say hi to Elder Ling for me. I got it, Bohe. Elder watched Lin Xuan leave. Bohe's lips curled up. This brat. Quite interesting, huh? Lin Xuan soared into the air, flying high up into the sky, where a figure appeared. That person was just about to run away When Lin Xuan blocked their path, Lin Xuan said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, you're a human, right? If you're a human, why are you helping the demons attack the Invincible Immortal Sect? We?" The old woman sighed softly. "This old one is already over 6,000 years old. Give me a break, show some respect."
The person who spoke was named Lu Ziwang.
Hearing Lu Ziwang still saying that, Lin Xuan waved his hand. No, I still respect you a lot. You're already over 6,000 years old, so I'm even more curious. Why did you become an enemy of the human race?" Lu Ziwang sighed softly. "Ah, young man. You don't know what it means to be caught in a situation beyond your control.
6,000 years ago, this old one was in the Invincible Immortal Sect, receiving the most beautiful feeling in the world." Hearing this, Lin Xuan was covered in sweat. Please don't use that word. But it seemed Lu Ziwang hadn't realized anything. Still putting on a cute appearance. "That's right, it's love." Lin Xuan gave up. Seriously, that word, coming from the mouth of a 6,000-year-old woman, is just too much. HMPH, even though you have some very important reasons, you still harmed the innocent disciples in our Invincible Immortal Sect. You old hag is a traitor, working as dogs for the demons. I can't forgive you, Lu Ziwang said softly. "Little brother, I know you're very angry right now, but I have urgent matters. Take me to meet your Duanqing sect leader." Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then led the old woman down to the main hall of the sect. "Sect leader Duan, someone's looking for you. Come out and take a look. Seems like it's your lover."
The sect leader stepped out, clearing his throat. "I know this person, Lin Xuan. I was just wondering, why are you back so soon?" Lin Xuan said smugly. "Sect leader Duan, a man shouldn't say he's fast. I'll just say 4 words to you. Instant transmission." Then he turned to Lu Ziwang and said, "I've brought you to the sect leader. Hurry up and write your will." "Hold on a minute. I haven't even spoken to your sect leader yet. You're so young. Why are you in such a rush, HMPH? What nonsense are you talking about?"
Under Lin Xuan's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Ziwang spoke up. "Sect leader Duan, do you still remember me? It's only been 6,000 years since we last met, after all."
"Of course I remember. You're Lu Ziwang, Lu Zie's prospective Dao companion back then." "Waha, sect leader, I hadn't even opened my mouth. And you've already mentioned a name I don't want to hear anymore."
"Sect leader, you know, Lu Zie and I were a match made in heaven back then. It's just a pity that he kept messing around outside, so I broke up with him in anger."
"He even tried to win me back then, but I was determined to leave. When we parted, he gave me this brocade pouch." Sigh. Maybe he could see that this old woman still had some feelings for him? Seeing how angry I was, he hid his words in this scented pouch, hoping I would open it and read it when I calmed down. But even though he said that, I never could bring myself to open it. For the past 6,000 years, I've felt worse than dead every day. Today, I'm troubling the sect leader to give me a resolution. I just want the sect leader to return this brocade pouch to Lu Zie. Hearing these words, sect leader Duan said softly, "According to what you're saying, it's like you've finally seen the light. Stand up first. If you care so much about this brocade pouch, why not open it and see what he left for you after all?" Hearing this, Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. Should I tell her that Lu Zie couldn't possibly have anything important in that pouch? It's just another trap. Alright, hearing your story is very touching, but I still advise you to extinguish all hope before I kill you. Don't open this brocade pouch. Sect leader Duan stopped him. "Hold on a minute, Lin Xuan. Why do you have to kill her?" Lin Xuan said in a deep voice. "Because she betrayed the Invincible Heavenly Sect, betrayed the great cause of the human race, and went to cooperate with the demon race as a representative of the alliance."
Sect leader Duqian sighed softly. She also made one mistake that caused eternal regret. Now that she wants to return, let her atone for her sins. I believe she won't do this kind of thing again in the future.
"Young man, don't be too hasty in life," Lin Xuan was a little annoyed. "You guys, you all speak like you're cut from the same mold." Alright, since the sect leader has spoken, this disciple won't say anything more. It's just that it's still better not to open that brocade pouch, Lu Ziwang asked, puzzled.
"What do you mean, why can't it be opened? Do you know something? After leaving the Invincible Immortal Sect, I endured all kinds of hardships, and every time I saw it I thought of him, and I still had hope to live on." Lin Xuan thought of the pit that old Lu had given him, and sighed. "I'm afraid that after you see the contents inside, you might be even less forgiving of him. It's better to leave the beauty in your memory." Thinking of this, he opened his mouth. "So, you should still..." Before Lin Xuan could finish speaking, sect leader Duan interrupted. "Lin Xuan, you should still let her see the contents inside. No matter what, it's Lu Zie's sincerity towards her, we shouldn't interfere."
At this time, Lu Ziwang didn't hesitate any longer, casually opened the pouch, took out the piece of paper inside, and read it with tears in her eyes.
Beside her, Lin Xuan whispered in Sect Leader Duan's ear. Sect Leader, you said you forgave her, so why do you want to leave the Immortal Sect?
Duan Qing smiled. Maybe she feels guilty towards the Immortal Sect. But Lu Ziwang said that the demon race's previous collusion with her could also be considered a great contribution. That's right, Sect Leader, that Immortal Alliance leader, what's his name, Yui Wuyu, I think? That kind of degenerate. In our cultivation world, it seems that I can't help but kill him in one move later. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from below the two of them.
Oh, such big words. You've killed so many people from our Immortal Alliance, and you still dare to raise your banners and cause trouble in our territory.
Lin Xuan stared at that guy, gritting his teeth and saying, Is killing people who collude with the demon race called killing people? When you colluded with the demon race to invade the human race, did you ever think about the common people who died under the claws of the demon race? The guy didn't let Lin Xuan finish speaking before rushing over. Since you care so much, then die.
However, Lin Xuan simply dodged to the side, evading this attack. Immediately afterwards, a kick slammed straight into his chest. Deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lin Xuan shouted. Your lackeys have been placed on the altar for me to see chickens naked. Old dog Yu Wuyu, come and accept your death.
A calm voice rang out from inside the building. It doesn't matter if a few people die. What's the big deal? You challenging the Immortal Alliance gives me some amusement.
Hearing his tone, he still didn't repent at all. Lin Xuan said in a deep voice.
This Immortal Alliance should also be destroyed. But before Lin Xuan could make a move,
suddenly, a surge of purple energy blasted from afar, shattering the building. Seeing this, Headmaster Duan was a bit surprised. What kind of power is that, striking the Immortal Alliance a step ahead of me? Several figures walked out, glaring in the direction of the attack, and growled. My Immortal Alliance representative base, just like that, destroyed. Who the hell did this?
Seeing the giant creature before them, the group couldn't help but be stunned. Good, a demon. We've allied ourselves. Why are you attacking us? An elder in the Immortal Alliance asked, his voice trembling. Alliance leader, I still want to ask. What was that? Just now. Yue Wuyu gritted his teeth and said,
This is, from the time we cooperated with the demons, the condition was that we could change between human and demon forms at will. Lin Xuan, seeing their internal strife, couldn't help but sneer. So this is the good deed your Immortal Alliance did. Makes me want to puke. Yue Wuyu assessed the demon, his head already covered in sweat from attacking the Immortal Alliance. Demon immortals originally have two forms, but some don't have complete human forms, and some can't switch freely. This one is clearly a late-stage Earth immortal. Only to hear the demon sneer.
That's right. We secretly learned how to change freely, so your garbage Immortal Alliance is no longer worth exploiting. Headmaster Duan was furious. These Immortal Alliance scoundrels are betraying the human race. They've really gotten out of hand. Seeing him about to rush out, Lin Xuan immediately stopped him. Headmaster, calm down. It's useless to say anything now. I said before to wait for the right moment, and now we've waited for it. The best time to deal with the demons is now. Li Yongqing, who had been observing him, transmitted a message. Lin Xuan, your wait was right. Don't mind waiting a little longer, Lin Xuan said softly. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Headmaster, let's stay here and not go anywhere. Just watch this Immortal Alliance bring about its own destruction. Below, knowing that even if all the Immortal Alliance people joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the late-stage Earth Immortal Demon. Yue Wuyu shed a tear from the corner of his eye and sighed, looking up at the sky. Death is death, I bet wrong. But right at this moment, a development occurred. A bizarre and eerie aura emanated from the demon creature's body. Lin Xuan hurriedly shouted, Headmaster, be careful! Then, he waved his hand, forming an invisible barrier in front of the two. Below, that late-stage Earth Immortal Demon was slaughtering Yu Wuyu's Immortal Alliance without any mercy. Lin Xuan indifferently watched this scene. Today I've personally witnessed over 1,000 high-level cultivators from 100 immortal sects being bloodily washed by a single demon immortal.
It's true that if you don't seek death, you won't die.
Master, is human nature really unable to withstand even a little test? Youqing replied nonchalantly. When you ascend to the heavenly realm, then you can see the human nature of the immortals. Don't interfere if you're told not to interfere. Let them destroy each other. A moment later, after dealing with Yue Wuyu's group, the Earth Immortal Demon set its sights on Lin Xuan and Headmaster Duan. Oh, there are these two.
Seeing it rushing over, Lin Xuan said indifferently, Our Invincible Immortal Sect has never cooperated with you. The late-stage Earth Immortal Demon sneered.
We don't care about cooperation or non-cooperation. To this king, as long as it's the human race, they can be eaten. As soon as it landed, It spat out a pool of purple slime, shooting straight at Lin Xuan.
Seeing this, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth turned up. Ha, purple poison slime. Sounds familiar. Seeing that Lin Xuan and Headmaster Duan were unharmed by his attack, the demon couldn't help but be stunned. What? Before it could even make a move, an invisible rope shot out from Lin Xuan's hand, tightly wrapping the demon into a twisted pretzel. Ha, this dog chain suits you well, doesn't it? Lead us to your boss, quick. A moment later, Lin Xuan and Headmaster Duan were riding on the back of the demon. After some interrogation, the demon finally admitted defeat, revealing that there were a total of 10 demon emperors who governed the demon realm. Wu Wang was the #1 demon king under the demon emperor, just one step away from breaking through to innate. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Breaking through to innate?
So, a demon immortal? Reaching the heavenly immortal level is the demon emperor. The demon led Lin Xuan and Headmaster Duan through a space passage to the demon realm.
Looking at the continuous mountain range ahead, he frowned slightly. We're here. As soon as they landed on the ground, Lin Xuan said in a low voice,
Why aren't there any demons here? Could it be that they've all gone to the Yuanyang realm? The demon at this moment suddenly sneered. The location you occupy has sufficient spiritual energy, yet even a single earth immortal has never appeared. Naturally, it's like fish and meat. How could there be no reason to fight over it, Hehe, when we left?
Wu Wang had already prepared his army, and by now they've probably arrived. Headmaster Duan heard these words,
and couldn't help but change his expression. Looking up at the sky, Lin Xuan, look! This is a space passage to the Yuanyang realm. Look, in the projection, it's the Invincible Immortal Sect.
Lin Xuan angrily drew his holy sword, pointed it straight at the demon, and growled, You dare trick me? The demon sneered.
My king is the #1 demon king under the demon emperor, just one step away from breaking through to heavenly immortal. If he borrows all the power of the living beings in the Yuanyang realm, he will definitely be able to break through to heavenly immortal. Lin Xuan gnashed his teeth.
Because of a demon king's breakthrough, swallowing the living beings of the entire Yuanyang realm, you guys are really something?
Well then, go die.
After saying that, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the holy sword flew over, slicing this earth immortal demon into pieces.
In this case, you should become nourishment for my cultivation, so I can use your magical power to destroy your clansmen.
Then, he softly tried to transmit a message to Li Youqing.
Master, can you hear me? No response.
Maester wouldn't have encountered any surprises, right?
Duan Zhangmen, who was next to him, said softly, This monster is too cunning, tricking us into coming here. Something big must have happened to the space gate. We have to go back quickly. After saying that, the two of them looked up at the passage at the same time. What a pity.
That earth immortal is dead.
How should we go back?
This passage is actually protected by a barrier. Lin Xuan's lips curled up.
Headmaster, don't panic, even if that guy is dead. Through his memories, I've learned how to return to the Yuanyang realm. Hearing this, Duan Qing gave a thumbs up in praise. Lin Xuan, you truly are the #1 genius of our Wuding Immortal Sect. You can learn. Just by glancing at something, Lin Xuan quickly stopped him.
Don't be happy too soon. We have to try it first to know, Headmaster Duan urged. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Alright, but first, let's blow up the Demon King's lair, and give him a surprise, to avoid any future troubles. After saying that, Lin Xuan flew straight into the sky. A burst of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, smashing heavily onto the ground. After finishing everything, Lin Xuan smiled and said,
This way, even if we return, we won't be afraid of monsters from this dimension attacking the Immortal Sect. But still, a little unease arose in his heart. Master, you absolutely mustn't be in any trouble. At the same time, in the Wudi Immortal Sect, the demon race had already almost completely invaded the entire place.
Countless, late-stage human immortal elders were seriously injured. Cough, cough, you've reached the innate realm.
The leader was none other than the Demon King. With one foot stepping into the heavenly immortal realm, he said nothing, only lightly waved his hand, and the elder immediately spat out fresh blood and flew backward. Seeing this scene, Feng Bai was extremely horrified. Is the power of the innate realm this terrifying? A peak human immortal realm elder has absolutely no power to resist? The Demon King then coldly smiled. Just a brute. It's such a waste to give such a spiritual treasure land like the Yuanyang realm to you guys. Better to give it to me, to help me ascend.
Hearing this, Bai Feng angrily shouted, Don't think that if you kill one of our elders we will submit. Even if there's only one person left in our immortal sect, we will stubbornly resist the Demon King. After sizing up Bai Feng for a moment, the corners of the Demon King's mouth couldn't help but drool. Oh, this little girl isn't bad. She can be kept around for enjoyment. Hearing this, Bai Feng's whole body trembled, and she unconsciously covered her chest.
This guy is so disgusting. Our Wudi Immortal Sect won't let you run wild. Haha, this little girl's really interesting. If that's the case, all soldiers, listen to my order. Kill all the living beings here for me. But just when they, the demon race, were about to attack, suddenly a screen of peach blossom sword rain fell from the sky, like a screen covering the Wudi Immortal Sect. Bai Feng was stunned and looked up. We're saved.
Seeing this scene, the Demon King couldn't help but change his expression.
Such fast swordsmanship, such powerful magic. Who is it? Who in the world is it? The one who just made a move was none other than Lin Xuan. Seeing her, everyone was incredibly surprised. It's Elder Li.
Not long after, Lin Xuan and Headmaster Duan approached the Wudi Immortal Sect. Seeing the billowing dark clouds ahead,
the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. And in the Wudi Immortal Sect at this moment, Youqing was slowly looking up at the sky, sizing up that Demon King. Seeing her, the Demon King's eyes sparked. How can there be such a beautiful person in this world? Beauty. If you follow me, I'll let you manage an entire dimension. How about it? Hearing this, the disciples and other elders couldn't help but get angry. Humph, he really has some nerve. Just wait till Lin Xuan Shixiong comes back and see how you die. Lin Xuan, who was far away, heard this, and his anger soared to the top of his head. You old fart, master is mine and mine alone. With that, he fearlessly grabbed his sword and charged forward,
slashing and killing several demon race members blocking his path. Either get lost or die.
The demon race in front also heard the battle in the distance, and turned their heads to look. Even Youqing glanced over, a smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, that demon lord just captured another elder. Youqing gave him a quick once-over,
then she waved her hand again, preparing to go all out.
But with just a glare from Youqing, the entire demon race present turned into smoke. The disciples, seeing this scene, were filled with question marks. What the heck? What just happened? Lin Xuan was also confused. He was fighting so intensely, but where did all the demon race go? Just as the atmosphere was silent, a rolling sound suddenly echoed, and none other than the panda Gun appeared. It took out a storage pouch and presented it to Youqing. Looking at Gun's pitiful eyes, she sighed helplessly. Ugh, eat it or not, it's up to you. Hearing this, the panda was overjoyed, hugging the storage pouch like it was the most beautiful lover in the world. Haha, I haven't eaten meat for thousands of years. Next to them, the disciples whispered, Aren't pandas picky eaters? Don't they only eat bamboo? Hearing this, Gun was a little angry. Picky my ass. Starve you guys for thousands of years, and you'll know how I feel. Then it started rolling back home again. But coincidentally, this time, it rolled into Youqing's feet. And just as Lin Xuan arrived in front of Youqing, he conveniently embraced his master, then couldn't help but give Gun a thumbs up. Well done, hee. Time for your bath, and I'll help you with this.
In Lin Xuan's arms, Youqing was a little embarrassed and whispered, Aren't you going to let go of me yet?
Lin Xuan, though reluctant, still had to release his master, then coughed a few times. Cough. Gun, what was that just now? Where did the demon race army go? Gun pointed to its storage pouch. They're in here.
Youqing slowly took a few steps forward. Let's go, Xuanshvar, we'll talk. On the way back, Lin Xuan didn't think much and quickly followed his master. Let me hold the umbrella for you.
Only then did the disciples react. Did Elder Li just kill the demon lord? No way. Isn't Elder Li only at the late stage of the Tribulation Realm? Following his master back to Chuanhai Peak, Lin Xuan sighed. I didn't expect master to take action herself.
Youqing smiled. I promised you. How could I sit by and watch the immortal gate be destroyed?
Looking at Gun, who was arranging the demon beast meat to eat slowly, Lin Xuan said in a deep voice, So this is the demon race army. The panda laughed. That's them. Geez, I didn't expect even Gun to be so powerful. It wasn't me. I didn't, you're wrong. Lin Xuan was a little stunned. If it wasn't you, how did master kill the entire demon race army in an instant? Gun couldn't help but cough twice, then explained. One transformation, one world, a universe in the blink of an eye. Master, I've been fighting for hundreds of rounds already. Only cultivators who have reached the Xuantian realm can even see her moves, In a flash, she can make someone's soul scatter and be unable to reincarnate for all eternity. That's just how awesome my master is. Lin Xuan was sweating bullets just listening. My master's realm is so strong I can't even see it. When will I ever reach her level? When will I be able to shield her from the wind and rain? The panda couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, all talk and no action, saying such sweet things. Lin Xuan turned around, annoyed, and glared at it. What do you even know? The demons are getting more aggressive. How can I just think about romance?
The panda snorted at this and turned away, ignoring him.
Lin Xuan went to his master and said, Master, I still have something I want to ask you. Even though the demon race has been wiped out, the Yuanyang realm isn't safe at all. The Yuanyang realm has abundant spiritual energy, but the highest level is only late-stage immortals. Any random demon from another dimension could destroy this place, like a fat sheep waiting to be carved up. Youqing slowly replied. This is where you grew up. If you ascend, I will naturally, personally, protect it for you. But Master, do you have anything that can suddenly break the realm's limitations so our people can grow stronger on their own? Otherwise, it's still too passive. Lin Xuan paused for a moment to ponder, then spoke. Lin Xuan, can you come a little closer? Then, she gently touched her forehead to Lin Xuan's. The grand Tao of heaven and earth, can you feel it?
Lin Xuan was flustered at this point. Looking at his master's fragrant lips in front of him, he had an urge to kiss them.
A little bit. Then focus your mind and sense it. However, Lin Xuan's heart was already pounding. Easier said than done. How am I supposed to sense anything in this situation? Sorry, Master, I'm sorry. Just as Lin Xuan was about to gently touch his lips to Lin Youqing's, right then, a voice rang in their ears. What are you two planning to do? Lin Xuan startled awake. Sect leader Duan, why are you suddenly here? Is something the matter?
Duanqing pretended not to see what just happened, and said with a smile, I'm here on behalf of all the immortal sects to thank Elder Li.
Youqing said with a smile. Sect leader Duan doesn't need to be so formal. This is what I should do. Lin Xuan nodded like a chicken pecking rice. That's right. Hurry up and leave. This is my chance. Why is there a third wheel?
Just then, Bai Feng spoke. That. Before she could finish, Lin Xuan said with a smile,
Isn't this junior sister Bai Feng? Why did you follow us here too?
Hey.
Senior brother Lin Xuan. It was really thanks to you today, so I came specifically to thank you.
Lin Xuan scratched his head embarrassedly.
Haha, thanks, junior sister Feng Ba. Right, senior brother Lin Xuan. Even though I couldn't see clearly, it was thanks to your sword that all the demons were annihilated. So amazing. How did you do it? Under his master's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Xuan was a little flustered. This. Before he could finish, Lin Youqing spoke.
Lin Xuan, it's time for cultivation. Why aren't you back to cultivate? Are you being lazy here?
Master called me. I'll go over there first.
Watching their backs, Bai Feng's phoenix eyes couldn't help but light up.
Senior brother Lin Xuan walking with Elder Li. Why do I feel like they're a match made in heaven? I always thought I was the only one in the sect worthy of him, but seeing this today, I guess I was just delusional. I want Lin Xuan Shixiang too.
Seeing his disciples all stirred up like that, sect leader Duanqing said in a deep voice, Silence. We're here to thank Elder Li and Lin Xuan. What kind of racket are you making?
Elder Li, please don't rush off. I came prepared with a gift for you. Thank you for nurturing such an outstanding disciple. Thank you, and thank you to Lin Xuan for safeguarding our Yuanyang realm.
Lin Xuan was utterly astonished by these words. Even sect leader Duan couldn't see through Shifu's moves. Just what level has Shifu reached? Li Yanqing, hearing what Duanqing said, replied softly. Sect leader Duan, I'm weakened from the great battle and need rest. Let Lin Xuan accept the gift in my stead.
Lin Xuan knew his Shifu disliked noise, so he nodded slightly. Then I'll come find you later.
Sect leader Duprian's eyes flickered upon hearing this, a hint of bewilderment in them. What do these two masters and disciples want to do later? Not bothering with his thoughts, Lin Xuan turned around and clasped his hands. The painting demon clan has been eliminated, so everyone needn't worry. What happened today was my duty, so there's no need for excessive gratitude. However, sect leader Duan remained deeply concerned. Our Yuanyang realm is too weak, like fish on a chopping board. Who knows if there will be a next time?
Lin Xuan patted his chest, unfazed. I will definitely try my best to lift the restrictions on the Yuanyang realm. Rest assured, everyone.
Soon after, within Youqing's small world, beside the Lianyi Lake, Lin Xuan asked as soon as he entered, Oang, where's my Shifu?
Oang pointed to the back, saying, Over there.
Lin Xuan walked up to Liangqing and said, Shifu, sect leader Duan interrupted us earlier. About the heavenly Tao, Liangqing didn't let him sense it like before, but instead casually replied, Create a dimensional gate first.
Though puzzled, Lin Xuan waved his hand. Dimensional gate. Appear. Let me see this scene. Oang was a bit stunned. He grasped the dimensional laws after just one trip to Demon Island. Damn, not bad. Last time, he learned 3 divine abilities in less than an incense stick's time in the scripture pavilion. But when Lin Xuan wanted to step into the space gate, he was blocked by an invisible barrier, and his arm was even injured by the counterforce. This left him bewildered. I can't cross to another dimension? Any small demon can return here from another dimension, but I can't open a dimension from the Yuanyang realm outward.
They say heaven has eyes, but this heavenly Tao favors outsiders and only messes with its own people. Li Yanqing chuckled beside him. Looks like you've discovered it. The heavenly Tao is just a will of a powerful one. Shifu, you mean that person doesn't want us to leave this place? Is there a way to remove this heavenly Tao? It's very simple. When you surpass this powerful one, you will be the heavenly Tao, and the restrictions will naturally be lifted. Hearing Lin Yangqing's words, Lin Xuan's brows furrowed. Then we're helpless now. Lin Yangqing shook his head. Not necessarily. She snapped her fingers, and a giant female illusion appeared in the sky. This is the heavenly Dakyo of this world.
Seeing the heavenly Tao transform into an extremely beautiful woman before him, Lin Xuan was a little stunned. The heavenly Tao can manifest, Li Youqing explained. The heavenly Tao existed when the dimension was first born, but it needs a long evolution to gain consciousness. Otherwise, it's just a pure will. After the heavenly Tao is born, it can determine rules based on its preferences, or it follows the rules set by the powerful one. It controls all of heaven and earth, so it can naturally manifest. Lin Xuan was even more confused. Does that mean that before this, the heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang realm hadn't yet developed consciousness? Li Yanqing nodded. That's right. If it weren't for my help, the heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang realm wouldn't have been able to develop consciousness in 10,000 years. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up.
Shifu, can you tell me your true cultivation level?
It's not the time to tell you yet. To tell you about it would take a while.
Shifu,
Is this heavenly Tao's appearance his special preference? Lin Yunqing asked, puzzled. What? You don't like it? Lin Xuan shook his head. The most beautiful person is already in my heart. Everyone else looks like men to me. Li Yunqing's cheeks flushed with a hint of red when she heard this. Sigh, the heavenly Tao is made for you. You decide what to do with it. Just tell her what you need. I have things to do. I'll go be busy first. Just at this moment, the heavenly Tao girl opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Xuan, asked, I didn't expect the Yuanyang realm to be in such a state. Lin Xuan was a little annoyed. You're asking. Isn't it because you're an unreasonable heavenly Tao? Why sever the path of advancement for late-stage immortals? Why confine them here? Is this the will of a strong one, and can no one defy it? So, are we just supposed to wait for death here? The heavenly Tao girl fell silent upon hearing Lin Xuan's question, unsure of how to answer.
Lin Xuan drew his magic weapon, placing it directly against the heavenly Tao's neck, and said in a deep voice, Remove the restrictions on the Yuanyang realm, or I'll kill you. The person beside him immediately stopped him, saying, Once the heavenly Tao has consciousness, killing its consciousness is the same as destroying the Yuanyang realm. But before Lin Xuan could say anything more, the heavenly Tao girl spoke up. Hold on, don't get so worked up. It's not like I can't help you remove the restrictions. Then, incomprehensible and obscure runes were released from the heavenly Tao's body, flying straight into the sky. After a moment of incantation, the heavenly Tao girl shouted, The seal is lifted. Completed. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, sensing it. This seal can really be lifted. Then, he tried to open a passage to another dimension, and after a moment of sensing, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura nearby. Just at this moment, a voice rang in Lin Xuan's ear. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. A handsome man appeared, radiating a terrifying aura. He looked at Lin Xuan and said with a smile, Haha, we are both of the human race, so I won't harm you. Besides, we can be considered fellow countrymen. Lin Xuan stared at the man, asking with suspicion, Senior, are you from the Yuanyang realm? The man replied, Let me introduce myself. My name is Sheng Ma. You mentioned the Yuanyang realm. It's been many years since such a talented junior like you has appeared there. Lin Xuan stared at Sheng Ma, inwardly assessing, This person's strength is probably close to my master's. Could he be that strong one, the one who sealed the path to immortality in the Yuanyang realm? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan immediately clasped his hands. Senior, why does the divine path of the Yuanyang realm restrict the cultivation of immortals? Also, where have the earth immortal strong ones from tens of thousands of years ago gone? And what is the scenery like after ascension? Sheng Ma didn't hide anything, he replied. The restriction on the ascension of Yuanyang realm immortals was indeed my decision. As for the latter two questions, you will naturally know why after you ascend. Lin Xuan pressed on. Sheng Ma replied, Why, naturally, it is to protect you. As for the reason, you will understand after you ascend and see the situation of the outside world. Lin Xuan was a little dissatisfied with this answer. Just at this moment, Sheng Ma threw a token to Lin Xuan, and then said,
After you ascend in the future, follow this token to find me. Looking at the black token in his hand, Lin Xuan was puzzled. I don't even know what this black token is for. Forget it. I'll go back and ask my master and then study it. But after Lin Xuan passed through the spatial door, he suddenly entered a dark place. What is this? Where is this? Why is it a swamp? The teleportation of the dimension is too random. Just at this moment, a voice rang in Lin Xuan's ear. Save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xuan was stunned. Is that senior sister Bai? Not far away, Bai Kongling was facing two demon wolves. Ha! I didn't expect someone to come to our door to add to our meal. Alas, Bai Kongling was covered in wounds at this time, desperately calling for help. Help. Lin Xuan instantly appeared behind the two demon wolves, casually swung two swords, cutting them in half. Seeing the blood splattering everywhere, Bai Kongling tilted her head in astonishment and saw Lin Xuan's handsome face. And a warm voice rang out, Senior sister, you're safe now. However, Bai Kongling then opened her mouth and wailed even louder. Wah, I'm all dirty now. Lin Xuan was speechless. Seriously, you're still worried about getting your clothes dirty at a time like this?
Bai Kongling continued. These two damn demon beasts. Wah. Lin Xuan stepped forward and gently patted her head. You have to be strong, senior sister.
Right, Lin Xuan, why are you here? Aren't you cultivating? Lin Xuan shook his head. Hold on a sec, let's not talk about that, senior sister. What are you doing here? And what's with your appearance? What the heck happened? Bai Kongling explained. When the Immortal Sect was besieged, I accidentally squeezed the teleportation talisman during the battle and got transported here. But before I could find my way back to the sect, I ran into those two guys. To escape, I picked up some monster beast poop and smeared it on myself to hide my aura, and that's how I've managed to survive until now. Otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. Wah, I'm all dirty now. Lin Xuan was stunned. Senior sister, could you please explain clearly? People's imaginations tend to wander off in different directions, you know. Bai Kongling glared. Am I wrong? Seeing that she was about to blow a fuse, Lin Xuan immediately admitted his fault. No, you're not wrong. It's my fault. You're indeed dirty. Right, senior sister. When I came here earlier, I found a clean lake nearby. Why don't you go wash up there, and then we'll head back together. A moment later, when the two arrived at the lake, Bai Kongling stepped down to bathe, and didn't forget to instruct Lin Xuan, don't you dare turn around. How about I go a little further away? No. If you go far away, what if a monster beast shows up? Just stay here, senior sister will be quick. Oh right, Lin Xuan, lend me your outer robe. My clothes are unwearable now. Hey, senior sister. Next time you go out, can you bring a spare set of clothes, HMPH? You're not allowed to tell anyone about what happened earlier, got it? Okay, I know, I'll keep it a secret. Not long after, the two once again returned to the Boundless Immortal Sect. On the Boundless Immortal Sect's plaza at this moment, Bai Kongling changed into a new set of clothes, and her mood had improved significantly. Sect leader Master Uncle, long time no see.
Sect leader Duan was extremely happy to see Bai Kongling. Next time you go out to train, don't casually crush your talisman. You're not a kid anymore. Why do you still like playing these games? Hey, Sect leader Master Uncle, what are you talking about? Wasn't junior brother the one you sent to rescue me? Lin Xuan smacked his forehead. Crap, I made the sect leader lose face again. I really opened the random dimension portal and fell into the swamp. Sect leader Duan was confused. Wasn't it? No, it was me who sent him, Duan Qing thought to himself. Lin Xuan, I thank your whole family. This old man will reluctantly accept this merit then. Hearing that it was indeed the sect leader who sent Lin Xuan to rescue her, Bai Kongling's eyes welled up with tears. Sect leader, thank you, sect leader Duan. Waved his hand. No need to thank me. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, turned and left. Sect leader, I'm just doing good deeds. Without leaving a name, you can have all the credit. How did this disciple do this time? Afterwards, he returned to the small world again, sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual liquid pool to cultivate. Without the restrictions of the heavenly Dagyo, cultivation was smooth, and breaking through to the late-stage human immortal wasn't far away. The day of ascension wouldn't be far off either. Time flew by like a dog running in the fields. And in the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed. Lin Xuan woke up from his cultivation. He stood up and slowly said, It's time. I've finally broken through to the late-stage human immortal. Only one step away from ascending to Earth Immortal. Ye Weiyang saw him wake up and ran over to hug his arm tightly, congratulating him. Congratulations, master. Lin Xuan chuckled. Just a small breakthrough, nothing worth mentioning. Ye Weiyang pressed his arm against her ample chest, looking up at him with affection. This servant is willing to offer herself to Maester.
to help Maester break through to Earth Immortal.
Before Lin Xuan could reply, Wu Ang had unknowingly arrived behind him. You little brat are really blessed, not bad. You already have a stunning master, and also such a beautiful cauldron.
I wouldn't even dare to dream of such extravagance.
Just at this moment, Ye Weiyang fainted in his arms. Lin Xuan was stunned. What's wrong with this cauldron?
Wu Ang couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. You don't know. Don't tell me you don't know how to use a cauldron. Of course. It's taking off her clothes, putting her on the bed, and doing those things.
If you don't know how, I can teach you, Lin Xuan asked in return. What happens to her after I'm done using her?
Wu Ang replied. The reason why a peerless furnace is so precious is because she's extremely rare, and she'll immediately die after being used. Lin Xuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Ye Weiyang whispered, Master, didn't you know before? Lin Xuan shook his head. I just never thought that her soul would be destroyed after being used. Right, what do you think your life should be like? If you had the chance to choose your own life, would you still want to be this cauldron? Ye Weiyang shook her head. This servant never thought about it. Now, I just want to follow in Master's footsteps, stay by Master's side forever, and use my whole life.
Lin Xuan sighed with profound sincerity.
All right, you're free now. Starting from today, you don't need to think of yourself as some kind of furnace. Remember, you're a living person, with the right to choose and the opportunity to choose your own life. Whether you want to live in seclusion deep in the mountains,
or try your best to cultivate and follow my footsteps, these are things you should choose for yourself.
Instead of letting my breakthrough to Earth Immortal kill you, why not try to cultivate and strive to protect me in the future?
Hearing this, Wu Heng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder Lin Youqing chose you. Lin Xuan scratched his head, secretly pleased. Of course there's no such thing as too much soft rice eating, Wu Heng continued.
The furnace itself is something that makes people green with envy. If you don't want to use it, it's best to abolish her physique. Find her a Chengqing scripture for her to cultivate on her own. Once she cultivates to a certain level, she'll be no different from a normal Earth Immortal. Lin Xuan gently stroked his chin.
Hey, thanks, old king.
But speaking of which, aren't you also a furnace that the master prepared for me? Wu Heng glared and shouted. Are you courting death? This old lady is a proper princess. I'm not Liang-King. Why would I put up with that anger? Lin Xuan was sweating bullets. Luckily, the old king's cultivation was sealed by my master, or the consequences would be disastrous. I was just joking.
Why such a fierce reaction?
All right, I'll go find some cultivation methods for abolishing her aptitude and cultivation for her. Stay here and wait for me to come back, okay? Not long after, at the square of the Invincible Immortal Sect, as soon as Lin Xuan arrived, a disciple stepped forward respectfully and said, Senior Brother Lin Xuan, long time no see. I'll go invite the sect leader for you. I can go myself.
Before Lin Xuan could finish speaking, this disciple had already scurried away. Just at this moment,
a gust of wind ran up behind him, and boom, the person behind him, not paying attention, crashed straight into Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan fell flat on his face. When he looked up, he saw a senior sister who was so beautiful she could topple empires.
Stunningly gorgeous, with rosy cheeks and a flower in her hair, pouting and smiling at him. Junior brother Lin Xuan, I've liked you for a long time. Can you give me a chance?
Seeing this otherworldly beauty, Lin Xuan quickly stood up and waved his hand.
This senior sister, please stand up first. To be honest, I already have someone in my heart who is irreplaceable. I have a friend. How about I introduce her to you?
Hearing this, the senior sister felt like her whole world had collapsed, and she immediately ran away crying, I don't believe in love anymore, boo-hoo-hoo.
Standing next to the person who bumped into him was Big Boobs Bai Feng, who couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Senior brother has hurt another woman's heart again. Lin Xuan glanced at her sideways. Isn't this all you're doing? I didn't expect to see such a handsome senior brother Lin as soon as I arrived. I admire the beauty in senior brother Lin's heart so much. If I could be loved by senior brother like that in this life, I wouldn't regret dying. As Lin Xuan walked away, he could hear the whispers of other female disciples. Not long after, sect leader Duan Qing came out.
Lin Xuan, you've become even stronger. Thank you for your encouragement. Sect leader, I just broke through to the late stage of human immortal. That's right, sect leader. Can we talk for a bit over there? A moment later, in the inner hall of the undetermined immortal sect, after they sat down as host and guest, sect leader Duyan asked,
What brings you here today? Lin Xuan said in a low voice.
I have a furnace. I don't know if you remember. I have some impression.
So you came here this time too? Lin Xuan quickly clasped his hands.
This disciple would like to ask for a book for my furnace, called Chengqing Scripture. I want to use this book to transform her into a real person, so that she can experience the life of this mortal world.
Sect leader Duan took a sip of tea, secretly cursing in his heart. He has such a top-quality furnace and doesn't use it. If the other disciples knew about this, wouldn't they die of regret?
If that's what you've decided, then follow me. Lin Xuan, having obtained the sect leader's approval, was overjoyed. Thank you, sect leader. That's right, sect leader.
Besides asking for some cultivation methods, I've also come to say goodbye. After I return, I'll go into seclusion. Once I enter the Earth Immortal realm, I should ascend. Sect leader Duan sighed upon hearing this.
When you participated in the 100 Sect Assembly, the image of you and everyone boarding the treasure ship to go on an expedition is still in my memory. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye you're about to ascend and leave the Yuanyang realm. With the vast world before you, you've already become an existence that I have to look up to in the Yuanyang realm. I can't keep you here any longer. Lin Xuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Sect leader, you're joking.
Forget it. You wanted to soar into the vast sky anyway. Shouldn't be all sentimental now.
Thanks, sect leader. I'll come back and visit you often when I get the chance. Farewell, everyone. After returning to the small world by the flickering fire, Lin Xuan said with a bit of melancholy, Master, I'll cultivate for a few more years, won't be able to see you. The day I come out will be the day we part, Lin Yanqing. It's all right, take it easy. Then she added, Lin Xuan, you're grown up now, you need a bigger world. Right, Master, I want to ask you something. What is it that you can't just say? Lin Xuan took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and slowly said, Are you willing to come with me? Hearing this,
Li Youqing was first stunned,
then her face became increasingly red.
She sighed and replied, After you break through to Earth Immortal, I'll give you my answer. For now, the meat is grilled. Let's go sit by the fire and eat. Beside the fire, Wu Hang took a sip of wine and said, Kid, you're leaving so soon. The three little girls, Yu Rong, Xuan Ran, plus Ye Wei Yang, also chimed in. Lin Xuan Gej, we'll grind fruit juice for you, wait for you to come out of cultivation to drink. Master, I will definitely try my best to follow in your footsteps. Lin Xuan couldn't help but shed tears.
I can't bear to leave you all either.
Wah, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight.
The next morning, Lin Xuan began his closed-door cultivation. After he closed the door, he secretly shouted in his heart, Master, please take care. Outside, Li Yanqing was also sitting under a tree. Seemingly lost in thought, time flew by. It had been 3 years since coming out of the chaotic space, and Lin Xuan had also stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. Feeling the familiar air, Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh.
3 years felt like 3 days, no, like 3 seconds.
Even though it's been 3 years, I'm still as handsome as ever.
Sigh.
Be it a heavenly immortal, a human immortal, or an earth immortal, this face will still make countless girls fall head over heels. Standing in the air, looking at the Invincible Immortal Sect below, he couldn't help but feel emotional. My Yuanyang realm. After ascending, I won't be able to see my parents. Your good son has broken through to Earth Immortal. I haven't let you down.
At the Nanyang dynasty, in the imperial palace's royal garden, on a stone bench, the couple Lin Fu and Zhao Yuyan were sitting there playing chess.
At this time, Lin Fu was shedding tears. Heavens, I lost again. Beside him, Madame Lin was clapping gleefully. Yes, I won. Lin Fu sighed helplessly. Sing, my good son isn't here. I haven't won in 3 years. Madame Lin. It's all right. She started making excuses for his loss. Then you can just create another account to raise again. Oh crap, wife. It's not that I don't want to, it's that you won't let me. Hearing this, Madame Lin got angry. You, stop it, you're so shameless, what do you want to do? Beside them, Zhao Yuyan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up.
Since that year, when Xuanwang killed the Demon King, the Nanyang dynasty has been at peace for 3 years. But if Xuanwang ascends to the immortal realm, Nanyang will no longer have a backer.
Unknowingly, she looked up at the sky and was stunned, losing color. Auspicious clouds. This is a miracle that only appears when someone in the Yuanyang realm breaks through to Earth Immortal. The couple Lin Fu also looked up. This must be our good son, you are the brightest star in the Yuanyang realm. Lin Xuan in the high sky looked at this scene, and his heart was extremely comforted. Parents, I will definitely not let you down.
Since my parents are safe, I should quickly return to the Invincible Immortal Sect. The Invincible Immortal Sect is now the strongest immortal sect in the Yuanyang realm. At the same time, after Lin Xuan returned to the Immortal Sect, the disciples all stopped their closed-door cultivation or work and went to the drill ground. Isn't that a sign that someone has broken through? It's senior brother Lin Xuan returning.
It really is, senior brother Lin Xuan. Wow, he's so awesome.
Ever since Wu Dijianmen got Lin Xuan, it feels like the Yuanyang realm only has this immortal sect left. Just returning to the sect, Lin Xuan looked down and couldn't help but wonder,
Are they crying or something? They can see me from that far away. Sigh, I really can't bear to leave everyone. Especially the place where I grew up. Next stop is Chihuai High Peak.
Down below, Guimao and Fengling looked up with snot and tears streaming down their faces. The colorful clouds are gone. Senior brother Lin Xuan isn't coming down to talk to us. Wahua, even though, well, our positions are different now, he probably has more important things to do. It was good enough that he stopped by to see us.
Lin Xuan descended in one step to Chuhai Peak. Wu Ang was sweeping the floor. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared in front of him. When the smoke cleared, handsome Lin Xuan appeared. Old Wang, I'm back. Wu Ang rolled his eyes at him. You're all cocky as soon as you get back. You haven't changed a bit. Just like you. Oh yeah, old Wang. It's been 3 years. Is that Junior still chasing after her? Wu Ang asked. Confused? Junior brother? You mean that guy you told me to tell him to scram? Just then, a black and white figure rushed over. Scram, are you calling me? Ah, Kun, you're here too. Right at that moment, the doors to the main hall swung open. We're here too.
Seeing those familiar figures, Lin Xuan couldn't help but whisper, You guys were waiting for me. Li Yuanqing smiled and said, Lin Xuan, the reason you can't bear to leave is because you're using your time to experience life. Once you enter the Xiantian realm, you'll realize that a human's lifespan is just a fleeting moment, a tiny sliver of time. But your master still can't bear to leave everyone. Will I still be able to see you all in the future? And little Yu Rong, little Xuan Ran, Kun, old Wang, Wei Yang. Ling Yanqing calmly replied, Don't worry. As long as you become strong enough, you can meet everyone here at any time. Disciple understands. Master, take care. He, master, thank you. Your words are the biggest motivation for me to become stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan ascended into the sky once again. In the sky, seeing his figure soaring higher and higher, the Wudi Xianmen erupted with deafening cheers. Lin Xuan, the one and only true god of Wudi Xianmen, the first person in the Yuanyang realm to break through to Earth Immortal.
Lin Xuan's eyes were extremely determined, staring intently at the gate of heaven. As long as I'm strong enough, I can cross dimensions like Master, and meet the people I care about any time. Immortal realm, here I come. As he flew higher and higher, Lin Xuan suddenly stopped. Yo! Heavenly Dao, where are you? As his words fell, the projection of the Heavenly Dao girl gradually materialized. Seeing that she had grown so much, Lin Xuan was a little intimidated. Aren't you the Heavenly Dao girl? How did you get so big? The Heavenly Dao girl said disdainfully. If I wanted to, I could even be the worm in your stomach. No, Lin Xuan quickly interrupted. I get it. Don't say any more. This is the Heavenly Dao. Alright, once you pass over my head, you can leave the Yuanyang realm. Are you ready? Holy crap, you should be asking the people in the immortal realm if they're ready.
Hearing these words, the Heavenly Dao girl's expression became quite peculiar.
Immediately afterwards, she waved her hand, and the Earth Immortal Lin Xuan ascended. A beam of light enveloped Lin Xuan, and in an instant, he disappeared from the Yuanyang realm. Li Yuanqing watched his disciple ascend, smiling. He's probably having a smooth ascension.
Beside him, Wu Ang couldn't help but interject. He's gone. So can I now say you're bala? What the heck?
He's gone. Why aren't you unsealing me? It's simple. Because my disciple is progressing so fast, who knows, he might be able to hear your voice soon, HMPH. Fine, but let me ask you, Chu Haifeng isn't really from the Yuanyang realm, or even the immortal realm, right? I've been here long enough to understand it's a self-contained dimension, so can I leave now?
Yes.
At this moment, Ye Wei Yang came forward with a stack of books and said, Emperor, I have something to report. Hearing this, Wu Ang got even angrier. Why can she call you blah blah blah? But I still can't call you that.
Li Yanqing waved Wu Ang aside, ignoring her. Wei Yang, speak. Reporting to the emperor, Lin Xuan gave these books to me, saying I should use them for cultivation. Li Yanqing nodded slightly. Cultivate them then. Resources aren't a problem. You should go live your own life. I'll take you to the Tianggang Immortal Palace. How far you can break through in cultivation depends on how much effort you put in for Lin Xuan. Then Wei Yang thanks the emperor. Wu Ang returned with a bump on her head. What about me? Can I leave yet?
You? Just stay here. Someday, like Lin Xuan, you might earn me some face. HMPH, what's that supposed to mean? I'm a dignified immortal king, why would I earn face for him? Li Yanqing nonchalantly replied. If you perform well, I can guide you on a path where you might become an emperor in a few tens of thousands of years.
Wu Ang suddenly had an idea. I see, now the external realm is shaky. Lin Xuan will definitely face many dangers. If something happens to him, it's something neither of us wants to see. How about I disguise myself and follow him, protecting him? But as soon as she said that,
Li Yanqing shot a sharp arrow straight into Wu Ang's heart.
What nonsense are you thinking?
HMPH. But it's really dangerous, just let me go.
At the same time, Lin Xuan,
after experiencing a dizzying whirl, slowly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings for a moment. He wondered, is this the immortal realm? So I've ascended. Damn it, the important thing is, calling for master doesn't work anymore. Just at this moment,
ceaseless noises rang out around him, which couldn't help but startle Lin Xuan. What the heck is this? A welcoming ceremony?
That's not right, it seems. I'm in a palm. Is this the palm of the Heavenly Tao Maiden? It's even larger than the previous Heavenly Tao Maiden. What in the Ascension? Why has it become so dark? Lin Xuan was even more confused. Why is it bright and dark at the same time? Does someone think this is a public restroom? Turning the lights on and off so quickly. Lin Xuan, did I ascend to you for you to make fun of? Who's there? Stop messing with this immortal. If you have the guts, come out here. As his words fell, an eye full of bloodshot veins appeared, staring intently at Lin Xuan. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Looks like it's not the Heavenly Tao Maiden's gaze, it looks like a demon. Judging by the stability of its emotions, I should avoid provoking it. After all, I've just arrived here, and I'm still not clear on the strength of the demons here. However, after sensing for a moment, an idea flashed in Lin Xuan's mind.
Master, you were right. Different space-time degrees are like different degrees of time. The Heavenly Tao, after ascension, is just a strand of a powerhouse's will.
Using human differences in time perception to sense the immortal realm will change it. It's a very small type of time degree.
Using the degree of my eyes and body to perceive this demon beast will make me feel like it's incredibly large, an existence that can crush me. But using the degree of my immortal body to perceive this demon beast will reveal that it's actually insignificant. Large or small, it's just a strand of will. Suppose I am a grain of salt falling into a glass of water. I would feel very cool, because I made the glass of water salty. But suppose I fell into a sea of water. I am nothing at all. Because near me, I almost do not change the salinity of the seawater. It also means that even the demon beasts of the immortal realm are just a grain of salt. If I am a glass of water, then I will be turned salty by it. But if I am a sea, then it will be nothing in my place.
Thinking of this, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the Xuanhuang Grand Cauldron appeared before his eyes. Master, your great treasure is making its first appearance in the immortal realm.
Look, you seem so big in front of me, but compared to this treasure, you're not big at all. Because the degree of space of this cauldron is different from mine, even in its universe. You're just so tiny.
Immediately, the demon beast that had been teasing Lin Xuan was sucked into the great cauldron. It was dealt with. The sun shone brightly again. Seeing the dazzling sunlight, Lin Xuan smiled slightly. This is what ascension should be like. Just at this moment, he discovered several people flying in the sky from the clouds. The moment a young woman appeared, we all just went, "Congrats, dude. So many of those ascension idiots can't even get past the first trial." Lin Xuan quietly said, "Do welcoming immortals usually talk this rudely? You just open your mouth and call people idiots. Especially you, miss, the one leading the way." The young woman, upon hearing this, didn't get angry at all. Instead, she laughed and said, "Thanks. It's been ages since anyone called me miss." Lin Xuan was totally confused. Huh. So what do they usually call you then? They usually call me, get lost. This made Lin Xuan's eyes widen and jaw drop. It's not the get lost I'm thinking of, right? Is the Immortal Realms game really that open-minded now? I almost couldn't keep up with the times. Just then, an old man walked over. Cough, cough, Shengguan Lingyi. This is Lin Xuan. He's already understood the Yamaha peculiarities of the Immortal Realm, hasn't he? The young woman softly replied. Black Robe Star, he's got it. The old man clasped his hands in thanks. Esteemed Ascendant, we'll escort you away from here immediately. Lin Xuan shook his head. No need to thank me, he mused internally. Even though these peculiarly shaped immortals are saying all this stuff, yeah, this is exactly the interesting world I've been chasing. At the same time, Li Youqing was still secretly observing Lin Xuan. Hearing Lin Xuan say that, she softly murmured, That's right, this is the Immortal Realm. You can't use the Yuanyang Realm's standards to understand everything here anymore. As an Emperor Venerable, she had long since comprehended the standards of the universe, but she wondered when she would be able to comprehend the standards of love. She mumbled to herself as she looked up at the sky, welcoming the ordinary sunlight. It's been a long time since I felt. Not long after, Lin Xuan was led by them to a path. This place was called Mo Lu. Looking up at the two characters for Mo Lu there, Lin Xuan slightly furrowed his brow. Mo Lu, huh? Doesn't sound like anything good. Shengguan Lingyi, who was beside him, softly said, Using a mortal body to ascend and become an immortal? Of course, from now on you'll be a stranger to the mortal world, Lin Xuan chuckled.
Haha, ever since I got here you guys keep trying to scare me. I'm not scared yet though, Shangguan Lingyi replied indifferently. After ascending, you can't return to your original realm unless your cultivation breaks through to true immortal.
Lin Xuan, hearing this, began to ponder. So that's how it is. As long as I'm strong enough, just like Master said, I can meet them anytime, anywhere. Master, don't worry, my parents, and all my friends too. You guys will soon be waiting for the day your Lin Xuan breaks through to true immortal. Immediately after, Lin Xuan walked straight along the Mo Lu.
This was also the great Tao of the immortal realm, the extraordinary Tao. Did that mean the Tao that can be spoken is not the extraordinary Tao? Hearing Lin Xuan's question, Shangguan Lingyi replied, if this great Tao could be spoken, then would it still be called the extraordinary Tao? The name that can be named is not the extraordinary name. The path to breaking through to true immortal is profound, and even more profound. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tile, every brick on this road requires enlightenment. Lin Xuan, listening, had a head full of black lines. Alright, fine. Just point me to a path, would you? Dare I ask, where is the path? The path, it's at the Cultivation sect. Where else? Hearing the answer, Lin Xuan was stunned. A sect. So what? I ascended from the Yuanyang realm to the immortal realm, just to go from one unbeatable immortal sect to another sect.
Not long after, at the end of the road, the two of them arrived at the Myriad Yang Immortal Realms transfer station, the entrance to Qin domain.
Upon arriving, Shangguan Lingyi reminded him,
go ahead and listen to the old man explain the situation of the Myriad Yang Immortal Realm first. Ahead, a white-haired old man with his hands clasped behind his back was explaining. The Myriad Yang Immortal Realm is divided into 8 directions and 9 domains. Currently, the Qin domain where we are is the only immortal domain predominantly inhabited by humans. The other 8 immortal domains are all occupied by demon beasts. Our race has been at war with the demon beasts for countless years. Lin Xuan's head was already full of question marks upon hearing this. What does that mean? 1 against 8. He only heard the old man continue.
His Majesty Qin Emperor governs the Qin domain, leading many powerful experts under his command to prevent the demon beasts from harming our race. Ascendants from other worlds, your strengths vary. Your earth immortal cultivation is different from the immortals here. We value you even more. Hearing this, the group of ascendants, along with Lin Xuan, from various other dimensions, started buzzing. Actually, among the 9 domains, Great Qin is the strongest. The Qin Emperor's surname is Qin. No, it should be Sheng.
Lin Xuan was startled. Surname Sheng. That name sounds pretty familiar. When the dimensional gate opened, the golden armored man who gave me this token, his surname seemed to be Sheng, and his given name was Nan. But now I can't go back. Down here I can only join and fight. Let's fight. Fighting is the fastest way to test the results of my cultivation.
Hearing the others who ascended with him say that,
Lin Xuan's lips curled up, and he snorted coldly.
I've been itching for a fight for a while now. Woohoo, fly up, let's fly. Beside him, Shangguan Linger clapped her hands.
I've been feeling itchy for a while. Woohoo, let's fly. Seeing her mimic him, Lin Xuan was a little embarrassed. No way. I'm just being a little confident.
But these words from the two of them caught the attention of the newly ascended people, and they all turned their heads to look over.
What the hell? Who is that guy? So what if he's handsome? What makes him worthy of being so close to such a beauty? Lin Xuan was dripping with sweat. Do they know she's a badass in disguise? Just then, Shangguan Lingrier said, you roughly understand the situation, right? Let's go to the front gate. Before Lin Xuan could move, a voice rang in his ear. Hey, you stinky brat, where did you come from? Did he use some kind of charm on Shangguan Fairy? What makes her talk to you? You must be a treacherous villain. Take my punch first. With that, the guy threw a punch, aiming straight at Lin Xuan. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but turn up. With this speed, you dare to hit me. As long as I'm willing, I can increase my speed by hundreds of times to perceive your punch. You believe it. Boom. A cloud of dust shot out in all directions, but after the dust settled, there was a scream from the young man. Ah, my hand, why is it broken? At this moment, the old man walked over again, glaring and shouting, What are you guys doing? The young man looked at the old man pitifully and said, Old immortal, according to the rules here, he should be torn apart into 100 pieces. Seeing this scene, the people who ascended with Lin Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. What is this guy's cultivation? What happened just now? Why didn't I see anything? The old man picked up the young man's arm and immediately reattached it. Don't worry, I'll reattach it for you. In the blink of an eye, the arm was once again complete, as if nothing had happened. Lin Xuan was puzzled. What kind of operation is this? Not bad. Finally seeing the strength of the immortal realm, He says reattach, and it's reattached. The young man, having his arm reattached, calmed down, cupped his hands to thank the old immortal, and snorted, "Don't thank me, I didn't do it to help you. A local official is no match for a central one. I have to manage this. Isn't it better for everything to be amicable? Fighting right after ascending and making enemies, that's really not good."
Feeling the pressure from the old man, Lin Xuan assessed him and frowned slightly.
Is this the strength of the late-stage innate realm?
Just then, the old man continued, "Let's end the fighting here, everyone. Let's go to the sect."
Having said that, because the establishment and daily maintenance of the teleportation formation require a large amount of resources, Earth Immortals pay 1,000 Spirit Stones as a road fee, and Human Immortals pay 500. Any objections?
Hearing this, the crowd began to be stunned. Human Immortals 500. I thought Earth Immortals were 600.
In contrast to the crowd, Lin Xuan immediately spoke up. "Senior, can this road fee be exchanged for other rebirth-level materials?"
The old man replied,
"Of course. But you have to be mentally prepared. Precious resources in the lower realm are not worth much when you arrive at the Qin domain."
Lin Xuan nodded slightly.
"I understand. The factor determining the value of an item is not necessarily its effect. The quantity of resources is huge in the myriad worlds, and the only common currency is spirit stones. What I want to use is not other things but spirit liquid. No matter what world you are in, spirit liquid is always a rare item that is more precious than spirit stones." But before Lin Xuan could take out the spirit liquid, someone below spoke up. "Still ascending. Can't even take out 1,000 spirit stones."
Lin Xuan gave up and turned to ask Shangguan Linguer,
"Do you know, I don't want to show off in front of you, but..."
Lin Xuan hadn't finished speaking. Shangguan Linguer had already handed over a storage bag, saying, "Senior, let me pay the road fee for young master Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan slapped his forehead.
"One thing just said finish already. Change. Don't be like that."
Tears flowed, the game ended, and the tears of the young men who still had a crush on Shangguan Linguer couldn't help but overflow. "Miss Shangguan, why are you so good to him?"
However, Lin Xuan stopped him, took out a bottle, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am not short of resources. I just didn't bring spirit stones with me."
10 drops of spirit liquid are worth 1,000 spirit stones, and there are several sea regions worth of spirit liquid in my ring. Master, oh master, you really are something." Seeing what Lin Xuan took out, the old man laughed and said,
"Haha, spirit liquid is naturally good. Moreover, your spirit liquid is extremely pure. Only 5 drops are enough."
Shangguan Linguer was also a bit surprised. Didn't see that coming. Young Master Lin is so rich.
It's just that my master gave me some resources."
The women who had just ascended were all looking at Lin Xuan with infatuated eyes. Who is this guy? So handsome, and he looks really strong.
Seeing those eyes like hungry wolves, Lin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. "Looks like I've caused another unnecessary commotion, huh?" After collecting the toll from the group, the old man began to act, sending each of them to a different sect. Each sect accepted ascended cultivators and didn't interfere with each other. Same formation. Lin Xuan tilted his head and looked at the formation, wondering which transmission gate to enter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xuan chose a transmission gate and stepped inside.
After passing through the transmission formation, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. "This thing is really good. Who knows, it might even open a way back home anytime. Good thing I memorized the old white-haired guy's incantation earlier, hee. But now is not the time to use the incantation. I still need to get acquainted with the general situation of the Qin region first." Soon, in Tianyue City,
Lin Xuan stepped out from a small corner. Looking at the surrounding environment, he fell into thought. This place should be Tianyue City, right? I wonder if anyone else transmitted here besides me. But, in an instant, 3 figures came in front of Lin Xuan. Moreover, one of them was someone he knew, Shangguan Linguer. This surprised Lin Xuan greatly. "Oh, she's here too."
The old lady next to her looked quite energetic. She's probably a late-stage celestial immortal, right? And seeing her granddaughter greet Lin Xuan, the old woman whispered, "Is this kid your friend?" Then she walked up to Lin Xuan and stared at him, up and down for a moment.
"This kid is handsome. How about joining our Tianyue sect?"
Seeing the old woman pulling and tugging like that,
Lin Xuan stepped back 2 steps, startled. "What does this old woman mean? I'm not interested in older women."
Seeing his reaction, the old woman smiled and said, "Everyone, while the old one welcomes you, the rules for selecting disciples of the various sects are not something the old one can change. To become an outer sect disciple, you still need to go through an examination. Of course, if you already have a place to go, you can leave now. Our sect will not force anyone." Shangguan Linguer also spoke up. "What do you say, young Master Lin? Do you want to come along?" Lin Xuan waved his hand. I don't have that intention right now. Let's meet again if we're fated.
The young man next to her chimed in. This fellow Taoist has an extraordinary aura. If you feel that words aren't formal enough, I'm willing to give you an invitation. Seeing the scroll in his hand, Lin Xuan still shook his head.
I thank you for your good intentions, but I don't have that intention. The young man heard this and sighed regretfully. Alas, I saw that you had a destiny with us and sincerely invited you. But everyone has their own intentions, I won't force you. Okay then, bro. Let's meet again if we're fated. The young man heard this and was filled with question marks. Bro, cough cough, please call me little sis. Lin Xuan heard these words, and his heart couldn't help but feel dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, tears streaming down his face. Master, I've been staying here for too long. I want to go home. What I was planning to ask for directions. It's not that I usually look down on the Tianyue sect. It's just that I feel that they're all at the point of randomly picking ascended people in the newbie village. Even if they're strong, they won't be that strong. Here, there's no difference between the secular world and the immortal world. But it also feels very dangerous. Human immortals are worth less than dogs, and earth immortals roam the streets. Lin Xuan was strolling around Tianyu's city when he overheard the conversation of two passers-by. In the Yaoyang immortal realm, the only place recognized by the world is the great Qin imperial palace. As for the rest, no matter how strong or weak they are, they don't dare to call themselves immortal sects. They're all just sects, gangs, and so on. The number one force in our city is the City Lord's Mansion, established by the Qin Emperor. There are countless sects in the Qin region, all of them relying on the Great Qin. The geniuses cultivated by the sects all regard becoming a part of the Great Qin as an honor. Lin Xuan eavesdropped up to that point and directly stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me, senior, are there any sects that specialize in cultivating talents for the various departments of the Great Qin?" The old man heard this and turned his head to look. This junior scared the crap out of me.
Sorry, senior. So, does what I asked exist or not? The other person heard this and replied with a smile. This young man is right. There really is such a thing.
Lin Xuan fell into thought. This is completely opposite to the dynasties in the Yuanyang realm, which rely on immortals. Here, the sects are working for the emperor.
Alright, in any world, the strong are respected, wolves eat meat, and dogs eat farts.
Lin Xuan thought for a bit, then headed straight to the City Lord's Mansion. So this is the City Lord's Mansion, huh? Not as badass as I imagined. Just then, the gates of the City Lord's Mansion swung open, and a young woman appeared.
The moment she stepped out, she yelled, "Everyone, shut your traps! To become a disciple of the City Lord, you need skills. But before entering the City Lord's Mansion, there's a small test."
Ling Yu raised his hand and said directly, "Just spit it out. I'm a late-stage Earth Immortal. What's there to fear?"
However, the young woman ignored Lin Xuan, saying casually, "The quality is so bad this year. Get lost, all of you." As soon as she said that, before Lin Xuan could reply, the newly ascended ones began to stir. What's the basis for that?
"We came for an interview, seriously."
Just then, a beautiful figure walked out from the crowd, dressed revealingly with an equally gorgeous face. Her name was Chu Ruhei, and she was also the City Lord of Heavenly Moon City.
The young men next to Lin Xuan immediately pushed forward.
"Whoa, so hot! What position is she interviewing for at the City Lord's Mansion?"
Chu Ruhei stepped forward and covered her mouth, giggling. "What kind of dump is this? Is this really the City Lord's Mansion?" Hearing this, the young men couldn't help but speak up. "Slut, where did you come from? You're just a late-stage Earth Immortal dressed so revealingly, and walking like a beast in broad daylight. You're ruining the customs of Heavenly Moon City."
Lin Xuan saw that the guy who spoke's face was flushed red, and his nose was bleeding, so he couldn't help but whisper, "Hey bro, are you really saying that from the heart?"
The group was staring at her hot body, spitting everywhere, their faces full of disgust and dissatisfaction.
An uneducated succubus, a slutty woman. Bah! Chu Ruhei wasn't angry at all, she just snapped her fingers.
Before Lin Xuan could even react,
the guys next to him had already fainted with nosebleeds. This made Lin Xuan's jaw drop. Damn, what just happened?
Seeing Lin Xuan still standing there alone, the young woman from the City Lord's Mansion stepped out and clapped her hands, congratulating him. You survived. Come in." Lin Xuan was speechless.
What, is it because I'm handsome that these two women have taken a liking to me? He then heard the blonde girl continue. To be able to withstand one move from the City Lord, you naturally have the qualifications to enter the second round of testing. Hearing this, Lin Xuan stared wide-eyed at the scantily clad woman in front of him. She's the City Lord of Heavenly Moon City.
Chu Ruhei turned her head and glanced at him, laughing.
The City Lord doesn't necessarily have to be in the mansion, and the test doesn't necessarily have to be a trial. Just then, a young man in purple clothes who was lying down suddenly jumped up, holding a hidden weapon in his hand. "Ha ha, I'm not dead yet. I don't care what City Lord you are. My dad is old Zhao. I can kill you without consequences.
Then he launched the hidden weapon straight at Churuhei. Churuhei casually waved the fan in her hand.
Lin Xuan turned his head to look at the young man and saw that he was already dead.
This made Lin Xuan re-evaluate the young woman named Churuhei. If we're talking about immortal power, if the speed of this young man's fist is 1 unit, then this big sister's speed is probably around 1,000. With my cultivation, I can't even see through all her moves.
However, she's still too slow compared to my master. Master, oh master, I miss you again. Churuhei closed her fan and spoke. Before entering the second round of testing, you can ask me one question to avoid regretting your death later.
Oh right, my name is Churuhei, female, and my preference is male.
Lin Xuan's face darkened a bit when he heard this. Oh well, what I want to ask the most is... Then, Lin Xuan took out the token that Shengnan gave him. The moment they saw the token, the two women were instantly stunned. This is. In an instant, the two of them knelt down. Long live the prince, hey. Rise, rise. Lin Xuan said that. But he was completely stunned inside. No way, have I already ascended the throne? I get it. So, that dude in the golden armor is Qin Huang himself. No wonder these two thought I was his son when they saw this token.
Thinking that, Lin Xuan opened his mouth and said, I won't lie to you guys. I'm Lin Xuan, and because I have the best sugar mommy master in the entire immortal realm, I don't plan on joining any sects in the Miao Yang immortal realm.
But if it's helping Qin Huang, then I'm definitely interested. We should investigate. If there's something to investigate, I'm also new here. It's my first time.
Lin Xuan hadn't even finished speaking when a trembling, bloody hand reached out and immediately grabbed his leg tightly.
This startled Lin Xuan so much that he jumped. Aha! What's going on here?
Turning his head, he saw a young woman clutching his leg, looking up at him with pitiful eyes.
Your Highness, I beg you, Your Highness, to seek justice for the people.
Lin Xuan hurriedly helped her up, saying, Stand up first, don't lie on the ground, ahem, just get straight to the point. No need for all the dramatic flair, okay?
That young woman spoke softly. Your Highness, I, the commoner, am Zhao Beibei, the daughter of Zhao from the Zhao family of Chengbei. Since starting our business, we have always obeyed the law and paid taxes according to the rules. But unexpectedly, disaster struck. A tribulation has befallen the Zhao family, diligently working for our business. Lin Xuan didn't understand any of it. He coughed a few times. Ahem. Speak human language.
Zhao Beibei pointed directly at Churuhei, shouting, This woman stole our family's business and still has the nerve to deny it.
Churuhei waved her hands hurriedly. It wasn't me. I didn't. Don't listen to her lies. You have to believe me. This woman is making things up. The two of them argued and crowded around Lin Xuan, each hugging one of his arms, and started crying.
Zhao Beibei looked up at him pitifully. Your Highness, you must seek justice for the common people. Churuhei wasn't willing to be outdone, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, how could this frail and weak slave possibly bully others?
Lin Xuan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Master, hurry up and save your disciple's dog life. Master, oh master, are you really going to watch your disciple be tormented by these two beautiful women? Sigh, forget it. Master must be telling your disciple to handle it himself. If so, how can I disappoint Master? With that, Lin Xuan yanked his arms away from the two young women hugging him. Women's problems should be handled by women themselves.
Zhao Beibei stared at Churuhei with cold eyes.
You damned old hag, what makes you think you can win against me at your age? And Churuhei was extremely smug. Just because you're ugly, poor, and flat-chested, you think you have a chance. Seeing that the two of them were about to start fighting again, Lin Xuan immediately stopped them.
Ladies, aren't you missing the point?
Enemies who meet are bound to draw blood, preparing for a melee. But they were stopped. They simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lin Xuan. None of your damn business. Lin Xuan unconsciously took a step back. Only hearing that women in the mountains are tigers. Why didn't anyone tell me that women in the heavens are also tigers? I better scram quickly. But as Lin Xuan prepared to leave, two female voices rang out in his ears at the same time. Stop right there. Lin Xuan turned his head back and forced a smile. Ladies, it's my first time here in the immortal realm. I don't understand much. I hope you two can make your own decisions.
Zhao Beibei shouted loudly.
If you don't seek justice for me, does that mean you're on their side?
Lin Xuan was stunned.
Heavens! What kind of logic is that? Which language arts teacher taught you that?
Zhao Beibei didn't say much. Immediately drew her sword and charged forward. Corrupt officials should be killed. Seeing that she would attack without saying another word, Lin Xuan reached out and knocked the sword out of her hand. Even though Zhao Beibei knew she wasn't Lin Xuan's opponent, she still gritted her teeth and said, You really are a dog of the government.
If I don't have a good ending, don't even think about living well. I'll use the price of self-destruction of my divine soul to curse you, to fall into the abyss, never to recover. Lin Xuan was speechless. I say, Miss, can you be a little reasonable? But before Lin Xuan could finish speaking, a beam of light shot straight towards his brow from the other side.
Seeing Lin Xuan knocked unconscious by a sneak attack, Chu Ruhei immediately rushed over to catch him. Right after, she raised her hand, pointing directly at Zhao Beibai, and roared, sending a beam of light shooting from her palm straight towards Zhao Beibai. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and Zhao Beibai was sent flying to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's consciousness was gradually sinking into the abyss.
In his daze, he suddenly felt someone touching his body, along with Li Youqing's familiar voice, Lin Xuan, wake up already. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw that he didn't seem to be in the real world, he wondered, Where am I exactly?
Master, why are you here? Li Youqing coughed a few times.
Cough, cough. How long have you been out and you're already causing trouble?
Lin Xuan scratched his head.
I didn't cause any trouble. I just got ambushed out of nowhere.
That's right, Master. Where did you go?
I couldn't even contact you. Well, your teacher was busy.
Lin Xuan asked, confused.
What were you busy with that's more important than me?
Humph. Your teacher has her own reasons. Fine, I'll trust you for now, but...
Master, what was that just now? How did I suddenly get hit?
Li Yanqing replied.
It's just some unorthodox devilish trick. Nothing to worry about.
Well, yeah, with Master in my sea of consciousness, I'm not worried at all.
Alright, if you're okay, then hurry up and wake up. With that, Lin Youqing reached out, and a beam of light appeared on her fingertip,
pointing directly at Lin Xuan's glabella. Back in the real world, Lin Xuan was lying on a large bed, out cold. Chu Ruhei was sitting beside his bed, rubbing her hands. Such a young body, it's really exciting. She pulled open Lin Xuan's chest, revealing his strong muscles, licked her lips, and said softly, just wondering what it'll be like to use.
Just then, Lin Xuan woke up, grabbing her hand, and said in a deep voice, City Lord, what's the meaning of this?
Chu Ruhei was embarrassed, and quickly pulled her hand back. Haha, Your Highness, you suffered the curse of the Earth Immortal Powerhouse, self-destructing your soul for eternity without reincarnation, yet you were able to wake up so quickly. You truly have extraordinary talent.
Lin Xuan stretched and replied casually, Maybe her cultivation wasn't good enough, so it didn't have much effect.
Right, did you save me?
Chu Ruhei replied. Your Highness, you were hit by those women just now and fainted, so I brought you back to the mansion. I wonder, what are your Highness's plans for coming to Heavenly Moon City this time?
Lin Xuan said slowly.
No need to be so polite, just call me Lin Xuan. To be honest, I ascended from the lower realm. Before ascending, I met a man who gave me a token and told me to find him after ascending.
Hearing this, Chu Ruhei's expression changed drastically. You ascended from the lower realm, so aren't you Qin Huang's illegitimate son? So he's a cultivator without any family background.
Then this will be easy to deal with. Lin Xuan, seeing her expression, was confused. Did I say something funny? Why are you laughing so much? Only to hear Chu Ruhei speak again.
Sir Lin Xuan has ascended from the lower realm, so you're probably not very familiar with the Qin domain, right? If you don't mind, you can stay in the mansion for a few months, Lin Xuan said. No need for the title. Then I will not bother you anymore.
Lin Xuan said politely. Then thank you, City Lord Chu. In his heart he began to calculate. Although my sea of consciousness is protected by Master, my body is still injured, and I really need to recuperate for a few days. The City Lord's mansion is probably the safest place in the whole city.
However, even though it's safe, I still have a feeling that something is off.
After Chu Ruhei closed the door, the corners of her mouth turned up. Little pet, you'll be mine soon. Then, she said casually to the pink-haired girl, You wrong. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? The girl immediately replied, Understood. Not long after, Youqing began to investigate the location of Zhao Beibai in Li Yanqing's small world.
She had always been watching Lin Xuan through her lens.
Li Youqing suddenly sighed with a chuckle. The Invincible Immortal Sect, that's just like school. But the Immortal Realm, that's real society for sure. Cultivation isn't just about punching and kicking, It's about watching, feeling, and understanding how people and the world really work.
Beside her, Wu Wang looked a bit stunned.
Seriously, the Immortal Realm is that complex?
Li Yanqing just grinned.
The Grand Yang Immortal Realm, Qin Domain, Heavenly Moon City. Trust me, those places are way more complicated than the Invincible Immortal Sect or even the Southern Yang Dynasty. Wu Wang, completely unfazed, just pumped her fist. Who cares? I can just smash them all with one punch. Li Youqing shook her head. Yeah, but Lin Xuan, he's not quite there yet. Right now, he can't even piss off a city lord without consequences.
Wu Wang.
So, can I go help him out? Li Youqing shot her a side eye. Oh, Is your skin itching for a beating again? The panda immediately pounced. B-O-O! This made Wuang jump out of her skin. Whoa, really, Xirmon? I was just kidding. I already told him to handle it. Wuang? Oog. Youqing? Seriously, you're an immortal emperor, and you just get your kicks bullying me every single day, don't you? Youqing scoffed. HMPH?
What, you got a better idea besides sweeping the floor? What else are you even useful for?
Just then, two little girls, Yurong and Xuan Ran, poked their tiny heads out from behind a bush. Milady, where are you off to? To give Kun a bath, obviously. Now, in the Emperor's Fallen Land, every so often, a huge Great Dao Surge would burst out into the wider world. This Great Dao Surge was pretty intense, carrying the grudges and resentments of long-dead immortal emperors. But weirdly enough, it was also a chance for some specific realms to gain something. So what happened was, all the immortal emperors would regularly meet up at the Immortal Emperor's Club right there in the Emperor's Fallen Land to hash out how to deal with these Great Dao Surges.
Right then, Liang Qing popped up in a flash. Hey everyone, I'm back. Seeing her, all the folks inside turned their heads, grinning. Elder Liang, long time no see. An older immortal emperor led Liang Qing over, craning his neck to look up. Elder Liang, you here to check out where this Great Dao Surge is coming from this time? Guess I'll just handle it then.
Just then, a younger immortal emperor walked up next to Liang Qing, chuckling. Whoa, hold on. We're all immortal emperors here. If there's a problem, we should totally discuss it together. Whoever rolls the highest number gets to do the honors.
The old immortal emperor beside Liang Qing cleared his throat twice. Honestly, aren't we all immortal emperors here? People of status and immense powers? Why do we always resort to such a common method to decide crucial matters? The young immortal emperor, who suggested the dice game, immediately shot back. Hey, that's not cool. Didn't they say ruling a great nation is like stir-frying a delicate dish? You shouldn't be so uptight, even as immortal emperors governing entire realms?
Meanwhile, Liang Qing was just staring intently up at the sky. Up there, countless stars were arranged into all sorts of weird patterns.
After staring for a bit, Liang Qing mused inwardly. My disciple, this great Taoist surge, it's heading straight for your Grand Yang Immortal Realm.
If that thing crashes into the Grand Yang Immortal Realm, the entire Immortal Realm will just poof, vanish into thin air in an instant. From a mortal's perspective, a world ending happens in a blink, and these great Dao surges, mortals can't even feel them. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as mere straw dogs. You can't explain ice to a summer insect, right? And even a late-stage Xiantian cultivator couldn't possibly grasp billions of years of history the way an immortal emperor does.
My dear disciple, your master has to protect you.
As Liang Qing thought all this, the dice they were using for their game kept spinning in the air, not landing. This totally stumped everyone there. What's going on? Is this dice broken or something? Liang Qing reached out, casually stopped the dice, and then said in a serious tone, All right, everyone, I'll take care of this Great Dao Surge this time.
Whoa, hold on, Liang Qing. This rule, you said it, and we all agreed. Can't you at least give us a chance to show what we've got?
Then, Liang Qing spoke up again. Sorry about this, but this time, I'm doing it for someone I really miss. And right after that, a massive burst of pink light shot directly towards the Great Dao Surge. Boom! With a thunderous sound, it instantly obliterated the Great Dao Surge that was just forming. Watching it all, Liang Qing sighed deep down. Even as an immortal emperor, in this vast universe, there's just one word that truly matters: love. And that's something even I can't fully grasp. Lin Xuan, your master can only protect you this far. I want this heaven and earth to stand firm for you. I want this world to be peaceful for you. And I want your heart to remain beautiful forever. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, who'd had a completely uneventful night, slowly opened his eyes. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel confused. I think I just had a dream, but what was it about? I can't really remember anymore, he thought. I think I dreamt of my beautiful master, though. Back in the Emperor's Fallen Land, after watching Liang Qing sort everything out, the older immortal emperor looked a bit exasperated. Elder Lion, you're not even giving me a chance to show my stuff? I mean, even if your power is off the charts, you can't just completely ignore us like that, can you? Lim Youqing just chuckled. Haha, you must be kidding. Everyone here is super strong in their own right, you know.
At this, the other folks started murmuring amongst themselves. You guys don't know, Elder Lai is doing this because of the secret desires you all have in your hearts, so naturally, she can't get involved, huh? Secret desires? Spill the tea? Can't put it into words? Got it? A while back, there was this small place called Invincible Immortal Sect, and some demon clans came there. Liang Qing personally squashed like thousands of those immortal demons. Hearing this, the young immortal emperor was confused.
What's that supposed to prove? A few thousand? No, trillion demon clans? We can squash them with a flick of the wrist. The female immortal emperor chuckled again. It's not about the immortal demons, and it's not about the Invincible Immortal Sect, it's all because of a guy named Lin Xuan. But, as soon as the female immortal emperor said that name,
suddenly, blood started gushing from her nose like a waterfall.
Then, she couldn't help but spew out a whole basin of blood from both nostrils, passing out instantly. The young man quickly caught her.
Damn, Li Youqing, immortal emperors don't get physical.
How did you make her puke blood like that? Li Youqing, who was behind all this, acted clueless, saying, everyone knows we shouldn't talk about that here. The old immortal emperor coughed twice.
Li Youqing.
Oh, Li Youqing, an immortal emperor who transcends the universe, but still hung up on that word in her heart. Kinda embarrassing, to be honest. Another female immortal emperor disagreed, piping up. Embarrassing? I don't think so. I support Li Youqing. If you've got that word in your heart, you gotta be decisive. How can you claim to embody that word if your actions don't reflect it?
The other female immortal emperors nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Isn't an immortal emperor supposed to live comfortably?
Li Youqing was quite surprised, looking at the female immortal emperor and saying, didn't realize you were an immortal emperor. With some backstory too, haha, you flatter me. I've seen my fair share, both in quantity and quality.
Li Youqing seemed to remember something. Since everyone's here this time, how about we raise a glass to celebrate? With that, she snapped her fingers, and countless large banquet tables appeared. Then she grinned. Now that the great Tao tide has been resolved, it's time for us immortal emperors to have some fun.
Seeing her lay out such a feast, everyone cheered. Not bad, not bad. Li Youqing always thinks ahead. Hey, isn't this what we always love at gatherings? Let's eat, let's eat. Li Youqing walked up to the old immortal emperor, smiling. I have some friends. I was wondering if they could join the fun. The old man chuckled. You made a great contribution to resolving the great Tao tide this time, of course. This small request is granted. Wu Ang was sweeping the floor,
suddenly saw a spatial vortex appear beside her, and before she could figure out what was happening, someone grabbed her arm, startling Wu Ang. Ah, wait a sec, Li Youqing whispered. Wu Ang, don't be afraid, come with me.
Stepping inside the emperor's fall land, Wu Ang was stunned. This is... Li Youqing patted her shoulder, saying, you're never happy stuck in the immortal sect. This is the perfect chance for you to see the world. Wu Ang was a little excited.
This means I can come in without paying the fee, hee. Plus you're so diligent and even took care of my disciple. It's nothing to invite you to the Immortal Emperor's Club. Hee. I'm really in the know now. It would be even better if you could send me back home.
Hearing this, Li Youqing immediately pushed Wu Ang forward. Stop talking nonsense. Go eat. The food is all your favorite stuff.
Wu Ang ran to a banquet table, her eyes lighting up at the food.
Wow, it really is my favorite. Hey, Li Youqing turned her head up. Chuezhong thought to himself.
My disciple. Invincible Immortal Sect, or even the miraculous Yang Immortal Realm. In this universe, even a speck of dust is not where this master is. Except for a word love/emotion, other things are not important.
But you are different. You will experience things you don't expect, and finally be like the master in the lonely world, but without loneliness.
Not long after, Li Youqing returned to her small world again. As soon as she appeared, the two little girls in the village's eyes lit up. Milord, you're back. Li Youqing nodded slightly. I'm back. Did you two have fun at home these past few days, milord? You seem pretty happy. Did something good happen? Well, something good did happen. I just resolved a major issue. Now that I don't have any pressing matters, I can play with you two a little longer. Oh right, I think I forgot a few things. Can't remember now, huh? At this moment, in the Emperor's Fall Land, Wu Ang's belly was bulging. Ugh, I really ate my fill. Li Youqing, when are we going back? Not hearing an answer, she started looking around. Huh? Why isn't anyone answering? Where did she disappear to? A kind immortal emperor reminded her, Elder Leo went back to the immortal sect a while ago. Hearing this, Wu Ang started yelling, Ah, Li Youqing, take me back. Leaving me here, how am I supposed to get back to the immortal sect? At the same time, after 3 days, Lin Xuan woke up from his cultivation once again in the city lord's mansion.
He took out the mirror to admire his handsome face. Seems like the burn wounds have fully recovered.
Once again, he stepped out of the room. The blonde girl saw him, immediately turned her head away, her tones sounding flustered. My lord. Lin Xuan, seeing her intense reaction, chuckled and said, No need to be so formal. Just call me Lin Xuan. This servant wouldn't dare. Lin Xuan sighed dramatically. Dude, I've got the most progressive educational ideals. When I'm free, I absolutely have to give you a crash course in education. Listen up, little sis. Feudalism ain't cool. We gotta bravely reject it and say no to oppression and exploitation. The blonde girl was just standing there with question marks practically popping out of her head. What on earth is he babbling about? I don't understand a single thing. Is he blaming me?
Thinking that, she immediately dropped to her knees.
My lord, this servant knows her mistake. Please forgive me. Lin Xuan's face was just covered in lines. Crap, that's not what I meant. Sigh. Looks like that joke went a bit too far. Stand up, lead me to your city, lord. As soon as she saw Lin Xuan, Chu Ruhei greeted him with a smile. Lin Xuan, how's your recovery, sir? Haha. Thanks to the city lord's blessings, I'm all good now. A glint flashed in Chu Ruhei's eyes as she looked at Lin Xuan with growing approval. That's wonderful. Oblivious to the wicked thoughts swirling in Chu Ruhei's mind, Lin Xuan clasped his hands. I'm fortunate to have the city lord's care. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, wandering freely in this heavenly moon city, I'm afraid it would be difficult to withstand the attacks of those strong cultivators.
Chu Ruhei chuckled in response.
Sir Lin Xuan is too polite. Anyone who dares to become an enemy of Sir Lin Xuan is becoming an enemy of Chu Ruhei. Haha, the city lord is too kind. This city lord Chu, although her words aren't that reliable, turns out she's still a good person.
Chu Ruhei was looking at Lin Xuan with eyes full of perverted horniness. My little pet, your good fortune is yet to come.
With those thoughts she spoke. Sir just descended here, and before you could enjoy the scenery of the Qin region, you had to encounter this incident. I am truly ashamed. If there is nothing to do now, why not enjoy a tour around the city with me, and give me the opportunity to make amends? Rarely here. Not buying some immortal-grade mental cultivation methods and magic treasures would be a waste. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan responded, Then I will respectfully comply with your command.
Afterwards, the two went to the commercial district of Heavenly Moon City. Still not paying attention, Lin Xuan suddenly heard a shop assistant on the side of the road.
Esteemed guest, our shop has everything. For you to enter our shop is our blessing, and even more your own great opportunity. Lin Xuan slowly walked over, smiling. I do indeed need to buy some items. I wonder if your shop has anything that can catch my eye. Oh ho! Look at what the esteemed guest is saying. Our shop belongs to the largest trading guild in Heavenly Moon City, with branches all over the Qin region. What are you afraid of? You will definitely find something you like. Lin Xuan entered the shop and saw glittering magic treasures displayed on the shelves. Flashing. Indeed, they weren't bad at all. Wrap them all up for me. The errand boy heard this and was stunned. His speech started stuttering. Gee, guest, you're saying to wrap them all up? Okay, esteemed guest, please wait a moment.
Soon after, several yards full of magic treasures were brought over, and the shop owner had also arrived. Esteemed guest, here is your order.
After Lin Xuan left, the errand boy whispered, Master, he only spent this little spirit stones, not even enough to get a gold card, right? The shop owner, while handing the gold card to Lin Xuan, said contemptuously, What do you know? At such a young age he can take out so much money, and they are all high-grade spirit liquids, even better than spirit stones, and not only that, even the tyrannical city lord Chu Ruhei showed him respect. Can such a young man's identity be simple?
The errand boy heard this, and as if he had thought of something, he said, Could it be that the Qin emperor wants to change his flavor? Thwack! The shop owner immediately knocked him on the head. Shameless, can we even discuss what the Qin emperor likes? The errand boy was a little annoyed. Wasn't it you who said it first? How did it become me being shameless, stepping outside?
Chu Ruhei was also extremely surprised by Lin Xuan's extravagance. That brat is really splashing out. What a good investment. Originally, I wanted to take him to buy some extravagant toys, so I could easily get him that way. I have to plan something else. Wait, what is this little brat staring at?
Following Lin Xuan's gaze, Chu Ruhei looked at the shop on the other side, and saw women's bodices, skirts, and underwear hanging there. This made Chu Ruhei a little embarrassed. Does this little brat actually like this? As soon as Lin Xuan entered, a beautiful girl came up, smiling. What would the young master like to buy? Or, how about the young master buy this servant girl? Lin Xuan hurriedly pushed her away. Please step away from me a bit. I am a righteous man. I want to buy this, a long skirt, a silk camisole, with a jade hairpin. This style is very beautiful. My Shifu will definitely look very pretty wearing it. The salesgirl heard this and was clever. Young master has a really good eye. This item is woven from the silk of the juvenile lovebird of the Doom Abyss. Everyone knows that beautiful lovebirds are twin spirits. If one of them dies, the other will absolutely not live alone. Lin Xuan quickly cut her off. Don't say these useless things, just say the price. As for marketing this product, I'm very familiar with it. Lin Xuan's words confused the woman. What's the deal? Why doesn't this brat follow the usual script? Whatever. She just quoted a price. 100 spirit stones. Of course, if young master really likes it, a little less wouldn't be out of the question. Lin Xuan pulled out a pouch and said, Here are 100 spirit stones, take 'em.
Inside, he was scoffing. Something this fancy, and you only want 100 spirit stones. This producer is no good. If I were her, I'd totally sell it for at least 4,000 or 5,000. The woman's eyes lit up. Really? HMPH. This is even better than spirit stones. If my master knew her disciple didn't even haggle over a measly 100 spirit stones, she wouldn't be happy. All right, I'll wrap it up for young master right away. Watching the scene unfold, Chu Ruhei smiled and said, "Who would have thought your excellency had such an interesting hobby? There's an auction happening today in the outer city where all kinds of treasures are up for grabs, similar to what you found here. Are you interested, your excellency?" Lin Xuan mused softly. An auction, you say? Sounds great. This place is practically a holy land for picking up treasures. Not long after, at the Cloud Peak Merchant Guild's auction house, Lin Xuan and Chu Ruhei had already arrived. Because he'd bought a VIP ticket, Lin Xuan was led to a private pavilion. Inside, two beautiful young women greeted him. "Young master, please allow Xiao Dai and Fen Shir to serve you." Lin Xuan declined. "I'm here for the auction to find treasures. I don't need any female company." The woman heard this, covered her mouth, and giggled. "Is that so? But all the other services are already included with your ticket, young master. Are you really sure you don't need them?" Lin Xuan shook his head. "It's just a bit of money, ladies. No need to take it to heart." "Ah, then Yunshu understands. Young master prefers men, don't you?" Lin Xuan's eyes widened, and he glared back, slightly annoyed. "I just want to pick up treasures at this auction, that's all." "Whoa there, young master, calm down. If young master doesn't like women, Fenner won't get too close. That's totally fine. The auction is about to start. If you see anything you like, young master, just tell Fenner to bid for you." Chu Ruhei, who had been observing him the whole time, slightly frowned. He's completely indifferent to money, doesn't want female company, but then why did he buy that kind of item earlier? Could it be that this Lin Xuan has some peculiar preferences? What a truly captivating pet he is. And not long after, the auctioneer for this session stepped out. It was a veiled young woman. Judging by her shapely figure, she was probably quite beautiful. Esteemed guests, thank you for waiting so patiently. Today's Cloud Peak Merchant Guild auction now begins. First up is a masterpiece crafted by a grand artifact refiner just before his passing. Our guild has appraised it as a top-tier immortal grade treasure. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 10,000. As she unveiled it, a dazzling jade gemstone appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoa, the clarity of this jade pendant is truly amazing. They're already bringing out such a heavy hitter right at the start. Seriously, no wonder it's the Cloud Peak Merchant Guild. Bids started pouring in quickly. 510,000, 550,000, 600,000, 950,000. Lin Xuan had Fenner bid 1 million for him. But immediately, another chubby young man raised his bidding paddle. 1,300,000. This young master doesn't believe there's anyone richer than me in this measly little place. Hearing these words, Chu Ruhei sneered. HMPH, what an utter idiot. Sure enough, Fenner raised the paddle high again. 1,400,000. That chubby young man still wanted to shout out a bid, but his attendant next to him quickly stopped him. "Young master, hold your horses. The one bidding over there seems to be from the city lord's mansion." And just like that, not long after, Lin Xuan ended up acquiring most of the auctioned items at ridiculously low prices. When those items were delivered straight to him, Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. "So it turns out following you comes with this kind of special privilege, huh?" Chu Ruhei just smiled. "If your excellency likes something, don't just talk about these few items. Even the entire auction house is practically yours for the taking." Heh. From the looks of it, my little pet is starting to take the bait, isn't he? However, Lin Xuan just chuckled and said, "Haha, when you take from others, your hands feel tied. When you eat from others, your words become soft. Even though City Lord Chu, you're a good person, owing too much to anyone isn't good in the long run." Hearing herself called good person Chu Ruhei, her head was full of question marks. What the hell, I'm a good person? Lin Xuan just continued. "Besides, am I someone who's short on cash? If I see something I like, I'll just buy it, hee. My master is the richest woman in all the heavens. I'm not short on cash." Right after, Lin Xuan continued to look down, and saw the crowd starting to stir again. He asked, confused. "What's wrong? Why aren't you continuing?" Chu Ruhei explained. "Isn't it because we bought everything already?" As soon as Lin Xuan walked out of the pavilion, a voice rang out from below. "Hold on a moment, this esteemed sir. There's an item in this auction that I really need. Could you give me a chance to compete for the price?" Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. "Aren't I giving you a chance to compete?" But Chu Ruhei's face was turning unfriendly as she looked at the speaker. Seeing that threatening look, the guy bitterly smiled in his heart.
What do you think? You might let me compete, but the person next to you sure won't.
However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "You see, you might not know this, but when I was little, I faced hard times. My father died early, and my mother raised 7 of us by herself. Now she's got a terminal illness, and only the item in this auction can cure her. I beg you, sir, give me a chance." Lin Xuan was stunned. "But I didn't say I wouldn't let you compete for the price, did I? Auctions are all about the highest bidder winning. If your bids are high enough, what can I do? Do you want me to go around killing people and robbing them?" That old guy stared at Lin Xuan, thinking to himself, "Back then, if it wasn't for the city lord's mansion's influence, could you have bought so many good things?" But he had to say, "Since you put it that way, young master, then I'll just have to get it my own way. Let's rely on our skills in the next auction. Whoever has more money wins."
The auctioneer spoke up again at this moment.
"Esteemed guests, the next treasure is about to be presented. Please prepare your bidding paddles." As soon as the item came out, the old man who spoke earlier raised his paddle and shouted, 2 million! Lin Xuan didn't even flinch. 25 million. 26 million. The old man didn't budge an inch. Lin Xuan still acted indifferent. 3 million. The old man's eyes were already bloodshot. 35 million. Lin Xuan remained calm. 4 million. The old man trembled with anger. 45 million. Lin Xuan was rich and bold. 5 million. The old man immediately collapsed. This isn't the flaw of an auction, it's that I can't compete with the price. But when Lin Xuan received the auctioned item, he was stunned. This is a defensive armor? Are you serious?" Beside him, Chu Ruhei giggled. "Do you like it, sir? The city lord's mansion has plenty. Why bother buying one? It's just that this size is too small for me. The armor I wear today is dozens of times more gorgeous than these, sir. If you don't believe me, you can come to my room tonight to try it out." With her fragrant breath hitting his face, Lin Xuan gave up, waving his hands hastily. Never mind. Bidding today made me tired. I'm gonna go rest."
Chu Ruhei didn't give up trying to seduce him. "Then should I order someone to prepare hot water in your room so you can relax?"
Lin Xuan quickly declined. "Haha, City Lord Chu is too kind. This Lin is used to roughing it up. I'll be fine after a night's rest."
"Thank you for your hospitality today, City Lord Chu. I'll head back to my room first." With that, Lin Xuan darted away. Seeing him run off, a hint of anger flashed in Chu Ruhei's eyes. After returning to her room, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She threw the wine jar in front of her and yelled, "Is anyone there? Come here. Go get you wrong." A moment later, the blonde girl arrived. Chu Ruhei immediately asked, "Did you get the item?" The blonde girl's lips curved up. "Yes, master. The mission is complete. Then you can leave now. And bring a few more people with you." The blonde girl accepted the order and immediately nodded. This subordinate understands. This subordinate takes her leave. Late that night, at the Zhao Manor, which was also the family of Zhao Beibei, a group of people in black appeared and began a massacre, leaving almost no one alive. The leader of the people in black was none other than Youqing. She turned her head to look at the group behind her and gritted her teeth. "Has everyone in the Zhao Manor been wiped out?" After receiving the answer, Youqing sneered. "Very good, now we only need this one last step." With that, she took out the jade pendant that Lin Xuan had just bid for this morning. HMPH. "Lin Xuan, you'd never expect that you bought this precious jade pendant just to frame you, would you?" With that, she casually tossed the jade pendant onto the corpse. The next morning, Lin Xuan was leisurely drinking tea when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He was a bit puzzled. What's all the noise outside? As he approached the door, he could hear someone outside saying, "Lord Emperor Capital, the city lord has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb Lord Lin Xuan's rest." However, that guy refused and kicked the door open with a bang. Immediately after, a squad of soldiers entered the room, led by the Emperor Capital that the people had mentioned. He said, "You're Lin Xuan, right?" Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked up. "Yes, that's me. What's wrong?" Emperor Capital waved his hand without hesitation. "Arrest him." Lin Xuan asked in confusion. "What do you guys want?" Emperor Capital said in a deep voice. "Lin Xuan, a country has its laws, and a city has its rules. You've caused a great disaster, so hurry up and come with me to face your punishment." Although Lin Xuan didn't understand anything, the aura on his body burst out, knocking the soldiers unconscious. Then, he slowly said, "Tell me, no need to trouble you, I'll go myself. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys are playing." Youqing, at this moment, had transformed into a gentle and lovely girl as always. She stepped forward and said softly, "Lord Lin Xuan, don't worry. The city lord will take care of everything." Just as Lin Xuan was arrested, a buzz of chatter began in Yuetian City's tea house. "Is that Zhao family really the one that kid killed yesterday? He looks so young and soft.
I didn't think he had this kind of strength. But the Zhao family and this guy have no grudges against each other, and they haven't been in contact recently, so why wipe out their entire family? That's right. I also heard that the Zhao family has a very handsome young man. Could it be? The person opposite took a sip of tea and asked in confusion. Could it be that? The old man immediately said. You mean he likes men? And didn't hesitate to exterminate the entire Zhao family to steal him? Puffed. The man opposite him couldn't help but spit out all the tea he was drinking below.
In the Heavenly Moon City dungeon at this moment, Lin Xuan, who was sitting, suddenly sneezed.
Who the hell is cursing me? How annoying.
Right at this moment, Chu Ruhei had also arrived.
Lord Lin Xuan, how do you like the Heavenly Moon City dungeon?
Lin Xuan replied casually.
It's alright. Come on, open the door for me. I want to talk to Lord Lin Xuan in private. Lin Xuan, do you know what crime you've committed? Lin Xuan looked at Chu Ruhei and asked in confusion. What crime have I committed? Murder? What else?
You killed Zhao Beibei and wiped out the entire Zhao family. Lin Xuan frowned upon hearing these words, and his face also became gloomy.
He only heard Chu Ruhei continue. According to the laws of the Great Qin, murderers must be beheaded and displayed to the public. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan said casually, You're the one who killed them, aren't you? What's your game? Chu Ruhei's lips curled up. Me? I have no beef with the Zhao family. Why would I wipe them out? But you, big guy, you stirred up trouble with Zhao Beibei outside the City Lord's mansion that day, didn't you? Plus, you flashed the Qin Emperor's edict, threatened the City Lord, and acted like a total boss in Celestial Moon City. Someone as wicked as that, wiping out a whole family. Doesn't that sound about right? Lin Xuan asked, his voice low. You're scheming, you're plotting this whole thing. What's the real reason? Chu Ruhei sat down next to Lin Xuan, staring into his eyes. I want you, Lin Xuan, to sleep with me. Holy crap, that's it, of course. You just gotta sleep with me, and I'll guarantee your safety. Deal or no deal? Lin Xuan jumped up, looking disgusted. You'd kill the whole Zhao family just for your own lust. Is it worth it? Chu Ruhei laughed. Haha, just the Zhao family. If I wanted to wipe out a prince's family, the Li family, the Chen family, what's stopping me? Lin Xuan scoffed. What if my answer is no? Chu Ruhei stepped forward and grabbed Lin Xuan's chin, her tone turning seductive. You don't get a say in this. Seeing her about to get handsy, Lin Xuan smacked her hand away, his voice deep. Get your filthy hands off me. But just as he said that, Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt like his body wasn't listening to him anymore. Chu Ruhei lunged forward and hugged him tightly. You're drugged. From now on, you're my little pet.
Hearing that, Lin Xuan was shaking with anger. You dare look down on me. He struggled to break free from the drug's effects
and blasted Chu Ruhei away with a palm strike.
Hit by Lin Xuan's palm, Chu Ruhei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, asking in disbelief, You'd rather hurt your own cultivation than sleep with me? Why, TCH, you wretched woman. My heart already belongs to someone. I'll only love her for this lifetime, so I gotta keep myself pure, City Lord Chu. Please have some self-respect. Hearing this, Chu Ruhei wasn't angry at all, but even more excited. Haha, only love one person for a lifetime, how touching. Guards, open the dungeon door. I want to go out. If that's the case, I'll help you fulfill that. Before you forever stay inside my boundary, prepare yourself well. I will go to you whenever you can't bear it anymore.
Okay, add more people to keep an eye on him for me. Without my order, no one is allowed to visit. And do not give him food until he succumbs.
Lin Xuan, hearing this inside, was furious.
Hey now, even if a deal falls through, there's still some decency, right? Forcing things never ends well. Why does it have to be me? I have so many good brothers, I can introduce them to you. You're a beautiful sugar mama. Can't you be a little flexible?
Sigh. With my current strength, there's no way to escape. I might as well close my eyes and cultivate for a bit.
Just as he was cultivating, Lin Yangqing's voice rang in Lin Xuan's ears. Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan. Wake up, are you in there? Lin Xuan saw who it was, surprised. Master, you're here. Li Yangqing flicked his forehead, a little annoyed. It's only been a few days, what kind of trouble are you causing now? Lin Xuan immediately accused her of making the first move. She wanted to seduce me, wanted to sleep with me. Li Yangqing widened her eyes. Holy crap, there's stuff like that. Lin Xuan whispered. Master, there's something I don't get. That Chu Ruhei is already a city lord. Why would she waste so much time and energy on me?
If she wants a man, all she has to do is give the order. Wouldn't she have all the men she wants? Why go through so much trouble? Must die on one tree, what a waste.
But being confessed to passionately by a beautiful woman, I'm suddenly a little proud. Seeing this guy showing off after getting some advantage, Li Yangqing was a little angry. Is that right, Lin Xuan?
Shocked awake, Lin Xuan immediately. Sworn oath, no. How can worldly women compare to master? Pure as ice and jade, rosy lips and white teeth, autumn water eyes, beautiful as jade, with 1,000 graceful bearing, and noble character.
Although Li Yongqing liked hearing it, she still snorted. You're getting smoother and smoother with your words. Lin Xuan immediately made a solemn vow. What I said is from the bottom of my heart. In my heart, no woman in the world can compare to Master. Alright. Do you know why that Chu Ruhei is so persistent with you? Lin Xuan shook his head. I don't know. Could it be because I'm handsome? Li Yongqing came up with a guess. I think it might be because you have a virile physique. When the yin and yang energies combine and are activated, the form can move the essence, the 5 sounds enter the spirit, and the empty can fill the strong so they can live forever, and the old can have longevity. This is a common cultivation technique called the yin-yang replenishment. If you meet a man with a virile physique and learn this technique, you might break through quickly with luck. Lin Xuan had a realization. That's right. As expected of my well-read and knowledgeable master.
Li Yongqing spoke up again. Yin-yang replenishment is a heretical cultivation method. That Chu Ruhei actually chose to learn this technique, it's truly lamentable.
That's right, it's too much. How about I just break out of prison, and you give me a hand, master?
Li Yongqing refused. No way. If you break out, won't that confirm your crime of slaughtering 1,000,000 clansmen? Lin Xuan retorted. But I didn't do it. Let them say what they want. Li Yongqing shook her head. Do you know that the ability to deal with worldly disputes is also a form of cultivation?
Lin Xuan was puzzled. The ability to deal with worldly disputes is also a form of cultivation. Li Yongqing waved her hand, and a beam of light appeared on her hand. So I want you to clear your name through legitimate means. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan appeared in the small world. As soon as he appeared, Wuang turned his head to look. Holy crap, Lin Xuan, why are you suddenly back? Before he could react, Lin Xuan had already pulled him over.
Seeing Lin Xuan pouncing on him like this, Wu Ang was a little embarrassed. What do you want to do? Hey old Wu, do you know how to clear your name through legitimate means?
Originally, he thought Lin Xuan wanted to do something to him. But hearing this question, Wu Ang was a little stunned. You just wanted to ask me this. That's right. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and still don't understand how I can clear my name through legitimate means. After all, Chu Ruhei's strength is about the same as mine. And there are so many experts in the city. What's worse is that Heavenly Moon City is her territory. The common people in the city all think I'm Chu Ruhei's guy. I'm really surrounded by enemies right now. Before Lin Xuan could finish, Wu Ang shouted. If you're annoyed, you're annoyed. Let go of me first, you bastard. It hurts like hell. Crap. Sorry, old Wu. I was thinking about the problem just now, and didn't pay much attention. My shoulder's gone numb from your grip. And so, in order to get Wu Ang to help him, Lin Xuan took action again. Using the shoulder massage therapy he learned back on Earth, Wu Ang felt more and more comfortable. A little painful. Bone? Good. You've grasped the key point. Of course my learning ability is still very strong. A moment after Lin Xuan massaged Wu Ang's shoulders, he couldn't help but groan. What kind of incantation is this? The spiritual energy fluctuations seem to be getting stronger. This is a secret. Are you comfortable now? Of course I'm comfortable, you did a great job. It's only been a few minutes, and it's already so comfortable. Are you any good?
Lin Xuan couldn't help but sweat when he heard this. Old Wu, why do your words sound so off? Forget it. Maybe she doesn't even realize it herself. Thinking of this, he coughed twice. Now that you're comfortable, should you tell me the answer? Wu Ang smiled. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Lin Xuan was stunned at first, then saw Wu Ang staring at his chest, and even getting handsy. He immediately took 2 steps back. Ha, Wu Ang, what are you doing? Why do you want to touch me there? Hearing this, Wu Ang was a little annoyed. I really don't understand. What do those women see in you? What, you're really stupid. I'm talking about this token. Do you still know what this is? Lin Xuan heard this, grabbed the token back, and said happily, That's right, the Qin Emperor token. How could I forget about him?
Okay, thanks, old Wu. I have to go save that clumsy woman, see ya. Seeing Lin Xuan disappear just like that, Wu Ang was a little angry. Hey, just leaving like that, Lin Xuan, I haven't finished telling you.
Back in that space, seeing the leaf in his hand, Lin Xuan wondered, did Master really give me this leaf?
This thing can seriously mess up this barrier, so I can send out a part of myself. That means I can move around completely freely. Now, Master's stuff really is the best. Not only can it stealthily break the barrier, but it can also hide me. That'll save a ton of trouble. Just then, as the guard was on duty, Lin Xuan suddenly smacked his forehead.
Ugh, why do I keep feeling like someone's watching?
Right after that, he suddenly saw the teapot next to him float up. This, Alchur, yay. He was scared silly and immediately bolted. Just then, Youqing appeared behind him. Lin Xuan, stop messing around. Lin Xuan gave a wry smile. Alright, I get it. I'll go do the important stuff now. Not long after, Inside the city lord's manor, Lin Xuan climbed onto a building, pried open a roof tile, and saw Rong Shrong inside, deep in slumber.
She even seemed to be having some beautiful dream, and Lin Xuan's lips curled into a smile. She's a crucial witness. Gotta make sure I can find her anytime, anywhere. I'll use my spiritual power to track her location. It wouldn't be good if something happened to her later.
As he placed a mark on Rong's glabella, her brows suddenly furrowed tightly in her sleep.
Lin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat.
Oh no, did I use too much force? She didn't notice, did she? But soon, Rong turned over and mumbled in her sleep. Hey, young master is so handsome, it'd be even better if he took off one more layer of clothes. Lin Xuan was speechless. What kind of messed up stuff is this girl dreaming about? But if I want to clear my name, Rong is a crucial witness. And Zhao Dai and Fen Hare from the Cloud Peak auction house are important witnesses too. If Chu Ruhei finds out I escape prison tomorrow, he'll definitely destroy all unfavorable evidence. So instead of waiting, I might as well make my move first. But standing on this roof for too long, my legs are getting numb. Not long after, Lin Xuan returned to the Cloud Peak auction house once more, finding his way to the room of the two girls, Zhao Dai and Fen Wei.
Lin Xuan was staring intently at the girls' backsides, like a sneaky little mouse. Just then, Fen Hare woke up.
Young Master Lin. You, aren't you? Lin Xuan froze. Did I just expose myself? He immediately waved his hands. It's not what you think. I wasn't peeping.
Fen Hare understood. Oh, I get it now. Instead of being upfront, young master prefers to do things sneakily. Lin Xuan almost had a mental breakdown. Wow, your corporate level interpretations are truly something else. If young master likes it, we can do it together. Or maybe I can call her over, and we can all learn together in bed. Lin Xuan immediately cut her off. No, it's not like that at all. This left Fen Hare puzzled. It's not. Then what is it?
Lin Xuan swept his hand, and a light appeared in his palm. This time, I've come to you with a sincere offer. Help me speak.
Immediately after, Lin Xuan waved his hand, and countless gold, silver, and jewels appeared.
See? It's all yours. Fen Hare's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin is giving so much, it must be something special. Right, young master? Could it be you want a man and woman to play with you together? Lin Xuan heard this and felt a bit annoyed. Of course not. My request is simply for you two to disappear from Sky Moon City for 3 days, make sure no one can find you, just do as I say, and after it's successful, your payment will be triple what you see now.
Fen Hare immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Young master. Fen Hare understands. Not long after, at a wooden house on the outskirts of Tianyu City. Young Master Lin, after you're done, don't forget about this servant, okay? Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Then his hand formed a hand seal, creating a barrier that made the house disappear.
All right, all the important witnesses are protected. Now everything is ready. All that's missing is Qin Huang.
At the same time, on the Zhengzhou battlefield,
Qin Huang was facing a group of extremely terrifying demonic beasts. And even with his current cultivation level, fighting was extremely difficult. This is really troublesome. Facing Qin Huang was a dragon turtle with extremely tough defenses. Haha, even if you use more and more magic power, my shell won't budge. The moment you run out of magic power will be the time for my counterattack. Lin Xuan arrived, slightly frowning when he saw this scene. That's a dragon turtle. It seems like it and Qin Huang have been fighting for a long time.
And this Demon King's stamina is terrifying. Although its realm isn't as high as Qin Huang's, its defenses are solid. If this continues, Qin Huang will definitely be at a disadvantage. This demonic beast only knows how to turtle in its shell, and doesn't want to counterattack. I have to lure it out. That's right. If I use the enormous suction power of the Xuan Huang cauldron to pull the dragon turtle's head out, wouldn't that work? I'm such a high-quality male.
Let's do it. Lin Xuan immediately flew out. The Xuan Huang cauldron appeared, and he shouted, Qin Huang, I'll take care of sucking its turtle head out. Take the opportunity to chop it. Seeing Lin Xuan, Qin Huang was a little stunned. Lin Xuan, why are you here? Lin Xuan yelled.
Isn't that besides the point right now? Immediately after, the Xuan Huang Grand Cauldron shone directly on the dragon turtle, sucking it upwards. While the dragon turtle was still bewildered, not knowing what was happening,
Qin Huang had already rushed forward, swinging his weapon. Go die, you bastard. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion of Tianyu City, the next morning, Chu Ruhei slowly woke up. He's been hungry for a night now. Did that Lin Xuan beg for mercy?
Youqing immediately reported. Reporting, Master, no, he did not.
Chu Ruhei was a bit surprised. Really? Then let him starve for a few more days.
Youqing replied, Master, your formation isolates time and space. 1 day outside is 1 month inside. Even if that Lin Xuan is skilled, he's ultimately just an earth immortal, he won't last many days.
Chu still didn't care, picked up an apple, and said nonchalantly, "If you knew today would come, why did you do that in the first place?"
Obey me and live. Resist me and die. As soon as she finished speaking, the apple in her hand was crushed.
Meanwhile, on the Zhengzhou battlefield, Xin Huang had already dealt with the dragon turtle, then looked down triumphantly. "He, you demonic beasts below, your demon king is dead."
How long do you rebel scums plan to resist? Seeing their king was dead, the demonic beasts below began to panic. Never mind, let's go back and prepare for the next battle.
Seeing these guys preparing to retreat, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth turned up. "Did I say you could leave?"
I was originally planning to spare you demonic beasts for a while, but I need Xin Huang. Are you going back? Kill all of you? Then Xin Huang would have to stay here forever.
"So I won't give you time to breathe. Today is the day you die." Then Xin Huang was speechless when he heard this. This stinky brat, why is he so arrogant today? Did he eat something wrong? Right at this moment, from below, from Xin Huang's camp, a voice rang out. "Brat, don't be presumptuous." Xin Huang turned his head and frowned slightly. "Qinglong?" Yeah, Qinglong was a young man with a scar on his eye. He stepped forward and clasped his fist, saying, "Your Majesty, the Zhengzhou battle suffered great losses. Attacking now is not a rational action. Please reconsider." After thinking for a moment, Qin Huang nodded slightly.
Qinglong is right. These demonic beasts are really hard to deal with. Attacking now doesn't guarantee victory. "Do you have a plan?" Lin Xuan replied, with a righteous and serious face. "I don't." Qin Huang spat a mouthful of air. "Holy crap! You don't have a plan? No brains? No intelligence? Just a mid-stage earth immortal? What the heck are you saying here?" Lin Xuan scratched his head and said with a smile, "But I have a master." Down below, that scorpion-bodied Vice Demon King was getting impatient with all the dawdling. She yelled, "Are you fighting or what? Give me a straight answer." Lin Xuan didn't hesitate, shouting back, "Fighting, duh! How else are you going to remember me?"
Qinglong, hearing this, rolled up his sleeves and glared. "We're in the middle of a fight. Can you take it seriously? You're acting like I'm getting married off." Lin Xuan chuckled. All right. Enemies are right in front of us. Let's put the internal squabbles aside for now." Then, he just straight up yeeted his big cauldron down below, under the suspicious, scrutinizing gaze of Qinglong and the others. The demon beasts looked up, their faces changing. What is that cauldron? Allow me to introduce. This is a super technique I just figured out during my cultivation with my master. Watch closely." Immediately after, Lin Xuan didn't hesitate, slamming the Shuangran cauldron, as big as a mountain, straight down on the demon beasts. Then he clapped. "Done. All cleaned up." Qinglong and the others just stood there, jaws dropped. "That's it." Lin Xuan tilted his head. Yeah, what else? Qinglong was sweating bullets. He's seriously strong. Qin Huang stepped up, smiling and patting Lin Xuan's shoulder. "Gotta say, it hasn't been long since we last met, but you've really made me see you in a new light. I was planning to look for you after settling the Zhengzhou battlefield, but you showed up right in front of me." Lin Xuan replied, "What can I say? People grow, right? And I did ascend from the lower realms, after all." "Right, anyway, I wanted to find you because I need your help with something." Down below, the soldiers started buzzing. I'm saying, when did Qin Huang get such a good friend? Looks like General Qinglong's position is in danger now. Qinglong, a little annoyed, shouted, "What are you guys doing?" Guessing Qin Huang's thoughts, "Get back to training, all of you." At the same time, in a brothel in Tianyu City, Chu Ruhe was facing a woman. After 3 rounds of drinks, the woman finally spoke. "City Lord Chu, what brings you here today? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to this body of mine." Chu Ruhe took a sip of her wine, then chuckled. "Here, you drink first, let me drink and I'll tell you." The woman was none other than Shangguan Lingar. "Open your mouth and let this little one feed you." Saying that, Chu Ruhe lifted the wine cup and poured it into Shangguan Lingar's mouth. "Right. Anuan, do you believe in loving someone for one lifetime, one world?" Shangguan Lingar shook her head. "Flower streets, willow alleys, men have always been sentimental. If you ask them if they want to love, most of them come up empty-handed. But if it's just for conquest, then it's much simpler." Returning from the brothel, Chu Ruhe once again stepped into the Tianyu City dungeon. "Conquest, huh? Sounds kind of fun." Beside her, Rongrong was holding a delicious meal. Thinking for a moment, Chu Ruhe waved her hand. "Let's go down. That little pet has been hungry for so long, he must be craving my food." Right? Shangguan Lingar says that to conquer a man you must first conquer his stomach. I want to see if it's true. But when she looked inside the dungeon, Chu Ruhe's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Speak!" The food unconsciously fell to the ground. "Where are they? Where did they go?" Hearing the shouting, the prison warden shakily ran over. This subordinate doesn't know. Please spare my life, City Lord." Chu Ruhe waved her hand, grabbed the top of the warden's head, and casually crushed it.
Useless thing. At the same time,
On the battleground of Xizang, after hearing the entire story from Lin Xuan, Qin Huang was a little angry. Damn it. How could the city lord of Qin territory be so depraved? Hey you, round up 200 elite soldiers, pronto. We're hitting Tianyu City to nab some traitors.
oh yeah, and you guys better be masked up, alright? Gotta sneak in real quiet like, don't want to stir up a hornet's nest.
The next morning, guess who shows up at Tianyu City's main gate? Qin Huang himself. Seeing Qin Huang, the guards at Tianyu City were all flustered. Someone go announce it, Qin Huang's suddenly here. Back in her chambers, Chu Ruhei was just sipping some tea when Youqing bursts in, all panicked. City lord, Qin Huang's arrived. Before she could even react, Qin Huang barges in, yelling, "You hussy, you know what you've done?" Chu Ruhei just kept her cool.
This goddess doesn't know what crime I've committed. Humph. You're about to die and you're still playing tough, someone. Slap her. A glint flashed in Chu Ruhei's eyes, and the soldiers behind Qin Huang suddenly felt a shiver down their spines.
This woman looked so weak before, but now there's this bone-chilling aura that makes you tremble. After scaring the soldiers with a glare, Chu Ruhei slowly said, "Qin Huang, don't get so worked up. Getting angry isn't good for your health."
Qin Huang, have you forgotten? This Tianyu City is Chu Ruhei's turf.
Her words made Lin Xuan feel like something was off. For the past few days, Lin Xuan had been swaggering around the city with Qin Huang's orders,
causing chaos, and now someone's impersonating Qin Huang. How convenient.
Wham! Qin Huang stepped forward and slapped Chu Ruhei across the face. "You wretch, do you know what you're saying?" Even after the slap, Chu Ruhei remained calm. "Qin Huang, please don't be angry. I heard that the Qin soldiers expended a ton of energy in the Zhengzhou battle. If I'm not mistaken, even if you really are Qin Huang, your body must be reaching its limit after that campaign, right?" Qin Huang's eyebrows furrowed.
What are you implying? Meanwhile, in the small world, Youqing was watching the scene unfold, and Li Yanqing couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this Chu Ruhei really that tough to deal with? Can Lin Xuan handle this on his own?" Li Yanqing calmly replied, "If it's him, he definitely can. I trust Lin Xuan." Back outside, after a long silence, Lin Xuan finally spoke. "So, you admit that you wiped out the Zhao family, and then framed me, right?" Chu Ruhei's lips curled into a smile.
"What if I did? You think bringing Qin Huang here will solve anything, little pet? Let me tell you, Qin Huang is just an empty puppet. Nothing but a shell."
"What?" Lin Xuan couldn't help but look shocked.
And Chu Ruhei stepped forward, starting to flirt with Lin Xuan. With the border demon beast unrest, Qin Huang still has some use. But once the war is over, the court will be the first to kill him. I advise you to give up struggling and obediently submit.
Lin Xuan pushed her hand away, shouting, "In your dreams," Chu Ruhei chuckled.
"Ha ha, little pet. Even after all this, you still won't submit to me. Oh well, you're all about to die anyway. Didn't really want to say much to you. Instead of knowing the truth and dying in despair, it's better to know nothing, right?" Qin Huang, who was beside them, was now extremely angry. "Humph. You evil woman. Don't you know whose court this is?" Chu Ruhei wasn't afraid at all, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I'm afraid. His Highness Qin Huang doesn't know yet, right? I've secretly been raising a lot of trained assassins, and their strength is no weaker than your Qin soldiers."
Clap, clap, she clapped her hands a few times. "Come on out." In the blink of an eye, countless people in black appeared in this place. "Humph, capture these people for me." But as soon as she finished speaking,
those swords all pointed straight at her neck. That was when Qin Huang finally spoke.
"Miss Chu, you wouldn't know, but I got back to the city last night. I sent my guys into Heavenly Moon City, and those hundreds of elite soldiers you were so proud of, my peeps quietly took care of them all." "You're barely holding yourself together right now. Shouldn't you hurry up and admit your crimes, confess?" "Okay then." Chu Ruhei snorted coldly. Then, with a flick of her hand, she unleashed a massive palm strike. Qinglong's face changed, seeing this, and he shouted, "Qin Huang, be careful."
Lin Xuan immediately stepped in front of Qin Huang, saying, "You step back, your majesty." But Chu Ruhei instantly flashed in front of Lin Xuan, wanting to land a blow on him.
But Lin Xuan grabbed her arm and unleashed a palm strike of his own. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staring at Lin Xuan in disbelief. "No, impossible. How could this be? You can break my barrier, and you can boost your power to unleash this palm strike. Just how much did you improve during this time?" Lin Xuan didn't answer, but slowly released her arm. Chu Ruhei couldn't help but fall to the ground.
Only then did Qin Huang casually say, "You thought you could take over my court with these petty tricks? How interesting. I didn't expect City Lord Chu to have such ambitions. And just for a man? How surprising. Good thing we had Qin Huang and this young master Lin to expose the plot. This guy is really amazing." Whispers started spreading from the temples, inns, and streets of Heavenly Moon City.
And after Lin Xuan heard this, he was overjoyed. Looks like I'm famous around here.
Hey, the Fen sisters have been returned to Heavenly Moon City by Lin Xuan. So, the young master who broke into my room that night was protecting us, not wanting us to get involved in this battle. Shangguan Linguir approached Lin Xuan again, saying, "Young Master Lin's strength truly lives up to his reputation. If I could interact with him more, who knows, my cultivation might improve." Thinking of the scene where Lin Xuan transferred his inner force to her, Shangguan Linguir couldn't help but cough a few times. Cough, cough. Why am I starting to think about such things? At the same time, in Chu High Peak, Wu Ang approached Liangqing, saying, "Emperor, if you're really worried about Lin Xuan, why not release me so I can go help him?"
Liangqing shook his head, still dutifully sweeping. "Go on, don't mention it again. The Invincible Immortal Sect is holding a craftsmanship competition, and I think sweeping is also a craftsmanship." Hearing this, Wu Ang was a bit flustered. Haha, have I really lived to the point where I have to rely on a craftsmanship competition to prove myself? This is so hard. Only to hear Liangqing continue. "You have to walk your own path. Lin Xuan, the way I treated you before, and the way people in the Qin region treated you, were all to deceive you. Now, if this Qin Huang wants to treat you well, you have to judge for yourself whether it's true." At the same time, at the City Lord's mansion in Heavenly Moon City,
Lin Xuan presented the token to Qin Huang, saying, "Qin Huang, since Chu Ruhei has been eliminated, then I'll return this token to you." Qin Huang immediately waved his hand. "The Qin Huang token has already been given to Brother Lin. How can I take it back?" Lin Xuan scratched his head, saying,
"If it's Qin Huang's kindness, then Lin Xuan will accept it. It's just that I'm quite famous in the abyss.
Known for my trustworthiness and reputation, but as soon as I arrived in Qin region, I encountered such a bad reputation. This has never happened to me before, and it's hard to accept." Qin Huang understood, waving his hand and ordering Qinglong, "Don't worry, I'll immediately order people to issue a notice to clear your name. Qinglong, I want to see a detailed notice about the Chu Ruhei case tomorrow throughout the Qin region,
and give Lin Xuan justice." After seeing the notice, every time Lin Xuan went out, he was immediately eyed by the adoring ladies. Not only is this young master handsome, but he's also so powerful. If young master had wanted Fenner that day, that would have been great. To be able to sleep in the same bed with young master, just imagining it makes me feel happy. Oh, I'm about to die from the excitement. Or should I try City Lord Chu's method, drug him first, and then do it with young master Lin?
Lin Xuan was walking
when he felt uneasy. Why do I have a feeling of being peeped at? Is that just my imagination? Right, Shangguan Linguir, what's the commotion up ahead? Let's go take a look. Immediately the two walked inside, starting to push forward. Let me through, don't push." Seeing two men foaming in the mouth lying on the ground in the front, Lin Xuan asked, confused. "What happened to them?" Shangguan Linguir replied. "Their treasures are gone," Lin Xuan snorted. "What treasures can they possibly have?" "The treasures my master gave me are the real deal." Shangguan Linguir glared at him. "Your master has a lot of treasures." "Wait a moment, what's that behind them? It looks like a portrait of you with Chu Ruhei. Oh my god, who drew this? I can't even recognize myself." The young ladies to the side started whispering, "I don't think this victim is very handsome. Why didn't City Lord Chu like him?" Pan An charmed half the women in the world, although that name doesn't have Pan, but all the four characters behind it are all captured. Lin Xuan couldn't help but speak up when he heard that. "Then do you think my appearance is comparable to Pan An? You're all right, but this Lin Xuan isn't." Lin Xuan heard this clearly and loudly said, "I am Lin Xuan." Right then and there, it turned into a total circus. "Wait, you're Lin Xuan? With that handsome face and jade-like features? No wonder Chu Ruhei messed up. No kidding, it's him. He was throwing money around like it was trash at the auction. Is he some noble from out of town or something?" Lin Xuan, totally fed up, face-palmed. "What in the world? Nobody's on my side. Was I not humiliated enough back there?" Just then, some young dude walks up. "Lin Xuan, my main man. You made it out of the villain's plot. That's so awesome, I'm a huge fan. But I gotta ask you something." Lin Xuan's eyes started to water. "Oh, finally, someone gets me. Ask away, bro." And the guy goes, "Lin Xuan, big guy. So, the City Lord, Chu Ruhei, was she good in bed?" Lin Xuan throws his hands up. He roars, "Get out of here, TCH. And here I thought I was suffering some massive injustice. Turns out, in their eyes, I'm just a random dude. Nobody cares about my reputation at all. Everyone's just gossiping about the case as usual." Lin Xuan storms off. Shangguan Linguir yells, "Lin Xuan, wait up." But as soon as she said that, she slapped a hand over her mouth. "Crap! I rushed and forgot to fix my voice." Uh-oh. Sure enough, she hears someone say, "You're not a girl? So those boobs are fake? Do all cross-dressing guys look this hot? Dream on!" Must be a pretty boy. Girls are already fighting over the guys? Now guys are fighting over the guys too?
Shangguan Lingjie couldn't take it anymore and ran for her life, blushing like crazy. Get out of my way, I want Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan walks ahead, feeling kinda down. Maybe this is the worldly training master was talking about. Just then, a carriage pulls up in front of him. And guess who's driving?
It's Qinglong. He gets right up to Lin Xuan and says, Lin Daren, the Qin Emperor requests your presence. Soon after, inside the Tianyu City Lord's mansion, Lin Xuan arrives where the Qin Emperor invited him, and they immediately start throwing down.
Lin Xuan's sword is ridiculously sharp.
In a flash, it cleaves the Qin Emperor's sword clean in two. This makes the Qin Emperor exclaim, "Good sword, now that's a good sword."
Lin Xuan looks at the magic weapon his master gave him, feeling confused. Good sword? Should I be happy about that?
The Qin Emperor tosses away his broken sword, grinning. Lin Xuan, you should be the Tianyu City Lord. Lin Xuan waves his hands like crazy. Qin Emperor, I'm just some cultivator who ascended recently. Zhengzhu's campaign, getting rid of Churuhe, that was all you. This city lord gig should go to someone with way more merit. The Qin Emperor, hearing this, walks over and claps Lin Xuan on the shoulder, laughing. Never thought Lin brother would be so indifferent to fame and fortune. Lin Xuan thinks to himself, city lord, managing people and stuff? No way, that's easy work. Not doing it, nope.
After a moment of silence, the Qin Emperor speaks up. But I have a request, and I hope Lin brother won't refuse. If what that hussy said is true, and there are people in the court who want me dead, then I have to clean house. But I'm pretty drained right now, and if I move now it might stir things up too much. Lin Xuan furrows his brow. So, you want me to keep it a secret? The Qin Emperor shakes his head. No, Lin brother. You're super talented, and your Dao heart is solid. I want you to come with me into the enemy's den.
Lin Xuan couldn't resist the invitation, and followed the Qin Emperor into the enemy's lair. Inside the carriage, the Qin Emperor quietly says, I'm going into seclusion for a while. I'm pretty sure I can break through to 3rd grade Immortal Venerable this time, but just in case something goes wrong, I've ordered Zhu Kui, Qinglong, Bai Hu, and Xuanwu to secretly protect the Qin territory, along with a bunch of golden immortal powerhouses. Lin Xuan thinks hard. With so many experts, why call me along? And that Zhu Kui guy, I heard he's the Chu family's old ancestor. Thinking this, Lin Xuan speaks up. So, Qin Emperor, what are you getting at? The Qin Emperor replies, I'm often out fighting wars, so the court's a bit loosey-goosey. The forces are secretly dealing with each other, and I can't avoid going into seclusion to improve my cultivation. Thinking it over, you're the most suitable, Lin brother.
I think while I'm in seclusion, Lin brother can be my eyes and ears, and help me find the force behind Churuhe. If Lin brother agrees, I promise that any treasures you get while cultivating in the Qin territory will be yours. Hearing this, Lin Xuan's eyes light up. Really? There's such a sweet deal. All right then. A gentleman's word is his bond. Deal. But I still gotta ask, why am I the most suitable? The Qin Emperor winks at him. Of course, it's because Lin brother is incredibly smart.
After saying that, the Qin Emperor's eyes flashed. You're without power or influence, so they'll let their guard down. Right after, the Qin Emperor's face changed, sticking his head out of the carriage. Before leaving, the Qin Emperor waves to the ladies. Ladies, no need to see me off. Lin Xuan will be working in the palace helping me. The 3 ladies, hearing this, got teary-eyed as they bid farewell. Then young Master Lin must come by often after you finish work. My sister and I will await you in the palace. Shangguan Lingjie waves goodbye. But inside she's screaming, damn it, the Qin Emperor stole my Xuan again. After receiving Lin Xuan's information about entering the palace, in another location, the 7th prince angrily threw a glass bottle on the table.
A bunch of good-for-nothings. And why did that old geezer Qin Huang choose to go into seclusion at this exact moment? Damn it. No emperor reigns for 10,000 years.
That Qin Huang is already an immortal sovereign, and the lifespan of an immortal sovereign is practically infinite, and he won't get old either. Am I destined to be just a powerless 7th prince forever?
Your Highness, I have a plan. I wonder if you'd be willing to hear it. After hearing the entire plan from that guy, the 7th prince's eyes turned cold. Good, then go do it.
Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, after arriving at the imperial palace, happily looked around. Not bad at all.
I wonder what Master is doing right now. I've been so busy these past few days, I haven't been able to see her. I miss her so much. I was in such a hurry to say goodbye last time, I didn't even give her a gift.
Thinking of this, Lin Xuan immediately used the leaf his master gave him, broke through the barrier, and returned to his master's small world. As soon as he landed, Lin Xuan shouted, Master, this disciple is back. The 2 little girls, Yurong and Xuan Ran, were grilling meat, and were overjoyed to see him. Lin Xuan, you're back at the perfect time. We're about to eat skewers. Come over here quick.
Lin Xuan burst into tears. You guys can happily eat grilled meat even when I'm not here, master. Don't you miss me even a little bit? However, a moment later, Lin Xuan was gnawing on a huge drumstick. So delicious. Next to him, Lin Youqing said with a smile, Lin Xuan, how long has it been since you've eaten this? You're so hungry, Lin Xuan. With his mouth full, mumbled, it's mainly because master's food is too delicious. HMPH, it's been a while, but you're still as smooth-talking as ever. Being able to sweet-talk. Master is Lin Xuan's good fortune. Master, now that Chu Ruhei is dead, what should I do next?
Li Yongqing replied, if Qin Huang wants you to enter his palace, then continue cultivating in the mortal world. The people in his court are harder to deal with than Chu Ruhei. You have to blend in with them and defeat them at the same time.
Lin Xuan nodded like a chick, pecking at rice. Yes, I will listen to you.
Well, now that you've eaten your fill, go back and cultivate.
Lin Xuan took out a gift box and handed it to his master. I bought you a present in the city today. Taking the gift box, Li Yongqing asked in confusion. A gift? Lin Xuan nodded. That's right, this is the hottest outfit in the clothing store from last week. It'll definitely look beautiful on you. As soon as Li Yongqing opened it, she saw a very revealing bikini. She rolled her eyes. Lin Xuan, is that how you see your teacher? And so, Lin Xuan's cheeks were swollen, a few teeth were broken, his head was spinning, and he was thrown aside by his master. Wu Heng came over, looking a little contemptuous. You get beat up by women sometimes, Lin Xuan, his head spinning, muttered, Old Wang, I'm rich.
After calming down, Lin Xuan went to his master's mirror again, looking for the Lin mansion.
At this moment the husband and wife Lin Fu were sleeping. Suddenly, Madame Lin woke up with a start from her dream and shouted, Son! Lin Fu asked his wife in confusion. What's wrong? Madame Lin burst into tears. I dreamed about our son, Hua Ya. Lin Fu comforted his wife. Actually, I dreamed about him the other day too. Hua Ya, my good son, I miss you so much.
Lin Xuan couldn't help but tear up when he saw this.
Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for not being able to return to the mortal realm to see you. Wait for me to conquer the 9 Qin domains, and I will definitely open the dimensional gate for you, so that people from the Abyss realm and the Immortal realm can travel freely here. Mother Lin wiped away her tears. I know you're going to cultivate immortality. I shouldn't miss you too much. Missing you will only burden my son. I just hope you don't forget about your life's most important event while cultivating. You're not getting any younger, and old Lina next door already has 3 kids. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sweat when he heard this. Parents are really worried about everything, he sighed. It's not that I don't want to, it's just looking at Master's face today, she's probably mad at me. Sigh, the plan to have Grandpa and Grandma hold their grandchild is one step further away, he sighed. It's not that I don't want to, it's just looking at Master's face today, she's probably mad at me.
Sing, the plan to have Grandpa and Grandma hold their grandchild is one step further away.
Hey, I got it. You want to go back to the Yuanyang realm, right? Lin Xuan shook his head. Not really, Lao Wang. I'm asking you, do you know her master? Before Lin Xuan could finish, the Kun panda charged over. It pinned Lin Xuan down, smooched him, and squealed. Lin Xuan face-planted hard and got a nosebleed, but when he saw his master, he immediately jumped up. Master, you're not mad at me anymore, are you? Master, listen to me. I didn't mean to just now. Li Yongqing cut him off. I know. You gave me a gift earlier, so I should return the favor.
Seeing the alchemic furnace his master gave him, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up like car headlights. Whoa, that's awesome. So she was getting me a present. Looks like I was overthinking it, Lin Yongqing explained.
Keep this alchemy furnace. You'll need it for cultivation. When you have time, learn some alchemy, forging, and formations. They'll be useful later. Lin Xuan nodded. Yes, master. I'll keep your words in mind, hee. Why be so polite between us lovebirds? Li Yongqing said sternly. I hope when we meet again you'll be a true immortal. With Master's blessing I will follow it. The black umbrella behind the two fell into contemplation. Taking advantage of the situation serves you right. Unaware of the black umbrella's thoughts, Lin Xuan said with a smile, this disciple will naturally listen to Master. But this body can't help but visit Master. HMPH, what is that? You sure are smooth-tongued.
Sure enough, Li Yongqing's cheeks flushed after hearing that. Then she spoke up and left. Go back if you want.
Yes, Master, I obey. At the same time, in the living room where Lin Xuan was staying, a young woman stood blocking the door, shouting at the crowd in front of her.
Young Master Lin is in closed-door cultivation, and has instructed not to be disturbed during this time.
Lin Xuan just returned and heard the commotion outside, frowning slightly. What's going on? Did something happen as soon as I got back?
Several soldiers stepped forward to the girl and shouted, Get out of the way! His Highness the Prince specifically ordered to summon Lin Xuan. Can a little girl like you stop us?" The girl was a little flustered when she heard this, but her eyes were still very firm, with no intention of backing down. "Seeing this," the soldier said blandly, "it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin."
Just at this moment, a voice sounded in the room. "Wait a minute. I didn't expect a true immortal commander to attack an unarmed little girl." The commander heard this and replied blandly, "With your abilities, you can barely protect yourself. It's just a Xiantian stage girl, so what if she dies?" Lin Xuan retorted sarcastically. "An arrogant master breeds an arrogant hound. We will pass on your master." Hearing this, the man was a little angry. "I'm just delivering a message. I hope you don't make things difficult for me. If you insist, I can only use some coercive means." A cold light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes.
"Same words. Don't make me say it a second time," the man sneered. "Don't be ignorant. Even if you have a handsome appearance and excellent talent, and you are loved by the emperor, it is not enough to survive in this palace just by relying on favor.
What's more, you're a male concubine who can't see the light of day." Lin Xuan got angry when he heard this, raised his middle finger, and shouted, "IFU, what did you just say?
You guys think Qin Huang and I are like that?"
The man sneered. "Otherwise, surely not hiring you, a Xiantian middle-stage cultivator, as a close guard. Your strength is not as good as a maid."
"It's a waste of time to talk to dogs."
Lin Xuan waved his hand. All right. I'm a generous guy and won't bother arguing with you. If you can't talk properly, you can talk less. I'm saying, can't you guys have something normal in your heads?"
Throwing the Qin Huang token to the man, Lin Xuan slowly said, "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Seeing the token, the man's eyes suddenly contracted. Qin Huang's token? How is this thing in his hands? Why would Qin Huang give this to such a useless person? Just at this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears.
"Why is it so noisy here?
Oh, isn't this the famous person next to the 7th prince?
Why so interested in visiting young Master Lin late at night?" The person who spoke was none other than Youqing, one of Qin Huang's most trusted lackeys. That captain heard this, and immediately bowed with his hands clasped. "Grand Azure Bird, Your Excellency."
Only to hear Azure Bird say nonchalantly, "Seeing the Qin Emperor's decree is like seeing the Qin Emperor himself. Are you not going to pay your respects?" If this gets out, people who know will say the 7th prince didn't discipline his subordinates properly.
And those who don't will think the 7th prince is using the Qin Emperor's seclusion to plot a coup. What do you think, Lin Gongzi? Lin Xuan was shocked when he heard this. Holy crap, she's Azure Bird. Isn't she Chu Ruhei's ancestor? Why is she here? Does she know about what happened between me and Chu Ruhei in Heavenly Moon City? Is she friend or foe? Why is she helping me? And damn, she looks strong. I'd get wrecked if we fought, wouldn't I? But I'm not even afraid of the Qin Emperor. Plus, I still got my master, right? Master definitely won't abandon me.
Seeing Azure Bird still arguing with that captain, Lin Xuan spoke up. "Grand Azure Bird, Your Excellency, I." But wait. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Xuan couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Freaking awesome. So damn strong. How come she just punched that captain into the ground with one hit? Then she turned her head to look at Lin Xuan and smiled. Lin Gongzi, what were you about to say? Lin Xuan hurriedly put on a friendly smile. Haha, nothing. Thank you for getting me out of that mess, Grand Azure Bird. In his heart, he screamed, if she knows Chu Ruhei died because of me, she'll probably skin me alive, right? Azure Bird spoke again.
The 7th prince is a bit hasty, probably just eager to get to know my good friend Lin Xuan. That's why his subordinate acted so rashly. Sorry about that. He'll give you an explanation real soon, I reckon. Lin Xuan shook his head. It's all good. Once the Qin Emperor comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely give me a way to explain it. Gongzi helped the Qin Emperor pacify the Zhengzhou battlefield. I guess that's already spread throughout the Qin domain. That 7th prince and the Crown Prince's people, they all want to meet you, Gongzi. Lin Xuan quickly interrupted.
Not meeting them? What the heck is going on? Why do they all want to meet me? Only to hear Azure Bird continue. The Crown Prince is wise and kind, understands reason, and has a gentle personality. His Majesty values him highly. If it weren't for his not-so-great talent, His Majesty would have entrusted him with important responsibilities long ago. Lin Gongzi just entered the Qin Palace, new to the place, and the Qin Emperor is still in seclusion.
Meeting is not the best. Harem Lin Gongzi, what do you think?
Seeing the threatening look in her eyes, Lin Xuan immediately nodded. If that's the case, then tell them to come here, damn it, she put it so bluntly, leaving me no room to refuse. What the heck, I'm gonna see what you guys are up to anyway.
Not long after, a young man who looked 9 parts like the Qin Emperor arrived. This person was none other than the Crown Prince. As soon as he